Chapter 1 God Level Selection System. The weather in September is still a bit hot. Guangqing, a booth in University Town Square. Zhou Yuan was wearing a heavy doll costume and kept doing all kinds of funny movements, attracting passers-by. Today was the weekend, so he went out to do odd jobs. He found a job as a puppeteer, and could earn 150 yuan a day. 150 yuan, if he saves a little, is enough for his expenses for a week. There's nothing he can do about it, since he used half of the money he saved to pay tuition and the other half to buy a cell phone for his girlfriend. If I don't earn some living expenses during the weekend, I'll be starving. But I miscalculated today. I thought the weather was nice, but it turned out to be so abnormally hot. Inside the heavy doll costume, Zhou Yuan was already sweating profusely, his head was starting to feel dizzy, and his breathing was a little difficult. He had to sit down against the flower bed, took off his hood with difficulty, and gasped for breath. But just a few seconds after sitting down, I heard a scolding. "Zhou Yuan, what are you doing? Who told you to be lazy?" When I looked up, it was Li Rong, the person in charge of the booth. Seeing this, Zhou Yuan hurriedly explained, "Sorry, brotherly, I was a little confused just now, so I need to take a breath." "Confused? Take a breath? I think you're deliberately being lazy." Li Rong looked cold and disgusted. "Look, everyone else is fine, but you are. Why are you so picky?" "No, brotherly, I really." "What do you mean?" Li Rong glared at him. "I don't want to hear your explanation. Listen to me, if you can do it, do it. If you don't, get out." With a shout, Zhou Yuan's face suddenly turned ugly. "If you don't do it, you won't have to suffer, but you'll probably lose your money." Just when Zhou Yuan was in trouble, a voice suddenly rang out. The host is detected to be in trouble, and the God level selection system is activated. There are currently optional opportunities. Option 1, bow your head and apologize. Admit your mistake. Reward, 1 bottle of Wonian brand mineral water. Option 2, ignore it. Reward, 1 pair of earplugs. Option 3, justify and quit. Reward, 500,000 yuan bonus. Please make your choice within 60 seconds, otherwise you will be chosen by yourself. Is this a system? I actually activated the system? Zhou Yuan had also read quite a few novels, so he naturally knew about the system. He was excited for a while, then glanced at the options and decisively chose the third one. Options 1, 2, and 3, obviously the third one has the best reward. You don't have to tell me not to do it. I won't serve you anymore. After making his choice, Zhou Yuan threw away the mask without saying a word and took off the doll costume. You. All right. You've got guts. Then forget about your wages for today. Li Rong didn't expect Zhou Yuan to really quit. He was so angry that he shouted at him. Unfortunately, Zhou Yuan didn't even look at him, but was paying attention to the system. Congratulations to the host for completing the selection and receiving a bonus of 500,000. The bonus has been transferred to your bank card. Please check it carefully. As soon as the notification sounded, Zhou Yuan's phone rang. I took it out and saw that it was a payment reminder. Dear user with the last digit 9506, your Dragon bank card received a transfer of 500,000 yuan from another bank at 3:19 p.m. today. The current account balance is 500,032.42 yuan. He actually gave money. I really gave 500,000. The system is awesome. Zhou Yuan suddenly laughed. Seeing this, Li Rong thought Zhou Yuan was laughing at him and opened his mouth to curse again. But suddenly, a question came from behind. "Shaoli, why are you not paying attention to the booth? What are you doing here?" Li Rong couldn't help but turn around. Seeing the person coming, he immediately smiled and said, "Boss, you're here." The man hummed, frowned, and said, "I'm asking you a question. Why are you running around when you're not guarding the booth?" "No, boss, this guy is lazy, so I came over to supervise him." Li Rong immediately made an excuse. Chapter 2, Open the treasure chest to get good stuff. The man couldn't help but look at Zhou Yuan. Zhou Yuan naturally wouldn't let Li Rong slander him for nothing, so he said, "I'm lazy? I almost passed out from heatstroke just now, and I just took off my hood to take a breath, and you scolded me without any reason and told me to get out. Now you have the nerve to accuse me of being lazy? Do you think I must die here to satisfy you?" Li Rong's shouting just now attracted a lot of onlookers. Now when they heard what Zhou Yuan said, they immediately glared at Li Rong. What kind of person is this? He's just a cold-blooded animal. Cold-blooded animals sound nice, but people like this are just beasts. If you ask me, he's worse than an animal. That's right. It's so tiring for that guy to wear so many thick clothes in this hot weather. What's wrong with him being lazy for a while? Do you really want to drive him to death? You have no compassion at all. You will get your comeuppance sooner or later. Young man, do some good deeds, or you'll go to hell when you die. A group of people were talking at the same time, making Li Ron look extremely ugly. The boss's face turned gloomy when he heard this, but it was not directed at the passers-by and Zhou Yuan, but at Li Ron. You, get out of here now. I can't afford scum like you. Li Ron shuddered and begged, no, boss, I. What do you mean? Get out of here now. Seeing that the boss was really angry, Li Ron shuddered, glared at Zhou Yuan fiercely, and then left in shame. I'm sorry, little brother. I just mismanaged you and made you suffer. Well, this little gift is my apology. Go and have a good rest, buy some food and drinks, etc. The boss said this and took out 3 red bills. Zhou Yuan was hesitating whether to answer the call or not when the system tone rang again. There are currently optional opportunities. Option 1, ignore it and walk away. Reward, temperament +1, system treasure chest 1. Option 2, accept everything without hesitation. Reward, spirit +1, system treasure chest 1. Option 3, take the reward you deserve. Reward, charm +1, system treasure chest 2. There are still 3 options, and the third option still offers the most generous reward. After a quick glance, Zhou Yuan made a decision. Thank you for your kindness, boss, but I just want the money I deserve. We agreed to work until 8 p.m. for 150, but now it's not time yet, so 100 is enough. Young man, you misunderstood. The wages are another matter. These are my compensations. Really, no need. 100 will be enough. Zhou Yuan insisted on not collecting more. Seeing this, the boss had no choice but to draw a card and give it to Zhou Yuan. Zhou Yuan took it, said thank you, and turned around and left. After getting out of the crowd, he immediately summoned the system. Host, Zhou Yuan. Strength, 9. Physical strength, 9. Spirit, 12. Temperament, 1 affects temperament, momentum and aura. Charm, 2 affects affinity, attraction, and seduction. Props, system treasure box 2. Skills, none. System points, 0. Personal funds, 500,000. Reminder, funds are in units of 10,000, and amounts less than 10,000 will not be recorded. The content of the panel was clear at a glance. Zhou Yuan took a quick glance and clicked into the backpack interface. There were indeed 2 treasure chests inside, and Zhou Yuan chose to open them without saying a word. Congratulations to the host for opening the system treasure chest and obtaining a body transformation card. Congratulations to the host for opening the system treasure chest and obtaining a random vehicle card. Body transformation card, obtain a deep body transformation once, and also affect physical attributes. Random car card, after use, you can randomly draw any car. 2 cards, different functions. Compared to the vehicle card, Zhou Yuan is more interested in the body transformation card. Chapter 3 Rambo Genie is awesome. However, Zhou Yuan did not dare to use it directly. After all, this was the street, and he was afraid that after using it, he would become covered in filth like in the novels. Zhou Yuan suppressed his excitement and quickly ran back to the school dormitory. He grabbed a change of clothes and rushed into the bathroom before using it. After just 2 or 3 breaths, Zhou Yuan felt his body begin to heat up, and his blood, muscles, and bones began to tremble and twitch noticeably, and he even felt waves of soreness, numbness, pain, and tearing. The whole process lasted for more than 10 minutes. During this period, as expected, a thick layer of sticky and smelly black filth emerged from his body. Zhou Yuan suppressed his nausea and quickly washed himself, applying shower gel 3 times before stopping. After rinsing, I took another look and saw that it was more than just a change. It was like I had completely changed my body. 8-pack abs, mermaid line, bat back, and dog waist. The most important thing is my little brother, it's definitely a upgrade. Oh my god, this figure, I can't even stand looking at it myself. Looking in the mirror in a showy manner, Zhou Yuan couldn't help but sway up and down, left and right, front and back in front of the mirror. After showing off for a while, he finally remembered that he had a car card. He quickly opened the system backpack and chose to use it. Random car drawing. Congratulations to the host for winning the car, Lamborghini 2019 Aventador SVJ63 Special Edition. Aventador is commonly known as the Big Bull. SVJ refers to the 900 limited edition models of the Big Bull. The 63 Special Edition is the 63rd one among the 900 limited edition SVJs, which was specially customized to commemorate the founding of Rambo Genève in 1963. Known as the most powerful bull. As for the price, Zhou Yuan remembered seeing the Aventador Stallone when he was watching Douyin in video before, and the landing price was about 8 million. Not to mention the 63 Special Edition. Definitely over 10 million. The most important thing is that Zhou Yuan dreamed of owning a Dineo, and he never expected that it would come true today. Awesome. Awesome. From today on, I am also a big shot. Zhou Yuan couldn't hide his excitement for a moment. He danced around as if he had taken fake medicine. But not long after, he suddenly realized it. System, where's the car? Where's my car? Host, please go to the east gate of the school and wait patiently. After the system said this, Zhou Yuan quickly put on his clothes and ran to the east gate. I arrived at the east gate, but no car showed up. I checked the system, and it said it was on the way. Zhou Yuan couldn't help feeling a little bored, so he thought about it and called his girlfriend Song Cheng. Ching, are you in the dormitory? What's wrong? Are you okay? I have something to do. Are you free? Come out for a while. I'm busy right now. I'm out shopping with my bestie. Shopping? Where are you guys? How about I come find you later? Don't come, it's not convenient. We agreed to get together with some sisters today. Well, Lulu and the others are calling me, I'll hang up first. Song Cheng hesitated for a moment, then hung up the phone in the blink of an eye. Zhou Yuan heard some noise coming from the other end of the phone, as if it was on the street, but he didn't pay much attention to it. After hanging up the phone, he waited for another minute or two. Suddenly, a white BMW 8 Series convertible came over and slowly stopped not far from Zhou Yuan. In the car was a young man in his 20s or 14. He looked average, but judging by his clothes, he was obviously rich. Hey, little darling, I'm already at the gate of your school. What? You're here? Come over then, I'm at the east gate, right across from a Juan restaurant. Judging from the man's call, he is most likely here to pick up a girl. Zhou Yuan couldn't help but look at him a few more times. Just at this moment, a sweet cry suddenly sounded behind me. Husband. The sound made Zhou Yuan shiver. Just as he was about to turn around, a woman came jogging to the Bauma car. After a quick glance, Zhou Yuan was stunned for a moment. Chapter 4 Because You Are Poor. Song Cheng. This woman turned out to be his girlfriend Song Cheng. Baby, you're finally here. The man replied with a smile and opened the car door. Sorry, hubby, I kept you waiting, moi. Song Cheng blew her a kiss in a sweet voice and raised her leg to get into the car. Song Cheng. At this moment Zhou Yuan growled angrily. Song Cheng turned around subconsciously, and her expression changed instantly. Zhou Yuan? Why are you here? Why am I here? I still need to ask you that. Didn't you say you were shopping with your bestie? What's going on? This. Song Cheng hesitated for a moment, but was thinking quickly about the words in her mind. Almost in the blink of an eye, she raised her eyebrows, and then her face turned fierce as if she had taken the initiative. What are you shouting about? What are you shouting about? I haven't even asked you that yet, so why are you following me? Zhou Yuan suddenly laughed out loud. I followed you? Bullshit. Stop trying to change the subject. Who is he? Who cares who he is? It has nothing to do with you. Song Cheng said arrogantly. You're my girlfriend. What do you mean it has nothing to do with me? Listen carefully, Mr. Zhou. That was in the past, not now. I'm breaking up with you now. From now on, I'm me and you're you. You? What do you mean by you? I was blind to fall for someone like you. You have no money and no ability. I asked you to buy me a 512 GB Huawei 11 Pro, but you bought me a 128 GB one instead, making me look so embarrassed in front of my roommates. Is this why you break up with me? Just because of this? Get it straight, Zhou Yuan. It's because you have no money. Because you are poor. Do you understand? Money, 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 is money that important? Yes. In this era, money is important. If you have money, you are the boss, and if you don't have money, you are the grandson. Look at others, then look at yourself in the mirror. Others can afford a Bauma 8 Series, but you are only fit to ride a shared bike. Do you know that it would take you 10 years to earn the money for this BMW? You said you are a loser, why should I waste my youth on you? Song Cheng accused and scolded him mercilessly, with a face full of indifference and contempt. She initially looked at Zhou Yuan just to have someone to care about her and take care of her, but now that she has met such a rich second-generation man, she no longer cares about Zhou Yuan. Zhou Yuan clenched his fists immediately, his face looking extremely ugly. He was about to say something, but suddenly, a pleasant engine sound came from the street. Oh my god, look! A supercar! Quick, 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 we can't afford to hit this car. What kind of car is this? It's so cool. Sister, you don't understand this, right? Let me tell you, this is the Lamborghini Aventador, commonly known as the Big Bull. Isn't this car valuable? Of course. The landing price is around 7-8 million. That's enough to buy a villa. No, 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 you're mistaken. This isn't just any old bull. Didn't you see the 63 logo? This is the SVJ 63 Special Edition. Yes, this is a custom-made one. I heard it costs tens of millions. Oh my god. So expensive? Bullshit. A group of passers-by were talking about it. Amid the noise, the big bull slowly came over here. Bao Maman panicked when he saw this. He turned to Song Cheng and said, "Baby, please get out of the way first and let me move the car. Otherwise, if it gets scratched by this big bull, I can't afford the compensation." When Song Cheng heard this, she quickly took a few steps back. The BMW man drove forward without saying a word. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Song Cheng looked at Zhou Yuan again and spoke with a cold face. "Anyway, I've said everything I want to say, you can handle the rest on your own. Also, I'm warning you, I'm married now, so you'd better stop harassing me, or I'll be rude to you." Chapter 5. This kind of woman deserves it. Song Cheng had just finished speaking when the Lamborghini stopped steadily next to her in the blink of an eye. The scissor doors were raised handsomely, and a woman in OL clothes got out of the car. Under the curious gazes of the crowd, the woman came to Zhou Yuan with a smile and bowed respectfully. "Hello, Mr. Zhou. My name is Feng Jing. I'm sorry I'm a little late. This is the Lamborghini you ordered. I'm glad I delivered it safely to you. Also, here is your vehicle registration certificate, please keep it safe." Feng Jing said this as she respectfully handed the key and green book in her hand to Zhou Yuan. Witnessing this scene, Song Cheng, who had a cold and disgusted look on her face, was stunned. Rambo Genie? Zhou Yuan? How could it be possible? How is that possible? It's fake, it must be fake. Zhou Yuan, you must be acting. This must be fake. Song Cheng suddenly lost her composure and started yelling. If this car really belongs to Zhou Yuan, doesn't that mean Zhou Yuan is the real rich man? And what about yourself? She actually broke up with Zhou Yuan. Song Cheng didn't dare to think about it anymore. You don't need to worry about whether it's true or not. You just said that we are no longer related. At this moment, Zhou Yuan's impression of Song Cheng had fallen to the freezing point. There was no smile on his face, only coldness. As he spoke, he raised his hand and pointed at Bauma. "Didn't you say you have a husband? He's waiting for you, why don't you go now?" The Bauma man was looking over here through the rearview mirror. When he saw Zhou Yuan pointing at him, his face flushed with embarrassment. After a moment's hesitation, he started the car and drove away. What if he doesn't run? His second-hand 8 Series is no match for the Big Bull. Zhou Yuan didn't care. He just glanced at Song Cheng coldly and turned to walk towards Daniel. But just as he took a step, Song Cheng suddenly grabbed him. "Don't go. Zhou Yuan, don't go. I was just joking. It was just a joke." Song Cheng's thoughts raced, and she immediately came up with an excuse. "I just wanted to test whether you really loved me, not to really break up with you. That guy was just an actor I hired. Look, he left on his own initiative. You must believe me, everything I said is true. Can we stop hanging around here? I haven't eaten yet." Can we go eat together? Also, I don't want to go back to the dormitory tonight. Can we find another place to rest at night? Song Ching directly hugged Zhou Yuan's arm and leaned half of her body forward. It's funny to say, this is the first time in Zhou Yuan's life that he has been so close to Song Ching. So much so that at this moment, he even felt a little soft-hearted. But at this time, the system popped up. There are currently optional opportunities. Option 1, forgive her, of course. Reward, 2 spirit points, 1 green light straw hat. Option 2, entrust it to Shusha and take advantage of him tonight. Reward, 2 points of physical strength. Option 3, end it all and leave. Reward, 2 points of charisma, 2 million gold. There are 3 options, and the answer is self-evident. Zhou Yuan shook off Song Ching cleanly and neatly. You said it, you are you and I am me, you take care of yourself. After Zhou Yuan finished speaking, he went straight to Daniel. As soon as the car door was opened, Feng Jing, who had been silent, suddenly spoke. Excuse me, Mr. Zhou, could you give me a ride? Zhou Yuan was stunned for a moment, then nodded and said, okay, get in the car. Thank you. Feng Jing responded with a sweet smile, turned around and looked at Song Ching with pity and disgust, then turned around and got into the passenger seat. The bull let out an exciting and pleasant roar and sped away. Song Ching stared at the taillights in a daze, blinked, and then collapsed to the ground in despair. Tisk, TSK, how pitiful. She could have been sitting on the big bull and laughing, but now she's sitting on the ground crying. This kind of woman deserves it. That's right, there's no sympathy for this kind of people. At this moment, many spectators around pointed at Song Ching and laughed at her. Chapter 6. From today on, I will do whatever I want. On the other side, Zhou Yuan quickly received a system reminder. Congratulations to the host for completing the selection and receiving the rewards, 2 points of charm and 2 million gold. The system was quite efficient, and in the blink of an eye, the text message on my phone started ringing. Dear user with the last digit 9506, your Dragon Bank card received a transfer of 2 million yuan from another bank at 1604 today. The current account balance is 2,500,032.42 yuan. Although he had received 2 million, Zhou Yuan was not happy at the moment. As for Song Ching, it's nonsense to say that the love is unforgettable, but after pursuing her for so long, there is real love. Zhou Yuan couldn't help but feel sad and depressed after this tragic betrayal. In the passenger seat, Feng Jing glanced at Zhou Yuan and said, Mr. Zhou, I have something to say but I'm not sure if I should say it. Don't call me Mr. Zhou, just call me Zhou Yuan. Feel free to tell me what you want to say. Then I'll just call you Mr. Zhou. Feng Jing smiled and said, although it may be inappropriate for me to say this, Mr. Zhou, there's actually no need for you to be sad for such a woman. You have to believe in yourself. It's definitely her loss if she breaks up with you. And as the saying goes, there is always a better choice. With your current conditions, I believe there are many women who admire you. Feng Jing said this intentionally. After all, she is single now and has been looking for a partner. When she meets Zhou Yuan, who is good-looking, young, inexplicably attractive, and most importantly, rich, it would be a lie to say that she is not tempted. Not to mention that Zhou Yuan had just been dumped, so now is a good time to take advantage of the situation. As for being reserved. What's the point of being reserved these days? When you encounter the right target, the best way is to take the initiative. Upon hearing this, Zhou Yuan couldn't help but look at Feng Jing. To be honest, this woman is really good-looking, even better than Song Ching. She doesn't need to dress up specially, just this ordinary black and white office outfit, supported by her curvy figure, reveals her sexy charm. Moreover, she was sitting at the moment, and the hem of her OL skirt slipped a little, revealing most of her slightly plump long legs. The shimmering flesh-colored stockings make the legs look smoother and smoother, making people want to reach out and touch them. Zhou Yuan was feeling somewhat distracted. At the same time, the system popped up again. There are currently optional opportunities. Option 1, ignore Feng Jing's thoughts. Reward, 5 spirit points, 1 million gold. Option 2, change your mindset and do whatever you want. Reward, 5 charisma points, 1 million gold. Option 3, reject Feng Jing decisively and make her give up. Reward, 5 points of temperament, 1 million yuan. There are still 3 options as usual, but this time there is rarely any distinction between good and bad. Same 5 attribute points, same 1 million gold. Zhou Yuan hesitated. He glanced at Feng Jing, who was smiling beside him, and then looked at the passers-by outside the window who were looking at his big car with envy. After a few seconds, Zhou Yuan's eyes became firm. Go to hell with this bootlicker. Go to hell with the honest man. Starting today, I'm going to change. I want to indulge myself. I want to enjoy myself. I want to do whatever I want. At this moment, the system sounded. Congratulations to the host for his change of heart. The reward has been distributed. As soon as he finished speaking, his phone dinged. He glanced at it and saw that the 1 million reward had arrived. Zhou Yuan let out a long breath and suddenly looked at Feng Jing with a smile. Miss Feng is right. I think I should be more open-minded. I'm planning to go shopping and I'm in need of a consultant. I wonder if Miss Feng is interested. Young Master Zhou has spoken, I am honored. Feng Jing suddenly laughed. Chapter 7 I wish I were your boyfriend. Half an hour later, at the Great Future Plaza. The big bull attracted countless people's attention and slowly drove into the underground garage. What does Mr. Zhou want to buy this time? Clothes, shoes, watches, and other things. Any recommendations? Given Mr. Zhou's status, I naturally recommend brands like Vanch, Gucci, and Armani for clothing. As for watches, Patek Philippe, Jiangshi, Abbey, Jijia, Lavishly, etc. are all top choices. As they talked, they took the elevator to the 3rd floor. After a short stroll, they turned into the Armani store. As soon as she entered the door, Feng Jing took the initiative to competently choose for Zhou Yuan. Zhou Yuan took a casual look and was surprised to see that these clothes ranged from a few hundred to tens of thousands of yuan, and not a single one was cheap. If it were in the past, even half a day ago, he would have been scared away when he saw the price. But things are different now. Now that I have the system, I can spend, play, and have fun as much as I want. Do whatever makes you feel comfortable and happy. Indulge yourself and enjoy life to the fullest. This is the only way to do justice to yourself. Mr. Zhou, what's wrong with you? Nothing, just remembered something personal. No wonder you look so absent-minded. Feng Jing said as she handed over a shirt. Take a look at this one. I think it's a good one. Then I'll try. Zhou Yuan responded casually, took the clothes and turned into the changing room. But no one expected that with a sudden creak, the door of the locker room would slide open by itself. Feng Jing and the shop assistant outside heard the noise, turned their heads, and their eyes widened in an instant. In the locker room, Zhou Yuan was raising his hands to pull up his t-shirt, exposing his 8-pack abs, mermaid line, and most of his waist and abdomen to the air. As he raised his arms to take off his clothes, his waist and abdominal muscles contracted slightly, vaguely like a layer of waves. Oh my god! Mermaid line. Male dog waist. What a divine figure this is. Feng Jing and the shop assistant shuddered when they saw this, and their legs couldn't help but twist. So mouth-watering. Wow! Look at this. Oh my god. What a great figure. It's over, I'm drooling. My legs are weak. It's actually a dog waist. This night is going to be amazing. I really want to be his girlfriend. Several other shop assistants and some female customers also noticed this in the blink of an eye. Their eyes suddenly lit up and they whispered to each other. Who says only men are good at sex? Women are no worse at sex too. Miss, I really envy you for having such a boyfriend. You must be very happy normally. The shop assistant next to Feng Jing also spoke. Although her face was red, her expression and tone were full of envy. It's impossible not to be envious. This kind of figure makes me greedy just by looking at it. If I were pressed on the bed and against the wall, I dare not think about it. Feng Jing smiled politely and nodded when she heard this, but she felt emotional in her heart. I wish this were my boyfriend. Never get out of bed. Be a bride every night. As she thought about this, her eyes looked at Zhou Yuan more and more passionately. She is already a young, wealthy, and high-quality stock, but I didn't expect her figure to be so amazing. This is not just a high-quality stock, it is simply a top-notch stock. Must catch it. Feng Jing secretly clenched her fists. Little brother, can you add me on WeChat? Before I knew it, 2 bold girls blocked the door of the locker room and asked Zhou Yuan for his contact information. These sluts. Feng Jing was secretly annoyed, but she could do nothing but watch. But as soon as the 2 of them left, Feng Jing hurried over, not caring about being reserved or not, and put her arm around Zhou Yuan's arm. Chapter 8, Having Money Makes You So Willful. Mr. Zhou, please come with me and I will help you pick out some other clothes. At this moment, Feng Jing behaved even more like Zhou Yuan's real girlfriend. Several shop assistants and girls who were watching her eagerly were originally eager to come up and ask for her contact information, but when they saw Feng Jing's behavior, they immediately gave up and sighed in regret. It's a pity that such a young man with a great body was beaten to the spot by someone else. Zhou Yuan was stunned by Feng Jing's intimate behavior, but when he looked at the expressions of the other people around him and then at Feng Jing's appearance, he suddenly understood what was going on. Once upon a time, he could only humbly revolve around Song Qing, but he didn't expect that today, others would revolve around him. This feeling is great. Zhou Yuan enjoyed the gazes of the girls and became bolder. He stretched out his hand and put his arm around Feng Jing's waist. Touch it, it feels delicate and flexible. Good waist, good waist. Feng Jing's body stiffened slightly, but returned to normal in the blink of an eye. She glared at Zhou Yuan angrily, but secretly held Zhou Yuan's arm tightly. She knew clearly that such behavior was not a good thing, but she couldn't help it. Do you think only men like to take advantage of women? Wrong. Women take advantage of men too. Next, Feng Jing simply didn't let go and kept holding Zhou Yuan's arm. Even when Zhou Yuan went to change clothes, she blocked the door and prevented others from approaching as if she was guarding against thieves. After waiting for more than half an hour, the two finally left the store. He came with nothing, but left with lots of bags. Just this pile of stuff cost nearly 150,000 yuan. But Zhou Yuan didn't feel any pain. After all, he had earned 3.5 million since he got the system. Mr. Zhou, where are we going next? As they went out, Feng Jing asked like a little woman. Go buy a watch, and then find a place to eat. Then let's go to Baida. I've only heard of the watches there, but I've never seen one. Feng Jing became excited. Zhou Yuan nodded and took her directly to the Baida store. The saleswoman was professional and enthusiastic, serving tea and water and displaying the catalog. Zhou Yuan spent a long time browsing and finally settled on the 6104 R001 from the super complex chronometer series. The 18K rose gold diamond set case exudes a touch of luxury, adorned with two black sapphire crystal discs displaying the starry sky background in moon phases, showcasing the vastness and depth of the time. Paired with a transparent sapphire crystal disc that displays the constellations and the Milky Way, you get this stunningly beautiful Milky Way star map. And its price is also extremely high as 2.85 million. 2,850,000. At this price, buying a 100 square meter house in a good location in Guangcheng is definitely not a problem. A watch is worth the price of an apartment. One word to describe it: expensive. However, although it was expensive, Zhou Yuan just liked it. Anyway, he has more than 3 million on him, and he will definitely not be short of money as long as he has the system. I just asked and found out that the store doesn't have it in stock. If I want it, I guess I'll have to order it from the headquarters. If it's fast, it will probably take 3 days. Zhou Yuan hesitated for a moment, but at this moment the system popped up again. There are options available now. Option 1, if you have to wait for a watch, then just buy a hammer and leave. Reward, 1 million yuan. Option 2, what watch is not a watch? Just replace it with another one. What the hell is waiting? Reward, 2 million yuan. Option 3, the item you desire is worth the wait. Reward, 3 million yuan. There are 3 options, and it goes without saying how to choose. I want this watch. Please contact the headquarters and arrange for the goods to be delivered as soon as possible. Zhou Yuan spoke casually. If you have money, you can be so willful. Chapter 9. This kind of man must be caught. Zhou Yuan waved his hand and placed an order for the watch worth nearly 3 million yuan. Feng Jing watched from the side with shining eyes and full of envy. 3 million, just buy it as you say. It's really exciting. Zhou Yuan noticed Feng Jing's expression, and suddenly a desire to spend lavishly surged in his heart. Anyway, option 3 can get you 3 million, which is equivalent to picking up a 6401 or 001 for free, and there will be tens of thousands left. Instead of keeping this money, it's better to use it to reward Feng Jing. After all, this woman has performed quite well along the way. Oh, by the way, miss, please take this beautiful lady next to me around and help her choose a watch. We can check out together later. Zhou Yuan didn't hesitate and turned around to greet the shop assistant. Feng Jing was instantly excited, and her face turned red. However, she was quite restrained, resisting the urge to stand up and check her watch, and said carefully, Mr. Zhou, this is not appropriate. Although she said so, she subconsciously tightened her grip on Zhou Yuan's arm. Zhou Yuan instantly felt a fatal soft elasticity and was even slightly rubbed. In this situation, it is obvious that one is saying one thing but doing another. It's okay. Just pick whatever you want. After all, I've taken the trouble to accompany me shopping for so long. This is my thank you. Thank you, Mr. Zhou. Feng Jing suddenly smiled like a flower, and there were ripples in her eyes when she looked at Zhou Yuan. Rich, young, in great shape, and willing to spend money. It's terrible. Isn't this kind of man what I've always been aiming for? Can't let it go, absolutely can't let it go. No matter what, we must catch it. Feng Jing was lost in thought, then she stood up weakly and followed the salesgirl to the display case. The displays contain relatively affordable watches, which are all in stock and can be picked up immediately upon purchase. Of course, to be affordable, the prices start from tens of thousands and range to hundreds of thousands. Feng Jing was dazzled and her heart was in turmoil. After looking around, she settled on two women's watches from the same super complex chronometer series, one 4947 or 001 and the other 4897 or 010. The former is priced at 370,000 yuan and the latter is priced at 210,000 yuan. However, Feng Jing was worried that it was too expensive and would anger Zhou Yuan. After some thought, she chose another piece from the 244910 series, which was priced at only 90,000 yuan. Then she took pictures of the watch and the price tag with her mobile phone. She didn't dare to bother Zhou Yuan to come over, so she sent him a WeChat message directly. Mr. Zhou, which of these three watches do you think is suitable? Zhou Yuan had just been taken to the VIP room to rest when he heard the phone ringing and took a look. He instantly understood what Feng Jing was thinking. This woman is also smart. It is obvious that she likes expensive things, but she is afraid that I will not agree, so she came to ask. Of course, this can also be said to be a woman who knows her limits and does not act out of greed or take the opportunity to do anything wrong. Zhou Yuan liked her sense of propriety and began to hesitate whether to give Feng Jing a big reward or spend less. As a result, the system boss showed up again at this time. There are options available now. Option 1, he's just an outsider. Why bother with his bad habits? Just deal with him the cheapest way possible. Reward, 500,000 gold and 1 system treasure chest. Option 2, your worth is different now, so why be so stingy? A mid-range option is better. Reward, 500,000 gold, 1 system treasure chest. Option 3, since they've agreed to buy it, just give them what they want. Reward, 1 million gold coins, 2 system treasure chests. Okay, the system appears, it must be the third item. Zhou Yuan picked up his phone and replied directly, I think the red 4947 suits you best. This is it. Outside, Feng Jing received the reply and shivered with excitement. 370,000. It's a gift as soon as you say it. Local tycoon. Uncle. Oh no. Dad. I should have practiced more yoga some time ago. Chapter 10 Malfunction Opening. Feng Jing thought about it for a long time before she pointed at the 4947 with a weak body. Please, I'll take this one. Okay, ma'am, but this piece is an exhibit. Please go to the VIP room and wait for a moment. I'll notify someone to help you adjust the goods. Oh, okay. Feng Jing was led to the VIP room in a daze. When she entered, Zhou Yuan was lazily leaning on the sofa. Seeing her come in, he smiled and said, How is it? Are you satisfied with the watch? Satisfied, quite satisfied. Feng Jing quickly walked over to the sofa and sat down with her but against Zhou Yuan's thigh. She even took the initiative to hug his left arm and said with a smile, Thank you, Mr. Zhou, for giving me such a valuable gift. As long as you like it. Yes, of course I do. Feng Jing nodded quickly, wishing she could hug Zhou Yuan's left arm into her body. She has made up her mind and won't wait any longer. I've been saving up all these years, and now I'm taking a gamble, betting on the man next to me. Zhou Yuan smiled and glanced at her without saying anything. He turned his attention to the system. Summoning the system warehouse, 2 system treasure chests were lying inside, and Zhou Yuan chose to open them without saying a word. Congratulations to the host for opening the system treasure chest 2, obtaining 10,000 system points, and obtaining the elementary combat skill book. Since the host already has system points, the system mall is officially launched. Oh my god. System mall? So cool. There must be something good in here. Zhou Yuan was delighted and without saying a word, he found the mall option and clicked on it. Then the system screen turned, and Zhou Yuan was dumbfounded. This is so different from what I imagined. In addition to vehicle cards, body transformation cards, basic fighting skill books, and attribute points, there is only a small window of this week's sales refreshable, which contains whitening water, intermediate piano skills, and rejuvenation pills. And then, nothing happened. System, your system mall is fake, right? Why is it so barren? Were you stolen or robbed? Host, please be advised that, in addition to weekly sales, the system mall only sells items that the host has already obtained. I gather. Zhou Yuan suddenly looked disappointed. I thought the mall would be full of dazzling goods, but I didn't expect it to be so disappointing. Forget it, it's a pit, at least it's better than nothing. What's more, there is a weekly sale, so at least we can sell some new things. Zhou Yuan comforted himself and began to browse the prices of some things. The cheapest one here is the random car card, which costs only 100 points. The most expensive one is a little unexpected, it's actually the body transformation card, worth 100,000 points. Others, like the basic fighting skill book, are 300 per book. Intermediate piano skills book, 3,000 per book. Whitening water 2,000, rejuvenation pill 5,000. As for attributes, this thing is a bit complicated. It is not constant, but stepped, and changes with the host. For attribute levels 0 to 10, only 100 points are required for each point. Stages 11 to 20, 200 points per point. From stage 21 to stage 30, each point is worth 300 points, and so on. Moreover, among the attributes, temperament and charm are not included in the sale. This forced Zhou Yuan to give up the idea of trying to increase his charm to attract girls to fall into his arms. After looking through them all carefully, Zhou Yuan didn't buy anything else in the end. He only spent 1,100 points to improve the strength attribute. Host, Zhou Yuan. Strength, 915. Physical fitness, 25 affected by transformation card. Spirit, 12. Temperament, 1. Charisma, 7. Props, none. Skills, basic fighting. System points, 8,900. Personal funds, 4.2 million. After purchasing the attributes, Zhou Yuan could clearly feel the changes in his body. His whole body was filled with a sense of expansion and warmth. Every move he made seemed to have endless energy. Chapter 11. My online friend is full of talents. While I was feeling the changes in my body, the door of the VIP room rang. Zhou Yuan came back to his senses and responded, "Come in." "Excuse me, Mr. Zhou. This is a watch your friend bought. Please take a look." The shop assistant held the box and brought it to Zhou Yuan. There was naturally no problem with the watch. Zhou Yuan took a look at it and took it out and handed it to Feng Jing, who was eagerly waiting. Next, the clerk explained some daily precautions, and Zhou Yuan happily swiped his card. After leaving her phone number, the salesgirl said she would notify her immediately once the 6401 arrived. Zhou Yuan then took Feng Jing away. After going out, Zhou Yuan took Feng Jing for a walk. When they passed by the DAO counter, he bought 2 bottles of perfume and a set of fireworks limited edition blue and gold lipstick for Feng Jing. It didn't cost much, only a few thousand yuan for the 3 items combined. The two of them then found a place to have a meal. After they left the restaurant and had a good meal and a few drinks, Feng Jing spoke with a beautiful look in her eyes. "Mr. Zhou, I feel a little tired. How about we go to the hotel next door and take a rest? It's a good opportunity to try out these lipsticks you gave me." "Try lipstick? Is there something wrong with this lipstick?" Zhou Yuan was slightly stunned. It is understandable to take a break, after all, so much money has been spent. What the heck is a tryable lipstick? Feng Jing glanced at Zhou Yuan with tears in her eyes and moved closer. "Haven't you heard that sentence on the internet?" Feng Jing whispered a few words, and Zhou Yuan instantly felt his horizons broadened. The beauty of words is so wonderful. My online friends are really full of talented people. Zhou Yuan was so excited that he took Feng Jing to the hotel decisively. When Zhou Yuan woke up again, it was already noon the next day. As for last night's battle, it was not satisfactory. I don't know what's going on with Feng Jing. She seems quite relaxed, but when she is on the battlefield, she performs extremely poorly. Anyway, it was only more than half an hour before he started crying for help. This unpleasant experience made Zhou Yuan a little hesitant about how to deal with his relationship with Feng Jing. Because his purpose of contacting Feng Jing was not to have a relationship, but to spend money and enjoy himself. To put it bluntly, he just wanted to have a refreshing and wonderful experience. But if the experience is not good, what's the point of keeping it? Just at this moment, the system popped up. There are currently optional opportunities. Option 1, turn ruthless and leave immediately. Reward, 1 system treasure chest. Option 2, keep it as a thought and continue when you have time. Reward, 1 system treasure chest. Option 3, keep your own girl for yourself. Reward, 2 system treasure chests. The best reward was still the third one. Zhou Yuan considered it for a while before choosing to accept it. For the reward, he accepted it. Anyway, he has money now. Even if Feng Jing's performance gives him a bad experience, it's no big deal to spend money to raise her. Congratulations to the host for making your choice. The reward has been issued. In the blink of an eye, the reward is credited to your account. Zhou Yuan then opened the system backpack, found the treasure chest, and chose to open it. Congratulations to the host for opening the system treasure chest too, obtaining 1 bet card in the skilled shape viewing technique. Bet card, used when making a bet with others. After use, the bet will be enforced. Observation, skill type. One of the 4 diagnostic methods in traditional Chinese medicine, observation, listening, questioning and palpation, can reveal all kinds of injuries and illnesses by observing the body's appearance and complexion. Gambling card, looks quite useful. As for the shape reading technique, it's a bit explosive. Zhou Yuan was extremely curious and quickly chose to use it. The next second, a huge amount of information flooded into his mind, and in the blink of an eye, his entire brain was filled with waves of tearing pain. Chapter 12 System, there must be something wrong. After finally recovering from the shock, Zhou Yuan subconsciously looked at Feng Jing. At a glance, a string of information automatically popped up in his mind. Irregular menstruation, inadequate gastrointestinal function, weak qi and blood, first menstruation. Wait a minute. First time with sex? Is this true? Zhou Yuan was completely stunned. Are you kidding me? Feng Jing was so proactive yesterday, but she's actually a virgin? System, is there something wrong with your form reading technique? Host, please note that there are absolutely no errors in any of the products and services provided by this system. Impossible? Your shape reading technique clearly said Feng Jing did that, but look at the bedsheet. Warning, warning. Please brush up on your knowledge and don't use your ignorance to slander this system. As the system spoke, a light screen popped up, displaying a large amount of physiological knowledge. Zhou Yuan took a few glances and was stunned. So last night's experience was so bad because Feng Jing is still a virgin? So Feng Jing is actually a giant in thought but a dwarf in action? This is too unexpected. Zhou Yuan was dumbfounded when the phone on the bedside table rang. I suddenly came to my senses and picked up the phone. It was my roommate Dawn Lei calling. As soon as the call was connected, the person on the other end said, "Where are you, monkey?" Me? I'm outside. What's wrong? What else is going on? Your Song Cheng is here. Come back quickly. Song Cheng came to see me? Zhou Yuan frowned immediately. This woman just won't give up. Yeah, I heard he came around 9 o'clock and has been standing downstairs until now. I just got home from get out of class and just found out about this, so I called you right away. Also, what's going on between you two? Usually, you're the one who goes looking for her, right? Why is she coming to you today instead? Don't worry about it. Just tell her. Just what? Forget it, you should just go do what you need to do. I'll talk to her when I get back. Okay, then come back quickly. Otherwise, if she keeps doing this, I'm afraid you'll become notorious. You don't know, the boys in the building are all criticizing you right now. Okay, I'll be back in a moment. Then hurry up. No. Zhou Yuan responded casually and hung up the phone. Just as he put down his phone, Feng Jing beside him woke up, turned over, and snuggled into his arms. The young body makes people's mouths water, and Zhou Yuan's hands can't help but become restless. While being dishonest, he remembered the shape reading technique and the system's judgment just now, and couldn't help but stare at Feng Jing. Feng Jing felt awkward being stared at and said uneasily, "Honey, what are you doing?" "I want to ask you something." Zhou Yuan interrupted her and asked the question in his mind. Feng Jing was stunned for a moment, then nodded without hesitation. Real? Really, I didn't lie to you. Then why? Zhou Yuan pointed at himself, and his meaning was very clear. Feng Jing hesitated for a moment, then answered the question irrelevantly and talked about her own experience. Zhou Yuan was a little confused at first, but after listening for a while, he understood what was going on. There are some people in this world who you could say are materialistic, but you also have to admit that they know what they want. Feng Jing is one of them. She was born in a mountain village, her family was poor and her father died early. She also had several younger brothers and sisters, so she started working to earn money from a very young age. Because of this experience, Feng Jing is more mature and clear-headed than the average person. When others were still in school, she already knew what she wanted. When others were still ignorantly moved by their emotions, she understood what her greatest asset was. When others were still confused about life, she understood what it meant to wait for the right price. So she has been single all these years and has been looking for a suitable target, hoping to get a good price or even a good future for herself. Speaking of materialistic, she is indeed materialistic. But I don't steal, rob, cheat, or even play with people as feelings. It's open and above board and there is nothing shameful about it. Chapter 13. Call me husband and I will support you. After telling her own experience, Feng Jing looked at Zhou Yuan nervously. She was a little scared. Firstly, she was afraid that Zhou Yuan would look down on her background. After all, in her eyes, Zhou Yuan's wealth meant he was definitely from a wealthy family. Even if she only wanted to curry favor with him and had no intention of becoming his wife, it would be a lie to say she didn't feel inferior or guilty. Secondly, she was naturally afraid that Zhou Yuan would look down on her motives and actions. After all, from the moment she took the initiative to contact Zhou Yuan, she had a certain purpose or utilitarianism in mind. Of course, what she feared most was that Zhou Yuan had taken advantage of her and would turn against her and break up with her. The reason why she was most afraid of breaking up was not only because of the material aspect, but also because she was really attracted to Zhou Yuan. Young, wealthy, generous, good-looking, attractive, good-tempered, and in great shape, and even strong in that area. After reading all these, any woman would probably be tempted. To be honest, if it weren't for this, even if she had already wanted to sell herself to someone, she wouldn't have put herself in his mouth on the first day they met. Now that she was really eaten up and completely lost, she naturally didn't want to be dumped by Zhou Yuan. The more Feng Jing thought about it, the more uneasy she became. Seeing Zhou Yuan remain silent, she couldn't help but speak worriedly. Dear, don't call me honey anymore, call me husband from now on. Zhou Yuan suddenly spoke. After knowing that Feng Jing was still a girl before last night, Zhou Yuan's attitude changed. Before, it was just for fun, but now it's different. This girl he brewed was the one he unlocked himself, he must keep her. As for whether it is material or not, that doesn't matter. From now on you will follow me, and I will support you. Zhou Yuan spoke proudly. If you have money, you can do whatever you want. Really? Feng Jing's heart trembled. What good would it be for me to lie to you? Zhou Yuan rolled his eyes at Feng Jing and grabbed a handful of her peach halves. Feng Jing's face flushed red, she blinked and kissed Zhou Yuan, shouting with a ripple in her eyes. Husband. Be good, call me again. Husband. The soft sound was so numbing that it numbed Zhou Yuan to the bone, and he instantly became angry. Feng Jing immediately noticed something, let out a cry, and her pretty face turned red. Husband. If you feel uncomfortable, I will help you again. In one sentence, Zhou Yuan immediately exploded with anger. An hour later. Zhou Yuan changed his clothes feeling refreshed. I have something else to do, so I have to go back to school first. You can rest here and I'll come to accompany you when I'm done. Oh, by the way, I'll transfer some money to you later, and if you need anything, you can fill it up yourself. Thank you, husband. But I don't want the money. You promised to support me anyway. Feng Jing lay on Zhou Yuan's back like a lazy cat, with a docile look on her face. Let's put it this way. I'm supporting you. You can save this money for yourself or use it to help the family. Of course, if it's not enough, come back and ask me for more. Zhou Yuan used his mobile phone to transfer 500,000 yuan directly to Feng Jing. 500,000 is not a small amount. But who can blame Zhou Yuan for feeling that it is worth it and being willing to give it? Besides, he doesn't need this little money now. Husband. Feng Jing blinked and shouted again. Not only did she hug him tighter, but tears even welled up in her eyes. After more than 20 years of hardship, this time, the bet finally paid off. Be good, don't cry. Take a good rest. I'll come and accompany you when I'm done. Zhou Yuan wiped her tears and kissed her forehead, then left the room under Feng Jing's reluctant gaze. Chapter 14. Zhou Yuan, just wait for me. I went downstairs to get the car and drove back to school in a flash. The car attracted the attention and screams of a large group of students along the way, and finally stopped outside the dormitory. It's said that driving a luxury car is different. As soon as Zhou Yuan got out of the car, several girls came up to him. Brother, is this car yours? Can I sit in it for a while? Senior, shall we add each other on WeChat? Junior, which class are you in? Are you free tonight? Yes, Junior, let's have a drink together tonight. Excuse me, everyone. I have something to do. Please make way. Zhou Yuan smiled and declined the girl's enthusiastic invitation, then took a detour and left. It's so nice to see you smile, little brother. Yes, although he's not handsome, he looks very charming. Damn this old man's girlish heart. Come on, you still have a girlish heart, but that's clearly a dirty girl's heart. Ah, you little bastard, you're looking for death. There was a flurry of chatter and laughter behind him, but Zhou Yuan ignored it. He hurried to the dormitory building and saw Song Qing standing downstairs at a glance. Song Qing tied her hair up today and changed into a white mesh dress. And this skirt was exactly what he bought for Song Qing. But the irony is that this is the first time Song Qing has worn this dress since she bought it. As for the reason, Zhou Yuan still remembers how Song Qing complained about the poor quality and monotonous style of the clothes that day, saying how cheap it would be to wear them. But what's funny is that Song Qing actually wore it today. As for why, Zhou Yuan knew it very well. At this time, Song Qing turned around and saw Zhou Yuan. There was a hint of impatience on her face, but in an instant it turned into a sweet smile, and she took the initiative to jog over. Husband, you're back. Every time he opens his mouth, he calls me husband. Zhou Yuan sneered instantly. Just a day ago, Song Qing either called him hey or called him by his name, but now, she even dared to call him husband in public. This really proves what Song Qing said, having money is indeed important. It is so important that the name can change at any time. Unfortunately, calling him husband was useless. Zhou Yuan was completely unmoved. I'm sorry, you got the wrong person. Song Qing's face froze, but in the blink of an eye she put on a pitiful look and grabbed Zhou Yuan without saying a word. Hubby, please don't be like this. I was wrong yesterday. Please don't be angry, okay? Let go. Hubby, please, give me a chance. I was just joking yesterday. I really have nothing to do with that guy. I'm sorry, you don't have to tell me these things, and I don't want to hear them. I still say what you said, from now on you are you and I am me, we have nothing to do with each other anymore. Zhou Yuan pushed Song Qing away. Also, I ask you not to show up again and harass me anymore. I have a girlfriend now. After saying that, Zhou Yuan turned and left. Husband. Listen to my explanation. Song Qing shouted in panic, attracting the attention of the people around her. Unfortunately, Zhou Yuan never looked back from beginning to end. Song Qing's face turned ugly in an instant. She waited patiently for most of the day, but who could have imagined that this would be the outcome? Why? I just found another man, but is it all my fault? If you had told me you were rich, would I have done this? Would I have found someone else? It's obviously you who are wrong. You obviously caused all this on purpose. Now I've humbled myself and surrendered, and you not only don't want to coax me and forgive me, but you actually ignore me. Who do you think I, Song Qing, am? Is this the dog that comes and goes at your beck and call? The more Song Qing thought about it, the more angry she became. At this moment, the pointing and talking of the people around her made the humiliation and impatience that had been accumulating in her since this morning burst out completely. Zhou Yuan. You can do it. Just wait for me. You brought shame upon me today. Sooner or later I will repay you double. Song Qing stared at Zhou Yuan's back, her face distorted and her eyes full of resentment. Chapter 15. Take a pee and look in the mirror. Zhou Yuan walked all the way back to the dormitory, and his three roommates Don Lei, Li Feng, and Su Yang were all there. Among these three people, Su Yang and Zhou Yuan have a very bad relationship. On the contrary, Don Lei, Li Feng and Zhou Yuan have a very good relationship. When the two saw Zhou Yuan, they immediately surrounded him. Fuck, monkey, you're finally back. What's going on between you and Song Chang? Why would she come here to wait for you? Yeah, monkey, Song Chang has been waiting for you for quite some time. It's so fucking weird. It's no wonder they were surprised. After all, they both saw how cold Song Chang was to Zhou Yuan. Zhou Yuan didn't want to talk about it, so he just evaded the question by saying, "It's nothing. Song Chang and I just broke up. Don't ask me about anything else." When the two heard this, they stopped talking tactfully. Dong Lei was even more worried that Zhou Yuan would feel bad, so he quickly changed the subject and said, "By the way, monkey, have you heard? There seems to be a hidden rich second generation in our school." Zhou Yuan was stunned for a moment and asked curiously, "A hidden rich second generation? What's going on? You don't know this, right? Let me show you a picture." Li Feng took over the conversation, turned around, took out his mobile phone and logged into the school forum, and directly clicked on the top pinned post. What caught my eye was a candid photo of Rambo Genie. Zhou Yuan took a glance and was speechless. What the hell is this hidden rich second generation? Isn't this the very guy himself? It's just that the poster of this post probably wanted to avoid trouble, so he blurred his face. In addition, due to the angle, the photo only captured him, but not Song Ching and Feng Jing. See? It's a Lamborghini 63. I checked online, and he made over 10 million. Anyone who can afford this car must be a rich kid. Dong Lei's face was full of envy. Li Feng even sighed and said, "They say comparison is the thief of anger. Look at how others drive big bulls, while I'm riding a Mobai. It makes Thief Jill feel uncomfortable." Who said it wasn't that? This is a big bull. I've always dreamed of owning one. Don't even mention it, just let me sit down for a while, even if it means I can live one day less. One day is nothing, I'll take care of 3 days. The two of them sighed like idiots. Zhou Yuan rolled his eyes and said, "I say, you two should be more promising, okay? Come on, this is already the lightest thing for us, okay? Look at the comments on the post, those girls are much more ruthless, some even openly asked to take a ride and sleep all night." Zhou Yuan took a quick look and found that the comments below were exactly as Dong Lei had said. I randomly flipped through 20 or 30 replies, and 3 or 4 of them implicitly suggested taking a trip and sleeping for a night. Girls nowadays are really willing to take risks. Zhou Yuan curled his lips. He would never admit that he felt a little proud. Li Feng continued, "Not all of them, but most girls definitely wouldn't mind. If you end up sleeping with a rich guy for one night, you'd definitely make a killing." Zhou Yuan immediately gave him a funny look. "Why do I feel like you, a lunatic, also want to sleep with me?" Li Feng sighed, "It's a pity that I'm not a woman, otherwise I could give it a try." Damn it. This guy is really a beast. Is this a development towards becoming a cross-dressing boss? Zhou Yuan rolled his eyes and said, "It's just a big bull. Do you think it's that important?" Li Feng immediately glanced at Zhou Yuan and said with a look of admiration, "Monkey, do you know what I admire most about you?" "What?" "He's just as poor as us, yet he acts like a big shot." "What do you mean by acting like a big shot?" "To be honest, the person in the post is me, and that Neo is mine too." The matter of the car could not be concealed, so Zhou Yuan had no intention of covering it up. As soon as he finished speaking, he heard a sneer. "I beg some idiots to take a piss and look in the mirror and see what they look like. And you're so bold as to say Danny was mine." With these words, the dormitory suddenly became quiet. Chapter 16 If you have a big shot, I will eat shit. Zhou Yuan frowned instantly and looked at Su Yang, who was lying on the bed in the corner. Speaking of which, the two of them have a grudge, and it's not just 1 or 2 days. When it comes down to it, it was all because of the theft in the dormitory. That was during his freshman year, when several thousand yuan that Su Yan left in his dormitory was stolen. Zhou Yuan's family was not well off, and everyone in the dormitory knew about it. So Su Yang directly suspected Zhou Yuan and determined that it was Zhou Yuan who stole the money. But because there was no evidence, even after reporting to the police, the case remained unresolved. Since he didn't steal, Zhou Yuan naturally wouldn't suffer this injustice and asked Su Yang to apologize at that time. Not only did Su Yang refuse, but he also hated Zhou Yuan for this. So after this incident, he began to deliberately slander Zhou Yuan's reputation, spreading the word on forums that Zhou Yuan was a thief, making it known to everyone. Zhou Yuan was also subjected to cold criticism because of this. This situation lasted for more than 2 months until another theft occurred in the boys' dormitory and the criminal was caught on the spot. When the police interrogated him, the other party directly confessed to this old case. However, when the truth came out, Su Yang still refused to apologize and even attacked Zhou Yuan arrogantly and maliciously. What can you do if I don't apologize? So what if I slandered you? A poor bastard from the countryside like you, I suspect you're the one who deserves it. Maybe you wanted to steal the money too, but you're just too cowardly and have the will but not the guts. Originally, Zhou Yuan didn't bother to care about it, but because of this sentence, he got angry. He contacted the school and the police, and finally Su Yang had to publicly apologize to him at the school assembly. But the apology has been made, and the grudge has been deepened. From then on, whenever Su Yang had the chance, he would find fault like he did just now, suddenly appearing to mock and curse. It can be said that it has become the norm. Even Zhou Yuan has almost become numb to it. There was no other choice but to fight Su Yang. This guy was very insidious. He would pretend to be dead and shout for help as soon as he was touched, and then call the police and lie about having a concussion. Zhou Yuan had suffered this twice. Just use your mouth, it's a waste of saliva, because this guy can't win the scolding, so he puts on headphones and scolds you. It was from Su Yang that Zhou Yuan realized how despicable a person could be. Originally, Zhou Yuan was too lazy to pay attention to it this time and wanted to ignore it. But at this time the system popped up. There are currently optional opportunities. Option 1, treat it as normal and ignore it. Reward, 1 spirit point, 1 system treasure chest. Option 2, don't talk too much if you can just take action. Reward, 1 point of strength, 1 system treasure chest. Option 3, this is my chance, let's trick you once. Reward, 1 point of temperament, 2 system treasure chests. Those who are mean will be punished by God. It was God who asked him to deal with Su Yang. Zhou Yuan glanced at Su Yang and deliberately said nothing. Instead, he secretly opened the system backpack and found the gambling card. Su Yang thought Zhou Yuan was feeling guilty, so he immediately said sarcastically, "What's wrong? Aren't you just boasting? Don't play dumb. If you have the guts, why don't you drive your big bull over here? You can open it if you say so. You are not my son, why should I love you so much? You keep pretending, you're so good at pretending. If you can be as good as Rambo Genie, I'll eat shit in public." Su Yang said arrogantly. "I'd been waiting for words like yours." Zhou Yuan sneered in his heart and used the gambling card without saying a word. "That's what you said. If I had a big shot, you'd eat shit in public." "That's what I said. But if you don't have Rambo Genie, you'll have to kneel down in public and kowtow to me and call me daddy." Can. As soon as the words fell, there was a prompt from the system. "Congratulations, host. The bet card has officially taken effect. If the host completes the bet and the other party does not comply, you can use this card to enforce it." Chapter 17. How is it possible? When they heard that Zhou Yuan had made a bet with Su Yang, Dong Lei, and Li Feng's faces changed instantly. "Monkey, are you crazy? Why are you betting with him?" "That's right, Monkey, why are you so irrational? That Su guy is obviously trying to provoke you." The two of them secretly pulled Zhou Yuan, looking anxious. They knew Zhou Yuan's family background very well. To put it bluntly, it was not even as good as an ordinary family. With this kind of family background, let alone a Lamborghini worth nearly 10 million, even a million-level car is impossible to afford. In this situation, Zhou Yuan still made a bet with Su Yang. Isn't this just asking for trouble? Don't worry, you two. Since I dare to make a bet, I must be confident. Zhou Yuan patted the two of them and comforted them. Seeing this, Su Yang immediately sneered, "Come on, Mr. Zhou, stop wasting time. The bet is already made, why don't you just drive your big bull over here? Since you're so eager to eat shit, I'll satisfy you." Zhou Yuan glanced at Su Yang coldly, then turned and left the dormitory. Pack. Keep pretending. You are still stubborn even when death is imminent. I will make you look bad this time. Su Yang cursed inwardly, then his eyes turned and he had an idea. He put on some clothes casually and hurried out of the dormitory. While going downstairs, he opened his mobile phone and clicked on the classmates group on WeChat. "Everyone, if you have time, please come to the bottom of Building 7 of the men's dormitory. There will be a large-scale kowtow show here soon. Our classmate Zhou Yuan said he had a Lamborghini and even made a bet with me, saying if I lied, he'd kowtow to me and acknowledge me as his father." After sending this message, Su Yang quickly sent the bet recording he had secretly recorded to the group. In the blink of an eye, the class group exploded. Are you kidding me? Only Zhou Yuan can afford a Lamborghini? The biggest joke of the year has been born. I used to be curious about what it meant to overestimate one's own abilities, but today I finally understand. A new interpretation of the toad's desire to eat swan flesh. Zhou Yuan has a big bull. That's not the way to act cool. Some people are really crazy. They're not even afraid of being struck by lightning. Don't worry about it, old Sue, just wait for me, I'll be over to watch the fun. And me, I'll go downstairs right away. Count me in. A group of people in the group who were on good terms with Su Yang started to mock him, and many of them just wanted to watch the fun and left the dormitory in a hurry. A few minutes later, about 20 people had gathered downstairs of Building 7. What's going on, old Sue? Didn't you say you were going to recognize your relatives? What about that idiot Joe? That's right, you won't let Joe fool you, right? Old Sue, stop standing there. Go to the group and at that idiot and tell him to get back here. A group of people who came to watch the fun were getting a little impatient and started to urge things to go on. However, at this moment, a burst of engine noise came over. The sound came from far away and got closer in just a dozen breaths. Oh my God, look. It looks like that big bull from the forum. Oh my goodness, this car owner is really a student from our school? Hey, rich guy. Hurry up and follow him to see for yourself. Amidst the noisy discussions, the handsome and domineering big bull turned the corner and appeared in sight. With a bang of the accelerator, the car stopped directly in front of Su Yang and others. The group of people were so scared that they subconsciously took a few steps back, fearing that they would collide with the big bull. At this moment, the big bull's scissor door was raised handsomely. With a quick glance, Su Yang's face turned pale. The dozen or so people who came over to watch the fun were all shocked and confused. Zhou Yuan. The person who got out of the car was actually Zhou Yuan. How is that possible? Chapter 18. He changes his attitude so quickly, from being arrogant at first to being respectful later. Impossible. Impossible. It must be fake. How could a poor idiot like you possibly afford a car like this? Su Yang finally came to his senses and immediately lost his composure and yelled. The group of people nearby were awakened by his shout, and some of them who were good friends with Su Yang and also looked down on Zhou Yuan also joined in. Mr. Zhou, stop trying to bully people. How could a guy like you possibly afford this car? Yes, you might have rented or borrowed this car. If you have the ability, produce evidence to prove that this car is yours. Su Yang reacted in the blink of an eye and immediately followed suit, shouting, "They're right. Who knows if you rented or borrowed this car? Unless you produce evidence to prove it's yours. If I had known you wouldn't cry until you see the coffin, I'd make sure you admit defeat wholeheartedly this time." Zhou Yuan sneered and turned around to take out the vehicle registration certificate from the car. I don't need to tell you what this thing is, just take it and see for yourself. If you still don't believe me, there's the vehicle identification number on it, you can look it up online. As soon as they saw this book, the group of people who had been stubborn just now panicked instantly. Since Zhou Yuan dared to take this thing out, it means that the car must be his. What the hell, this is a multi-million-dollar Lamborghini bull. If he can afford to buy and drive this car, then how can he not be worth hundreds of millions? Isn't Joe a poor guy? When did you become so rich? The more the group thought about it, the more puzzled and frightened they became. But at the same time, some people suddenly became active. Since Zhou Yuan is so rich, his family must have big companies and enterprises. If you can maintain a good relationship with this person, you might be able to have a good future and a good job in the future. A few people with quick minds reacted instantly and came over to Zhou Yuan with a smile without saying a word. Brother Zhou, this Su guy is such a jerk. He just mocked you in the group chat. You must not let him off easily this time. Yeah, Brother Zhou, this grandson's words are so rude. He must be taught a lesson. I'm sorry, Brother Zhou. I spoke too quickly and said something I shouldn't have said. I apologize. I was just talking nonsense, Brother Zhou, please don't take it personally. Su, you're blind to mess with Brother Zhou. Now that you've lost the bet, why don't you fulfill your promise? Don't play dumb, you idiot. Hurry up and apologize to Brother Zhou, and then follow the bet. In the blink of an eye, a group of people changed their faces and turned their spearheads towards Su Yang. Su Yang was stunned for a moment. Zhou Yuan glanced at the group of people, ignored them, and then looked at Su Yang with a sneer. Su, I've already got the car. Now it's your turn to fulfill the bet. Su Yang's expression froze instantly. Fulfill the bet? Wouldn't that mean he'd eat shit in public? If he did such a shameful thing, how would he stay in school in the future? What? Do you still want to break the contract? Seeing that Su Yang didn't say anything, Zhou Yuan spoke again. Mr. Zhou, don't go too far. So you're going to break the contract? I don't know what you're talking about, but I never promised you anything. Su Yang was determined to cheat. He threw the registration certificate to Zhou Yuan and left without saying a word. I wanted to let you go, but you chose to get yourself killed. In fact, Zhou Yuan didn't really want Su Yang to eat shit in public. After all, this kind of punishment was too ugly. He originally planned to spare this guy this time as long as Su Yang was willing to bow his head and surrender in public. It's a pity that Su Yang showed no intention of giving in from beginning to end, and even called himself lousy at the end. Then you can't blame him for being cruel. Thinking of this, Zhou Yuan directly used the gambling card. Along with the system's reminder of effective, the next second, Su Yang suddenly twitched nervously. In the blink of an eye, this guy was like a lost soul. He took off his pants in public and squatted at the door of the building. Chapter 19 Xian Huang Heart Sutra and Xian Huang Medical Sutra. It was a farce that ended with Su Yang being forcibly sent to the hospital. After watching 120 disappear, Zhou Yuan withdrew his gaze and opened the system backpack. The rewards have just been distributed, and now it's time to unbox them. Hopefully, something good will come out this time. Zhou Yuan prayed in his heart and chose to open it. Congratulations to the host for opening the system treasure chest and obtaining the special skill, Xianhuang Heart Sutra, and the special skill, Xianhuang Medical Sutra. Xianhuang Heart Sutra, a special qi refining skill. Daily practice can cultivate Xianhuang qi, strengthen the body and prolong life. It can also affect one's own attributes. Xianhuang Medical Classics, a special medical skill that is effective only when used with Xianhuang qi. It can treat people with qi, revive the dead, and cure all diseases. Damn it, am I so lucky this time? Looking at the two skills that came out of the box, Zhou Yuan cursed out loud. It's no exaggeration to say that these two skills are magical skills. There is no need to say much about the Xianhuang Medical Classic. It is so shocking that it can bring the dead back to life and turn their flesh and bones into dust. As for the Xianhuang Heart Sutra, this kind of qi refining technique is even more precious. Because the Tianlong Kingdom has had the theory of qi refining since ancient times, and it has been passed down for 8,000 years. Although it seems to be declining, it is actually just hidden. Thank goodness, I really made a killing this time. Zhou Yuan was excited for a while and quickly learned the two skills. Just like the shape reading technique in the past, a large amount of information flooded into the mind in the blink of an eye. After a while, Zhou Yuan had memorized the Xianhuang Medical Classic by heart. It was the Xianhuang Heart Sutra. This thing formed a visualization picture in Zhou Yuan's mind. Next to the picture are detailed explanations of cultivation, as well as methods and tips on how to use the spirit to guide the energy of heaven and earth. Zhou Yuan wanted to practice for a while, so he said hello to Dong Lei and Li Feng and asked them to help him ask for leave. He drove directly out of the school, found a quiet hotel and booked a room. After trying for more than an hour according to the instructions, Zhou Yuan successfully found the so-called qi sensation. After another hour, he successfully opened the first yuanqiao on the visualization diagram. Then it took him another 2 hours to absorb enough vital energy from heaven and earth to fill his vital orifices. After coming out of that mysterious state of rest, Zhou Yuan found that his physical fitness had improved significantly. I summoned the panel and took a look, and the data had indeed changed. Host, Zhou Yuan. Strength, 20. Physical strength, 30. Spirit, 17. Temperament, 2. Charisma, 7. Xianhuang Qi, 100. Skills, Xianhuang Heart Sutra, Xianhuang Medical Sutra, Primary Fighting. System points, 8,900. Personal funds, 4.2 million. Just by opening one of the yuanqiao points, strength, physique and spirit all increased by 5 points. This increase is much greater than the general selection reward. In addition, there is an additional entry called Xianhuang Qi on the panel, which obviously digitizes the vital energy in the body. It seems I need to practice more when I have free time in the future. The benefits are huge. Zhou Yuan muttered to himself and switched to the mall to take a look. Probably because of the special skills, the Xianhuang Heart Sutra and Xianhuang Medical Sutra do not appear in the mall at all. Zhou Yuan didn't care. He looked at the time and it was already past 6 o'clock, so he called Feng Jing first. Because Feng Jing had just experienced unlocking and was not able to move around easily, Zhou Yuan had to ask her to order food at the hotel and have dinner by herself. After hanging up the phone, Zhou Yuan turned around and drove back to school, picked up Dong Lei and Li Feng, and took them to Yanshangshuan. This place is a well-known Japanese cuisine restaurant in Guangqing, and it is also a place that Dong Lei and Li Feng had wanted to try before. I used to only hear people talk about Yanshangshuan, but now I've tried it and seen it myself. After eating and drinking, Li Feng rubbed his stomach and sighed. This is all thanks to the monkey. Dong Lei burped and glanced at Zhou Yuan. Speaking of which, monkey, you really are a rich second-generation kid, right? You're not trying to trick us, are you? What's the point of me fooling around with you too? Zhou Yuan rolled his eyes. Who knows, what if you covet that madman's ass? Dong Lei suddenly made a face. Fuck you. Get lost. Zhou Yuan and Li Feng cursed at the same time. After cursing, the three of them looked at each other and suddenly burst into laughter. With this smile, the slight estrangement caused by Zhou Yuan's change in identity completely disappeared. Just as the laughter died down, a scream was heard from outside. Chapter 20 Boy, stop talking nonsense. The three of them were stunned when they heard the sound. While they were stunned, there was another cry for help, as well as chaotic footsteps and noise outside. At this moment, the three of them woke up, looked at each other, and couldn't help but feel curious, so they hurried out of the private room. As soon as they went out, the three of them noticed the private room opposite. The door of the private room was open at this moment, and with a quick glance, you could see a middle-aged man lying inside. The man's face was pale, his lips were trembling, he was covered in filth, he was foaming at the mouth, and seemed to have fallen into a coma. Next to him was a middle-aged woman kneeling, shouting at the man with a panicked look and tears in her eyes. In addition, there were three waitresses in the private room. One was comforting the woman, one was contacting 021 with a mobile phone, and the other was calling the manager into the headset. Zhou Yuan took a quick glance and then looked at the man lying in the private room. As he focused his mind like that, the next second, the shape viewing technique automatically took effect. A piece of information flashed through his mind, and Zhou Yuan immediately realized that the uncle had food poisoning, which caused acute shock. And judging from the situation, he will die soon. Just as he was thinking this, the manager came running over. After asking hurriedly, the manager obviously didn't have any good solutions and it was obvious that we had to wait for the ambulance to arrive. He also asked several waiters to find ways to persuade the guests to leave so as to avoid causing too much disturbance. His approach seemed fine, but the problem was that the man might die before the ambulance arrived. At this critical moment of human life, Zhou Yuan couldn't just sit back and watch. He gritted his teeth and rushed into the private room. Sir, please don't come in. Seeing this, the waitress quickly stopped him. Let me pass. If you delay any longer, this uncle will die. With just one sentence, everyone was stunned. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Zhou Yuan came to the middle-aged man without saying a word. But just as he was about to take action, the manager suddenly pulled him back. Sir, human life is at stake. Please don't act recklessly. I'm not being reckless. What's the point of saying you're not doing anything reckless? What if someone dies? The manager obviously didn't trust Zhou Yuan. It would be fine if the man could really be cured, but if something goes wrong and someone dies, the hotel will have to bear a lot of responsibility. Zhou Yuan couldn't help but glare at the manager. Don't worry, I'll take full responsibility if anything goes wrong. However, the manager did not let go and instead looked at the aunt. Madam, look at this. The woman was distracted for a moment and didn't know what to do. Zhou Yuan was anxious. He pushed the manager away and said to the middle-aged woman, Don't worry, auntie. I promise to save this uncle. After he said that, he didn't care whether the other party agreed or not and directly tore off the middle-aged man's clothes. Seeing this, the manager quickly said, Ma'am, you can see that we are doing our best. If this gentleman makes any mistakes, it has nothing to do with us. This bastard had a good idea, pushing all the trouble onto Zhou Yuan. But Zhou Yuan had no time to pay attention to him. He took a deep breath to calm his mind and forced himself into a resting state. Then he stretched out his hand to the uncle's stomach and intestines, and then according to the method of qi circulation in the Xianhuang Heart Sutra, he drew out a trace of Xianhuang qi from his body and poured it into the uncle's body. In just a few seconds, the uncle's convulsion and shock symptoms were significantly alleviated, and the foam in his mouth stopped coming out. After another 5 or 6 seconds, the pale and even purple face began to improve and gradually regained its rosy color. Then after another 7 or 8 seconds, there was a slight groan, and the uncle's body trembled, and he slowly opened his eyes. Seeing him wake up, Zhou Yuan breathed a sigh of relief. Almost at the same time, the middle-aged woman screamed and hugged the man. Lao Lin, you finally woke up. You scared me to death. I was just now. Uncle, you just had food poisoning, but it's okay now. I've cured you. I have food poisoning? The uncle was a little confused. However, when the manager heard this, he panicked instantly and started scolding in the blink of an eye. Kid, don't talk nonsense. Food poisoning? That's obviously nonsense. Joke. Even if this is really food poisoning, he cannot admit it, otherwise the store's business will definitely be affected, and then he, as the manager, will definitely be in trouble. Chapter 21 Mr. Zhou, I'm sorry. The manager's nonsense immediately annoyed Zhou Yuan. It's one thing for an accident like this to happen in your restaurant, but you just stopped people from saving people and now you want to shirk responsibility. This is too shameless. If you think I'm wrong, there are some leftovers on the table. Would you like to try them yourself? Zhou Yuan pointed to the leftovers on the table. This is not necessary. The manager's expression changed slightly. He definitely wouldn't dare to eat it, otherwise he would be in trouble if he was poisoned. Since you don't dare, please shut up. Zhou Yuan glanced at the manager, then turned to the middle-aged man and said, Uncle, although you are out of danger, it would be better to go to the hospital for a detailed checkup later. Thank you for the reminder. My name is Lin Hai. May I know your name? My last name is Zhou, so just call me Zhou Yuan. Zhou Yuan chatted with Lin Hai casually for a while, and soon, 021 arrived. Just as Zhou Yuan was about to leave, the three of them escorted Lin Hai and his wife out of the restaurant. Before getting on the ambulance, Lin Hai specifically asked for Zhou Yuan's cell phone number, saying that he would definitely thank him when he had time in the future. Zhou Yuan didn't care too much and told Lin Hai casually. As soon as the ambulance left, the manager stopped Zhou Yuan and said, Mr. Zhou, right? Please stay for a moment. Why, Manager Zhang, what else do you want? Look, regarding today's incident, I hope Mr. Zhou won't say anything nonsense when he returns. Of course, as a thank you, I can waive Mr. Zhou's bill for today's purchase. What do you think? The manager's meaning was very clear. He just didn't want to make today's incident public, so he came to silence Zhou Yuan. But the problem is that Zhou Yuan didn't buy it at all, and glanced at him coldly. He took one look and shook his head. I don't think so. The manager's face froze slightly, and he forced a smile. How about this? I'll still waive this bill for you, and give you 3,000 yuan membership cards. Is that okay? Sorry, I'm not interested. The manager frowned and said, Young man, didn't your family teach you to quit while you're ahead? Why, are you trying to threaten me? I didn't mean to threaten you, but I advised you to be more sensible. The manager glanced at the three of them arrogantly and sneered, From the looks of you three, you should still be college students, right? Instead of being so stubborn with me, why don't you think about yourselves? How about this? I'll be more generous this time. As long as you're willing to sign a confidentiality agreement and not disclose what happened tonight, I'll give you 5,000 yuan hush money. 5,000 yuan should be enough for you to eat, drink and have fun for a month. As the guy spoke, he took out his wallet and pulled out 5,000 yuan bills. Hey, old man, are you trying to be funny? You think you can bribe us with just 5,000 yuan? This time, without waiting for Zhou Yuan to speak, Dong Lei directly mocked him. Young man, don't be too greedy. 5,000 yuan is not a small amount. The three of you students can't even earn that much in a month. This statement clearly shows contempt for others. Zhou Yuan raised an eyebrow and glanced at him, then suddenly laughed. How about this? I have a car, and I'm looking to replace the brake discs, wheels, tires, etc. If you can get a set of genuine original parts, then I'll sign this confidentiality agreement. That's easy, just drive your car over here. The manager looked unimpressed. In his eyes, even if Zhou Yuan could afford a car, it would only cost tens of thousands of yuan at best. Replacing the brake discs and wheels wouldn't cost much. However, there is a saying that goes, ideals are full, but reality is skinny. When the manager saw the Lamborghini parked in front of him, his face instantly turned pale. But in the blink of an eye, he reacted with a shudder. I'm sorry, Mr. Zhou. I'm so sorry. I was too short-sighted and too rude just now. You are a magnanimous person, please don't bother with me. The manager was arrogant and contemptuous the previous second, but at this moment he put on a flattering smile. Nodding and bowing to apologize, how disrespectful. There was no way around it. He definitely couldn't afford to offend someone who could afford to drive a luxury car worth tens of millions. Chapter 22, The Explosion of Luck is Unstoppable. It was a farce that ended with the manager bowing his head and apologizing. Zhou Yuan didn't argue with him much, turned around and drove Dong Lei and Li Feng back to school. After instructing the two to continue asking for leave for him tomorrow, Zhou Yuan drove back to the hotel. For the next 2 days, Zhou Yuan simply did not go to school, but stayed in the hotel with Feng Jing. It was not until noon on the third day that Zhou Yuan received a call from Lin Hai and his wife. They insisted on treating him to dinner in the evening to thank him for saving his life. Zhou Yuan couldn't refuse, so he had to agree. At 8 o'clock in the evening, Zhou Yuan brought Feng Jing to Jinhao restaurant as scheduled. When they arrived at the private room, Lin Hai and his wife were already there. Upon meeting, Lin Hai and his wife were very enthusiastic, and they kept thanking him for saving their lives. Judging from their enthusiasm, if it weren't for the huge age difference between the two, they might have sworn brotherhood on the spot. Because the atmosphere was good, both the host and the guests enjoyed the meal. After they had eaten and drunk their fill, Lin Hai suddenly spoke. By the way, Mr. Zhou, I have a favor to ask. Uncle Lin is too polite. Just tell me what you want to say. Well, an old comrade of mine has been feeling unwell lately and has been bedridden. He's been to many doctors, but they were all helpless. Mr. Zhou, you are a skilled doctor. Could you spare some time to help my old comrade when the time comes? This. Zhou Yuan subconsciously hesitated. But at this time, a system that had not appeared for some time popped up. There are currently optional opportunities. Option 1, politely decline. Reward, 2 million gold coins, 1 system treasure chest. Option 2, negotiate the terms first, then discuss other matters. Reward, 2 million gold coins, 1 system treasure chest. Option 3, agree directly and directly. Reward, 3 million yuan, 2 system treasure chests. Now that this system has emerged, it is obvious what to choose. Zhou Yuan didn't hesitate any longer and nodded in agreement. Lin Hai expressed his gratitude for a long time and called Qin Yun, the daughter of his old comrade Qin Guanyang, on the spot. After some discussion, they finally made an appointment for Zhou Yuan to meet with the other party tomorrow afternoon. Zhou Yuan had no objection to this and agreed directly. The two sides chatted for a while and then went their separate ways. After returning to the hotel, he took a shower first. While Feng Jing was washing up, Zhou Yuan opened the system backpack. I haven't had time to open the 2 system treasure chests I was just rewarded with. Now that I have some free time, I might as well try my luck. Congratulations to the host for opening the system treasure chest. You have obtained a random property card and the special skill, Peeping. Random property card, after use, you can get a random property with random area and location. Peeping, a special skill of a special type. After using it, you can view the opponent's information, weaknesses, and secrets. Random property card, looks good. However, this spying technique is obviously another amazing skill. It seems like my luck has really been amazing lately. Zhou Yuan muttered something, and taking advantage of his good luck, he directly used the random property card. Congratulations to the host for using the random property card to obtain a golden domain mansion villa. Oh shit. Zhou Yuan instantly exploded. I just thought I was lucky, but I didn't expect it to be bad again in the blink of an eye. Jinyu Haoding, although the name is a bit tacky, it is actually the top villa area in Guangcheng. The villas there are all super luxurious buildings with their own gardens, swimming pools, and other facilities, starting at least 50,000 per square meter. One building costs at least tens of millions. Just randomly drawing a card means tens of millions. Zhou Yuan couldn't help but be excited. Chapter 23 You Witch. System, when can I get this building? After being excited for a while, Zhou Yuan finally calmed down a little. The system is expediting your processing and expects all formalities to be completed tomorrow. Host, please keep your phone open by then, someone will contact you at any time. Want to wait until tomorrow? That's really a bit torturous. After all, it was a villa worth tens of millions, and Zhou Yuan was really impatient. However, he also knew that this kind of thing could not be rushed, so he could only suppress his impulse and excitement. At this time, Feng Jing came out of the bathroom after taking a shower. Zhou Yuan came back to his senses and remembered the spying technique he had just obtained. Without saying a word, he chose to use it on Feng Jing. This peeping technique is completely different from the shape reading technique. A large amount of text information popped up directly above Feng Jing's head. In addition to information such as gender, age, height, and weight, it also contains the weaknesses and secrets mentioned in the skill introduction. Of course, what surprised Zhou Yuan the most was that the spying technique could actually reveal loyalty. At present, Feng Jing's loyalty to him is as high as 95%, which scared Zhou Yuan. To be honest, although he could feel that Feng Jing was very loyal to him, he never expected Feng Jing to be so loyal. 95%. Although the system did not give an explanation, this level is probably at least a matter of life and death. This brood by him is definitely a pleasant surprise. Husband, what's wrong with you? Seeing Zhou Yuan's dazed expression, Feng Jing couldn't help but speak. Zhou Yuan suddenly came back to his senses, smiled and hooked his finger at her. Feng Jing twisted her waist and came to the bed, sitting affectionately in Zhou Yuan's arms. Quit your previous job tomorrow, and I'll transfer another 3 million to you. You can use the money to do whatever you want to do. Now that he has seen Feng Jing's loyalty, Zhou Yuan is completely relieved about her. With this reassurance, he is even more willing to spend money. Honey, are you serious? Feng Jing looked surprised. Why, do you think I'm lying to you? No. I just find it a little unbelievable. Feng Jing rubbed against Zhou Yuan's arms like a cat, and drew circles on his chest with her fingers. We've only known each other for a few days, and you're willing to spend so much money on me. It always feels a little unreal. That's right, you're my woman, and it's only natural for me to spend money on you. Besides, I don't want my woman to work for others. Husband, you are so domineering. Feng Jing said with a smile. Why, you don't like it? I like it, of course I like it, but... But what? But I prefer working for you, my husband. Work for me? What kind of work? Zhou Yuan was slightly stunned, a little confused. Of course I'm here to be your secretary. People always say that secretaries are good when they need them. Feng Jing leaned close to Zhou Yuan's ear and said something with a smile. You goblin. Zhou Yuan instantly got angry at the sudden speeding. After a night of wind and rain, I woke up at noon the next day. Zhou Yuan accompanied Feng Jing for a meal, and they were affectionate with each other for a while before leaving. However, Lin Hai called halfway and said that there was a small problem and he might not be able to come. Zhou Yuan thought the agreement was going to be cancelled, but then Lin Hai said that he had already notified his comrade's daughter and would go directly to meet Zhou Yuan when the time came. Moreover, Lin Hai was quite thoughtful and even sent information and photos of his comrade's daughter. When seeing the photo, Zhou Yuan couldn't help but be amazed, because this woman named Qin Yu is an absolute beauty. Chapter 24. Even a clay person will get angry. Beautiful women always make people full of expectations, and Zhou Yuan is no exception. However, he waited for a full hour, but Qin Yu never showed up. Zhou Yuan couldn't help feeling unhappy. After thinking about it, he took the initiative to call Qin Yu according to the number given by Lin Hai. However, for some reason, no one answered the phone even after making 5 or 6 calls. Is he trying to stand me up? Zhou Yuan was a little annoyed, and after thinking about it, he called Lin Hai again. When Lin Hai heard about this, he apologized profusely and called Qin Yu personally, but the call still didn't go through. It was not until Lin Hai called Qin Yu's company and was connected to Qin Yu's assistant that he learned that Qin Yu was in a meeting and could not leave for the time being. I'm sorry, Mr. Zhou, I'm really sorry, this girl might have been busy and forgot about the appointment today. I've asked her assistant to notify her. Could you please go to her company and meet her there? On the other end of the phone, Lin Hai apologized and explained, then spoke cautiously. Zhou Yuan originally wanted to refuse directly. After all, he was clearly being asked to do something, but he was left alone for over an hour for no reason. Who could stand that? Even a clayman would get angry. But before he could even open his mouth, the Kung Fu system boss showed up again. There is an optional opportunity now. Option 1, forget wasting time talking to this person. Just block them and never have anything to do with them again. Reward, 3 charm points, 1 system treasure chest. Option 2, if the opponent asks you to wait, you should also try to hold them back. Reward, 3 spirit points, 1 system treasure chest. Option 3, be generous for once. There's no need to be so fussy. It's no harm going. Reward, 5 points of temperament, 2 system treasure chests. Have to. The system options have been given, which is obviously to ask him to be generous for once. For the sake of the system's reward, I'll endure it this time. Zhou Yuan muttered helplessly, then changed his tone and said, in that case, please ask Uncle Lin to send me the company address, and I will go there in person. Thank you for your understanding, Mr. Zhou. I'll send you the address right away. Lin Hai hung up the phone and immediately sent the address to Zhou Yuan. Fortunately, the location was not far from here. Zhou Yuan arrived after driving for a few minutes. I spoke to the front desk and waited for a while before a beautiful office lady came downstairs. Hello, Mr. Zhou. I'm Chuya, President Qin's secretary. I'm sorry to have kept you waiting. Please follow me. Thank you for your help. Zhou Yuan said politely and followed Chuya all the way to the lounge. Mr. Zhou, please wait here for a moment. I will go and inform Mr. Qin. Chuya poured Zhou Yuan a cup of tea and left the meeting room first. Zhou Yuan was bored, and the reward for his previous selection had just been issued, so he simply continued opening boxes. But perhaps my luck had run out, as the 2 system treasure chests didn't yield anything good. I only got 20,000 system points and a basic combat skill book. Zhou Yuan felt a little disappointed, but he quickly calmed down and used the basic fighting skill book. After reading the book, the basic fighting skills have changed slightly, and there is an experience bar of 210 at the end. It looks like I should be able to level up after reading about 8 more books. Zhou Yuan suddenly became interested and simply spent 1,600 points to buy 8 skill books. As he expected, after using the 8 books, the basic fighting skills really changed and were directly upgraded to intermediate combat skills. At the same time, Zhou Yuan clearly felt that there was indeed a lot of practical skills in his mind. He was concentrating on the experience when the door of the lounge was pushed open with a creak. Chapter 25, Don't Know What's Good for You. Hearing the door open, Zhou Yuan subconsciously turned around, took a quick look, and his eyes lit up. What came into view was an extremely beautiful woman. With her tall stature, delicate facial features, and black and white OL suit, she fully demonstrates the elegance and competence of a working woman. And that beautiful figure and exposed long legs add 3 points of sexiness to this elegance. This is Qin Yu. A woman who is stunning in photos and even more stunning in person. Zhou Yuan was so stunned that although he was not a fangirl, he couldn't help but be dazed at this moment. However, looking at Zhou Yuan's dazed look, a trace of displeasure and disgust flashed across Qin Yu's face. One of the things she hated most in her life was when a man looked at her with such lustful eyes. However, since it was their first meeting, Qin Yu couldn't get angry, so she suppressed her displeasure and spoke coldly. Mr. Zhou, right? Sorry for the long wait. Zhou Yuan suddenly woke up. But he noticed the coldness between Qin Yu's brows and the indifference in her tone in the blink of an eye. This attitude instantly made Zhou Yuan feel a little dissatisfied. I was originally invited here to help, and not only did I have to wait for a long time, but when we met, my nose wasn't a nose, and my face wasn't a face. What, do I owe you? Or is it that just because you are good looking I should spoil you and lick you? Zhou Yuan secretly complained, and with a hint of sarcasm on his face, he said, It's been a long time indeed. So long that I even wonder if Mr. Qin has no idea about punctuality. Qin Yu had just come over and sat down opposite, and her face turned cold when she heard this. It seems that Mr. Zhou has a lot of complaints about me. Indeed. In that case, Mr. Zhou, please go back. Qin Yu's face instantly turned cold, and he raised his hand and pointed at the door without any hesitation. Zhou Yuan's expression changed. I've worked so hard to come here on your behalf, and this is how Miss Qin treats me? I don't need Mr. Zhou to tell me how to treat guests. Since you don't like it and have a problem with me, please leave. Qin Yu once again ordered them to leave. But just as she finished speaking, a trace of pain suddenly flashed across her face, and she subconsciously covered her lower abdomen. Zhou Yuan was stunned when he saw this, and frowned subconsciously, and in the blink of an eye, the shape-reading technique took effect. In an instant, several pieces of information flashed through my mind. At this moment, Zhou Yuan finally understood why Qin Yu looked so painful. It turns out that this woman is having a pain attack. Moreover, her pain problem was obviously extremely serious and fierce. In just a few seconds, her face turned pale and her forehead was sweating. She looked as if she was in excruciating pain. Although Zhou Yuan hated Qin Yu's attitude just now, he still felt sympathy at this time. Without saying a word, he stood up and walked around Qin Yu. However, when Qin Yu saw Zhou Yuan coming over, his expression changed slightly. What do you want to do? Of course I'll help you. I can help you suppress the pain in your pain path immediately. As Zhou Yuan spoke, he reached out towards Qin Yu's lower abdomen. It is unrealistic to eradicate Qin Yu's pain problem immediately, because this is a disease, not poisoning. Even with the Xianhuang medical classics in hand, it is impossible to cure it in one go. It will take at least some time. However, if it is just to help Qin Yu relieve the pain and suppress the pain attack in a short period of time, that is another matter. However, what Zhou Yuan didn't expect was that Qin Yu didn't appreciate it at all. Not only did she not appreciate it, she also gritted her teeth and endured the pain, then slapped his hand away. Don't touch me. Zhou Yuan immediately became angry and said, just so you know, I'm helping you. I'm not trying to take advantage of you. I don't need your help. Qin Yu retorted immediately. Zhou Yuan sneered angrily, okay, you said it. Don't beg me later. You're dreaming. Qin Yu blinked and said again. Zhou Yuan simply stopped talking. Since this woman is so ungrateful, let her suffer a little. Chapter 26. I'm sorry, I was wrong before. Zhou Yuan had just made up his mind to stand by and watch when Qin Yu let out a series of painful groans. Not only that, her body began to tremble and twitch, then she collapsed on the sofa, holding her stomach, and rolled back and forth uncontrollably. However, this was just the beginning. As time went on, Qin Yu rolled faster and faster, and the groans of pain from her mouth became more and more frequent. There was not even a trace of blood on her face, and the sweat was pouring out like a hot sauna. Seeing this scene, Zhou Yuan felt compassion again. I'm a jerk today. He cursed and quickly came to Qin Yu's side. He didn't care about being polite or not, and directly pulled Qin Yu's hands apart and ripped open her shirt. The fair and smooth belly was exposed in an instant, but Zhou Yuan had no mind to appreciate it. He quickly and calmly entered a resting state, then drew the Xianhuang qi in his body into his palm, and then pressed it on Qin Yu's lower abdomen. Because he has been practicing the Xianhuang Heart Sutra for the past 2 days, 3 of Zhou Yuan's yuanxiao have now opened, and the Xianhuang qi has also increased to 300. When the fluid is released at this moment, it is no longer a tiny stream like a hair, but a stream as thin as a sesame seed. With this amount of delivery, Qin Yu's symptoms improved significantly in just a few seconds. Her face quickly turned red, the frequency of her twitching and rolling slowed down rapidly, and even her breathing began to become smooth. After a few seconds, Qin Yu slowly opened her eyes. Their eyes met, and Zhou Yuan calmly moved his hand away. He neither took credit nor mocked, but stood up calmly, turned around, and walked out. Wait. Seeing Zhou Yuan was about to go out, Qin Yu suddenly shouted. Mr. Qin, is there anything else? Zhou Yuan turned his head coldly. I'm sorry. Qin Yu gritted her teeth, I was wrong before. I wrongly blamed you. Thank you for helping me just now. Qin Yu was not ungrateful, she just encountered some troubles, and her mood was fluctuating greatly during her menstrual period, so she had a bad temper and a bad attitude. But now that her pain has subsided and her emotions have stabilized, she has naturally regained her composure and rationality. Zhou Yuan, on the other hand, didn't change his attitude at all because of Qin Yu's change of attitude. He said calmly, no need to thank me. I have something else to do. I won't bother Mr. Qin anymore. After Zhou Yuan finished speaking, he turned and left. Mr. Zhou, please stay. Qin Yu couldn't help but get anxious when he saw this. She did not forget the purpose of this meeting with Zhou Yuan, and after the treatment just now, she was convinced that Zhou Yuan had real ability and medical skills. In this situation, how could she dare to let Zhou Yuan leave like this? As she spoke, she stood up to stop him. But the problem was that she was exhausted from the pain, and when she stood up in a hurry, her legs and feet went limp, and she accidentally twisted her ankle. Ah! In an instant, a groan of pain was heard, and Qin Yu's body tilted and fell directly to the ground. Zhou Yuan turned around when he heard the sound, and when he lowered his head, he saw that Qin Yu's ankle was becoming red and swollen at a speed visible to the naked eye. This woman is such a trouble. Zhou Yuan sighed, turned around, squatted down, and reached out to grab Qin Yu's ankle. You! Qin Yu looked panicked and subconsciously tried to struggle. This was the first time in her life that a man touched her ankle, and she instinctively resisted. Don't move, I'm here to heal your wound. Zhou Yuan glared at her for a moment, his tone unintentionally becoming a bit overbearing and cold. Qin Yu's heart trembled, and she became quiet for some unknown reason. Zhou Yuan didn't think much about it and quickly entered the resting state. He held Qin Yu's slender ankle in his hand, and while transmitting the Xianhuang Qi, he gently kneaded it. Chapter 27, No Money Required. Fortunately, the sprain and swelling were not a serious problem. With the help of Xianhuang Qi, the swelling on Qin Yu's ankle subsided in just 1 or 2 minutes. Okay, now you can try moving around a bit, Zhou Yuan said casually, then looked up at Qin Yu. However, after a quick glance, he found that Qin Yu's condition was a little abnormal. The woman's face was flushed and she looked dazed. She was breathing heavily and her condition was obviously abnormal. As someone who has been through this, Zhou Yuan knows very well what this look means. This is clearly love. But the problem is, I didn't do anything out of the ordinary. Could it be that this woman has some special addiction? Zhou Yuan was suddenly curious, and after thinking about it, he cast a spying spell at Qin Yu. In the blink of an eye, a lot of information popped up above Qin Yu's head. Zhou Yuan was a little shocked after a quick glance. Judging from the information obtained by the spying technique, Qin Yu's situation was indeed special. It was even a little beyond his expectations. I didn't expect it. Someone who looks so cool on the surface actually has such a completely different addiction. This really proves the saying that you can't judge a book by its cover. Zhou Yuan had some doubts in his mind, but he didn't do anything out of the ordinary. Coming to his senses, he let go of Qin Yu's right foot and helped Qin Yu up. Just try moving around a bit, it should be fine. Qin Yu said oh and walked around a few times with a little doubt, only to find that her right foot had really recovered and she no longer felt any pain. This kind of medical skill. So awesome. Qin Yu was surprised and looked at Zhou Yuan with even more admiration. Zhou Yuan, however, looked unconcerned. Seeing that Qin Yu was fine, he turned around and left. Mr. Zhou, wait a minute. Why, Mr. Qin, what else do you want? I was wrong just now. I neglected Mr. Zhou. I'm really sorry. Qin Yu bowed his head solemnly and apologized. Seeing this, Zhou Yuan didn't want to argue with Qin Yu anymore and said, the matter has passed. Mr. Qin, there is no need to mention it again. Mr. Zhou, I am deeply grateful for your generosity. However, I have a humble request that I hope you can grant. You want me to treat your father, right? Zhou Yuan glanced at Qin Yu. Qin Yu nodded quickly. My father suddenly fell into a coma over a month ago. I've consulted many doctors, but none of them could help him. So I hope Mr. Zhou can help. Of course, I will never let Mr. Zhou work in vain. As long as Mr. Zhou is willing to help, I am willing to pay him 3 million yuan in compensation. If Mr. Zhou can cure my father, I am willing to pay 10 million. Qin Yu was afraid that Zhou Yuan would refuse, so she decisively promised him benefits. Zhou Yuan came here for this matter, so he agreed without thinking too much. But before he could say anything, the system suddenly popped up. There are currently optional opportunities. Option 1, gladly agree to help. Reward, 5 charisma points, 10 million gold, 1 system treasure chest. Option 2, take advantage of someone's vulnerability and ask for a huge reward. Reward, 5 points of temperament, 10 million gold, and 1 system treasure chest. Option 3, help others without asking for reward. Rewards, 5 points of temperament, 5 points of charm, 30 million gold, 2 system treasure chests. Of the 3 options, helping others is obviously the best. Looking at this, the system is obviously asking me to pretend to be a good person. Zhou Yuan sighed secretly, then turned to Qin Yu and said, I've agreed to treat you. As for the reward, forget it. This. Qin Yu was stunned when he heard this. She had been prepared for Zhou Yuan to ask for a huge sum of money, but who would have thought that Zhou Yuan would not take a penny? This guy. Is he just kind-hearted, or does he have other motives? Qin Yu couldn't help but feel suspicious. Chapter 28 Don't blame me for speaking harshly. Zhou Yuan noticed something was wrong with Qin Yu's expression and asked, Mr. Qin, do you have any questions? No, nothing. Qin Yu quickly shook her head and changed the subject. If Mr. Zhou doesn't mind, shall we leave now? Can. Then please, Mr. Zhou. Qin Yu didn't waste any time and decisively took Zhou Yuan downstairs. After getting the car, the two of them headed straight to the hospital. Taking advantage of his free time on the way, Zhou Yuan opened the 2 boxes of new rewards. Congratulations to the host for opening the system treasure chest, obtaining 20,000 system points and 1 intermediate driving skill book. If this person is unlucky, then no one can stop him. This time, the two boxes are obviously unlucky again. Although Zhou Yuan felt a little disappointed, he didn't care too much and used the skill book casually. Half an hour later, the car stopped in front of the first municipal hospital. Zhou Yuan followed Qin Yu out of the car and went all the way to the VIP intensive care unit on the top floor. It's called a ward, but this place looks more upscale than an executive room in a 5-star hotel. Not only are the rooms spacious and luxuriously decorated, but they also have all kinds of furniture, appliances, and even entertainment facilities. After entering the room, there were several caregivers and bodyguards guarding the room. When they saw Qin Yu, they greeted her respectfully. "Hello, Mr. Qin." Qin Yu nodded slightly and looked at Qin Guanyan lying on the bed. "How is my father today?" Chairman Qin is still the same. His vital signs are normal, but he is still unconscious. Qin Yu's face darkened. She turned to look at Zhou Yuan and said, "Mr. Zhou, could you please help my father take a look?" Zhou Yuan hummed, took a few steps closer, and then focused his attention. In the blink of an eye, the shape-reading technique took effect, and a piece of information emerged from above Qin Guanyang's head on the hospital bed. Zhou Yuan took a quick glance and saw that the first few ailments were inevitable with age, but when he saw the last one, he suddenly frowned. Qin Yu had been paying attention to Zhou Yuan's expression. Seeing him frown, she immediately spoke. "What's wrong, Mr. Zhou? Is my father's illness very difficult to treat?" Zhou Yuan was about to reply when he heard footsteps at the door. Turning around, I saw a middle-aged doctor in a white coat, about 40 years old, tall and thin, wearing gold-rimmed glasses. He was a little surprised to see Qin Yu. "Boss Qin, why are you here?" "Dr. Sunday." Seeing him, Qin Yu nodded slightly and greeted him, then casually said, "I came here mainly to ask Mr. Zhou to help my father with his illness." After Qin Yu finished speaking, she introduced him to Zhou Yuan. "Mr. Zhou, let me introduce you. This is my father's special care physician, and also a senior physician of our Guangqing Medical Association, Dr. Sun Hangan. Dr. Sun, this is a friend I specially invited, Mr. Zhou Yuan Zhou." "Hello, Dr. Sunday." Out of politeness, Zhou Yuan took the initiative to smile and extend his hand. However, Sun Hangan had no intention of shaking hands. Instead, he squinted his eyes and looked Zhou Yuan over. He said, "Mr. Zhou looks very young." "Excuse me, which medical school are you from?" Dr. Sun misunderstood. "I'm not a medical student." "Then Mr. Zhou must have studied under a certain physician?" "Not really." "Then Mr. Zhou is a descendant of a family that teaches medicine?" "No, I'm from an ordinary background." Sun Hangan said and ignored Zhou Yuan, turning to look at Qin Yu. "From what I heard from President Qin just now, he wants this person to come and treat Chairman Qin?" "Right." "Then Mr. Qin, please don't blame me for speaking harshly." Sun Hangan raised his eyebrows, revealing a bit of coldness. "Even I'm helpless against Chairman Qin's illness, yet you invited such an outsider. Is this a case of concern leading to confusion and impatience, or is it that you look down on me, Sun Hangan?" Chapter 29 Laughing at Your Ignorance. Sun Honan's words made Qin Yu's face change slightly. After coming to his senses, he hurriedly began to explain. "Dr. Sun, you misunderstood. I definitely didn't mean that." Even though Qin Yu's family background was good and could be considered wealthy, she couldn't stand up to a senior doctor like Sun Hangan. Not even an apology. Because the title of senior physician not only represents the profession of doctor, but also represents an identity and status. Moreover, those who can become senior doctors have connections in circles that are definitely no worse than those of wealthy businessmen. After all, life is more important than money. If you really offend a senior doctor, and if you get sick or have a disaster one day, he will use his connections to trick you, and you won't even know how you died. So at this moment, facing Sun Hangan, Qin Yu had to be polite. Upon hearing this, Sun Hangan stopped being aggressive and said in a slightly slower tone, "To be honest, I can understand Mr. Qin's feelings, but it is absolutely unwise to seek medical help from all directions when you are desperate. Of course, Mr. Qin, don't worry. I have already contacted my mentor and told him about Chairman Qin's situation. He has promised to come here as soon as he returns from abroad. With his ability, I believe he will be able to successfully revive Chairman Qin." When talking about his mentor, Sun Honan's face was full of respect. Qin Yu also changed his expression to a solemn and respectful one, and said seriously, "Excuse me for asking, I wonder when your mentor will be able to return home?" Sun Hangan said, "According to his schedule, it should take another half a month." Xin Yu frowned slightly when she heard this. Half a month is not long, but it is not short either. If something unexpected happens along the way. Sun Hangan clearly saw Xin Yu's worry and immediately said with a smile, "Don't worry, President Xin. Although half a month is a bit long, I promise that with Chairman Xin's physical condition, he will definitely be able to wait until then. In that case, let's listen to Dr. Sunday." Xin Yu hesitated for a moment and nodded. But at this moment, Zhou Yuan, who had been silent all the time, chuckled. Xin Yu couldn't help but look sideways. Sun Hangan frowned instantly and stared at Zhou Yuan. "What are you laughing at?" Zhou Yuan bluntly said, "I laugh at your over-optimism and ignorance. If we had waited 15 days as you said, Mr. Qin would have been dead." "Are you telling the truth?" Xin Yu's face changed instantly when he heard this. Sun Hangan's face darkened, and he scolded directly, "You are an outsider, stop talking nonsense here. Although Chairman Qin has been unconscious, judging by his current physical signs, he is definitely not in danger of death." Sun Hangan said this with great confidence. However, Zhou Yuan ignored him and looked at Xin Yu seriously. "If Mr. Qin trusts me, there's no need to wait half a month. 3 minutes. I guarantee Mr. Qin will wake up in 3 minutes." Xin Yu's eyes lit up, and she instantly grabbed Zhou Yuan's arm excitedly. "Can you really wake my father up?" "Absolutely true." Xin Yu's face lit up with joy and she was about to nod. But Sun Hangan suddenly spoke up, "Boss Qin, don't be fooled by this kid. It's not a big deal if he can't cure Chairman Qin, but if something unexpected happens during the process, Chairman Qin might even die." This. With just one word, Xin Yu's expression changed. She had to admit that Sun Hangan was right. Simply failing to cure the disease was a small matter, but if an accident happened, it would be fatal. Chapter 30. If you can save me, I will kneel down and apologize to you. Seeing Xin Yu's hesitation, Zhou Yuan spoke again, "Don't worry, Mr. Qin, since I dare to say it, I am absolutely sure." "Are you sure?" "That sounds nice." Sun Hangan heard this and directly retorted, "If something unexpected really happens, can you bear the responsibility?" It is said that even a clayman can still have some anger. Now that Sun Hangan has been deliberately targeting him one after another, Zhou Yuan finally couldn't suppress his anger. He stared at Sun Hangan and spoke coldly. "If an accident really happens, I'll let you do whatever you want to me, even charge me with manslaughter or murder. But if nothing unexpected happens, I will be able to save the person?" Sun Hangan snorted coldly, "If you can save him, I will kneel down and apologize to you in public." Zhou Yuan raised his eyebrows, "You said it. Don't regret it." "Don't worry, I, Sun Hangan, will keep my word. I will never regret it." Sun Hangan sneered. Even though he was a senior doctor, he was helpless against Qin Guangyang's coma symptoms. He had even invited other colleagues from the medical association to help, but they were unable to wake Qin Guangyang up. He just didn't believe that this young man who came out of nowhere could wake Qin Guangyang up. "In that case, just wait and see." Zhou Yuan sneered in response and stopped talking nonsense with Sun Hangan. He turned around and walked towards the bedside calmly. Xin Yu subconsciously wanted to say something, but seeing Zhou Yuan's expression, she was confused and didn't say anything. She actually also hoped that Zhou Yuan could cure her father, but deep down, she didn't hold much hope. Although she had witnessed Zhou Yuan's superb medical skills before, she subconsciously felt that Zhou Yuan was too young and could not compare with an experienced and knowledgeable senior doctor like Sun Hangan. She had even begun to consider the consequences of Zhou Yuan's failure and was thinking about how to resolve the hostility between Zhou Yuan and Sun Hangan. While Qin Yu was daydreaming about this, Zhou Yuan had already strode to the bedside. With the art of shape-shaping and the Xianhuang medical classics at his disposal, he was confident about this gamble. He glanced at Qin Guangyang, who looked like he was sleeping, then quickly entered a resting state and put his hand on the top of Qin Guangyang's head. He mobilized streams of mysterious yellow energy, which flowed out from the orifices in his body, passed through his palms, and quickly flowed into Qin Guangyang's brain. 1 second, 5 seconds, 10 seconds. Just over a minute later, accompanied by a muffled groan, Qin Guangyang, who had been unconscious on the hospital bed, suddenly opened his eyes. "Wake up, wake up! He's really awake!" Several nearby caregivers screamed in surprise. "Dad!" Qin Yu burst into tears instantly, unable to hide her excitement, and threw herself directly into Qin Guangyang's arms. "How is it possible? How is it possible?" Sun Hangan, at this moment, looked as if he had seen a ghost. His face was stunned with shock, his whole body was trembling, and he couldn't stop falling back. "Where am I? At this moment, Qin Guanyan lying on the hospital bed murmured blankly. This is the hospital, this is the hospital. Dad, you've been in a coma for over a month. I'm really worried about you. Xin Yu wiped her tears and quickly explained to Qin Guanyan. After listening to her quickly tell the whole story, Qin Guanyan turned his head to look at Zhou Yuan. Thank you so much, Mr. Zhou, for saving me today. I cannot thank you enough for your kindness. In the future, if Mr. Zhou needs me, Qin Guanyan, please feel free to ask. I will never refuse. As Qin Guanyan spoke, he bowed to Zhou Yuan very solemnly. Mr. Qin, you're too polite. I'm just doing my duty as entrusted by someone. That's what I said, but if Mr. Zhou hadn't intervened, I probably wouldn't have woken up. Qin Guanyan sighed casually. When everyone heard this, they nodded subconsciously. After all, if it weren't for Zhou Yuan, Qin Guanyan would not have woken up. But Qin Guanyan is now awake, and the bet just now. A group of people suddenly reacted and looked at Sun Hangan in unison. Chapter 31. Please give me some advice, Mr. Zhou. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Sun Hangan instantly came to his senses. But when he woke up, his face became extremely pale and ugly. He had made the bet, and now he had indeed lost, but if he really had to kneel down. Sun Hangan's face turned from green to red. Seeing this, Xin Yu looked at Zhou Yuan hesitantly. She wanted to persuade him, but hesitated for a moment. After all, Zhou Yuan had just rescued her father. If she spoke up for Sun Hangan at this time, it would be a bit unreasonable. Xin Yu was so hesitant that she didn't notice that Zhou Yuan frowned slightly. Because at this critical moment, the system boss actually jumped out again diligently. The host currently has an opportunity to choose. Option 1, since we've made a bet, we must act accordingly. Reward, 3 random attribute points, 5 million gold. Option 2, show mercy and compromise the punishment. Reward, 3 points of random attribute, 5 million gold. Option 3, be magnanimous and forgiving, and make good connections. Rewards, 5 points of temperament, 5 points of charm, and 10 million in cash. Originally, Zhou Yuan had thought that Sun Hangan must fulfill his promise. Even if he didn't kneel, he would have to bow his head and apologize to him. But now that the system options have come out, Zhou Yuan thought about it carefully and decided to choose the third option. After all, although Sun Hangan's previous words and deeds had annoyed him, when he thought about it carefully, he realized that the other party's motives were not bad, but his temper and attitude were problematic. In this situation, there is really no need to fight to the death. It is better to be magnanimous and just consider it as a good relationship. Anyway, I also have system rewards, so I don't suffer any loss at all. Thinking about it this way, Zhou Yuan's anger subsided a lot unconsciously. He glanced at Sun Hangan and took the initiative to say, "What happened just now was just a joke. What do you think, Dr. Sun?" With just one sentence, everyone present was stunned. Xin Yu's face was full of surprise. She thought that with such an opportunity, Zhou Yuan would definitely not let Sun Hangan go easily, but she didn't expect Zhou Yuan to be so generous. This instantly deepened her liking for Zhou Yuan. Sun Hangan was even more surprised than Xin Yu. He was stunned, as if he was stupid. It took him a long while to come back to his senses. He looked at Zhou Yuan deeply, his expression changed for a while, and he lowered his head solemnly. Mr. Zhou is very generous. I admire him very much. Dr. Sun, there's no need to apologize. I was also wrong in the situation just now. Anyway, they were going to make a good relationship, so they just laughed it off. Zhou Yuan didn't mind taking the blame. After he said that, Sun Hangan felt even more ashamed and apologized again and again. After this back and forth, the anger between the two men had subsided by 90%. Seeing this, Xin Yu secretly breathed a sigh of relief and asked Sun Hangan to help Qin Guanyan check it carefully. Chairman Qin is now in good health, and his physical condition is even healthier than before. Sun Hangan said this and turned to look at Zhou Yuan. They say there are always people who are better than you, and I am truly impressed by Mr. Zhou's methods. It's ridiculous that I had the audacity to question Mr. Zhou just now. It's absolutely ridiculous. Sun Hangan looked ashamed, blinked, and then said, "But I have a question. I wonder if Mr. Zhou can help me answer it." "You're welcome, Dr. Sunday. Feel free to ask any questions you have. I'm very curious. What illness did Chairman Qin have before? Why is his vital signs normal, but he's in a coma?" When Sun Hangan mentioned this, his face was full of curiosity. "Mr. Zhou, please enlighten me and help me solve my doubts. Chapter 32. It's not a disease, it's a goo. When Qin Yu heard Sun Hangan ask this, she also became interested and subconsciously looked at Zhou Yuan. Mr. Zhou, I'm actually very curious. What illness did my father have before? Why couldn't he wake up? The two asked, but Zhou Yuan did not respond. Instead, he deliberately glanced at the bodyguards and nurses around him. Sun Hangan and Qin Yu reacted immediately and waved their hands, saying, "You don't need to look after this place for the time being. You can all go out first." A group of people hurriedly responded and left. After a while, only Qin Yu and his daughter, Sun Hangan, and Zhou Yuan were left in the ward. Qin Yu then said, "Mr. Zhou, if you have anything to say, you can say it now, right?" Zhou Yuan said, "In fact, the reason why Mr. Qin was unconscious before was not because of illness at all." "Isn't it a disease?" Qin Yu and Sun Hangan were both stunned. Qin Yu blinked back to reality, looking puzzled. "It's not a disease, why is my dad in a coma?" "That's because he was poisoned." Zhou Yuan looked cautious. Hearing this, Qin Yu was stunned. Sun Hangan, on the other hand, was shocked. "So that's it. Chairman Qin is poisoned by a goo." "Wait. Dr. Sun, Mr. Zhou, is there really such a thing as goo in this world?" Qin Yu came back to his senses and was a little bit unbelievable. "Isn't this a product of folk fabrication?" No, Mr. Qin, you're wrong. Goo magic, like medicine and poison, is real." Without waiting for Zhou Yuan to speak, Sun Hangan spoke first. However, unlike medical and poison techniques, goo techniques are difficult to popularize due to too many restrictions, especially the difficulty of raising goo insects. In addition, people have a certain prejudice against witchcraft and insects themselves, and most witchcraft tends to be evil. Over time, it has been misunderstood as a folk rumor. After all, Sun Hangan is a senior doctor. At his level of status, he naturally knows the existence of the sorcery of sorcerers. Qin Yu's face showed a look of sudden realization, but she blinked and frowned again. "So, my father was deliberately bewitched?" "Good." Zhou Yuan nodded and explained, "Mr. Qin was poisoned by a soul-destroying goo. Once this goo enters the human body, it will cause the person to fall into a coma, but no abnormality can be diagnosed. However, if left unattended, the insect will continue to suck the host's blood and vitality, eventually growing into a monster, and then secrete a mental toxin that will cause the host to die suddenly." Qin Yu's face turned pale when he heard this. "Then my father won't be in danger, right?" Zhou Yuan said, "Don't worry, I've already dealt with the poison in Mr. Qin's body. There won't be any problems." That's good. Qin Yu couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, but in the blink of an eye her face suddenly turned gloomy. Although she was a little slow to realize it at this moment, she also realized that something was wrong. Zhou Yuan said that his father was poisoned by a goo, which means that someone deliberately poisoned his father. With this thought in mind, Qin Yu subconsciously looked at Zhou Yuan. "Mr. Zhou, since you can tell that my father was poisoned, can you find out who put the poison on him?" Zhou Yuan smiled bitterly when he heard this. "Mr. Qin, you're overthinking it. I can tell that Mr. Qin is poisoned, but I don't know who poisoned him. For matters like this, President Qin and Mr. Qin will have to find someone to investigate themselves. But what is certain is that in order to cast the curse, only someone close to Mr. Qin can do it. Besides, I'm helping Mr. Qin get rid of the goo now. If I'm not mistaken, the goo master who raised the goo might have already noticed it." Chapter 33. Goo Master. Because the Xianhuang medical classics recorded both poison and witchcraft, Zhou Yuan had a pretty good understanding of witchcraft. Because of this, Zhou Yuan was certain that the goo master behind the scenes must have noticed something at this moment. After all, according to the Xianhuang medical classics, goo masters have special means of sensing the goo worms they raise. It could be a mother poison, heart blood, or a host soul. Soul-destroying goo, however, didn't distinguish between male and female goo. So, if nothing unexpected happened, it must have been fed with the goo master's own heart's blood. Therefore, once the poisonous insect dies, the poison master will definitely sense it within 3 to 5 minutes. In fact, things turned out just as Zhou Yuan expected. At this moment, in a house somewhere far away in the suburbs, a strange guy, whose entire body was hidden under a large cloak, spat out a mouthful of blood with a pu sound. "How could this happen? My soul-destroying goo was actually broken by someone. Impossible. Those people from the Guancheng Medical Association can't possibly have such ability. Is it someone from southern Xinjiang? Or has something else happened?" The hoarse voice, full of questions, echoed in the dark and empty room. After a few breaths, the guy in the cloak picked up the phone beside him and dialed a number. The moment the call was connected, a respectful voice of a middle-aged man came from the other end. "Uncle Bai, what do you want? The poison I cast has been broken, and your enemy might have already woken up. How could this happen? Uncle Bai, didn't you say it was foolproof? Why, are you blaming me? No. No. No, absolutely not. I just said something out of turn. Uncle Bai, please. Okay, I don't have time to listen to your nonsense. Go and thoroughly investigate who is helping your enemy. Once you have any results, notify me immediately." "Okay. Okay. Uncle Bai, don't worry, I'll send someone to investigate right away. I'll let you know as soon as I have any news." The person on the other end of the line responded hurriedly, but the person under the cloak was too lazy to listen and hung up directly. Being able to break my soul-destroying goo. I guess he has some tricks up his sleeve. If it were someone else, it would be fine, but if someone from southern Xinjiang came, maybe I should stay out of the spotlight. The man under the cloak murmured and took out a small tripod with an ancient shape from his arms. But if someone really came from southern Xinjiang, then I underestimated them before. Their reaction speed is really fast. Just as the cloaked man was muttering to himself. At the hospital, Sun Hangan and Qin Yu followed Zhou Yuan out of the ward. "Mr. Zhou, how about I give you a ride?" "No need to send him off. Mr. Qin has just woken up, so Mr. Qin should stay and accompany him. Besides, I have some personal matters to attend to, so it's not very convenient." The patient had already recovered, so Zhou Yuan naturally didn't want to stay any longer. Just then, he received a call from Jinyu Haoding, saying that all the necessary documents for the villa had been processed. Xinyu was reluctant to force it, so she changed her tone and said, "Since Mr. Zhou is busy, I won't waste his time. I will host another banquet for Mr. Zhou when I am free. In addition, Mr. Zhou, please leave your bank account for this payment and I will have someone transfer it to you later. I'm fine with the meal, but forget about the compensation. I said before that I wouldn't take a penny, and I won't break my promise." Zhou Yuan politely declined Qin Yu's kindness. Qin Yu naturally refused, but after some polite talk, she finally couldn't persuade Zhou Yuan. She had no choice but to thank him profusely and personally escort Zhou Yuan downstairs. After leaving the hospital, Zhou Yuan first took a taxi back to Tianhan Plaza, picked up his own Daniel, and then rushed to Jinyu Mansion. Chapter 34 Mansion. More than 40 minutes later, Zhou Yuan drove to the sales office of Jinyu Haoding and successfully obtained the keys to the villa and all necessary documents. What surprised Zhou Yuan was that he originally thought that he had won just any villa, worth tens of millions. But unexpectedly, according to the receptionist, he actually won one of the 3 most top-notch, luxurious and expensive villas in the entire Golden Domain Mansion. The entire villa is located on the hillside of Baiyang Mountain, covering an area of more than 3,000 square meters, with high walls and a large courtyard, which is very imposing. The villa is fully equipped with a garden, a veranda, a swimming pool, and rockery, and even has a dedicated helipad and lawn for activities. The villa is designed as a 7-story building, with a wine cellar on the second basement level and a garage on the first basement level. The first floor houses the living room and a servant's quarters, the second floor is for entertainment and fitness, the third floor is for office and leisure, and the fourth and fifth floors are for living quarters. Even the rooftop was not left idle, it was transformed into an open-air garden leisure area, and an additional rooftop infinity pool was designed. In addition, the villa has been finely decorated, from furniture and appliances to kitchen and bathroom wall tiles and floors, everything is selected from first-line brands without any cutting corners. Even the wines in his wine cellar are brands such as Easy 30, Conti Namero, Lafite, Portos, and Zuanis. Although Zhou Yuan didn't know much about it, according to what the young lady said, the cheapest one there costs over 10,000 yuan a bottle. As for the most expensive ones, some bottles even cost over 1 million. With a rough calculation, this wine cellar alone is worth over 10 million. As for the price of the entire villa, even the hostess didn't know, but she estimated it to be at least over 100 million. This price shocked Zhou Yuan. "I thought it was just a villa worth tens of millions, but I didn't expect it to be a property worth over 100 million. By this calculation, I am already a billionaire, right? This is fucking like a dream." But then again, no wonder everyone loves money, it feels so damn good to be rich. After all, it was a property worth over 100 million yuan, so Zhou Yuan couldn't help but feel a little excited. However, although this villa is nice, it looks too deserted at the moment. And to live in such a big place, you have to hire some servants. Otherwise, just the trivial things like daily cleaning can drive people crazy. Thinking of this, Zhou Yuan turned his head and looked at the receptionist who was standing obediently behind him. Excuse me, I don't think I've asked you what to call you, miss. I'm Li Wei, Mr. Zhou, just call me Xiao Wei. Xiao Wei, right? Can you contact a more professional and reliable housekeeping company? Of course, Mr. Zhou, are you planning to hire some servants? Yes, it's best if they are hardworking, down to earth, and have good character. Age doesn't matter. That's no problem. We have several long-term housekeeping companies here. They are absolutely reliable. That would be great. Oh, and please find me a housekeeper. What do you want? Let's get a housekeeper. She shouldn't be too old and should be good-looking. Most importantly, she should be careful, responsible, and reliable. Zhou Yuan thought it would be better to find a woman for a position like housekeeper. After all, it would feel awkward to hire a male butler. How long will it take to find all these people? Servants and the like are easy to deal with, but as for the housekeeper, it might take a while. The young lady replied seriously, but then blinked and pursed her lips as she looked at Zhou Yuan. But if Mr. Zhou doesn't mind, I'd like to recommend myself. You? Yes, I would like to apply for the position of housekeeper. Mr. Zhou, don't worry, I am very careful and responsible. The most important thing is that I am absolutely obedient and can meet any of your requests, Mr. Zhou. Chapter 35 Mysterious Invitation. Li Wei's words had a hidden meaning, and Zhou Yuan immediately understood what she meant. This woman was obviously attracted by my wealth. Not only did she want to recommend herself to him, but she also wanted to offer herself to him for his bed. I have to say it's good to have money, because people always come to your door with money. But even if it's delivered to your door, whether you eat it or not is another matter. After all, he is no longer the little loser he used to be. Over the past few days, his mentality and vision have changed a lot. If it were in the past, he would most likely have eaten Li Wei directly in this situation. But now it's different. Zhou Yuan did not respond to Li Wei directly, but casually used a spying technique. After a quick glance, he immediately lost interest. What a pity, she looks like a young girl, but she has had miscarriage twice. This kind of girl is not suitable for just communication and experience. I appreciate Miss Li's kindness, but for matters like housekeeping, it's better to find a professional. Zhou Yuan decisively declined Li Wei's self-recommendation and didn't even want to stay any longer. He just said a few words and drove away. When I returned to school, Dong Lei and Li Feng had not finished their classes yet. As for Su Yang, this guy moved directly to the Beishi district after the last eating incident. So much so that the whole dormitory was empty and he was the only one there. Zhou Yuan was a bit bored, so he took the opportunity to diligently practice the Xianhuang Heart Sutra. After practicing for a few days, Zhou Yuan also figured out some of the rules of the Xianhuang Heart Sutra. This technique is definitely the type that is easy to get started with but becomes increasingly difficult as you progress. When he first got the skills, he opened his first acupoint in 2 hours. But the second and third yuanxiao took him about 10 hours of hard work. According to this rule, it will take almost 2 more hours to cultivate each additional yuanxiao. The entire visualization diagram of the Xianhuang Heart Sutra has a total of 108 yuanxiao. If you really want to open up all of them and reach the so-called Great Circle where the beginning and the end are connected and the vital energy flows freely, I don't know how many days it will take. Even if it is the so-called small circulation of the 12 orifices, calculated according to 2, 4, 6, 8, and 10, it will take 156 hours, or 6.5 days. Even for this, you have to go without food, drink, or sleep. If we switch back to normal life, let alone 7 days, it will probably take 2 or 3 months to get it done. Fortunately, when practicing Kaiwan Kyo, I don't have to worry about doing it all at once. Otherwise, he would really have to follow the example of those characters in novels and go into seclusion. If it really comes to that, Zhou Yuan feels that he will definitely go crazy. After he had been thinking about all this, he slowly began to calm down and enter a state of rest. I don't know how long it took. With a creak, the dormitory door was pushed open. Zhou Yuan thought it was Dong Lei and Li Feng who came back, but when he looked up, it was a guy he didn't recognize. Classmate, what's wrong with you? Excuse me, may I ask if Zhou Yuan from your dormitory is here? Zhou Yuan couldn't help but be stunned. What happened to this? What happened? This guy doesn't recognize me, but still comes looking for me? I'm Zhou Yuan. What do you want from me? Classmate Zhou Yuan, right? I'm here to pass on a message. Someone's waiting for you in the woods by Misty Rain Lake. I want you to come over. After this guy finished speaking, he left cleanly without waiting for Zhou Yuan to ask any more questions. Zhou Yuan reacted and frowned. Communication is so developed and convenient these days. If you want to find someone or talk to someone, just use your mobile phone. Who is so idiotic? Not only did he use such an old-fashioned method of asking someone to pass on the message, but he even made the appointment in some small woods. So mysterious. Could it be that guy Song Chung? Zhou Yuan frowned slightly. Since they met downstairs in the dormitory that day, Song Ching had pestered him several times by phone or WeChat messages. At that time, he felt it was troublesome, so he simply blocked all contact information of Song Ching. To be honest, this woman knew that I would not see her easily and she could not be contacted by mobile phone, so it was very likely that she would do such a thing. Chapter 36, Fire. The more Zhou Yuan thought about it, the more he felt that this must have been done by Song Chang, and he immediately gave up the idea of going there. However, there is a saying that goes, you have no control over yourself. In the blink of an eye, the system boss popped out. There is an optional opportunity now. Option 1, ignore the other party's mysterious actions. Reward, 1 million gold coins in one system treasure chest. Option 2, leave the opponent alone for a few hours. Reward, 1 million gold, one system treasure chest. Option 3, since I have some free time, I'll go check it out. Reward, 3 million gold coins, 2 system treasure chests. System, you are tempting me. After glancing at the options, Zhou Yuan couldn't help but curl his lips. This system obviously wants him to go to the appointment. But is Zhou Yuan the kind of person who changes his mind easily? Absurd. It's ridiculous. Not to mention 2 system treasure chests, even if it's 3 million. He is willing to change his mind. Zhou Yuan chose option 3 without hesitation and without any moral integrity. After all, this is 3 million. 3 million for just one trip. Is there anything more profitable than this? Isn't it just a meeting? Then let us meet. Zhou Yuan quickly changed his clothes, went downstairs, and headed straight for Misty Lake. Originally, he was certain that this mysterious place was created by Song Ching, but when he arrived at the place, he didn't see Song Ching at all. Is this someone playing a prank on me? Zhou Yuan was worried, but the reward was finally given out. Since there was no one around, Zhou Yuan was bored and simply summoned the system to open the box. Congratulations to the host for opening the system treasure chest, obtaining 20,000 system points, and 1 truth card. Truth card, after using it on the target, it can make the target enter the truth state, unable to remain silent or lie, effective for 10 minutes. 20,000 points, still so-so. But this truth card is interesting. If this thing is used properly, the effect will probably be quite explosive. From this point of view, my luck this time is not bad. I just don't know how many points this thing costs. Zhou Yuan muttered and entered the system mall. You know what, this thing is really not expensive. He originally thought it would cost at least 3,000. Who would have thought that the selling price was only 2,000 points? The price is cheap, but it has a significant effect. This kind of thing is definitely worth the money. Zhou Yuan's mood suddenly improved a lot. But at this moment, he heard footsteps. When I turned around, I saw 3 men and 1 woman walking out from the woods behind me. At a glance, the woman was Song Ching. The moment he saw her, Zhou Yuan's good mood disappeared instantly. He didn't even bother to pay attention to Song Ching and just turned and left. But just as he turned around, he heard someone behind him say in a sinister tone, "Baby, this guy is the idiot named Zhou you were talking about, right?" He was called an idiot right at the start. Who could stand that? Zhou Yuan turned around instantly and stared coldly at the boy next to Song Chang. The one who just started scolding him was obviously this guy. But when this guy saw Zhou Yuan turning around, he not only didn't restrain himself, but he sneered and started cursing again. What the hell are you looking at? You're not happy with me calling you stupid, right? Zhou Yuan frowned as he heard this, a murderous look on his face. I'm warning you, watch your mouth and don't cause any trouble. Oh my god, you idiot, you're so arrogant. I called you an idiot because I think highly of you. I'm glad I didn't ask you to kowtow to me and thank me. What's the matter? Are you not convinced by your behavior? If you are not convinced, come and bite me. I have never been bitten by a dog in my life. This guy was like a mad dog. He caught Zhou Yuan and started to criticize him. Zhou Yuan was instantly furious, but vaguely felt that something was wrong. Because the guy in front of me obviously wants to deliberately provoke me. However, just as I was thinking about it, the other party spoke again. I'm convinced too. This is the first time I've seen such a cowardly bastard like you. Now I really want to see what kind of people your parents are to give birth to a thing like you. It is said that misfortune should not reach the wife and children, and humiliation should not reach the parents. This sentence instantly made Zhou Yuan angry. Chapter 37. You've been fooled. Although Zhou Yuan has never been the type to resort to violence, but at this moment, after his parents were insulted, he did not hesitate to take action. Without saying a word, he strode forward and kicked. However, the guy opposite seemed to have been prepared for this. The moment Zhou Yuan raised his foot, he not only showed a sneer as if his conspiracy had succeeded, but also spoke in a low voice, which was uncharacteristic of him. Mr. Zhou, I told you you're an idiot, and you really are an idiot. Congratulations, you've been fooled. Zhou Yuan was stunned when he heard this, and his kicking movement was a beat slower. But at this moment, the guy opposite took the kick calmly and even staggered backwards in an exaggerated manner. He even fell down in a mess. This unexpected change immediately made Zhou Yuan frown. But just as he was stunned, he heard Song Chang shout exaggeratedly, "Wu Feng." While shouting, Song Chang put on a panicked and distressed look and hurried to Wu Feng's side. After she reached out to help Wu Feng up, she immediately turned to look at Zhou Yuan with an angry and indignant expression, and yelled loudly. "Zhou Yuan! I've already told you that I've broken up with you. We're no longer related. What gives you the right to come up and hit me?" As soon as the shout came out, some of the students passing by stopped and looked over here at the same time. At this moment Zhou Yuan suddenly reacted. No wonder I always felt something was wrong just now. I was fucking tricked by this woman Song Ching and this guy named Wu Feng. But at this moment, the other two boys beside Wu Feng who had been silent all this time suddenly moved. "Student, calm down. That's right, don't be impulsive, talk it over nicely." The two men suddenly acted as if they were trying to stop the fight, pretending to persuade them while quickly surrounding Zhou Yuan. But once they got closer, they both used their bodies to block the view and made small gestures towards Zhou Yuan. While greeting, he also whispered insults without changing his expression. "Congratulations, you idiot. You've been fooled. It's a pity that your dad sold his ass to pay for your schooling, but your brain is full of shit, so mentally retarded it's scary. Your IQ is even lower than a dog's. I even suspect your parents are mentally retarded for giving birth to a thing like you. Why don't you go to the hospital for an examination? Maybe your father isn't your father, but a pig." The two of them were arguing with each other, insulting each other as much as they could. Zhou Yuan's face darkened instantly, and anger suddenly hit his forehead. Without thinking, he pushed the two people away and kicked them. With his current strength 3 times that of an ordinary person, coupled with his rage and lack of restraint, he kicked out, and the two men flew backwards like sandbags in an instant. In the blink of an eye, he fell to the ground, holding his stomach, rolling back and forth in pain and gasping for air. Song Chang and Wu Feng on the side immediately realized that something was wrong and their faces changed. Wu Feng reacted the fastest and pushed Song Chang without saying a word. Song Chang was stunned for a moment, then suddenly reacted and immediately screamed hysterically with a look of horror on her face. "Mr. Zhou, what do you want to do? Don't come over here. Hurry up. Help. Someone is assaulting someone." While she was shouting, she quickly took out her cell phone and called the police. At this time, Zhou Yuan finally calmed down. He did not try to stop Song Ching from calling the police, but stood there silently, thinking quickly of a countermeasure in his mind. Chapter 38. The evidence is conclusive. An hour later, school security department. In front of the class counselor, security department leader, and several police officers. Song Ching cried and complained about Zhou Yuan's atrocities. "I really don't know why this happened. I was walking with my boyfriend Wu Feng and 2 classmates near Yanyu Lake when I ran into Zhou Yuan. When I saw him, I couldn't help but yell at him. Then Wu Feng asked me, 'Is this your ex-boyfriend?' I replied, 'Yes.' As soon as I thought of Zhou Yuan, he suddenly went crazy and kicked Wu Feng. Then Zhang Ping and Xianxing realized that something was wrong and rushed over to persuade him. However, Zhou Yuan not only did not listen to their advice, but also beat up Zhang Ping and Xianxing. This is what happened. Many classmates were present at the time and can testify. Today's incident was entirely instigated by Zhou Yuan. We are all victims. Please ask the counselor, the director, and the police uncle to help us. It is said that women are born actors. Song Qing's tearful, frightened, and aggrieved look was so vivid. As soon as she finished speaking, several instructors and security department leaders present frowned and stared at Zhou Yuan with unfriendly expressions. However, several comrades from the Democratic League present spoke sullenly out of fairness and justice. Student Zhou Yuan, do you have anything to say about this incident? I was wrong to hit someone, but this incident was a conspiracy. They planned it in advance and deliberately wanted to frame me. Zhou Yuan replied neither humbly nor arrogantly. At this moment, he not only calmed down completely, but also used the technique of spying to learn the truth of the matter from Song Qing, Wu Feng, and others. That's why I say this now. Teacher, police officer, don't listen to his nonsense, he is deliberately slandering us. I didn't even know him before, so how could I possibly frame him for no reason? Besides, Song Qing is my girlfriend, so if there's any framing, it should be him, my ex-boyfriend, who framed me because he didn't like me. Teachers, Uncle Min Jae, you have to take care of us. My girlfriend, my classmates, and I were beaten up by this guy for no reason. We absolutely cannot let this thug get away with it. Wu Feng also has good acting skills, with a face full of grief and indignation. Yes, teacher, we've been beaten like this, you have to take charge of us. Zhang Ping and Xian Xing were even more perceptive. They sat in wheelchairs and pointed at their thighs to show their sympathy. Because Zhou Yuan had attacked with all his strength out of hatred, the thigh bones of the two men who were kicked were clearly fractured when an X-ray was taken at the school hospital. This guy is too cruel. He's just a violent lunatic. This black sheep must be severely punished. Several security personnel present couldn't help but speak up. Students, please calm down. You all have your own opinions, so it's hard to conclude this matter. We still need solid evidence. Comrade Min Jae comforted Wu Feng and others. At this time, the office door rang loudly. Come in. The director of the security department responded, and in the blink of an eye a security guard walked in. Report to the director, there's a student outside who said he filmed the conflict and came here to testify. The group was slightly stunned. The director reacted and said hurriedly, tell that student to come over quickly. The security guard left and came back soon with a girl wearing glasses. She looked a little nervous. Classmate, don't be nervous. Tell me what you saw. Uncle Min Jae, hello teachers. I'm a student in the 3rd class of Economics and Management. I can't describe the specifics of what happened, but I took a video at the time. The schoolgirl with glasses looked quite nervous. She spoke in a panic and took out her cell phone. After searching for a while, she clicked on a video. The video shows the complete scene from the moment the two sides met to Zhou Yuan beating someone. As soon as the video was finished, everyone looked at Zhou Yuan. The civilian leading the team had a cold expression on his face and stared at Zhou Yuan seriously. Mr. Zhou, right? Now that we have the evidence, what else do you have to say? Chapter 39 The conspiracy succeeded. Seeing that the people were getting serious, Song Qing and Wu Feng looked at each other quietly, with a look of satisfaction in their eyes as if their conspiracy had succeeded. Especially Song Qing, there was a hint of satisfaction in her eyes as if she had avenged her great hatred. Ever since Zhou Yuan ignored her coldly downstairs that day, she has been plotting to take revenge on Zhou Yuan. For this, she even risked her body to hook up with Wu Feng, just for this day. This moment. Although she knew that this calculation might not bring much loss to Zhou Yuan, as long as she could trick Zhou Yuan. As long as she could make Zhou Yuan unhappy. She felt it was worth it. She was originally worried that there might be some omissions in this plan, and that Zhou Yuan might escape the disaster. But looking at the current situation, the plan is going even more smoothly than imagined. It's a sure thing that Zhou Yuan won't be able to clear his name this time. Although the charge of wounding someone may not sound serious, if one insists on pursuing it to the end, it will definitely be enough to make Zhou Yuan fall flat on his face. In particular, even she had not expected that Zhou Yuan's final kicks against Zhang Ping and Xian Xing would be so fierce that they actually broke their thighs. This level of injury is definitely within the legal range of minor injuries. Intentionally injuring someone, causing minor injuries, and with irrefutable evidence, you can't escape the crime of intentional injury or provoking disturbances. For these two crimes, the lighter punishment is imprisonment of not more than 3 years. Zhou Yuan, Zhou Yuan. When you ignored me, you probably never thought this day would come? This is what happens when you offend me. At this moment, Song Qing felt extremely happy. If the situation wasn't so awkward, she would have even wanted to burst out laughing and ridicule Zhou Yuan. However, when things got to this point, there was no tension or fear on Zhou Yuan's face. Facing Comrade Minjae's question, he did not make any answer, but calmly looked at Wu Feng, Song Qing, and others on the side, and even a hint of contempt appeared on his face. I have to admit that you two are really calculating, but do you really think you can frame me like this? Zhou Yuan, you're so shameless. It was clearly you who deliberately provoked us and used violence against us. Even now, with irrefutable evidence, you're still slandering us. Wu Feng immediately put on an appearance of being wronged. Song Qing's acting was even more impressive, as she said with a look of grief and indignation, I really misjudged you, Zhou Yuan. I didn't expect you to be this kind of person. You hurt someone first, and yet you're so unscrupulous as to blame me. After she finished speaking, she looked at the people with tears in her eyes. Uncle JC, you must not let this guy go. He attacked us for no reason today, and he might even retaliate against us even more severely in the future. It is said that women have the most vicious hearts. At this moment, Song Chang almost perfectly interpreted this sentence. Don't worry, female student. We will never let any bad guy go. The soft-hearted people were obviously bewildered by Song Chang's acting skills and immediately spoke. Okay, Song Chang, don't be afraid. The teachers and leaders are here and will definitely help you get justice. Seeing Song Qing crying, Su Lan, the counselor, hurriedly spoke to comfort her. Song Qing immediately put on a weak and grateful look, bowing repeatedly and saying, Thank you, Uncle JC, thank you to all the teachers and leaders, thank you for upholding justice for me and my boyfriend. Student Song, you don't need these. As the school leaders, it's our duty to uphold justice for you. In the blink of an eye, the director of the security department also spoke. After he finished speaking, he looked at a few civilians. Comrade JC, this matter is of a serious nature, and our school will not intervene. Now, please take the person away and interrogate him properly. Okay, then please trouble these students to come with us. The leading officer nodded and turned to his colleagues, Shaoli, handcuff this guy and let's go back. A young civilian quickly responded, took off his handcuffs and ran towards Zhou Yuan. However, at this time, Zhou Yuan suddenly spoke. Wait a minute, everyone. I have something else to say. Chapter 40, you must think carefully about how to choose. As soon as Zhou Yuan opened his mouth, everyone in the room was stunned. The leading soldier frowned slightly and said subconsciously, at this point, do you have anything else to say? I said I was framed, and I have witnesses who can prove it. Zhou Yuan said this, of course he has enough confidence. The source of this confidence is the truth card I just drew. With this thing, he can make Song Cheng, Wu Feng, Zhang Ping, Xian Xing and others change their confessions at any time. Otherwise, how could he be so calm from beginning to end? Of course. When things developed to this point, Zhou Yuan had to admit that Song Cheng and Wu Feng were quite scheming and resourceful. But that's where it all ends. Zhou Yuan looked calm. Seeing him like this, Song Cheng and Wu Feng's faces changed, and they inexplicably felt a sense of foreboding. The civilian frowned and said, since you said there is a witness, then where is the witness? Zhou Yuan immediately looked at Song Cheng, Wu Feng and others, and secretly opened the system backpack to find the truth card. However, before he could use it, the system suddenly popped up. There is an optional opportunity now. Option 1, confess your guilt and await punishment. Reward, 5 million yuan and 1 system treasure chest. Option 1, use the truth card to get Song Cheng and the others to turn against you. Reward, 5 million gold coins and 1 system treasure chest. Option 2, do not use any system items or functions, and successfully clear the charges. Reward, 20 million gold, 3 advanced system treasure chests. Zhou Yuan was stunned when he heard the prompt. He was not surprised at all that the system would show up at this time, he had even become accustomed to it. What really surprised him was the system reward for the third item. It turned out to be an advanced system treasure chest. And there were 3 of them. To be honest, he had always thought that a system treasure chest was just a system treasure chest, with no special difference. But judging from the meaning, it is obvious that he guessed completely wrong. It turns out that this system treasure chest also has different levels. I've had the system for so long, but this is the first time I've come across a high-level treasure chest. I'm going to get it no matter what. But in this case, then I must rely on my own ability to clear the name. Zhou Yuan accepted the option without hesitation, then frowned and thought quickly about how to break the deadlock. Didn't you say there was a witness? Where is the witness? At this time, Comrade Min Jae spoke again. Zhou Yuan couldn't help but come back to his senses, then his brows twitched, and he suddenly looked at Song Chang. Song Chang, I'll give you one chance. As long as you tell the truth now, I'll forgive you and forget everything that happened before. Everyone was stunned when they heard this, and looked at Song Chang in surprise and confusion. Song Chang's expression suddenly changed, and she subconsciously wanted to scold Zhou Yuan. However, when the words came to her lips, she suddenly froze. Just in case. What if what Zhou Yuan said is true? What if Zhou Yuanjun forgives himself? Then wouldn't I be able to cling to that thigh again? Why did he hate Zhou Yuan? Why did he want to take revenge on him? Isn't it because he dumped me? If he really accepts me again, then why would I seek revenge? What to do? Should I believe him? Song Ching's expression changed for a moment, and she was obviously shaken. Seeing her like this, Zhou Yuan laughed. Song Ching, I've put this opportunity before you, you must cherish it. Especially how to choose, I hope you will think carefully this time. After all, you should understand that once you make the wrong decision, there's really no turning back. Chapter 41 I lied to you. Zhou Yuan's words made Song Ching fall into deep hesitation. Looking at her like this, Wu Feng next to her became a little anxious. But no matter how anxious he was, Wu Feng didn't know how to start talking at this moment. If I simply warn Song Ching not to believe Zhou Yuan's lies, it will probably be of no use. But if he said too much, Wu Feng would be worried about being exposed. More importantly, Wu Feng was paying attention to Zhou Yuan's expression from beginning to end. Zhou Yuan's calm attitude from beginning to end always made him feel uneasy. He even worried that Zhou Yuan had said those words on purpose, deliberately trying to make him anxious so that he would say something he shouldn't say in a moment of desperation. Unfortunately, Zhou Yuan didn't mean that at all. He didn't even pay attention to Wu Feng, but turned his head to look at Zheng Ping and Qian Xing, who were sitting in wheelchairs. There was no hatred or grudge between us, but things have come to this point, and both of you are in wheelchairs. Don't you feel like you are being made a fool of? Think about it, you endure the pain and sit in a wheelchair, and you also have to take the risk of becoming disabled in the future. As a result, someone ate and drank as usual, as if nothing had happened. Are you willing to accept this result? If I were you, I would never let the real mastermind go and would never let that guy go unpunished. Also, regarding the issue of compensation, if you two are willing to expose someone, I don't mind compensating you 3 times, 5 times, or 10 times your losses. So, it's up to you to decide whether to continue foolishly covering up for others and end up in a miserable situation, or to honestly expose someone and receive a generous compensation. Zhou Yuan looked at the two of them with a smile, and put Rambo Genie's key on the table. After putting the key away, Zhou Yuan turned his head and looked at the schoolgirl with glasses. He stared at the other person for a few seconds until the girl with glasses became a little uneasy, then he suddenly spoke. Girl, you are so ugly that I want to vomit. The girl with glasses was stunned for a moment, then her face turned red with anger. She raised her finger and pointed at Zhou Yuan, hesitating for a while. You, how dare you curse at me? However, Zhou Yuan ignored her and instead looked at the people on the side. You guys saw it, this girl is disrespectful to me. I didn't provoke her, but she just pointed at me. You're talking nonsense. It was clearly you who scolded me first. The girl with glasses suddenly became anxious. Zhou Yuan smiled upon seeing this and pointed at the surveillance camera above his head, but the surveillance camera will only capture you pointing at me, but it won't capture me scolding you. With these words, the group of people in the room were stunned. Someone reacted quickly and immediately understood what Zhou Yuan meant. The girl with glasses was also stunned and subconsciously glanced at the mobile phone on the table. Zhou Yuan ignored her and turned to look at Song Chang, Zheng Ping, and Qian Xing. Have you thought this through? My patience is limited. Also, let me make it clear that the sooner you tell the truth, the better. The three people's expressions changed slightly. The next second, Zheng Ping suddenly gritted his teeth and yelled, I'm telling you. I'm telling you. Everything was instigated by Wu Feng. He said he wanted me to cooperate with him in a play and offered me 500 yuan as a reward. As soon as Zheng Ping opened his mouth, Qian Xing panicked and said anxiously, that's right. I was also bewitched by Wu Feng. He told me to pretend to persuade you, and then secretly scolded you to force you to do it. The two of them rushed to confess. Wu Feng's face changed instantly. At this time, Song Qing also panicked. She rushed to Zhou Yuan and quickly put on a crying face. I'm sorry, Zhou Yuan. I was bewildered and believed Wu Feng's lies. It's all his fault. He was the one who planned to frame you like this. He did everything. This time Wu Feng couldn't help it and started cursing. Song Chang, you bitch. Stop your slander. I only helped you because you said you wanted to take revenge on Zhou Yuan. Unfortunately, Song Qing ignored him and focused all her attention on Zhou Yuan. Zhou Yuan, don't listen to his nonsense. He's deliberately slandering me. I have nothing to do with him. Believe me. Also, I have done what you said. Can we start over? You just promised to forgive me. In order to reconnect with Zhou Yuan, Song Qing has gone all out, even going so far as to put on a pleading posture in front of a room full of people. However, seeing her like this, Zhou Yuan laughed. I'm sorry, just now. I lied to you. Chapter 42. You're on your own. After more than 20 minutes, the farce finally ended. Wu Feng, Song Chang and others were taken away by the police on charges of false accusation and framing. As for Zhang Ping and Xian Xing, Zhou Yuan let them go and did not pursue the matter. As for compensation, considering that both of them had fractures, Zhou Yuan did not go too far. Instead, he generously gave each of them 100,000 yuan in medical expenses. The matter was understood and the system rewards were finally issued. Zhou Yuan had been waiting for this moment and couldn't wait to open the system backpack. At a quick glance, I saw that there were indeed 3 more boxes in the backpack, and their appearance was different from ordinary system treasure chests. They seemed bigger and more gorgeous. I don't know what this thing can produce. God bless you, please make it more powerful this time. Zhou Yuan clasped his hands together and muttered to himself for a while, then he chose to open it cautiously and nervously. Congratulations to the host for opening the advanced system treasure chest and obtaining 100,000 system points. My day. Obtained a Grandmaster level martial arts skill book. Damn it. Obtain a D66 plane super intelligent computer. There were 3 high-level treasure chests, and the first 2 made Zhou Yuan swear. But the last intelligent brain sounds interesting. Zhou Yuan glanced at his backpack and used the Grandmaster level martial arts skill book first. The experience was still the same, a huge stream of information rushed into his mind, almost making his brain explode with pain. However, the pain came and went quickly, and after a few breaths, Zhou Yuan returned to normal. Looking at the world at this moment, he could clearly feel that everything was a little different. Not only did his brain acquire many more practical martial arts skills, but he could even instinctively predict the opponent's next movement trajectory by looking at the wind, trees, flowers, birds, fish, insects, and pedestrians. This wonderful feeling is hard to describe in words. After feeling it for a while, Zhou Yuan looked at the backpack again. D66 Super Intelligent Brain. This high-tech product from the D66 plane will give you a super intelligent butler after use, providing you with various conveniences in your life. This introduction is too general. Zhou Yuan curled his lips and chose to use it directly. Congratulations, host. The super intelligent butler has been activated. Please name it. Just call me Xiao Bai. Hello, master. I'm Xiao Bai. I'm happy to serve you. In the blink of an eye, a lowly voice rang in my mind. Xiao Bai, tell me what you are capable of. I have many functions. For details, please refer to Gaves in Fulian, the Sky Eye in Suji, the Red and White Queen in Biochemistry, etc. Oh my god, are you so awesome? Master, please don't doubt my ability, or I'll be angry. In the blink of an eye, Zhou Yuan found a 3D virtual image of a little lowly projected in front of him. She was pinching her waist, pouting, and looking angry, which was quite cute. Zhou Yuan immediately became interested and reached out to poke it. But suddenly, someone shouted coldly from behind. Zhou Yuan. Hearing the voice, he turned around and saw that it was his class counselor Su Lan. Teacher Su? What's up? Zhou Yuan asked hurriedly. Who would have thought that Su Lan would suddenly sneer, his face full of cold disgust and contempt? Zhou Yuan, I've been teaching you for 2 years, and I didn't expect to discover today that you're truly an excellent student with both excellent character and academic performance. Zhou Yuan frowned and asked in confusion, Teacher Su, what do you mean? You know what I mean. Anyway, take care of yourself from now on. After saying this, Su Lan walked away. What the hell? What is going on? Zhou Yuan stood there, looking completely confused. Chapter 43, Senior must be different. Just as Zhou Yuan was stunned, another voice came from behind him. Senior Zhou. Zhou Yuan turned around when he heard the voice and saw the girl with glasses. With an apologetic look on his face, he saw Zhou Yuan looking back and immediately lowered his head slightly and said, "I'm sorry, senior. I misunderstood you before and almost got you framed. I'm really sorry." Zhou Yuan really didn't expect that the girl with glasses would come to apologize. Under normal circumstances, she would probably just leave. But the other party came forward to apologize so proactively. It seems that he is a good person. Zhou Yuan naturally didn't care about this situation and immediately said with a smile, "It's okay, it's just a misunderstanding, you don't have to blame yourself. And to be honest, I should be the one apologizing to you." Ah? The girl with glasses was stunned for a moment, looking confused. "This looks so cute." Seeing this, Zhou Yuan explained, "I was referring to what I said about you being ugly. Actually, that was just nonsense. Don't take it to heart." No, I don't blame you, senior." The girl with glasses reacted and shook her head. "She looks a little cute in this silly way." Zhou Yuan felt inexplicably happy and felt like chatting. "I haven't introduced myself yet. My name is Zhou Yuan, Zhou is in Great Zhou, and Yuan is in origin. I wonder what your name is, Junior." "My name is Lu Yao, Lu in the left ear, and Yao in the zither." The girl with glasses was a little shy, but still gave her name. Seeing this, Zhou Yuan suddenly laughed and said, "Now I believe that." "What are you talking about?" Lu Yao looked at Zhou Yuan confused and curious. Zhou Yuan put on a serious face and said, "In this world, there really are people with nice names and beautiful looks." "Senior, you." Lu Yao blushed immediately and lowered her head shyly. Seeing her like this, Zhou Yuan felt a little moved and said with a smile, "Let's go have a drink together. This is also my apology for what I said before." Lu Yao hesitated for a moment, then lowered her head and hummed softly. Based on her usual style, she would never accept an invitation from such a strange boy. But Zhou Yuan gave her a very different feeling. She couldn't explain what was going on. Zhou Yuan wasn't handsome, but he had an indescribable temperament and charm. After such a brief contact, it makes people feel like basking in the spring sun, warm and comfortable. And there's even a feeling that makes people reluctant to leave and want to stay nearby. She was just thinking about this in a daze when she suddenly felt someone gently grab her right hand. Just as I was about to struggle, I heard a voice next to my ear. "Let's go. I happen to know a pretty good milk tea shop. I'll take you there." Lu Yao uttered a dazed "oh" and forgot to even struggle. For an hour, the two had a very pleasant conversation. After leaving the milk tea dessert shop, Zhou Yuan took the initiative to send Lu Yao back to the dormitory building. After they exchanged contact information, Zhou Yuan said goodbye. After watching Zhou Yuan leave, Lu Yao went upstairs in a daze. As soon as I entered the dormitory, my best friend Zhang Wan came over to me. Yao, tell me the truth, what did you do just now?" "No. I didn't do anything." Yao, you've learned to lie now. You didn't do anything. What happened to that boy downstairs just now?" Zhang Wan had an expression that said, "You keep pretending. I saw it all from the balcony just now, you were holding hands with someone." "With your personality, even holding hands? Tell me the truth, is that guy your boyfriend?" Lu Yao blushed immediately and shook her head in panic. "No, you misunderstood. That was a senior I just met." "You're holding hands with a senior you just met?" Zhang Wan was surprised. "That's not like you, Yao. Did he trick you?" Wan, don't talk nonsense, the senior is a good person." Lu Yao said this subconsciously, even looking a little anxious. "No way, we just met and you're already protecting each other? Who on earth is this guy? He has made you so excited so quickly." Zhang Wan's expression was exaggerated. Lu Yao blushed immediately and said angrily, I didn't. You don't say that." Seeing her like this, Zhang Wan suddenly became serious. Yao, you'd better be careful. There are so many scumbags among boys nowadays. Senior must be different." Lu Yao said subconsciously. Zhang Wan curled her lips immediately, rolled her eyes and said, "How about this, when you're free someday, ask him out and we can have dinner together." This. Lu Yao subconsciously wanted to refuse, but in her heart she also wanted to meet Zhou Yuan again. She hesitated for a moment, and finally said "oh," and mustered up the courage to send a WeChat message to Zhou Yuan. Chapter 44. People are most afraid of comparison. Zhou Yuan was actually quite surprised to receive Lu Yao's invitation, because from their previous meeting, he had already seen that Lu Yao was an introverted and passive girl. However, no matter how unexpected it was, he had to agree to this appointment. He replied without saying a word, but just as he sent the message, Feng Jing called. "Honey, are you free tonight?" "What's wrong?" "Baby, are you okay? I just resigned because of you. A close friend of mine at the company kept asking me why I resigned, and I couldn't help but tell her how I met you, my husband. My bestie heard I have a boyfriend and she's been asking you to treat her to a meal. Honey, if you have time right now, could you please come over? Of course, if you have something else to do, forget it and don't let it interfere with your work. Now that my good little secretary has spoken, there must be time." Since his own woman had asked for it, Zhou Yuan naturally would not refuse such a thing. Not to mention that there is nothing wrong now, even if there is something wrong, considering Feng Jing's usual well-behaved and obedient behavior, she can be indulged. "Just tell me where you are and I'll pick you up now." "Hubby, you're so nice, I'll be your secretary tonight, Mua. Then I'll see how you perform tonight." "I will definitely perform well." "Okay, then just send me the address and I'll pick you up." "I understand, husband." After hanging up the phone, Feng Jing quickly sent the address and location. Zhou Yuan went back to get the big bowl and headed straight to the auto city. When we arrived at the place, we saw two beautiful figures standing in front of the 4S shop. One of them is naturally Feng Jing, and the other is a girl with an equally good figure and looks. She had long hair and was even a little taller than Feng Jing. She wore a thin white cardigan as a jacket and a red slim dress as a skirt, revealing her long legs in flesh-colored stockings and a pair of black high heels. She has a slim figure and graceful curves, which makes her look quite sexy. Zhou Yuan took a quick look and parked the car next to the two of them. "Husband, you're here." Seeing Zhou Yuan getting off the car, Feng Jing shouted happily, and without caring that her best friend was next to her, she immediately rushed into Zhou Yuan's arms happily in her high heels. She was also wearing a slim-fitting dress today, which made her look light, generous, and charming. This pounce made Zhou Yuan's chest soften, and he couldn't help but secretly pat her peach. "That's annoying. My bestie is watching. I'll let you take the photo tonight." Feng Jing gave Zhou Yuan a charming look, then she escaped from his embrace, turned around and smiled at the girl next to her. "Lulu, let me introduce you, this is my husband Zhou Yuan. Honey, this is my colleague and best friend, Wang Lu." "Hello, Mr. Zhou." Wang Lu smiled and extended her hand. "We're all friends, don't call me mister, just call me by my name." Zhou Yuan politely shook hands with her, then said, "Don't stand there, get in the car, let's find a place to eat and talk." Wang Lu couldn't help but glance at Danielle, then thought of something and secretly touched Feng Jing. "This car looks familiar to me. Could your boyfriend be the mysterious wealthy man from the other day? I knew I couldn't hide it from you." "Alright Jingjing, I didn't expect you to actually realize your dream." Wang Lu sighed softly. After all, they were best friends who worked and even lived together, so Wang Lu naturally knew what Feng Jing's previous life goals were. Not to mention that she herself actually has the same goal. "I'm also lucky. God blesses me." Feng Jing sighed and subconsciously looked at Zhou Yuan, her face and eyes full of happiness. Seeing her expression, Wang Lu felt a little jealous for no reason. After all, people are most afraid of comparison. Wang Lu believes that she is no worse than Feng Jing in terms of figure and appearance. But Feng Jing just happened to be so lucky and ran into Zhou Yuan. Although Zhou Yuan looks a bit ordinary, he still looks elegant and charming. The most important thing is that she has been chatting with Feng Jingweixin these days, and has heard Feng Jing inadvertently reveal a lot of information. For example, Zhou Yuan is not only young and rich, but also has a gentle personality and strong abilities. What is more important is that he is very generous and even gives 3 million in pocket money. Chapter 45. Buy another one to drive for fun. Although according to Feng Jing, Zhou Yuan gave her the money so that she could open a shop and start a business. But Wang Lu knew very well that anyone who was willing to pay such a large sum of money as 3 million would definitely not be short of it. This means that as long as Zhou Yuan can be happy and doesn't mind, it doesn't matter if the money is used as pocket money. Even Wang Lu suspected that the 3 million was just pocket money Zhou Yuan gave to Feng Jing. Such a young, wealthy, good-natured, capable man who spends 3 million at once. Wang Lu was envious from the bottom of her heart. Coupled with the jealousy at this moment, she couldn't help but have some sinful thoughts. As for besties, compared with your own future, creatures like best friends can definitely take a step back. Wang Lu was lost in thought. Then Feng Jing said, "Lulu, what's wrong with you? Why are you in a daze? Ah, nothing, I just. Wang Lu was thinking about things she shouldn't have been thinking about, so she couldn't help but feel guilty and hesitated for a moment. Fortunately, she reacted quickly enough and found a reason in the blink of an eye. I was just wondering, this car can only seat 2 people, right? There are 3 of us now, how are we supposed to get going? It seems to be true, husband, what do you say we should do? Feng Jing subconsciously looked at Zhou Yuan. In fact, to be honest, the back row of the Daniel car can barely accommodate people. Before, when Zhou Yuan took Dong Lei and Li Feng out, the 2 of them took turns to sit in the back row. But this time he was taking a girl out, and Zhou Yuan didn't want to let her squeeze in the back row. But if we take a taxi, it seems a bit inappropriate. Zhou Yuan was just thinking about it when the system boss showed up again out of boredom. There is an optional opportunity now. Option 1, let Wang Lu take a taxi alone. Reward, 3 million yuan. Option 2, let Feng Jing and Wang Lu take a taxi together. Reward, 5 million. Option 3, you've made yourself so rich, just buy another one for fun. Reward, 10 million gold, 1 system treasure chest. There are 3 options, as usual, and the third one is obviously the best and the most impressive. How about this, you and Zhou Yuan take a car over, and I'll take a taxi and follow. Seeing that Zhou Yuan didn't say anything, Wang Lu took the initiative to speak. How about we take a taxi together? Feng Jing said, looking at Zhou Yuan. Honey, you drive yourself. Zhou Yuan smiled and said, okay, no need to go through so much trouble. You don't have a car yet, so it's a good opportunity to buy another one. Buy another one? Now. Feng Jing was stunned, while Wang Lu was shocked. The rich are the rich. Talking about buying a car is as easy as talking about buying water. Don't just stand there, come on, let's go take a look at your store. This will be a good way to fill in your bestie's sales quota. Zhou Yuan greeted the 2 of them and turned back to the store. Feng Jing's store is not a single brand 4S store, but a specialized luxury car agency. Zhou Yuan took a look around and picked out a red Panamera. The top model was not expensive at just over 2 million. Zhou Yuan didn't hesitate, swiped the card directly, and then gave the key to Feng Jing. You can drive this car first. It will be more convenient for you to go out and buy things. I'll buy you a better one later. Because I have a mission to accomplish, I must buy this car. Otherwise, Zhou Yuan would be happy to go to the system mall to buy a few random vehicle cards for fun. Although it is possible that you might get something like a bicycle or a tractor, you may also get a luxury car worth tens of millions. This car is too expensive, husband, are you really going to give it to me? Feng Jing was a little nervous. Although she had received 3 million before, she felt that the money was for serious business, which was completely different from giving away a car worth more than 2 million. Zhou Yuan laughed and said, what are you talking about? I've already bought it, who else should I give it to if not you? Thank you, husband. You are so good to me. Feng Jing excitedly hugged Zhou Yuan and gave him a kiss. Looking at this scene, Wang Lu felt even more envious and jealous. Although she was in charge of this order and could get a lot of commission, it was incomparable to the car worth more than 2 million yuan. Besides, she wouldn't mind if the car was under Zhou Yuan's own name. But when I heard that it was given to Feng Jing, the feeling was completely different. A luxury car worth more than 2 million yuan can be given away just like that. How come I haven't met a man like this? The more Wang Lu thought about it, the more uncomfortable she felt. The more uncomfortable she felt, the more the inappropriate thought that had just disappeared from her mind grew wildly and intensified. Chapter 46. Do you mind having multiple women? After picking up the car and putting on a temporary license plate, the 3 of them left the car dealership. They first drove the Dania back to school, then drove the Palomila to the vehicle management office to get the official license plate, and then the 3 of them went to Tianhong Plaza. He accompanied Feng Jing and Wang Lu shopping and bought a bunch of clothes, cosmetics, and other things. Zhou Yuan also helped Wang Lu buy a set of Xiangnair classic autumn clothes worth more than 20,000 yuan. After throwing all the bags into the car, the 3 of them were hungry, so they went straight to a nearby Western restaurant. Zhou Yuan asked Feng Jing and Wang Lu to order food like a gentleman, and ordered a tomahawk steak and seafood cream soup for himself. After asking for their opinions, I ordered a bottle of 2001 Mango red wine. This wine is not the most expensive, but it is not cheap either, costing just over 10,000 yuan. After taking a sip, Zhou Yuan could only say that he probably would never be able to taste wine in his lifetime. He felt that this thing was not palatable at all, not even as good as the pineapple beer that cost 3 yuan a bottle. Feng Jing and Wang Lu, however, were quite interested in this red wine. After eating and drinking for a while, Feng Jing got up and went to the bathroom. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Zhou Yuan remembered the system treasure chest that he had just been rewarded. Congratulations to the host for opening the system treasure chest and obtaining the temperament effect, Deterrence. Deterrence, a temperament-based effect that creates a deterrent effect when angry, capable of intimidating the target. The strength of the effect varies with the temperament of the player and the target. This was the first time Zhou Yuan encountered this thing. Just when I was about to research it, I heard Wang Lu from the other side say, "Zhou Yuan, I still don't know what you do?" "Me? I'm just an ordinary student." Zhou Yuan replied casually. "Is this true? You're not lying to me on purpose, are you?" Wang Lu obviously didn't believe it. Because Feng Jing had never told her about Zhou Yuan's identity, and Zhou Yuan's temperament and charm were beyond ordinary people. Judging from his appearance alone, he would never be associated with the group of college students. Not to mention that Zhou Yuan is so rich that he can give away a luxury car worth more than 2 million yuan at will. Nowadays, it is difficult for students, even those from wealthy families, to be so generous. Seeing her like this, Zhou Yuan couldn't help but smile and said, "I'm telling the truth. How about showing you my student ID?" "That's fine, but I'm curious. How did you and Jingjing meet?" Wang Lu asked, even though she knew the answer. Zhou Yuan didn't think too much about it and said casually, "She and I met when we were buying a car before, and it became a success after a few interactions." Wang Lu uttered an "oh" and narrowed her eyes slightly, staring at Zhou Yuan. "So do you love her?" Zhou Yuan was stunned by this question, then he reacted and replied casually, "Whether I love her or not, it's hard to say now. But she is my woman, I will definitely treat her well." Wang Lu's eyes lit up slightly, and she smiled. "Why do I hear you say that it seems like there's more than just Jingjing?" Hearing this, Zhou Yuan couldn't help but look at Wang Lu. When their eyes met, he finally felt something was wrong. Wang Lu's look at this moment clearly has a different meaning. Zhou Yuan raised his eyebrows slightly, then smiled and said, "You're wrong. She's the only woman I have right now." Wang Lu said jokingly, "You sound like you don't mind having more women?" This woman really does have that intention. At this moment, Zhou Yuan was almost certain of his guess. But at the same time, he also had some thoughts in mind. Men are like this in their bones, and Zhou Yuan is no exception. Besides, although he regarded Feng Jing as his woman, he never said that Feng Jing was his only woman. As for women, as long as I like them, I certainly don't mind having more of them. Zhou Yuan replied with a smile without any hesitation or concealment. Wang Lu's eyes lit up again. "Then I'm quite curious, what kind of woman do you consider attractive?" "Well, guess what?" Zhou Yuan replied in a mysterious tone. "So what do you think?" Wang Lu subconsciously wanted to talk about herself, but at this moment, she heard the sound of high heels clacking behind her. When I turned around, it was Feng Jing who came back. Chapter 47. This woman is simply playing with fire. Looking at Feng Jing, Wang Lu could only swallow back the words on the tip of his tongue. But she felt a little unwilling in her heart. After all, in the situation just now, she could have made it clear to Zhou Yuan right away. Feng Jing was unaware of the incident that had just happened. She sat down and took the initiative to peel shrimps and feed Zhou Yuan rice as if no one was around. Seeing her happy and joyful expression, Wang Lu felt inexplicably jealous. She lowered her head to deal with the food on the plate with some depression, but in the blink of an eye, her eyes suddenly lit up. In just 2 or 3 breaths, Zhou Yuan, who was enjoying Feng Jing's enthusiastic service, suddenly looked stunned. "What's wrong, husband?" "No, nothing, I just choked a little." Zhou Yuan smiled calmly, but glanced at Wang Lu. Wang Lu glanced at him and smiled nonchalantly. "I really envy you, Zhou Yuan. Jingjing feeds you so enthusiastically. How is it? Do you feel like you're enjoying it?" Zhou Yuan frowned slightly and said, "It's okay, nothing special." "Is it just okay?" "Jingjing, your man seems to be very picky." Wang Lu looked at Feng Jing with a smile. Feng Jing smiled and said nothing, but continued to peel shrimps, shellfish and other seafood for Zhou Yuan with a gentle look on her face. Wang Lu couldn't help but turn her head and stare at Zhou Yuan again, narrowing her eyes slightly and said, "You were not satisfied just now, but you should be satisfied now, right?" Zhou Yuan remained silent, but gave Wang Lu a meaningful look. This woman is even bolder than Feng Jing. Just now, he actually stretched his legs out from under the table. And the actions are very outrageous. and getting more and more outrageous. This is simply playing with fire. Why are you silent? Are you still dissatisfied with this? Wang Lu said again with a smile. Zhou Yuan was about to speak when he heard someone calling out softly. Feng Jing. When I looked up, I saw a man and a woman walking towards me from a distance. Both of them were about 25 or 26 years old. The man was not bad looking, but his mental state was not right. The woman was also pretty good, and she dressed luxuriously, with earrings, necklaces, and rings. Seeing this person, Feng Jing frowned, but still forced to smile. Li Lin, long time no see. What a coincidence. I didn't expect to meet you here. Li Lin casually walked to the table with the man on her arm. She glanced at Zhou Yuan, then smiled at Feng Jing and said, Who is this? He's my husband. Wow. I didn't expect that even you are married. When did it happen? Why didn't you inform us old classmates? Li Lin's face was full of exaggeration, and there was a hint of sarcasm in her words. Feng Jing's face couldn't help but look a little ugly. But Li Lin pretended not to see it, turned her head and stared at Zhou Yuan, and even muttered deliberately. Looking at your husband, he doesn't seem very old. And why do I feel like he doesn't quite meet your standards for a partner? Haven't you always wanted to find a rich man? What? Are you giving up on your ideal? This isn't like you at all. As Feng Jing's college roommate and best friend at the time, Li Lin was naturally aware of Feng Jing's pursuit. However, the two later fell out due to some issues, and their relationship took a sharp turn for the worse. Since then, Li Lin has often used this matter to mock and tease Feng Jing. Including now, her coming over to say hello was fake, the real intention was to continue mocking Feng Jing. Don't worry about my affairs. We still have to eat. Please do as you please. Feng Jing obviously didn't want to pay attention to Li Lin and replied with a cold face. At this moment, Li Lin noticed Feng Jing's hands. There was nothing on them, not even a ring. She suddenly realized something and laughed strangely. I haven't seen you for 2 or 3 years. Why are you so anxious to get rid of me? Are you afraid that I'll find out something because you're guilty? Isn't this your husband? Why don't you two even have a ring? TSK. Feng Jing, are you becoming someone's mistress? Or are you just here to take on a job? Since she was there to cause trouble, Li Lin was naturally unscrupulous and just spoke without restraint. Chapter 48, One Slap Each. These words were a bit vicious. Feng Jing frowned and her face turned cold in an instant. Li Lin, if you can't speak, just shut up. No one thinks you're dumb. Do you think everyone else is the same as you? This is not slander by Feng Jing. When Li Lin was in college, she spent more than a year hooking up with various rich men and exchanging sex for money. And speaking of the hatred between the two, it was actually because of this kind of trivial matter. At that time, a local tycoon had his eyes on Feng Jing, but he had no idea what to do, so he hooked up with Li Lin, hoping that Li Lin would help him win Feng Jing over. After receiving the benefit, Li Lin went to talk to Feng Jing about the matter. Feng Jing naturally refused to do so casually, and Li Lin's persuasion was in vain. The local tycoon saw that there was no hope, so he didn't force it. But he was originally going after Feng Jing, and since he couldn't handle Feng Jing, he naturally wouldn't keep Li Lin around. Li Lin had originally dreamed of finding a big job, but was kicked out before she could enjoy the benefits, so she turned around and hated Feng Jing. It was from then on that the relationship between the two took a sharp turn for the worse. In short, it is not an exaggeration to say that Li Lin does that. As soon as these words came out, Li Lin's face turned gloomy. Feng Jing. Stop spitting blood. You're just a bitch. This guy cursed and actually stretched out his hands with teeth and claws to hit Feng Jing in the face. Seeing that Feng Jing couldn't dodge in time, Zhou Yuan stood up. Bang! He raised his hand cleanly and slapped Li Lin directly. Although Zhou Yuan had tried to control his strength, the slap still knocked Li Lin to the ground. You, what the hell are you doing? At this time, the man next to Li Jing became angry, cursed, and wanted to punch. Zhou Yuan narrowed his eyes and slapped him again with his backhand. With a bang, the man fell to the ground. You dare to touch my woman? You're courting death. Zhou Yuan stared at the two of them with a cold expression. Seeing Zhou Yuan being so domineering and cold, Feng Jing's heart softened. Not only her, Wang Lu next to her even licked her lips, her eyes shining. On the other hand, Li Jing, lying on the ground, had a look of fear on her face. Although Zhou Yuan's slap just now was hard, it was not enough to stun her. What really stunned her was the terrifying aura that suddenly emerged from Zhou Yuan's body the moment he took action. That kind of momentum scared her so much that her legs are still weak. I don't want to see you two, get out of here right now. Zhou Yuan shouted coldly. Li Jing and the man were so frightened that they trembled and didn't dare to fart. They stumbled to their feet and ran out in panic. After watching the two of them run out of the restaurant, Zhou Yuan snorted and returned to his seat. Hubby, you looked so manly just now. Feng Jing immediately hugged his arms in adoration and gave him a kiss without hesitation. Seeing this scene, Wang Lu raised her eyebrows slightly, blinked and looked at Zhou Yuan with a smile. I never thought you, Zhou Yuan, had such a domineering side. Zhou Yuan immediately glared at her. This woman is really crazy. He was just acting alone, but now two dragons have appeared together. It's so dead. Seeing Zhou Yuan glaring, Wang Lu pretended to be surprised and asked, What's wrong, Zhou Yuan? Are you feeling unwell? No, I'm fine. Zhou Yuan glared at Wang Lu again. This woman is not only bold, but also asks questions even though she already knows the answer. Wang Lu smiled at him nonchalantly and said, We're almost done eating, and it's still early, why don't we find a place to relax? Chapter 49, A Poor Boy, Just Ignore Him. Wang Lu had already spoken, and Feng Jing happened to want to relax, so she couldn't help but look at Zhou Yuan beside her. Wang Lu also looked over, and while doing something sinister, she spoke with a smile. How's it going, Zhou Yuan? Jingjing and I are waiting for your words. Zhou Yuan glared at her again, then said nonchalantly, It's okay to relax for a while. Where do you want to go? Of course, I went to the bar. CO7 happened to be nearby. The place has a good level and environment. CO7 Bar, Zhou Yuan had also heard of this place, which was recognized as one of the top bars in Guangcheng. It is said that the boss behind the scenes has a very strong background and is very powerful. Since its opening, no one has ever caused any trouble. Even the gang of corpse pickers rarely dares to appear in CO7. Therefore, it is also a recognized safe place in Guangcheng. It just so happened that Zhou Yuan had been quite curious about this kind of place before, but at that time he was too poor to go there. But now, you can go and experience it. Zhou Yuan called the waiter over to settle the bill and took the two of them out. They got in the car and arrived at their destination in just 4 or 5 minutes. In terms of exterior, this place is obviously not as rich and luxurious as Yujing and Meiye, but once you enter the store, the decoration and layout are not bad at all. Since he came to enjoy the atmosphere, Zhou Yuan didn't ask for a private room and just asked for a large card. Just order whatever you want. After entering the store and sitting at the booth, Zhou Yuan directly handed the task of ordering drinks to Feng Jing and Wang Lu. Feng Jing didn't order much, and finally gave it to Wang Lu. This woman was quite shrewd, and she had no intention of ripping Zhou Yuan off, so she ordered a cheap set meal. A bottle of red wine, a beer, and a fruit plate cost only a few hundred yuan. After ordering, you have to wait. Next to the booth. Who contacted Old Sun and young Master Ma? Why haven't they shown up yet? A young man in his 20s who was dressed very stylishly said this. Something delayed Ma Xiao, but he should be here soon. Old Sun, I called before and he said he would be here soon. Calculating the time, he should be here soon. Howsy, if you want to call a girl, go ahead. Old Sun won't be picky anyway. As for Master Ma, he probably wouldn't be interested in the kind of girls you're looking for. Who said it wasn't that? With Ma Xiao's standards, he wouldn't even look at girls who scored below 9. Hey, look over there. Those two girls are so hot, absolutely perfect. Someone suddenly noticed where Zhou Yuan and the other two were, and spoke with a pout. Several people immediately looked sideways and saw Feng Jing and Wang Lu in the blink of an eye. Fuck, Howsy, you have a sharp eye. You know what, these two girls are so hot. That girl in the red skirt is quite interesting. Look at her waist and legs. It must feel great to hold them. What a shame, I have company here. You're not afraid of shit if you have a partner. Besides, look at the way that guy looks and dresses. At best, he's just a white-collar worker. That's right. Look at the drinks on the table, they're too shabby. If someone had a little more money, how could they be so stingy when bringing a 9-point girl like this? Alright, there's no point in you guys grumbling here. He's just a poor kid, just ignore him. The main thing is, can we please those two girls? Whether you invite me or not, why not give it a try? Anyway, that poor boy will definitely not dare to say a word. Someone spoke in a careless manner. Old Dang is here, he's reliable. I'm counting on you tonight, old Dang. While they were laughing and joking, Dang Xian had already stood up. Chapter 50. We are not interested. While several people over there were discussing. Here, Feng Jing and Wang Lu were chattering about all kinds of gossip. The two of them laughed from time to time, and the atmosphere seemed particularly harmonious. But in fact, at this moment, Zhou Yuan particularly admired Wan Lu's boldness. Once upon a time, he always thought that those triangle kissing and triangle flirting videos on Douyin were fake, but it was not until just now that he discovered what it meant that art comes from life. This woman, Wang Lu, actually took advantage of the time when she was chatting with Feng Jing to secretly grab his hand and put it on his lower back. Occasionally, while continuing to laugh, the woman would even deliberately bend over and raise her body, half sitting on his hands. What's even more outrageous is that this woman was obviously looking for excitement. She had just finished whispering to Feng Jing, and then turned around and stared at him with a smile. Zhou Yuan, how come I didn't realize you were so quiet? You've been sitting for so long, and you don't even move around? While Wan Lu was talking, she deliberately moved back. Activity is too tiring, it's nice to just be idle like this. Zhou Yuan replied calmly, and while Feng Jing wasn't paying attention, he glared at Wang Lu again. I thought Feng Jing was pretty charming, but I didn't expect Wan Lu to be even more charming. Goddamn move. Do you think this female gangster wants him to go down and dance to stretch his body? Totally wrong. You feel tired even after just a little movement, so why not just die of laziness? Wang Lu curled her lips and glared back at Zhou Yuan. Zhou Yuan snorted suddenly, and in the blink of an eye, Wang Lu shuddered suddenly. Are you okay, Lulu? Nothing, just a mosquito bite. As Wang Lu spoke, she raised her arm and hugged Feng Jing. She took the opportunity to reach out to Zhou Yuan with her left hand and poked him as if in revenge. This secret teasing gave Zhou Yuan a subtle sense of pleasure. While enjoying the oppression, he began to wonder if there was really something going on between him and Wang Lu. After all, Wang Lu is different from other women. After all, this guy is Feng Jing's best friend. If they really did have a relationship, it would definitely have to last a long time. If Feng Jing found out, it would be a bit embarrassing. While I was thinking about it, Deng Xian came over with a waiter. Excuse me, ladies. I just played a game of dare with some friends and lost, so I came here to take the liberty of doing so. I'd like to treat you two to a drink, and I wonder if you two ladies would be so kind as to do me the honor. Deng Xian started with a routine speech. As he said this, he winked at the waiter following behind him. The waiter was holding a tray with a bottle of the highly recognizable golden ace of spades on it. This thing is actually not expensive. Even if the price varies from store to store, if you mark it up high, it will cost around 10,000 yuan at most. Generally, it is only a few thousand yuan. However, this wine is indeed one of the most popular tools for showing off in nightclubs and bars. Another most common so-called dragon set refers to 6 bottles of spade A wine. In fact, the authentic Shenlong set is gold, platinum, purple gold, rose gold, pink gold, green gold, black gold, 6 colors of spade ace. However, because the production of black gold is extremely small, the Shenlong set usually uses the more expensive gold to replace the black gold. Therefore, in the general spade ace series, the gold bottle spade is the most conspicuous and famous. The reason why Deng Xian asked the waiter to bring the golden ace of spades was naturally because he wanted to show off with this drink and attract Feng Jing and Wan Lu. To be honest, if it were an ordinary girl who goes to bars or a girl who uses credit cards for free, she would have fallen into the trap long ago. It's a pity that Feng Jing and Wang Lu were guarding Zhou Yuan and directly refused. Sorry, we're not interested. Chapter 51. I'm just too lazy to pretend. The two of them rejected him cleanly and neatly, and Deng Xian suddenly felt embarrassed. Of course, as a rich young man, he would not turn against her and act so arrogantly. He quickly covered up his inner embarrassment with a smile, and instead of leaving, he turned to look at Zhou Yuan. I'm sorry, buddy. Look, I made a bet with a few friends. If I go back like this, I'll be embarrassed. How about this? I'll give this bottle of golden spade ace to you, buddy. How about we just get to know each other and become friends? I'll invite you 3 to my place and we'll just have a drink. Since he couldn't seduce Feng Jing and Wang Lu, Deng Xian shifted his target to Zhou Yuan. To be honest, Deng Xian has encountered situations like this before. Some girls are reluctant to agree at first because they have boyfriends or male friends around them. This is nothing more than a matter of face. However, if you take action against the man at this time, the problem will not be difficult to solve. Because no matter whether men are rich or poor, they all care about the occasion in face. I've given you some wine and invite you to have a drink. Under normal circumstances, most people wouldn't mind going through the motions, even just out of courtesy. As long as Zhou Yuan is willing to take a trip, the problem can be easily solved. With their abilities, they were sure to persuade Zhou Yuan to stay in their booth. When Zhou Yuan stays, these two girls will just coax him with a few words and it will definitely pass. Wait until you get to your home court, show off a few words, reveal your wealth and drink some wine, then you won't be afraid of not being able to win. Even if it doesn't work this time, the worst that can happen is that I ask for their contact information. If I put in some more effort in the future, I'll get it sooner or later. Deng Xin had a good idea. This method is likely to be useful in general situations. It's a pity that he happened to run into a guy like Zhou Yuan. Zhou Yuan saw through Deng Xin's real purpose in the blink of an eye. He was targeting Feng Jing and Wang Lu. He didn't get angry, but smiled and said, "I appreciate your kindness, brother, but we won't bother you anymore. As for the wine, we don't need it. We don't need it. It's just a bottle of golden ace of spades, and you dare to show off with this thing? Funny that? Dude, we're all here to have fun, why bother? Look, I just lost the game, so why don't you give me some face? I'm just going over for a drink." Deng Xin spoke again. He pretended to be sincere, so Zhou Yuan couldn't get angry. But the past will definitely not pass away. Zhou Yuan thought about it and called the waiter. "Go and give me a set of Shenlong suits, and also get 2 more bottles of golden spades and send them to this gentleman." He then looked at Deng Xin and said, "Let's forget about the past. In return, I'll give you 2 bottles of wine." No matter how stupid Zhou Yuan was, he knew that Deng Xin was coming for Feng Jing and Wang Lu. The other party dared to come so blatantly and brought the golden spade with him, simply because he thought he had no money, so he wanted to show off and pick up girls at the same time. When he said this, he was subtly telling Deng Xin, "I'm not short of money. I'm just too lazy to pretend. Be smart and go back quietly before everyone gets angry." As expected, Deng Xin's expression changed slightly when he heard this. "In that case, I won't bother you anymore." He said this awkwardly and turned away. It is obvious that this guy can no longer pretend today. He thought he was facing a loser, but he didn't expect that he was also a rich man. A set of Shenlong suit worth 68888, even they wouldn't buy it casually. After all, although they are rich, at the end of the month, including the money given by their families, they only make about 100,000 or 200,000 yuan at most. It's already a big deal to spend thousands of dollars on a bottle of spades to pick up a girl, so why bother trying the Shenlong suit? Unless you have a brain seizure. Deng Xin returned to the booth, and a group of people started chattering and asking questions. "Old Deng, what's going on? Even you can't handle it?" "That's right, old Deng, you're really not up to par. Are you stumped by a poor kid in a bar?" Upon hearing this, Deng Xin's eyes widened. "Get lost, you poor bastard. I'm just pretending to be a pig and eating the tiger. Is this true?" As soon as he finished speaking, a large group of people from the atmosphere group came up with wine. Deng Xin immediately pursed his lips and said, "Look, you see, they directly asked for the Shenlong suit. Do you think it's true? Damn, no wonder there are 2 9-point girls sitting next to me, it turns out they are also second generation. We can't afford to offend this kind of person. I guess only someone of young Master Ma's status could keep him under control, right? Forget it, don't think too much, wait until Ma Xiao and Lao Sun come. Don't tell me, if young Master Ma knew about this, with his personality, he would definitely go over and have some fun." A group of people started chattering. Chapter 52. You are quite crazy. While they were talking, 2 young men came into the store one after another. "Sunwei, what's wrong with your face?" The one walking in front was an arrogant young man, about 23 or 24 years old, but he was full of arrogance and a little domineering. Following behind was a man in his 20s with slap marks on his face. Upon hearing the question, the latter quickly smiled and said, Nothing, I just had an accident and got slapped." "Accident? What kind of accident? Did you offend someone and get beaten up?" Sunwei hummed awkwardly. "What about the other party? Didn't you find someone to deal with him?" "Run away." "Run away? Right. Well, that's really something. You can tell your sister about this later." Even though Sunway is older than this guy, his sister happens to be one of the lovers of the man in front of him. If it weren't for this relationship, he wouldn't have gotten to this point. The two of them talked as they entered the hall. Sunway quickly found a waiter and led the way to Deng Xin and others. When a group of people saw Sunway and this man, they immediately stood up. Master Ma, you're here. Hello, Mr. Ma. Welcome, Brother Ma. Alright, stop with all this nonsense. Just sit down when you need to. Ma Bin asked a group of people to sit down and said with a smile, "What's going on with you today? Didn't you call a single girl?" When the word girl was mentioned, several people immediately remembered what had just happened and their faces looked a little strange. Ma Bin frowned and said, "What do you mean? You guys don't look right. What's going on?" When he asked, someone quickly explained and pointed in the direction of Zhou Yuan. Ma Bin and Sunway looked over. After a quick glance, Sunway's face suddenly became gloomy. That's the guy. What do you mean, this guy? Why are you so surprised? Ma Bin frowned and glanced at him. It's him. This is the guy who beat me up in the restaurant before. Sunway explained quickly. Are you sure? Yes, I was having dinner with my wife at the time. She and the woman in the white dress were classmates. They had an argument, and then this guy started fighting. So you know that girl? Ma Bin's eyes lit up. Compared to Zhou Yuan, he is more interested in domineering women like Feng Jing and Wan Lu. If he didn't love this so much, he wouldn't have a brother-in-law as old as Sun Wei. Seeing that Ma Bin was interested, Deng Xian, who was somewhat unwilling to accept the humiliation caused by Zhou Yuan, spoke immediately. Old son, that guy seems to have some family background, I think we should just forget it. Deng Xian was very smart. He didn't speak to Ma Bin, but instead deliberately persuaded Sun Wei. Because Deng Xian knew Ma Bin's personality very well. He was the kind of stubborn person who cared about his reputation. In this situation, the more you persuade them, the more trouble they will cause. Of course, the reason why he advised Sun Wei instead of Ma Bin was mainly because if he advised Ma Bin directly, it would sound like he looked down on him. If you are not careful, you will end up getting yourself into trouble. Okay, that's interesting. I'd like to see where this guy comes from. Ma Bin narrowed his eyes slightly. Anyone with a discerning eye could tell that he was angry. Sure enough, in the blink of an eye, Ma Bin stood up and ran straight to Zhou Yuan with Sun Wei. Zhou Yuan blinked and noticed the two of them, and when he saw Sun Wei, his eyebrows raised. At this time, Ma Bin had already led Sun Wei over. The two security guards at the edge of the booth who were specially called over to keep people out immediately called out young Master Ma respectfully when they saw him. Ma Bin waved his hand, walked in directly, and sat down in the seat casually. He didn't say anything, but instead looked at Feng Jing and Wan Lu unscrupulously. The two of them felt uncomfortable with his gaze and couldn't help but look at Zhou Yuan. Ma Bin couldn't help but frown, blinked and stared at Zhou Yuan with a sneer on his face. Boy, you're pretty arrogant. You beat someone up and still dare to come out and jump around. Chapter 53 Arrogance. As soon as Ma Bin opened his mouth, he showed an arrogant attitude as if he was going to bring an army to bear to punish someone. However, Zhou Yuan didn't buy it at all. He glanced at Sun Wei and said casually, "Some people just deserve a beating. What's wrong with that?" If it were in the past, Zhou Yuan would definitely not have had this attitude. But now it's different. It is said that a man with money is confident, not to mention that he not only has money, but also has a system to support him, so naturally he is very courageous. If you are brave enough, you will naturally not be afraid of people like Ma Bin. What's more, when Ma Bin appeared, he had already used the spying technique on Ma Bin and knew Ma Bin's identity. Ma Bin is the second son of Ma Dingbang, chairman of Guangqing Tianma Pharmaceutical Company. One of the second-rate playboys in Guangqing area. In addition, the spying technique also revealed Ma Bin's weaknesses and secrets, which was a lot of black material. This guy even has several lives to his credit. With this information in hand, Zhou Yuan really doesn't think he should be afraid of this guy. Seeing his attitude, Ma Bin's face suddenly darkened. Alright, kid, you're really brave and arrogant. Whether I'm crazy or not is none of your business. You're not welcome here. Go back to where you came from. Zhou Yuan's style of doing things is that I treat you the way you treat me. Ma Bin came up with an arrogant attitude, so he naturally wouldn't be polite. You're brave, you really are. Do you know who I am? Believe it or not, I won't let you leave this bar. Ma Bin had a cold and stern look on his face. His behavior actually scared Feng Jing and Wan Lu a little. Feng Jing secretly poked Zhou Yuan and said worriedly, "Honey, will we be okay?" Wang Lu also stared at Zhou Yuan with some concern. Seeing the two of them like this, Ma Bin laughed before Zhou Yuan even spoke. "Don't worry, ladies. Every wrong has its perpetrator, and if anything happens, I will definitely not hold it against you. But if you want to get out of here safely, you'd better have a few drinks with me, and I will make sure you're safe and sound." The more Ma Bin looked at Feng Jing and Wang Lu, the more interested he became. With a nice and smooth figure, a wasp waist and beautiful legs, this figure is definitely top-notch. Even though he had seen a lot of women, he couldn't help but become interested in the two of them. But at this moment, Zhou Yuan sneered and said, "I said, have you finished your fart? If you want to do something, do it quickly, and stop talking nonsense here. I gave you face, but you refused it. You're asking for trouble. Just wait, I want to see if you can still be so arrogant." Ma Bin's face changed instantly. He cursed and immediately took out his cell phone to make a call. At this moment, Zhou Yuan's right eye suddenly blurred, and Xiao Bai revealed his true form. "Master, do you want to block or monitor the other party's call?" Zhou Yuan really didn't expect Xiao Bai to appear, and was a little surprised for a moment. "You still have this function?" "Of course, I'm omnipotent in the cyber world, so I'm naturally proficient in this kind of information interception and monitoring technology. This is the first time that Xiao Bai, the intelligent computer, has taken the initiative to reveal its own abilities. Forget about blocking and intercepting. Let this guy play. Let him play however he wants." When encountering such a thing, Zhou Yuan was sure that Ma Bin would most likely call someone. This was just right, since he had just received the Grandmaster level martial arts skill book in the afternoon and was just about to see how good his martial arts skills were now. Given such an opportunity, of course he wouldn't stop it. A phone call was made, and 3 or 5 minutes later, a dozen ferocious thugs surrounded them. Looking at the group of people, Ma Bin's face was full of pride. "Kid, I'm giving you one last chance. Either you kneel down on the stage and let my brother-in-law slap you 100 times, or I'll cripple one of your arms and legs today." Seeing so many people, Feng Jing and Wan Lu's expressions changed instantly. Zhou Yuan patted the two of them calmly and looked at Ma Bin with a smile. "I'm giving you a chance now. Either you kneel down and admit your mistake, or I'll beat you up and make you kneel down and admit your mistake." Chapter 54 Kowtow. With just one sentence, Ma Bin's face changed suddenly. "Get started. Get started. As long as no one dies, I'll take care of the rest." Ma Bin was instantly furious. A group of thugs rushed towards Zhou Yuan without saying a word. Feng Jing and Wan Lu were so frightened that they huddled together. At this moment, Zhou Yuan moved. The lighting in the bar was already bad, and everyone only felt a flash before their eyes, and when they came to their senses, they were screaming. In just 1 minute, more than a dozen thugs were lying on the ground. They were either covering their arms or thighs, rolling around and screaming. On the side, Zhou Yuan clapped his hands nonchalantly. Looking at the group of people falling to the ground, Ma Bin's face changed instantly. Zhou Yuan turned around, glanced at him, raised his hand, and slapped him directly. Bang! With a crisp sound, Ma Bin was beaten and fell directly onto the sofa. His mind was completely confused. When the companions not far away saw this, their faces changed and they looked at Zhou Yuan as if they had seen a ghost. "What should I do? What should I do now? Think of a solution quickly. By the way, give Master Chen a call." "That's right, call Master Chen right away. Brother Ma is still with Master Chen, and this place was originally Master Chen's territory." A few guys were discussing in a panic, and in the blink of an eye, someone took out a cell phone and quickly dialed a number. In just 2 or 3 minutes, a sturdy middle-aged man appeared in front of Zhou Yuan's seat. Seeing this guy, Ma Bin, who had been covering his face and unable to move forward or backward, suddenly saw his savior. "Brother Hon, you have to take charge. This kid not only messed up the place, but also beat people up. Ma Bin is very arrogant when facing people who are not as good as him." But when he saw this man, Ma Bin immediately acted like a grandson. "Who is this guy?" Zhou Yuan instantly became interested. Based on the cautious principle of knowing both yourself and your enemy, he directly used a spying technique. Chen Han, a warrior from the Chen family in Tiandong province. A true martial arts expert, at the initial stage of dark energy. As for his weaknesses and secrets, there are quite a few, especially since he has more than a dozen lives on his hands. Judging from this information alone, he is definitely a ruthless person. Zhou Yuan suddenly became more cautious. Seeing him like this, Ma Bin couldn't suppress the satisfaction on his face. Chen Hong, this is the #1 expert beside Chen Xiao. He is definitely not a gangster or thug, but a serious martial artist. He had seen with his own eyes that Chen Hong had easily dealt with 50 or 60 thugs by himself. Now that this person has taken action, I believe he can easily destroy Zhou Yuan and avenge himself. Chen Hong glanced at Ma Bin and didn't even bother to say anything. He blinked and stared at Zhou Yuan expressionlessly. You were the one who did it just now? Good. Zhou Yuan had just finished saying these 2 words when Chen Hong opposite him moved in an instant. The attack came so suddenly that no one present could react at all. However, Zhou Yuan had just been on guard against Chen Hong, and he also had master-level martial arts skills, so he anticipated the moment Chen Hong suddenly attacked. In a flash, Zhou Yuan slightly turned his body and avoided Chen Hong's sneak attack. He did not even give the other party a chance to react, and did not hold back, kicking Chen Hong hard in the abdomen with all his strength. The physique of the Dark Energy Master is indeed different from that of others. This kick was like kicking a piece of rubber. Feeling something was wrong, Zhou Yuan instantly summoned a trace of mysterious yellow energy, which quickly flowed into the soles of his feet. Originally, Chen Hong had a cold expression on his face, but at this moment his expression changed drastically. He didn't even have time to react before he fell backwards. In the blink of an eye, Chen Hong crashed directly onto the sofa with a bang, and even spurted out a mouthful of blood. However, this is not the most surprising thing. The next second, Chen Hong suddenly staggered to his feet and kowtowed to Zhou Yuan. Chapter 55 Meeting the Grandmaster. Chen Hong kowtowed several times, which instantly shocked Ma Bin and others. Even Zhou Yuan was confused. I just kicked him once, but he actually knelt down and kowtowed. What the hell is going on? While he was in a daze, he heard Chen Hong say, "This junior is blind and actually attacked you, senior. I beg you to be magnanimous and forgive me this time." As Chen Hong spoke, he lowered his head to the ground, not daring to move at all. He behaves like this not because he is spineless or has the habit of kneeling down to others, but because of the kick just now. He clearly felt a sense of being cut by a knife. It was precisely because of this feeling of energy that he instantly realized Zhou Yuan's strength. Grandmaster. A true martial arts master. Because only masters can cultivate the legendary inner energy. He, a mere early-stage dark energy warrior, couldn't afford to offend such a person. It is no exaggeration to say that if the other party has murderous intentions, he can be killed with just a finger. What's more, the Grandmaster has such a high status that he will definitely be respected and worshipped wherever he goes. Not to mention him, even young Master Chen behind him, and even young Master Chen's father, the current head of the Chen family, had to be polite when meeting the Grandmaster. And he actually took the initiative to offend this kind of existence. Just thinking about it, Chen Hong felt a chill all over his body and he wanted to slap himself a few times. Hong. Brother Hong, what are you doing? Seeing Chen Hong's behavior, Ma Bin's face turned pale as paper, his whole body trembled, and he asked a question. Unfortunately, Chen Hong ignored him and continued to lie on the ground obediently. Zhou Yuan was confused by Chen Hong's behavior and was extremely curious. However, no matter how curious he was at this moment, he couldn't keep silent, so he snorted pretentiously and said indifferently, "I'm in a good mood today, so I won't bother with you about what happened just now. Thank you for sparing my life, senior. You are so kind. I am deeply grateful." Chen Hong secretly breathed a sigh of relief and kowtowed repeatedly. Zhou Yuan wasn't used to someone kowtowed endlessly in front of him, so he casually waved his hand and said, "All right, get up. Thank you for your generosity, senior." Chen Hong hurriedly expressed his gratitude and then stood up carefully. He glanced at Zhou Yuan stealthily and said respectfully, "Senior, please forgive me. I have a humble request, and I hope you will grant it." Zhou Yuan frowned and glanced at him. After a moment of silence, he said, "What's your unwelcome request? Tell me." Chen Hong lowered his head and said respectfully, "Could you please make a phone call to inform my young master to come and pay his respects to you, senior?" "Whatever. Thank you, senior." Zhou Yuan responded casually, and Chen Hong hurriedly thanked him. Then he took out his cell phone and made a quick call. In just a few minutes, a young man in his 20s came hurriedly with several bodyguards. When Ma Bin saw this man, he shuddered and then put on a smile in an instant. "Mr. Chen." The young man just glanced at Ma Bin without even paying any attention to him, and then looked at Chen Hong. Chen Hang bowed apologetically to Zhou Yuan, then walked over and whispered quickly, "Master, the person sitting there is the Grandmaster I just mentioned." "So young? Are you sure you're not mistaken?" Chen Xiao was obviously a little unconvinced. Chen Hang's expression changed slightly, and he quickly said, "Young master, be careful with your words. I will never make a mistake about this kind of thing. This person is definitely a master." As Chen Hang's right-hand man, Chen Wentai still trusts Chen Hang's loyalty and vision. Hearing Chen Hang's firm tone, he immediately believed it. In the blink of an eye, he put on a polite and respectful smile, walked quickly to Zhou Yuan, and bowed neatly. Junior Chen Wentai pays homage to Grandmaster. Chapter 56. I was wrong, I was just a bad mouth. Zhou Yuan was slightly stunned when he heard the word master. When he came to his senses, he suddenly had a flash of inspiration and understood why Chen Hong had been so respectful to him before. Obviously, Chen Hong and Chen Wentai both regarded him as a martial arts master. In this era, the art of qi refining is too mysterious and therefore not revealed to the outside world. On the contrary, the martial arts are more well known to ordinary people because they have also been passed down for thousands of years. People in the martial arts world are naturally divided into high and low classes due to their strength. First, there are ordinary warriors. At this level, as long as they are familiar with some martial arts and fighting techniques, they can be considered entry-level. Then comes the Ming Jin realm, where one trains the muscles, bones and skin, becomes physically strong and possesses incredible strength. The next level is the Dark Power realm, where one's qi and blood are powerful and vitality is vigorous. Although every move seems casual, one can mobilize all the tendons, bones, muscles and qi and blood in a very short distance and instantly burst out with terrifying power. As for after the hidden power, it is the stage of transforming power, turning hardness into softness, and overcoming hardness with softness. The continuous force can break the momentum of 1,000 pounds, and holding a flying bird in your palm can make it unable to fly. And above the level of Hua Jin is the so-called Grandmaster. The body is filled with qi and blood, the thoughts are clear, and one can sense the vital energy of heaven and earth in the dark, draw the qi into the body, and use the qi to resist the enemy. When one reaches this level, it is actually very similar to the legendary qi refining. With a wave of the hand, taking someone's life is as easy as blowing dust. Even those with great strength can withstand ordinary firearms with just their vitality. When you reach this level of strength, it's truly a qualitative change. In other words, it's hard to die. Furthermore, once one reaches the Grandmaster realm, their status and position will be completely different. Even the higher-ups will value them and recruit them. At this level, no matter the strength or status, ordinary people can't afford to provoke him. Not to mention ordinary people, even ordinary wealthy families are reluctant to provoke them. They are all polite and try to win them over. Otherwise, Chen Wentai would not have acted like this. But to be honest, Zhou Yuan was very clear that he was not a true master. After all, with his current physical fitness, or attributes, he is at best at the level of a dark energy warrior. But then again, apart from his worse physical fitness, he is not inferior to ordinary masters in other aspects. When it comes to martial arts, he has master-level martial arts skills and is definitely not afraid. In terms of vital energy cultivation, the Xianhuang Qi obtained from practicing the Xianhuang Heart Sutra is many times stronger than ordinary vital energy, and is not even on the same level. As long as he doesn't fight hard with his physical fitness, with his current strength, ordinary martial arts masters are no match for him. So facing Chen Wentai's courtesy, Zhou Yuan felt not at all inferior. He glanced at Chen Wentai indifferently and said casually, "Okay, no need to be so polite." Chen Wentai breathed a sigh of relief and immediately looked at Ma Bin standing next to him. His face turned cold, and he pulled Ma Bin over and kicked him to the ground. "I have just heard that it was this ignorant creature who disturbed your pleasure. If you want to kill or chop him up, just give me the order, and I will definitely do it." With just one sentence, Ma Bin's face changed instantly. "Mr. Chen." "No, Mr. Chen. Please forgive me. I really didn't mean it." "Shut up." Seeing Ma Bin yelling, Chen Wentai's face darkened. He scolded him and slapped him in the face. Bang! With a crisp sound, Ma Bin instantly became obedient. Zhou Yuan glanced at him, narrowed his eyes and smiled. "Master Ma, weren't you quite arrogant just now? You even threatened to slap me in the face to apologize? I was wrong. I deserve to die. I was just so mean. Please be magnanimous. Please be magnanimous and just treat me like a fart." Ma Bin shuddered, then came to his senses. Not only did he beg for mercy, he also attacked himself with arrows left and right. Chapter 57, Make Good Friends. Ma Bin slapped the opponent with great effort, making loud slapping sounds. Zhou Yuan glanced at him without saying anything else, then turned to look at Sun Wei again. The guy reacted instantly and fell to his knees on the ground cleanly and neatly, saying, "I deserve to die desperately," and at the same time, imitating Ma Bin, he started to attack himself left and right. Only after the two men's faces were swollen and their noses were bleeding did Zhou Yuan wave his hands in disgust. "Alright, go away wherever you are and don't let me see you again." "Thank you, Master Zhou, for sparing my life." "Thank you, Master Zhou, for sparing my life." The two men spoke incoherently, kowtowed several times, and then ran away in a panic, crawling. After the two of them left, Chen Wentai said with a smile, "Senior, this place isn't very quiet. Why don't you come sit with me?" Zhou Yuan glanced at him and said, "No need to sit down, I came here today just to enjoy this atmosphere. Also, please stop calling me senior, it makes me uncomfortable." "Then I'll be bold enough to call you Master Zhou. If you don't mind, you can just call me Wentai." Chen Wentai was quite humble. As the saying goes, don't hit a smiling person. Zhou Yuan didn't act like a superior to him. But having this guy around made people feel a little uncomfortable. Coupled with what had just happened, Feng Jing and Wang Lu clearly had no intention of staying any longer. Zhou Yuan chatted with Chen Wentai for a few words, then got up and left. Upon seeing this, Chen Wentai hurriedly brought people to escort him out personally. Before leaving, he respectfully presented him with a bank card and several black gold VIP cards. "This is a small gift from me, I hope Mr. Zhou will accept it." Zhou Yuan did not refuse and accepted it directly. He let Chen Wentai see him out the door, then he took Feng Jing and Wang Lu into the car and drove away. After watching him walk away, Chen Wentai breathed a sigh of relief and turned to Chen Hong, saying, "Ahong, go investigate this person's information and preferences. Also, investigate the two women around him. Notify me immediately if you have any results. It's so hard to meet a master-level figure, I must make good friends with him. You never know when you might find someone like this." "Zhou Yuan, what exactly do you do? Why is even young Master Chen so polite to you?" In the car, Wang Lu couldn't help but speak out of curiosity. Although Feng Jing didn't say anything, she was obviously very curious and stared at him eagerly. "Why, do you know that guy just now?" Zhou Yuan didn't respond directly. He looked up at the rearview mirror and asked back. Young Master Chen of the Chen family, our Guancheng's most famous playboy, was in the news a while ago. I heard he was jealous of someone and almost got into a fight. Anyway, it spread all over the circle of friends, didn't you know? I really don't know about that. Zhou Yuan shook his head. As for what I do, didn't I tell you before? I'm just a student. I'd never trust you. Wang Lu glared at Zhou Yuan angrily and coquettishly. Zhou Yuan smiled and changed the subject. It's getting late now. Where do you live? I'll take you back first. Hearing this, Wang Lu's heart moved. She glanced at Feng Jing and said with a smile, we agreed to sleep together today. Wherever she lives, I'll live there. Zhou Yuan couldn't help but glance at Feng Jing, who immediately said to Wang Lu, Lulu, how about? No, Jingjing, you've already resigned. I have to sleep with you tonight no matter what, otherwise there will be no chance in the future. Wang Lu interrupted directly. Feng Jing couldn't help but look at Zhou Yuan in embarrassment. She had promised Zhou Yuan that she would play the secretary game in the evening, so she naturally didn't want to disappoint Zhou Yuan. Zhou Yuan saw through Wang Lu's little thought about it, and simply took the two of them to the villa. Although we haven't found any servants yet in the villa, all the supplies are complete, so there will definitely be no problem living there. Chapter 58 The Hidden Dangers of Money. After half an hour, the car drove into the villa of Jinyu Haoding. After getting out of the car, Feng Jing and Wang Lu were both confused. This place is really yours? What he brewed was the legendary mountainside villa of Jinyu Haoding. I heard that one building would cost about 300 to 400 million. 300 or 400 million, such a sky-high price, Zhou Yuan could actually afford it? Wang Lu felt her calves go weak. Don't just stand there, come in first. We just bought this villa not long ago and haven't had time to hire servants yet, so we're just making do with it for now. Zhou Yuan opened the door and turned to greet the dazed Feng Jing and Wang Lu. The two then entered the house and were shocked by the decoration inside. Zhou Yuan took them for a casual stroll and then took the elevator to the top floor. There were plenty of rooms, and all the bedding and supplies were complete. Zhou Yuan led the two of them to find their way around, then went to take a shower first. When I came out again, I didn't see Feng Jing, but Wang Lu was sitting in the living room. When she saw Zhou Yuan, her eyes lit up. Zhou Yuan. I want to discuss something with you. Wang Lu stood up casually and sat next to Zhou Yuan. Zhou Yuan glanced at her and said with a smile, "What do you want to discuss?" Seeing his smile, Wang Lu suddenly swallowed the words that were about to come out of her mouth, turned around and put on a pitiful look. "My legs hurt, can you rub them for me?" Wang Lu stretched out her long legs, leaned sideways, and placed them on Zhou Yuan's legs. "This is such a blatant hook." Zhou Yuan glanced at Wang Lu meaningfully, and was hesitating whether to take action when he heard a click and the sound of a door lock coming from the corridor. With a swish, Wang Lu retracted her legs and dodged. Her movements were extremely fast. Zhou Yuan sat upright, feeling guilty. "Lulu, go take a shower." Feng Jing walked out of the bathroom while rubbing her hair. Wang Lu glanced at Zhou Yuan regretfully, then pretended to be calm and said then got up and went to the bathroom. As soon as she left, Feng Jing immediately looked at Zhou Yuan. Zhou Yuan felt a little guilty and thought Feng Jing had noticed something wrong, but Feng Jing walked straight into the room. But when she reached the door, she suddenly stopped and turned her head to look at Zhou Yuan charmingly. "Boss Zhou, why don't you come and inspect the work?" It was 2 hours later when the inspection was over. Feng Jing lay on Zhou Yuan like a pile of mud for a long time. After she finally caught her breath, she suddenly shouted, "Husband! What's wrong? I want to ask you something." Feng Jing suddenly looked up and stared at Zhou Yuan. "You ask? Husband, what do you do for a living? How can you be so rich? You can even afford a villa like this." Feng Jing had never taken the initiative to inquire about Zhou Yuan's situation, but this time she really couldn't help it. After all, being able to afford a villa worth 200 or 300 million is a bit too extravagant. Zhou Yuan was slightly stunned by this question, and in the blink of an eye, he couldn't help but frown. He suddenly realized a problem. It was true that he was getting richer and richer, but he couldn't explain where the money came from. It doesn't matter if you cheat once or twice, but if something special really happens one day, it may cause big problems. If you want to avoid this kind of situation, the best way is to have a reasonable source of income. In other words, the most appropriate way is to start a company. "Honey, did I ask something I shouldn't have asked?" Seeing Zhou Yuan frowning and silent with a bad expression on his face, Feng Jing felt a little worried. "Nothing, I was just thinking." Zhou Yuan comforted Feng Jing. Just as he finished speaking, the system boss suddenly appeared. Chapter 59, I have no culture, but I can travel the world with just a few words. There is an optional opportunity now. Option 1, Traditional Industrial Company. Reward, 50 million cash, 1 system-specific treasure chest. Option 2, Internet-related companies. Reward, 50 million cash and 1 system-specific treasure chest. Option 3, Invest in a company. Reward, 50 million in cash and 1 system-specific treasure chest. This time the choice is another rare case of reward balance. Moreover, the system treasure chests given out are obviously different from usual ones. They are also called directional treasure chests. System, what does a directional treasure chest mean? To facilitate the host's entrepreneurship, the targeted treasure chest can unlock relevant rewards for the corresponding selected industry. You are very thoughtful. Zhou Yuan muttered something and fell into deep thought again. There are 3 options, and they don't seem to be any different. However, there are still differences due to different industries. Zhou Yuan thought about it and decisively chose the 3rd option. As for the reason, it's dead simple. Because he was used to choosing the 3rd option. Moreover, compared with the first 2 items, the investment line actually covers the first 2 items as well. After all, when it comes to investment, you can also choose to invest in some traditional industrial companies or internet companies. Anyway, as long as you have money, you can invest in anything. To be more sassy. If you feel that this line of work is boring today, you can just change it tomorrow. Anyway, if you don't consider the profit issue, you can be so willful. Congratulations to the host for completing the selection. You have received a reward of 50 million and a system-specific treasure chest. After receiving the reward, Zhou Yuan immediately found the treasure chest and chose to open it. Congratulations to the host for opening the targeted treasure chest and obtaining the income detection function. This function has been automatically loaded into the super intelligent brain. Yield detection. This function can be used to detect the yield and return cycle of investment behavior. No additional cost and 100% accuracy. But I'm uneducated, and I can conquer the world with just a few words. System, you're truly awesome. Zhou Yuan was instantly excited. With this profit detection function, it will not be easy to lose money when investing in the future. Zhou Yuan woke up from his laughter, glanced at Feng Jing, and used the spying technique again. After glancing at the personal information that popped up, I found that my loyalty had increased by another 2 points, now as high as 97%. He immediately pinched Feng Jing and said, I'll transfer another 50 million to you later. When the time comes, you can use this money to help me run errands and register an investment company. Husband, are you going to start a company? Feng Jing hesitated for a moment, then suddenly spoke, Can I discuss something with you? Zhou Yuan asked, What do you want to discuss? Feng Jing said, If you really open a company, can you let me come in and work? I've quit my job now and I'm not used to being idle. Zhou Yuan smiled and said, It's totally fine if you want to work. You can even be the boss's wife. Feng Jing gave him a kiss of gratitude, then spoke with a well-behaved look on her face. Boss, I don't have any extravagant expectations. As long as you don't kick me out, I will be your secretary for the rest of my life. Feng Jing was very clear in her mind. In her opinion, with Zhou Yuan's wealth, it was unlikely that she would be able to sit in the position of boss lady. Instead of hoping for that, it would be better for her to stay with Zhou Yuan honestly and dutifully. Zhou Yuan would not treat her unfairly anyway. Oh, honey, I have something else to tell you. Feng Jing came back to her senses and spoke again. Zhou Yuan smiled and said, Go ahead, tell me what you want to say. Feng Jing said, Can you also arrange something for Lulu? She studied management in college, so she should be able to help out in the company. Zhou Yuan nodded and said, As long as she is willing to come, that's fine. Lulu would definitely agree. She actually didn't want to be a salesperson before, but she just couldn't find any other suitable jobs, so she managed to hold on. Okay, that would be great if she's willing to come. Then tell her later that if you can't, you can resign tomorrow. Then ask her to accompany you to register the company or something, so she can take care of you. Zhou Yuan agreed directly. Chapter 60 Buy whatever you want. In the next 2 days, Zhou Yuan returned to his honest and normal student life. He didn't go back to the villa, but gave Feng Jing the key and asked her to live there and hire someone to help. Wang Lu also resigned from her job and followed Feng Jing to run around and mess up the company. As the lease of the house Feng Jing and Wang Lu had previously shared had also expired, Feng Jing asked Zhou Yuan for his opinion and decided to let Wang Lu move into the villa temporarily. There are already many villas and most of them are empty, so it doesn't matter if Wang Lu moves in temporarily. Anyway, Feng Jing doesn't mind, so Zhou Yuan naturally won't mind either. Originally, the two of them were planning to pack up and move, but Zhou Yuan specifically reminded them to throw away what should be thrown away and just buy new ones. Given their personalities, they were reluctant to do such a lavish thing. However, since Zhou Yuan said so, the two of them thought that if they were to live in a place like a villa halfway up the mountain, some things would not be suitable to bring with them, so they packed up some important things and disposed of the rest as garbage. After finishing the moving in the morning, they had nothing to do in the afternoon, so they went shopping to buy some things. Feng Jing called Zhou Yuan specifically and asked if he needed anything special. Zhou Yuan didn't have anything worth buying, but when he heard that the two of them went shopping, he generously transferred 1 million yuan to Feng Jing and told her to spend it as she pleased. Listening to the phone, Wang Lu felt a little sour. I really envy you, Jingjing. You found a good man like Zhou Yuan. Apart from anything else, I'm willing to spend this money on you. Feng Jing didn't know how to respond to such words. Zhou Yuan heard it all on the other end of the phone. After thinking for a moment and hanging up the phone, he sent a WeChat message to Wang Lu, bank card number. Wang Lu was feeling jealous at first, but when she noticed WeChat, her heart skipped a beat. Bank card number? This is, you want to give me pocket money too? This guy, wouldn't he really have that kind of thought? Although Wang Lu had intended to hook up with Zhou Yuan a few days ago and even did something a little excessive. But in fact, it was jealousy that made me lose my mind for a moment. But after that day, and after calming down for the past 2 days, she felt a little sorry for Feng Jing. It is said that human hearts are fickle and unpredictable. Because she felt sorry, she forced herself to suppress the sinful thoughts she had before. So even though she felt jealous just now, she started to panic when she thought that Zhou Yuan's act of giving money might have some purpose. She carefully glanced at Feng Jing, who was looking at clothes, and then quickly replied, "You, what are you doing?" Zhou Yuan glanced at his phone and suddenly remembered the dirty joke on the internet. He immediately felt like teasing her and replied, "Yes." When Wang Lu saw the reply, she was stunned for a moment, then she realized what was going on and her face turned red. Before I knew it, the phone vibrated again. "Send me the card number quickly." Wang Lu suddenly came back to her senses, bit her lip, looked at her phone, and then looked at Feng Jing. After hesitating for a long time, he sent a message, "Forget it, after all, you are Jingjing." I said, "Are you thinking too much? I just asked for your bank card number. Just send it if I ask you to." Wang Lu was a little confused by the domineering and arrogant tone between the lines. I was in a daze for a long time, and somehow I sent the card number. After just a dozen seconds, the phone buzzed. Wang Lu shuddered at the first glance. "Dear domestic bank user, received a transfer of 1 million yuan from another bank." 1 million. This. He actually transferred 1 million to me. Take whatever you want and buy it. If you don't have enough, come to me. In the blink of an eye, another message appeared. Wang Lu took a quick look and her mind became confused again. Chapter 61. I want to see what you can do to me. After transferring the money to Wang Lu, Zhou Yuan stopped chatting with her, put down his phone, and focused on the class. Half an hour later, the bell rang. Zhou Yuan packed up his things and left the classroom. After taking a few steps, a boy stood in front of him. "Excuse me, are you Zhou Yuan?" Zhou Yuan was unfamiliar with this person and nodded in confusion. "It's me, classmate, what can I do for you?" "It's a small matter. I would like to ask Zhou Yuan to go to a place with me. Someone wants to talk to you about something," the other party said mysteriously. Zhou Yuan subconsciously wanted to refuse this nonsensical invitation. However, during this time, the system boss, who had been quiet for 2 days, showed up again. "There is an optional opportunity now. Option 1, refuse the offer, as it's obviously a bad omen. Reward, 3 million. Option 2, no matter if it's mysterious or not, I'm not afraid of anything. I'll just meet him. Reward, 5 million gold coins, 1 system treasure chest." This time the system boss was simple and only gave 2 options. Zhou Yuan took a quick look and said to the other person, "Then I'll trouble you to lead the way, classmate. Anyway, there are benefits, so it doesn't hurt to go and meet him. And this is at school, so there is no need to worry about anything happening or being in danger. What's more, with his current strength, even if there is danger, no one can do anything to him. Then please follow me, Mr. Zhou." As this guy said this, he called Zhou Yuan to go out. The two of them walked out of the teaching building, turned several corners, and finally arrived at the school's taekwondo club. When I arrived at the venue, as soon as I walked in, I saw 7 or 8 boys chatting and laughing. When the boy saw them, he immediately called out, "Brother Yong, I've brought the people here." Hearing the noise, several boys immediately turned around, stopped laughing, and stared at Zhou Yuan. One of them looked quite burly and strode over. "Are you Zhou Yuan?" "It's me, who are you?" Zhou Yuan looked at the other person carefully, but unfortunately he had no impression of him at all. "My name is Wu Yong." Zhou Yuan frowned and said, "I'm sorry, I don't think I know you." "You don't know me, but you should know my brother." "Your brother?" "Mr. Zhou, stop playing dumb." The guy's face darkened as he spoke. "You sent my brother to the police station a few days ago. You wouldn't have forgotten about it so quickly." Zhou Yuan suddenly understood and raised his eyebrows. "Wu Feng is your brother?" "Yes, that's my brother." "So, you came to me today to seek revenge?" Zhou Yuan laughed. "They say that when the younger one is beaten, the older one will come. It seems that the other party is definitely looking for trouble. Boy, you are very smart. I asked you to come here this time just to ask for an explanation." Wu Yong said this and waved his hand. In the blink of an eye, the 7 boys gathered around. Wu Yong winked at 2 of them, and they immediately went out the door, closing it behind them. It seems that this situation cannot be resolved peacefully. "Mr. Zhou, you should have thought about what would happen to me after you cheated my brother." Wu Yong's face was gloomy. Zhou Yuan smiled nonchalantly and said, "I beg you to clarify this matter and not put the blame on me. It was clearly your brother who wanted to trick me, but he ended up shooting himself in the foot. You deserve it if he cheated you." Wu Yong said this arrogantly, and then stared at Zhou Yuan wildly. "But I'm a generous person, so I'll give you a chance. Go to the police station and withdraw your complaint, and I'll let you go today. Also, I can also stand up for my brother and write off your charges. What if I don't? If you don't agree, I have plenty of ways to deal with you. After hearing this, Zhou Yuan laughed instantly. That's perfect. I'm a soft-hearted person, I want to see what you can do to me. Chapter 62 Kneel Down. Mr. Zhou, you're not going to accept my toast and you're going to drink the wine for me, right? Wu Yong's face suddenly turned gloomy. He originally wanted to threaten and scare Zhou Yuan in order to get this matter over with. But I didn't expect that this guy was not afraid at all, but was very arrogant. I just refused to drink the toast and drank the wine as punishment. What can you do to me? Zhou Yuan had a mocking look on his face. Okay, you're really brave, guys, let's do it. Wu Yong was filled with rage and waved his hands at the people around him. He dared to let people take action, so naturally he didn't worry about the consequences. Anyway, he has already thought of the excuses. These people are all his own people. When the time comes, it will just be a verbal dispute. Even if things get out of hand, without solid evidence, even if the police come, they can only treat it as an ordinary fight. Moreover, when such things happen in schools, they are usually handled internally in the end. At that time, the worst that can happen is that I can use my connections to resolve the issue. It was also because of this that Wu Yong thought of his younger brother and wanted to call him an idiot. If this guy had informed him at the beginning, he could have asked his buddies for a favor, and then used his connections to get the school to intervene, and most likely the matter could have been suppressed. Why would he end up in jail like this? Of course it's too late to say anything now. In addition, since Zhou Yuan refused to give in, I had no choice but to give him a beating as a way to collect some interest. As soon as Wu Yong spoke, several boys gathered around him. Zhou Yuan raised his eyebrows slightly, his face suddenly turned cold, and he shouted directly. Everyone, kneel down. They are just a few ordinary students, not enough for Zhou Yuan to take action personally. Especially since Zhou Yuan just unlocked the deterrence skill a few days ago, there was no need to take action in this blind situation. Along with a shout, an invisible wave of air spread out from Zhou Yuan's body. In the blink of an eye, there were several muffled thuds. The boys around him turned pale, trembled uncontrollably, and knelt on the ground with their bodies limp. Even Wu Yong was no exception. He couldn't control his heart trembling, his body instantly became limp, and he knelt directly on the ground. After this kneeling, Wu Yong himself was stunned. Zhou Yuan glanced at him and said with a smile, "What's the matter? Aren't you going to fight? Why are you so polite? You're actually giving me such a big gift. Oh my god. Get up now." Wu Yong cursed with a grim expression and tried to get up staggeringly. The helpers suddenly came to their senses and tried to stand up staggeringly. Did I tell you to get up? Get down on your knees. Zhou Yuan shouted again in an instant. Wu Yong and these unlucky guys had just stood up, but before they could stand firm, they were intimidated by Zhou Yuan's aura. They trembled all over and knelt on the ground again. This time, Wu Yong's whole face turned green. Zhou Yuan looked at Wu Yong with a playful expression. What's wrong? You were so arrogant just now, why don't you stand up? Zhou Yuan. Damn you. I'm going to kill you. After kneeling twice in a row, Wu Yong became completely furious. He gritted his teeth and cursed, then he climbed up and rushed towards Zhou Yuan with a roar. Unfortunately, as soon as this guy took a step, Zhou Yuan raised his right hand. With a snap. With one slap, Wu Yong fell to the ground while spinning. But at this moment, I heard a lot of talking outside. Why are you sneaking around blocking the door? Get out of the way. President, you can't go in. I told you to get out of the way, don't you understand? President. In the blink of an eye, there was a creaking sound and the door to the hall was pushed open. Chapter 63 Don't Pretend to be a Grandson. Zhou Yuan turned around when he heard the voice and was slightly stunned. The person who came in was a tall senior schoolmate with a pretty face and heroic features, especially her eyes, which were sharp and striking. With neat short hair and a simple and clean sportswear, she looks dashing and capable. As soon as she entered the room, she was also stunned when she saw Wu Yong and others kneeling on the ground. He reacted instantly and couldn't help but frown. What the hell are you guys doing? After she finished speaking, she looked at Zhou Yuan again. And you, who are you? Zhou Yuan was about to speak when Wu Yong suddenly shouted. President Qi, you have to stand up for us. This guy is here to challenge us. He even forced us to kneel. Wu Yong's reaction was quick. He knew Chi-Ro's personality very well. Although her name contained the word Ro, she was actually a rather impatient and eccentric tiger lady. Moreover, President Chi-Rookie has another problem, which is that he likes to find others to compete with whenever he has nothing to do. The more powerful the person, the more interested she is. The most important thing is that the elder in this family is a senior figure in the school and has a very impressive background. Ordinary people cannot afford to offend him. If Chi-Ro and Zhou Yuan got into a fight, and if Zhou Yuan provoked Chi-Ro, then Chi-Ro might make Zhou Yuan pay for it without him having to scheme anymore. I'm a fucking genius. Wu Yong secretly said this to himself, and immediately winked at the group of people around him. Several people around reacted and spoke up. President, you have to stand up for us. This guy looks down on our Taekwondo club. Yes, President, you must teach this guy a lesson. He came to our Taekwondo gym to challenge us. It's obvious that he looks down on you, the President. We have brought shame to our club. President, you must save our reputation. This group of people are so shameless, they remain calm and confuse right and wrong. Well done, Junior, you're quite courageous. You actually came to our Taekwondo club to challenge us, and even forced our deputy club and students to kneel down to you. If it were any other time, Chi-Ro might not be fooled. But the problem is that she just saw with her own eyes a group of people kneeling down to Zhou Yuan. If they were not forced, how could a group of young and energetic male students kneel down? Not to mention the male classmates, even the female classmates would not kneel down to others easily. Zhou Yuan really couldn't explain this kind of thing for the time being. He just told the truth and yelled twice, and these people were so scared that they knelt down. But who can believe it? What's up, Junior? You just came to challenge us and bullied the people in our club. Now you don't dare to admit it, right? Seeing Zhou Yuan didn't say anything, Chi-Ro's face turned cold. Zhou Yuan curled his lips and said, I didn't force them. They knelt down on their own accord. Oh, are you kidding me? Are they all bitches? They kneeled down for you on their own initiative? Chi-Ro didn't believe this at all. A grown man should be brave enough to take responsibility for his actions. Don't act like a grandson at this time and let this ant look down on you for no reason. Zhou Yuan frowned immediately, glanced at Chi-Ro, and said calmly, then what do you want? What do I want? Chi-Ro smiled instantly, aren't you here to challenge me? Then let's compete. It was so hard to find someone who had the courage to come to the house and cause trouble, and Chi-Ro immediately became interested in taking action. She came here just to find someone to do some exercises with and relax. As he spoke, Chi-Ro took up his stance. Zhou Yuan didn't know Chi-Ro's situation, so he was a little surprised when he heard her words, you want to fight me? What? Are you looking down on me? Chi-Ro raised her eyebrows instantly. Or are you scared? Chapter 64 Don't blame me for not being gentle with women. Hearing Chi-Ro say this, Zhou Yuan immediately laughed and said, I really don't know how to write the word cowardly. Since you're not afraid, then stop dawdling and get started. Chi-Ro hooked her finger at Zhou Yuan. Are you sure you want to do it? So much nonsense. If you don't do anything, don't blame me. Chi-Ro shouted coldly and suddenly attacked. One step forward, a sideways kick. It is said that an expert can tell whether something is good or not with just one look. Chi-Ro's side kick was really sharp. And don't underestimate her because she is a woman, she is obviously very strong. This kick was so explosive that it even caused a faint whistling sound. If ordinary people faced this kind of strength, they would probably not be able to cope with it. At this moment, everyone around became excited. Since Chi-Ro was moved, she would definitely not give up until she was satisfied according to her usual personality. In this case, the Zhou family will definitely be in trouble. And Wu Yong was even happier at this time. Although he couldn't teach Zhou Yuan a lesson personally, with Chi-Ro taking action, this Zhou guy would definitely not have an easy day today. Even if by some chance Zhou Yuan was stronger than Chi-Ro, he wouldn't worry. Because according to Chi-Ro's personality, unless she is injured and her movements are affected, the stronger the opponent is, the more she will not give up. And if Chi-Ro was really injured, there would be no need for Chi-Ro's family to step in, because one of her suitors would definitely not let Zhou Yuan go. Hit me hard. It would be best to let this Zhou guy directly injure or cripple Chi-Ro. By then, this guy will be really dead. Wu Yong sneered secretly. However, facing Chi-Ro's attack, Zhou Yuan did not fight back at all. He took a step back calmly. It seemed like a dangerous move, but in fact he avoided the kick with ease. However, Shiro is the president of the Taekwondo club after all, and his skills are indeed very proficient. If the attack misses, he will immediately exert force from his waist and legs, shift his center of gravity, turn around, and kick from behind. Jo Yuan still had no intention of taking action, and she dodged to the side without changing her expression. The second attack missed, and Shiro changed his tactics again. Unfortunately, the gap in strength between the two was too great, no matter how skilled her skills were, how fast her moves were, or how continuous her attacks were. But after more than 2 minutes, Shiro still couldn't even touch the corner of Zhou Yuan's clothes. Wu Yong and the others who were watching changed their expressions, and each of them looked as ugly as if they had eaten shit. Even Shiro was not in a much better situation. Another attack missed and she glared at Zhou Yuan anxiously. "You're just hiding. Are you still a man? Come on, fight me if you dare." Zhou Yuan kept hiding like this, without any fighting experience at all, which made Shiro feel very uncomfortable. "Do you really want a head-on confrontation? I'm afraid you can't handle it. You're talking nonsense. If you're a man, take action. Others let me look down on you." Shiro had a rather impatient temper to begin with, and she cursed immediately upon hearing that. Zhou Yuan said, "You said it, don't regret it. Hurry up and do it if you have the guts." Shiro scolded again, and as soon as she finished speaking, she rushed towards Zhou Yuan. "Since you are so provocative, don't blame me." Seeing her tigress-like attitude, Zhou Yuan snorted. Almost at the same time, Shiro approached and launched another usual kick attack. But this time Zhou Yuan didn't avoid it. "Don't you want me to take action? Then don't blame me for not being gentle with women. I'll help you." Zhou Yuan raised his hand in an instant, grabbed Shiro's ankle, and pulled it outward, causing Shiro to stagger. But this was not the end. Zhou Yuan took advantage of Shiro's unstable center of gravity, suddenly raised his leg, and kicked her on the butt. Chapter 65. I'm not done with you. After this kick, there was a scream and Shiro fell to the ground in a dog-like manner. The crowd watching on the side were stunned. Wu Yong suddenly reacted, took out his mobile phone calmly, opened WeChat and sent a message to someone. At this moment, Shiro quickly got up, her pretty face flushed, and she even looked a little embarrassed. You dared to kick me. No one has ever kicked her but like this in her life." Zhou Yuan looked indifferent and shrugged. "Didn't you tell me to do it? Why, do you regret it now? You deserve to die." Shiro cursed angrily, but suddenly turned around and glared at Wu Yong and others. "What are you looking at? Get out of here." The embarrassing scene just now was seen by these people, and now they are still standing here, making her feel uncomfortable all over. Seeing this, Wu Yong and others did not dare to offend Shiro. They stood up and ran out of the venue quickly. As soon as they left, Shiro glared at Zhou Yuan fiercely. Without saying a word, she rushed up again like a raging tigress. She was obviously really angry, and her composure was a little disorganized for a moment. Zhou Yuan was too strong to fight back, so he just started dodging again. Once he dodged, Shiro couldn't even touch him. After a few rounds, he became more and more furious. "You bastard! If you have the guts, stop hiding." After all, she is a woman, so it is unreasonable when she gets angry. Shiro kept yelling and cursing, using both fists and feet. "I've warned you enough. If you keep scolding me, I'll be rude to you." Zhou Yuan became annoyed when he heard her chattering non-stop, and scolded her. "You think I'm afraid of you? If you have the guts, do it." Shiro was so angry that she obviously only remembered the food and not the beating, and had forgotten the kick she had just received. Seeing that she still refused to give up, Zhou Yuan simply stopped being polite. In an instant, he rushed forward, dodged, and swept his right leg, easily knocking Shiro to the ground. However, Shiro was obviously not going to stop. She got up in the blink of an eye and started to fight again. After several times, Zhou Yuan became a little annoyed. But because Shiro is a woman, he can't be cruel. She simply threw Shiro to the ground, clasped her wrists with one hand, pressed her lumbar spine with her knees, and pinned her to death on the ground. "You bastard! Let me go!" Shiro struggled for a long time but couldn't get away, so she had to scold him. "I can let you go, but you promise not to do it again. Don't even think about it." "I said you're not done yet, are you?" "I'm not done yet. I won't stop until I defeat you today." This woman is really stubborn. "I'm warning you, my patience is limited." You'd better be sensible, otherwise I will be rude to you. Zhou Yuan's face turned cold. Dream on. If you have the guts, do it. If I beg for mercy, I won't be named Qi. Qi said something in a firm tone in an instant. Okay, you're awesome. Don't blame me then. This woman refused to give in, and Zhou Yuan lost his patience. Isn't it horizontal? Aren't you refusing to beg for mercy? I want to see if you are really that brave. Zhou Yuan frowned, raised his hand in an instant, and slapped Qi hard on the butt. Ah! In the blink of an eye, Qi exclaimed, her face flushed instantly, and she roared angrily. You bastard! I'm not done with you. It's not over yet, is it? Bang! You're dead. You're dead. Bang! I'm going to kill you. Bang! Qi yelled and cursed without giving in at first, and Zhou Yuan was also cruel and ruthless. He slapped her in the face for every curse she made. However, as Qi kept scolding, her voice became lower and lower, and finally she let out a wow and actually cried. Chapter 66 I will make him live a life worse than death. This was really unexpected and Zhou Yuan was completely stunned. Although he wasn't so desperate as to lose his mind when he saw a woman crying, he was a little helpless when this happened suddenly. You let me go. Qi cried, but her tone became inexplicably softer, and she spoke with a choked voice. Zhou Yuan came back to his senses and quickly let go of Qi. I'm sorry, I didn't mean it. He apologized awkwardly and subconsciously reached out to help Qi up. However, just as he helped Qi up, the woman suddenly went crazy and bit his shoulder like a hungry dog. Hiss! Zhou Yuan instantly gasped and cried out in pain, fuck you. Let go. This woman must have used all her strength in her mouth, otherwise, with his current physical condition, he would never have felt such terrible pain. While cursing, Zhou Yuan reached out to push the crazy woman away. However, Qi not only did not let go, but when she realized that Zhou Yuan wanted to push her away, she simply hugged him tightly. Let go. Let go now, my dear. Otherwise I will be rude. Zhou Yuan cursed again in pain, but Qi remained unmoved. She even bit harder, as if she wanted to tear a piece of flesh off. Zhou Yuan was completely anxious, and he couldn't use his strength to push Qi away because of the pain. So he just hardened his heart and reached out to grab Qi's butt. Woo! In the blink of an eye, Qi let out a muffled groan from her nose. Sure enough, the force of her bite was much weaker. Zhou Yuan didn't have time to think about it. When he saw that it was effective, he used even more force. Qi shuddered for a moment and finally let go of her mouth. But at this moment, the hall door was kicked open with a bang. Zhou Yuan was suddenly startled and turned around to see a senior student dressed quite elegantly appear at the door. Behind him followed Wu Yong and others, and judging from the expressions of Wu Yong and others, it was clear that he was their leader. This guy noticed the abnormality of Zhou Yuan and Qi at a glance, and his face suddenly became extremely ugly and gloomy. Fuck you! You bastard! Let me go! He cursed and rushed towards Zhou Yuan like an angry lion. In the blink of an eye, the person was already beside him and kicked him. Zhou Yuan was still holding Qi, so he couldn't fight back and had to quickly move away. What the hell are you all standing there for? Attack me! When this guy saw that he didn't kick Zhou Yuan, he immediately shouted angrily. Wu Yong and others immediately came to their senses and rushed up. Zhou Yuan was still being held tightly by Qi, unable to move his hands or feet. Seeing a group of people surrounding him, he immediately used the same trick again and shouted loudly. Get out of here! In the blink of an eye, an invisible aura spread out from him. Qi was the first to be hit. Her body trembled, her hands and feet went limp, and she fell directly to the ground. Wu Yong and his companions, as well as the senior student, were also instantly shaken and fell to the ground with a thud. Without the restraints, Zhou Yuan immediately breathed a sigh of relief. He glanced at the group of people lying on the ground, and finally looked at Wu Yong. I'm too lazy to argue with you this time, so I'll let you go. But if you still don't know what's good for you in the future, be careful and I'll make you pay for it. Zhou Yuan said something harsh with a cold expression, and without any intention of staying any longer, he turned around and left. It took more than 10 breaths before the people lying on the ground reacted. Qi stood up first and ran out in a panic without saying a word. After more than 10 seconds, Wu Yong and others finally crawled up from the ground. Mr. Feng, are you okay? Wu Yong hurriedly helped Feng Yuan up. Investigate for me. Investigate for me. I want to know everything about that bastard. I want to make that bastard suffer a fate worse than death. Feng Yuan had a gloomy face and spoke angrily. Chapter 67: The Qin family's father and daughter's invitation. Only after leaving the Taekwondo club did Zhou Yuan have time to check the wound on his shoulder. Shi Ro was like a mad dog. She bit him so hard that his skin was torn and blood was flowing everywhere. By this time, a large area of the clothes was wet. Fortunately, this minor injury is nothing to Zhou Yuan, who possesses the Xianhuang Qi. He did not go to the school hospital, but went straight back to the dormitory. He rested quietly and mobilized the Xianhuang Qi to gather around the wound. The entire wound began to stop bleeding and heal rapidly. Only after the wound scabbed over did Zhou Yuan come out of his resting state. I'm so unlucky today that I ran into such a crazy woman. Zhou Yuan complained, opened the system backpack, and found the system treasure chest that he had not had time to open. If I don't give you something good, I'll be at a big loss today, he muttered as he chose to turn it on. Congratulations to the host for opening the system treasure chest and obtaining the evil repelling pill. Evil repelling pill: after taking it, it can strengthen the body, prolong life, be immune to all poisons, protect against all evils, and prevent all diseases. This thing is awesome. Zhou Yuan was instantly excited. With this thing, you don't have to worry about being poisoned, possessed by evil spirits, or getting sick. It's just like having an immunity cheat. As long as you don't get hurt, you will definitely live peacefully until you die of natural causes. Zhou Yuan was so excited that he quickly switched to the mall to take a look, and was instantly shocked again. The price of just this one evil repelling pill is actually higher than that of a body transformation card, as high as 1 million points. I really made a fortune this time. Not to mention being bitten once, even if I get bitten 10 or 100 times, it would be worth it. Zhou Yuan's mood instantly improved. He was enjoying the moment when, within a few minutes, his cell phone suddenly rang. After a quick glance, I found that it was actually Qin Yu calling. Speaking of which, I haven't contacted Qin Yu since I rescued Qin Guangyang that day. This woman called out of the blue. Could it be that something had happened to Qin Guangyang again? Zhou Yuan muttered and answered the call. Hello, is this Mr. Zhou? It's me, President Qin. What do you want to talk to me about? I'm sorry, Mr. Zhou. I was busy with some things a while ago and haven't had time to contact you. I wonder if you're free tonight. My father and I would like to treat you to dinner. On the other end of the phone, Qin Yu extended an invitation. Zhou Yuan wanted to refuse, but after thinking about it, he changed his mind and said, I happen to be free tonight. After all, it is a social interaction, so you have to attend this kind of dinner. Tonight at 8 o'clock, at the Donghai Hotel, what do you think? Can. Then I'll send someone to pick you up then? That's not necessary. I'll drive there myself when the time comes. Okay, then I won't bother Mr. Zhou for now. See you tonight. See you tonight. After hanging up the phone, it was still early, so Zhou Yuan simply started playing the chicken game. When the time was almost up, he took a shower, packed his things, and drove to the Donghai Hotel. When we arrived at the place, Qin Yu and his daughter were already waiting for us. When the two sides met, there was some meaningless courtesy, and then Qin Guangyang and his daughter took Zhou Yuan to the private room. Speaking of which, I still have to thank Mr. Zhou for saving my life. If it weren't for you, Mr. Zhou, Qin would probably still be lying in the hospital bed right now. This glass is for Mr. Zhou. The food and wine were served and Qin Guangyang picked up the glass. Mr. Qin, you are too polite. I have to be loyal to the person who entrusted me with the task. Zhou Yuan said something polite and drank it all in one gulp. Mr. Zhou, I'd like to offer you a toast as well. I was so negligent at first, but thankfully you are so magnanimous. Qin Yu then spoke. Zhou Yuan didn't refuse and drank another glass happily. Afterwards, the two sides chatted casually and drank together, and both the host and the guests had a great time. After 3 rounds of drinks, both parties were chatting happily when the door of the private room suddenly rang. Qin Guangyang casually replied, "Come in," and in the blink of an eye, someone pushed the door open and walked in. Chapter 68: Uninvited Guests. Seeing the person coming, Qin Guangyang raised his eyebrows slightly. Qin Yu, on the other hand, was a little less skilled in cultivating his qi, and his expression instantly became a little unhappy. I just heard someone say they saw Boss Qin, but I didn't quite believe it. I didn't expect Boss Qin to actually be here. I apologize for disturbing you, Mr. Qin. The person who came in was a middle-aged man about the same age as Qin Guanyang, and he also had the temperament of a wealthy businessman. But there is a hint of cunning between his facial features and eyebrows, which inevitably makes people feel a little repulsed. Following behind him was a young man in his 20s, who looked very noble in a suit and tie. His face was somewhat similar to his, but he lacked the cunning and scheming, and instead had a bit of arrogance. Judging from their appearance, the two are most likely father and son. Zhou Yuan looked at the young and arrogant guy and bowed to Qin Guanyang. Hello, Uncle Qin. After saying hello, the guy blinked and looked at Qin Yu with a smile on his face. Qin Yu, so you are here too? A trace of disgust appeared on Qin Yu's face. He snorted coldly without responding. Instead, he bowed slightly to the middle-aged man as a greeting, and called out, Hello, Mr. Mu. You girl, you're being too formal. Don't call me Mr. Mu. Just call me Uncle Mu. Mu Hongwei said with a smile. Qin Yu obviously didn't want to respond, but Qin Guanyang smiled and said, What a coincidence today. I didn't expect to run into President Mu. What a coincidence. I originally thought that President Qin was unwell and was still recuperating in the hospital. I didn't expect that President Qin actually recovered. It's really a pleasant surprise. Mu Hongwei said with a smile, but his eyes seemed to look at Zhou Yuan unintentionally. So Mr. Qin has a guest here. I wonder what this person's name is. Mr. Qin, would you mind introducing him to me? When he spoke, his eyes were smiling, and a hint of fierceness flashed across his face inadvertently. Even Mu Hua, who was following, looked at Zhou Yuan. This is Qin's savior, Mr. Zhou Yuan. If it weren't for him, Qin would still be lying in the hospital. Qin Guanyang introduced it with a seemingly casual smile. So it's Mr. Zhou. My apologies. Mu Hongwei smiled and extended his hand to Zhou Yuan. Zhou Yuan was originally sitting there calmly watching the show. Seeing this, he raised his eyebrows slightly, hesitated for a moment, and finally stood up. The two sides shook hands, and Mu Hongwei looked at Qin Guanyang with a smile. Since Mr. Qin has guests to entertain, I won't bother you. I'll invite Mr. Qin to a private gathering later when I have time. Then I won't see Mr. Mu off. Mr. Qin, please stay. Goodbye. After a few polite words, Mu Hongwei took Mu Hua out of the private room. As soon as the father and son left the house, their smiles disappeared instantly. Mu Hua whispered anxiously, Dad, the guy we investigated earlier was this show. He was the one who saved that old guy Qin Guanyang. I know it without you telling me. Mu Hongwei glanced at him. Mu Hua uttered a no and blinked before continuing, so what should we do now? Now that Qin Guanyang has recovered, will this affect our plans? I've already made all the arrangements. Even if Qin wakes up now, it won't help. You don't have to worry about it. Also, please wait in the car while I make a phone call. Mu Hongwei waved his hand, and Mu Hua quickly responded and left the hotel first. As soon as he left, Mu Hongwei immediately took out his cell phone. After a while, the call was connected, and he quickly recounted the details of the meeting. At the end, he suddenly added one more sentence. Uncle Bai, I think that guy is very young, and I don't think he's some kind of expert. Why bother you? I'll just find someone to kill him directly. I already have his information and address clearly checked. Just deal with your opponent. You don't need to worry about that guy. The person on the other end replied indifferently and hung up the phone. Chapter 69. What a pity. Let me explain this in two ways. In this private room. As soon as Mu Hongwei and his son left, the three of them sat down again. Zhou Yuan was a little curious and asked casually, who were those two just now? Qin Yu did not hide it and explained, those are Mu Hongwei and Mu Hua, father and son. They are our competitors of Maisie Group. Zhou Yuan said oh and felt relieved. He had just felt that the expressions and tones of the two parties during their conversation were strange, and there was something vaguely wrong. Otherwise he wouldn't have asked out of curiosity. It turns out that the two parties are not friends, but business rivals. That makes sense. Zhou Yuan suddenly realized it and didn't think about it anymore. Apart from this little episode, the meal was a great success for both the host and the guests. After the meal, Zhou Yuan declined Qin Guanyang and Qin Yu's offer to send someone to see him off and drove away by himself. Although he had drunk some alcohol, he had used the Xianhuang Qi to dissolve the alcohol in his body, so now he was fine. Besides, it was already this late, and he had no plans to go back to school. Instead, he drove straight to the hillside villa in Jinyu Haoding. Zhou Yuan missed Feng Jing very much after not seeing her for 2 days. Halfway through the journey, he suddenly had an idea and decided to give Feng Jing a surprise. He didn't drive up the mountain, but parked the car in the parking lot at the foot of the mountain to avoid the engine noise from alerting Feng Jing. After parking the car, Zhou Yuan hurried to the villa on the mountainside with a little excitement like a thief. However, after turning a corner in the mountain road, Zhou Yuan suddenly stopped. I saw that all the street lights on the road ahead were out. And in this dark road section that is dozens of meters long, there is a pitch-black figure standing quietly. Due to the lack of light, I couldn't see the other person's appearance at all. It was only with the light from nearby and farther away that I could vaguely see that the other person was wearing a wide cloak. At this moment, a night breeze blew by, bringing a cool breeze. As the trees on both sides rustled, the man's black cloak moved with the wind, bringing with it a somewhat cold and solemn feeling. At this moment, Zhou Yuan realized that something was wrong. It's not summer now, and there shouldn't be any tourists hiking at this time. The most important thing is that this road does not lead to any mountain views, it just leads directly to the villa halfway up the mountain where he lives. In other words, this person was obviously here to block him. Zhou Yuan became more cautious and secretly mobilized the Xin Huangqi. However, he did not speak or express his opinion, but was extremely cautious and secret, pretending nothing had happened and just staring at the other person motionlessly. Neither of them spoke for a while, and the atmosphere became increasingly heavy. The stalemate lasted for a long time, until Zhou Yuan could no longer bear it, and the person under the cloak suddenly spoke. "Aren't you afraid?" The voice was extremely hoarse, and carried a sense of vicissitudes of life and old age. Zhou Yuan was a little surprised, but then responded, "Why should I be afraid?" A thought of fear flashed through Zhou Yuan's mind for a moment. But it only took a moment for this emotion to dissipate on its own. Because with his current strength, there is no need to be afraid. If they really come to a fight, ordinary master warriors are no match for him. Even if light firearms are used, he is now protected by the Xian Huangqi and can defend himself. There is no need to be afraid. I have to say, today's young people are truly amazing. Not only are they very capable, but they're also very courageous. The guy under the cloak laughed as he spoke. There was something inexplicably funny in his laughter, but it sounded uncomfortable, like a night owl. He laughed for a while, then suddenly spoke again, his voice filled with regret. "But what a pity. Chapter 70 Your life experience is too shallow." Zhou couldn't help but frown and said subconsciously, "What a pity. It's a pity that you have so little life experience." As this guy spoke, his tone was still regretful. But this regret was accompanied by a sense of regret and contempt. Too little life experience? What the hell is going on? Zhou Yuan was completely confused. To be honest, he still hasn't figured out what's going on. From what the other party said, it seemed like he was looking for trouble with me. But the problem is, Zhou Yuan doesn't remember that he has any grudge against such a guy. When he thought about it, his current enemies were only Song Cheng, Wu Feng, and Wu Yong. It seems that these three guys have nothing to do with the person in front of them. What's even more speechless is that the other party has come to cause trouble, so it's normal to take action. In the end, not only did this person refuse to take action, but he just stood there mumbling nonsense. What the hell is this? Have I encountered some mental illness? Zhou Yuan was puzzled and said, "Old man, why are you playing tricks on me? If you have something to say or a purpose, why not just say it?" The man under the cloak was silent for a moment, then his voice turned to pity, and he shook his head and said, "I didn't expect you to be so clueless when the time comes. But I'm in a good mood, and I have some time, so I'll take the trouble to explain it to you." As he spoke, he began to walk towards Zhou Yuan calmly and leisurely. "I think you haven't forgotten that a few days ago, you saved a guy named Qin and helped him dissolve the poison in his body, right?" Zhou Yuan raised his eyebrows and suddenly realized. "You are the one who cast the spell. No wonder it's so mysterious. It turns out that the other party is that Gu master. No wonder, no wonder. Only this kind of person would behave so weirdly and ghostly. It seems you are not that stupid. The one who cast the curse was none other than me." Zhou Yuan frowned. "So then? Are you here to cause trouble for me now?" No. If you just want to cause trouble, why would I come here in person?" The other party shook his head again. Zhou Yuan was stunned and suddenly frowned. "So you mean to say you're here to kill me? Not bad, not bad. It seems that you react quite quickly. It's a pity. the other party suddenly stopped talking. Zhou Yuan couldn't help but ask, "What a pity." "It's a pity that you realized it too late." As he spoke, he had already come a few meters away, stopped slightly, then raised his hand and took off his hood. At such a distance, Zhou Yuan could already see his appearance, and his eyebrows narrowed in an instant. The other person was an old man, but he was skinny, with sunken eye sockets, a high jaw, a hooked nose, and purple lips. He looked a bit weird and scary. Seeing Zhou Yuan's surprised expression, the old man laughed. His dry and wrinkled skin twitched, but it looked even uglier than crying, and even had a bit of horror. "Do you know why I have been talking nonsense to you from beginning to end?" Zhou Yuan was suddenly startled, and suddenly felt a sense of foreboding, and his expression changed slightly. Seeing Zhou Yuan's expression, the old man smiled even more. "It seems that you have reacted, but unfortunately it's too late. The reason why I was talking nonsense to you just now was to take advantage of the wind direction to poison you. Judging by the time, you should have been poisoned by now." As the old man spoke, his expression showed a hint of arrogance and complacency. "Originally, I was afraid you would discover my identity, so I deliberately used poison. I just didn't expect you to be so stupid that you couldn't even guess my identity. If I had known this earlier, I wouldn't have wasted these 2 days researching poison. I should have just come to your door. Chapter 71. Hand over the qi refining method and I will spare your life." When the old man talked about this, his face was full of regret, as if he had wasted 2 days of precious time. Zhou Yuan's face looked extremely ugly. At this moment, he suddenly felt something strange in his body. He felt sore, weak, and tired all over his body. What is more serious is that there is a pain like ants and insects biting between the bones. He couldn't stop staggering, swaying a few times, and then collapsed to the ground. "You've been poisoned by my marrow-eating blood-transforming goo, yet you've managed to hold on until now. You're quite capable." The old man seemed to be praising Zhou Yuan, but his tone and expression could not hide his pride. However, he didn't notice that at this moment, Zhou Yuan's eyes suddenly flashed with realization. "Evil repelling pill. Although I was poisoned, I still have the evil repelling pill. This thing, the system is immune to all poisons, all evils and all diseases. Believe that the system will never be false or exaggerated." Zhou Yuan pretended to be in pain, secretly opened the system backpack and found the evil repelling pill. He pretended to roll around in pain, quickly took out a mung bean-sized evil repelling pill, calmly stuffed it into his mouth, and swallowed it quickly. As the pill entered his stomach, he heard the old man speak again. "Young man, considering your pain, I'll give you a chance. As long as you hand over the qi refining method on you, I will spare your life. How about it?" It was not until this moment that Bai Jinchun revealed his true purpose. The purpose of his trip was to kill Zhou Yuan, but to learn the method of refining qi from Zhou Yuan, which was the most important thing. This is also the reason why he completely disagreed with Mu Hongwei taking action when Mu Hongwei called him before. Because he has to do it himself, so it will be easier to interrogate. As for why Bai Jinchun felt that Zhou Yuan possessed the method of refining qi, it all started from that day when he treated the goo. Not to mention that it is very difficult to detect the poisonous insect. Even if the other party can detect it, if it is treated with ordinary medical methods, even a senior doctor may not be able to eliminate it without a course of 3 to 5 days. During this process, as a goo master, you will definitely have continuous perception. But at that time, he sensed that the process of the soul-destroying goo dying only took a few seconds. This means that the other party killed the soul-destroying goo almost instantly. Anyone who can achieve this level must be a person who practices qi refining and has mastered the method of qi refining. The method of refining qi. How precious this thing is. Looking across southern Xinjiang, even mysterious forces like the Five Immortals sect and the Ancient Witch sect are almost unrevealed secrets. As for Bai Jinchun, he coveted the method of refining qi very much. If for no other reason than to remove the filth and toxins from the body, thereby strengthening the body and prolonging life. After all, he has been immersed in the art of poison for many years, and his body has long been in a state of decline. If he doesn't have any good luck, he probably won't live for more than 2 years. And if you can practice the method of refining qi, then extending your life by another 10 or 8 years should not be a problem. A lifespan of 10 or 8 years. How many people in this world are not moved? If it weren't for this, with Bai Jinchun's usual cold and cautious nature, he would never have caused any more trouble after the failure of the poison. In order to avoid being tracked and searched for in southern Xinjiang, they would even take the initiative to escape. But now Bai Jinchun won tea leave. He is now waiting to force Zhou Yuan to tell him the method of refining qi. If you honestly hand over your chi refining method, I promise I will definitely spare your life. Bai Jinchun blinked and seduced her into speaking again. Of course, this was just talk, just to deceive Zhou Yuan. As long as Zhou Yuan hands over the chi refining method, he will definitely take Zhou Yuan's life immediately. After all, letting a tiger go back into the mountains will only bring more trouble. Chapter 72. The villain dies because of his excessive talk. The moment Zhou Yuan heard Bai Jinchun mention the method of refining qi, his expression changed uncontrollably. He really didn't expect that Bai Jinchun would know about the existence of qi refining and know that he possessed the method of qi refining. You have 2 minutes at most. If you don't agree within 2 minutes, the poison will eat away at your marrow and bones. Even a god won't be able to save you then. Seeing that Zhou Yuan remained silent, Bai Jinchun immediately started to threaten him. Of course, if you're willing to tell me, I can give you the antidote right now to save you from the poison. Think carefully about this. Should you fight to the bitter end and never speak a word, or should you just hand over the qi refining technique? At this critical moment, Bai Jinchun was able to keep his composure, unlike ordinary people who would become more nervous and panicky the more serious the event. However, Bai Jinchun had no idea that by wasting Zhou Yuan's time, he was actually doing what Zhou Yuan wanted. He gave Zhou Yuan a chance to catch his breath. In just a short while, the evil repelling pill had begun to dissolve in the body. Zhou Yuan could clearly feel streams of warm current flowing from his stomach and intestines to his limbs, flesh, blood, and bones. Wherever it passed, the sour, itchy and painful sensation like insect bites was like ice and snow meeting the scorching sun, rapidly fading and disappearing. 3 seconds, 5 seconds, 10 seconds. In less than half a minute, Zhou Yuan's whole body was enveloped by the warmth brought by the evil repelling pill, and the marrow-eating blood-transforming poison had disappeared without a trace. Even Zhou Yuan's complexion changed from the pale purple color when he was poisoned to gradually becoming rosy and energetic. It's a pity that in the dark of night, Bai Jinchun didn't notice this unusual thing at all. Seeing that half a minute had passed and Zhou Yuan still refused to give in, he couldn't help but speak again. Young man, you still have a bright future ahead of you, why are you so stubborn? If I remember correctly, you should be worth a lot of money and have 2 very beautiful women as your supporters, right? Think about your money and your 2 women. If you die, not only will your money be squandered by others, but even your woman will become someone else's plaything. Don't you think it's a pity? On the contrary, as long as you are willing to tell me the method of refining qi, you can continue to enjoy all this. And from now on, I can cooperate with you and help you deal with some shameful things. On one hand, you lose everything, and on the other hand, you continue to enjoy life and everything. You are a smart person, I believe you know what to choose. In order to learn the method of refining qi, Bai Jinchun patiently analyzed the method for Zhou Yuan with a smile on his face, even looking kind. You're right. If I die, everything will be gone. Zhou Yuan lowered his head, climbed up with seemingly difficulty, and spoke while panting. You're right to think so. A hint of joy appeared on Bai Jinchun's face, but at the same time, a hint of fierceness flashed in his eyes. Speak up. Tell me the method of refining qi honestly. Once you tell me this thing, I will immediately help you ascend to paradise. I can tell you the method of refining qi, but... But what? Bai Jinchun finally became a little anxious. But before that, I have something to say. You say? I don't know if you, old man, have ever heard such a saying. What? That's the saying, villains die because they talk too much. Zhou Yuan looked up instantly, a sneer on his face. Bai Jinchun was stunned for a moment and lost his mind for a moment. At this moment, Zhou Yuan turned over and stood up, the Shenhuang qi in his body surged and gathered in his right hand. He raised his palm and hit Bai Jinchun hard on the heart. Chapter 73, Surviving a Great Disaster Will Bring Good Fortune. Bang! With a loud bang, Bai Jinchun instantly flew backwards like a kite with a broken string. In the blink of an eye, he fell to the ground like a dead dog, rolled around a few times in a mess, and then spat out a mouthful of blood. But this guy is really lucky. Even so, he is not dead yet. He just twitched, and blood kept flowing out of his mouth and nose. Seeing his miserable state, Zhou Yuan breathed a sigh of relief, but at the same time, he belatedly broke out in a cold sweat. Fortunately, I opened the box and got the evil repelling pill before. Otherwise, he might really have capsized in the ditch today. And if the boat really capsizes? Even though Bai Jinchun said he would let him go, only a fool would believe such nonsense. If that situation really comes to pass, he will definitely die without a burial place. When Zhou Yuan thought about how he was almost killed by Jin Chun, his face turned gloomy and he even felt murderous in his heart. As the saying goes, I won't offend others unless they offend me. Now Jin Chun wants to kill him, so he naturally can't be a saint and let the tiger go back to the mountain for no reason. Zhou Yuan was a little cautious and turned to look at Jin Chun, who was vomiting blood on the ground. He gathered all his profound energy and strode towards him. But at this moment, the system prompt sounded. There is an optional opportunity now. Option 1, killing is wrong, so why not spare his life? Reward, 10 million gold, 5 random attributes, 1 advanced system treasure chest. Option 2, imprison this person and torture him to extract a confession. Reward, 10 million gold, 5 random attributes, 1 advanced system treasure chest. Option 3, those who kill will be killed. Cut it off when necessary, and don't be soft-hearted. Reward, 30 million gold, 10 random attributes, 2 advanced system treasure chests. It is impossible to let the tiger go back to the mountains. He had no interest in forcing a confession from the other party. Among the 3 options, Zhou Yuan decisively chose the third one. At the same time, Jin Chun seemed to have a last burst of energy, staring at Zhou Yuan with unwillingness and confusion. Why, I clearly poisoned you. Why are you not affected? Go to hell and ask the king of hell about this question. Zhou Yuan's face was cold and stern. After he said this, the Xianhuang Qi surged into his right foot and kicked Jin Chun hard in the heart. In an instant, there was a faint explosion, and Jin Chun's face instantly turned red. In the blink of an eye, he spat out a mouthful of black blood, his body shook and collapsed to the ground, and there was no movement anymore. Congratulations to the host for completing the selection. You have received 30 million in cash, 10 points of charm, and 2 advanced system treasure chests. The system sound rang out, meaning that Jin Chun was dead and could no longer die. Zhou Yuan breathed a sigh of relief, turned around, opened the system backpack, and opened the system treasure chest. Congratulations to the host for opening the advanced system treasure chest, obtaining the skill Magic Shape, and obtaining a servant contract 1. Magic Shapeshifting, a special skill of the special type. After using it, you can obtain magical abilities equivalent to Mystique, but 1000 system points will be deducted once every hour after the transformation. Slave Contract, a special consumable item that can be used to forcibly enslave any creature and gain 100% loyalty that never fades. The more your total attribute value exceeds that of the opponent, the higher the success rate of enslavement. And vice versa. They say that those who survive a great disaster will be blessed in the future. He had a close call with death, but his luck suddenly skyrocketed. Looking at the 2 things out of the box, Zhou Yuan's mood suddenly became much happier. The 2 things I opened this time definitely made me a lot of money. Needless to say, the magic form can be transformed into anyone like Mystique, which is absolutely a magical skill that can defy the heavens. As for the slavery contract, it is definitely a divine object. After successful enslavement, you will gain 100% loyalty from the opponent, which will never decrease. It's amazing. Chapter 74. You are the first day, I am the 15th. Zhou Yuan was excited for a while, then quickly opened the mall to take a look. Because Magic Shape is a special skill, it has not been refreshed in the mall yet. The slavery contract is already on sale in the mall, but the price is a bit scary. Although it did not exceed the price of the evil repelling pill, it was also marked at a high price of 800,000 yuan, successfully becoming the second most expensive in the mall. They say good steel should be used on the blade. It seems this thing can't be used casually. Zhou Yuan no longer thought about the slavery contract, so he simply left it alone and turned to use the magic shapeshifting technique. I didn't feel anything special after getting the skill book, but there was an additional transformation option on the system panel. Zhou Yuan couldn't help but be curious and tried to transform into Feng Jing's appearance. I took a selfie with my mobile phone and sure enough, I couldn't see any difference. I tried to speak and even the voice was exactly the same as Feng Jing's. Awesome! This skill is truly awesome. Zhou Yuan was very surprised. With this skill, if you want to do something bad or frame someone, you will be able to succeed in the future. Of course, framing others is just something he can think about. Zhou Yuan still has a bottom line as a human being. Zhou Yuan quickly stopped thinking about it and turned to look at the corpse on the ground. Now that Jin Chun is dead, the body must be disposed of. Fortunately, this is a mountain area, so we can just find a place to bury it. Zhou Yuan thought about it, bent down, pulled up Jin Chun's body, and ran straight into the depths of the forest on the side. Without any tools, Zhou Yuan used his Xianhuang Qi to dig. After half an hour of hard work, he had dug out a huge pit. Just as Bai Jinchuan's body was thrown in, a buzzing sound was suddenly heard. Zhou Yuan was startled, and after he took a breath, he realized that it was the cell phone on Bai Jinchun. Zhou Yuan hesitated for a moment, took out his phone, and glanced at it. The name Mu Hongwei appeared on the incoming call list. Zhou Yuan was stunned for a moment, blinked 2 or 3 times, and suddenly understood. He had been wondering why Bai Jinchun had cast a curse on Qin Guanyang, but now it made sense. Obviously, Bai Jinchun has a certain relationship with Mu Hongwei. Mu Hongwei and Qin Guanyang are competitors, so he must want to get rid of Qin Guanyang. That's why he asked Bai Jinchun to take action. But the act of killing me tonight. I wonder if Mu Hongwei has a place for this. If so, I must settle the score with this guy no matter what. Zhou Yuan was secretly pondering while his cell phone continued to ring. He hesitated for a moment and decisively hung up the phone. Now that Bai Jinchun is dead, I naturally can't answer the call. But even if I can't answer the call, I can still send a text message. Zhou Yuan picked up his phone, considered his words, and then sent a text message to Mu Hongwei. The matter is done, the man is dead. After waiting for a while, the phone buzzed and a message came back. Thank you for your hard work this time, Uncle Bai. Although it was just a short sentence, Zhou Yuan already had the answer in his mind. Based on this tone, Mu Hongwei must be blamed for his ambush tonight. When he thought of this, a cold look flashed across Zhou Yuan's face. Others do the first day, I do the 15th. Since Mu Hongwei wants to kill him, he must take revenge. Mu, just wait. I'll settle this score with you later. Zhou Yuan snorted coldly, crushed the phone with a snap, and threw it directly into the pit. After spending more than 10 minutes burying Bai Jinchuan's body, Zhou Yuan returned to the scene and cleaned it carefully to make sure nothing was left out before rushing to the villa. I had wasted quite a bit of time before, so it was already close to 11 o'clock when I got back to the villa. All the lights were off, and it looked like Feng Jing and Wan Lu were both resting. Maybe it was because he had just been stained with blood, but Zhou Yuan didn't feel any guilt or nausea at this moment. On the contrary, his whole body was filled with an urge to take a bath. He took a shower first, and then went to Feng Jing's room in the dark. Chapter 75. You have feelings for him too. There was no conversation that night. When I woke up again, it was already bright the next day. Zhou Yuan opened his eyes drowsily, turned over habitually, and then his eyes swept over the person opposite him. He was indeed stunned for a moment. The person lying next to him at this moment was not Feng Jing, but Wang Lu. How could this happen? What the hell is going on? At this moment, Zhou Yuan only felt his head buzzing. While he was stunned, Wang Lu next to him hummed unconsciously and opened his eyes in a daze. When their eyes met, Wang Lu blushed immediately. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to do that last night. After all, it was the first time that Zhou Yuan encountered such a thing, and he instinctively felt a little guilty and panicked. Wang Lu was also shocked. She lowered her head in panic and stammered, nothing. It would have been fine if she hadn't said anything, as this sentence was nothing, but it made Zhou Yuan so embarrassed that he couldn't hold it anymore. Well, I have something else to do. I'll leave first. You rest. Zhou Yuan had no face to stay here after such a sudden situation. He immediately got out of bed, changed his clothes in a hurry, and ran out of the room. Zhou Yuan could only go out and close the door, and couldn't help but sigh. Last night, because of my first murder, I was in a really bad mood. After coming back, I just wanted to vent, but I never thought that something like this would happen. If he had known that such a mess would happen, he might as well have stayed outside overnight and not come back, so as to avoid such embarrassment. He had no idea how to face Feng Jing and Wan Lu next. If it really doesn't work, how about going back to school and hiding out? Stay for a few days and wait for this to blow over on its own? Otherwise, it would be extremely embarrassing to see him every day. Zhou Yuan was still thinking in his mind, but he suddenly heard footsteps behind him. I turned my head reflexively and saw Feng Jing appear in the living room with breakfast. Zhou Yuan felt his scalp tingle, and all the hair on his body stood up in embarrassment. He wanted to say something, but the words were stuck on his lips, and he couldn't utter them. Instead, Feng Jing put down the food in her hand, turned around and asked, "What's wrong with you? Are you okay?" "No. Nothing, I just remembered something happened at school, so I skipped dinner and I'm in a hurry to get over there." At this moment, Zhou Yuan really didn't have the face to face Feng Jing. He hurriedly said this and immediately went downstairs in a panic. A moment later, Zhou Yuan left the villa, went down the mountain to get the big cow, and went straight to the school. In the villa, Wang Lu sat awkwardly in the living room, head down, feeling a little lost. Beside her, Feng Jing looked at her like this and suddenly laughed. Hearing the noise, Wang Lu raised her head and looked at Feng Jing carefully. Jingjing, are you okay? I'm fine, what's wrong? Feng Jing said with a smile. Wang Lu said nervously, aren't you angry? Feng Jing smiled and said, why should I be angry? Wang Lu was immediately surprised and said subconsciously, he and I have already done that, and you, as his girlfriend. But before she could finish her words, Feng Jing spoke up, Lulu, you are wrong. Wang Lu was a little confused. A man like him will never be short of women around him. So from the day I met him, I made a plan. As long as he doesn't abandon me, I absolutely don't mind him having other women. Even if these women include you. Besides, I saw it before, you actually have feelings for him, right? Chapter 76, It's Great to be Rich. Wang Lu panicked when Feng Jing exposed her thoughts and quickly denied it. No, I didn't. Really? Seeing her like this, Feng Jing suddenly smiled. Wang Lu was speechless for a moment and felt a little uneasy. Seeing this, Feng Jing stood up and moved closer to Wang Lu, jokingly saying, we've known each other for over a year, you don't really think I'm stupid, do you? Putting aside other things, when we had dinner together a few days ago, did you really think I didn't notice what you did? You know? Wang Lu shuddered in shock. Of course I know. He's sitting right next to me. Do you really think I can't see your little tricks? Feng Jing glared at her and laughed again. But I really didn't expect you to be so brave. It was our first time meeting, and in a place like that, yet you dared to do something so reckless. I was. Wang Lu blushed and stammered. Feng Jing smiled and said, okay, don't be shy. It's actually pretty good now. You've become his woman, and you can share the pressure with me. Wang Lu was stunned for a moment, wondering, sharing the pressure? Sharing what pressure? Seeing this, Feng Jing leaned close to Wang Lu's ear and whispered something. You want to die. Wang Lu blushed immediately and couldn't help but push Feng Jing lightly. Here, Zhou Yuan drove all the way back to school. But he didn't go to class, but went straight to the office building. He came here with the intention of asking for leave. As the saying goes, no grudge is left unresolved overnight. Because of the attack last night, he had already planned to settle the score with Mu Hongwei as soon as possible. After parking the car at the office building, Zhou Yuan hurried to Su Lan's office and knocked on the door. Someone inside answered, come in. When he pushed the door open, he saw several counselors in the office. With a quick glance, Zhou Yuan saw Su Lan working. Su Lan looked up and saw Zhou Yuan. His originally calm expression changed slightly, revealing a bit of contempt and displeasure. Zhou Yuan didn't care about Su Lan's expression. He walked over quickly and said, Teacher Su, I'd like to ask you for half a day off. Su Lan put down the pen in her hand, turned her head slightly to glance at Zhou Yuan, and said coldly, ask for leave? Do you know how many times you have asked for leave this month? No. Zhou Yuan couldn't help feeling a little embarrassed. To be honest, he had indeed taken too many days off this month, basically one every 3 or 5 days. Teacher Su, I really have something important to deal with. Please be flexible. Important things? What important things can you have as a student? What could be more important than studying? Su Lan had a cold expression on her face. Or do you think you're so rich that you can't even go to school? In fact, Su Lan had a very good impression of Zhou Yuan at first, diligent and optimistic, humble and motivated, and willing to help others. He was definitely a good seedling. Therefore, she took good care of Zhou Yuan and helped him find some pretty good part-time jobs. But ever since the last slander by the school security department, her impression of Zhou Yuan has taken a sharp turn for the worse. Although the truth came out later and proved that Zhou Yuan was wronged, Zhou Yuan's final behavior of using money to pressure others once again aroused her dissatisfaction. In fact, in the eyes of ordinary people, this kind of thing is not a big deal at all. But Su Lan is different. Her family experience when she was young made her extremely disgusted with this kind of behavior of using money to pressure others. It was precisely because of this that when she saw Zhou Yuan after leaving the security department that day, she spoke in such a sarcastic tone. This is also the reason why she refuses to approve leave. She doesn't like Zhou Yuan. Not only is it unpleasant to the eyes, it's even disgusting. Chapter 77 Just for Fun. Zhou Yuan was really annoyed by Su Lan's words. Just when he was about to explain, Su Lan's cell phone rang. No one knew what was said on the other end of the phone, but in the blink of an eye, Su Lan's face changed, becoming extremely ugly and a little pale. Judging from his appearance, I'm afraid something happened to him. Zhou Yuan hesitated for a moment and didn't say anything else. After Su Lan hung up the phone a few minutes later, Zhou Yuan spoke again. Teacher Su, please be flexible. I really have something to do. I don't care if you're busy or not. I won't approve your leave. Either you skip class or you get back to class. I don't know if it's because of the phone call just now, but Su Lan not only looks ugly, but also has a very bad temper. Seeing this, Zhou Yuan simply accepted his bad luck, turned around and left without saying anything else. Since I can't ask for leave, the worst that can happen is that I'll just be marked as absent. Anyway, if you skip classes too often, the worst that can happen is a demerit. If you get too many demerits, the worst that can happen is disciplinary action or expulsion. With his current financial situation, it doesn't matter whether he goes to college or not. With this thought in mind, Zhou Yuan returned to the car. He stopped thinking about Su Lan and started thinking about how to settle the score with Mu Hongwei. The best way, of course, is to meet Mu Hongwei secretly, use the technique of spying, and see if this guy has any weaknesses or secrets that can be exploited. As for directly killing the other party, forget it. As for killing, I will only kill someone if that person wants to kill me first. Otherwise, if you get too much blood on your hands, you will suffer retribution sooner or later. Thinking about it this way, it is more appropriate to use the spying technique to find the weaknesses of the black material. Xiao Bai, help me locate Mu Hongwei's number. Master, please wait a moment. The number is being located. The other party's current location is Yunjin Road, Qingyun Tea House. With Xiao Bai, the intelligent computer, and Mu Hongwei's number from last night, Zhou Yuan got Mu Hongwei's location in the blink of an eye. Start the big bull and head straight to Qingyun Tea House. When they arrived, Xiao Bai directly locked onto a private room, but Zhou Yuan did not go up. Instead, he found a random seat in the hall. After waiting for about half an hour, Mu Hongwei came down from upstairs accompanied by a middle-aged man. Without saying anything, Zhou Yuan used his spying skills directly on Mu Hongwei and the middle-aged man beside him. In the blink of an eye, a bunch of information popped up above their heads. After taking a quick glance, Zhou Yuan couldn't help but frown. This Mu Hongwei is just as I thought. He's a ruthless and merciless person. He has several lives on his hands and a lot of black material. In addition, this guy is indeed plotting against Qin Guanyang. He has recently been conspiring to contact the shareholders of Meizi Group, preparing to form alliances and remove Qin Guanyang from the position of chairman, so as to swallow up Meizi Group step by step. After seeing this secret, Zhou Yuan suddenly changed his mind. It would be too boring to use Mu Hongwei's negative information to bring him down. It would be fun to ruin Mu Hongwei's plan. Zhou Yuan quickly made a plan and began to think about it carefully. Judging from the secrets just obtained from Mu Hongwei, this guy actually has everything ready except the east wind. If they wanted to ruin Mu Hongwei's plan and hit him hard when he was at his most proud, they would have to find the most important chess piece in this power-grabbing drama, Yan Zhonghua. He is one of the major shareholders of Meizi Group, holding 19% of the shares. It is because of him that Mu Hongwei is confident that he can overthrow Qin Guanyang in one fell swoop. And what a coincidence, Yan Zhonghua is the one next to Mu Hongwei at this moment. There isn't much negative information about this person, and most of it is either hard to find evidence for, or not strong enough. After looking around, it seems that only his weakness can be exploited. Having a son in old age, I spoil him extremely. However, Zhou Yuan didn't know Yan Zhonghua, and was even less clear about his son's situation. After thinking it over, he took out his cell phone and called Chen Wentai. Chapter 78 The Yan Family Father and Son. Mr. Zhou, what do you want? As soon as the phone was connected, Chen Wentai immediately spoke respectfully. Zhou Yuan got straight to the point. I want to ask you, do you know someone named Yan Zhonghua? I know him, Yan Zhonghua, the CEO of Zhongchuan Real Estate. Chen Wentai quickly explained the situation and then changed the subject. Mr. Zhou, may I ask if he has offended you? With his status and position, he was confident that he could deal with Yan Zhonghua. So if Yan Zhonghua really offended Zhou Yuan, he wouldn't mind taking action against Yan Zhonghua himself in order to please Zhou Yuan. No, I just wanted to know about him. Zhou Yuan explained, then said, since you know Yan Zhonghua, you should also know his son, right? I know him. His son, Yan Xingyun, is quite famous in the dandy circles of Guangcheng. This guy, relying on Yan Zhongguo's reputation, is usually very arrogant, with his eyes high and his head held high, and he doesn't take other people seriously at all. Zhou Yuan was curious and said casually, "No matter how arrogant he is, can he not take you seriously?" Chen Wentai said, "Well, he doesn't have the guts to do that. This guy is only arrogant in the second-rate circle. If he really wants to move up to the upper circle, no one will look at him straight in the eye. Oh, by the way, I almost forgot. Last night I heard from a younger brother of mine that Yin Qingyun had made an appointment with him to have fun at Yunjing Entertainment City tonight. Mr. Zhou, if you have something to do, how about I help you arrange it?" Chen Wentai took the initiative to bring it up. After hearing what he said, Zhou Yuan subconsciously wanted to agree. But after changing his mind, he changed his words and said, "You don't need to interfere in this matter. But if Yin Qingyun really goes to your place tonight, remember to notify me." After all, Chen Wentai is not one of them, and Zhou Yuan doesn't trust him very much. In addition, he himself had no plans to have too much contact with Yin Qingyun. At most, he would meet him once and use his spying skills to see if there was any black material he could get hold of on the other party. Therefore, it is better for Chen Wentai not to get involved in such matters. "Okay, Mr. Zhou, don't worry. I'll notify you as soon as that guy shows up tomorrow." Chen Wentai didn't dare to ask more questions, let alone refuse, and agreed neatly. Zhou Yuan exchanged a few polite words with him and then hung up the phone. Half a day passed in a flash. In the evening, Chen Wentai called again. "Mr. Zhou, Yin Qingyun has arrived at the club. Do you want me to send someone to pick you up?" "No need, I can go there by myself." Zhou Yuan declined Chen Wentai's kindness and drove directly to Yunjing Entertainment City. This place is one of the most famous entertainment clubs in Guangcheng. The guests who come here are either rich or noble. When he arrived at the door, Zhou Yuan didn't expect that Chen Wentai was there, and Shen Hong was beside him. "Mr. Zhou, you are here." When he saw Zhou Yuan, Chen Wentai greeted him respectfully. Zhou Yuan didn't say much and just responded casually. "Mr. Zhou, please follow me. The guy named Yen arrived half an hour ago." As Chen Wentai spoke, he hurriedly led Zhou Yuan into the club. As soon as he entered the door, a group of receptionists saw Chen Wentai and immediately respectfully called him Mr. Chen. Zhou Yuan asked curiously, "Is this place also your property?" Chen Wentai said hurriedly, "It's not my property, I just have a small stake." Zhou Yuan didn't ask any more questions and followed Chen Wentai up to the third floor. The three of them walked around the corridor, and Chen Wentai raised his hand and pointed to the box at the end. "Mr. Zhou, the guy named Yen booked that private room. Do you think I should have someone call him out, or should you?" As he was speaking, there was a sudden click and the door of the box next to him suddenly opened. In the blink of an eye, a figure stumbled out. Chapter 79. You are looking for death. The figure stumbled out without looking ahead, and accidentally tripped and fell to the ground, groaning in pain. Zhou Yuan took a quick glance and saw a woman whose attire was somewhat out of place in this kind of place. However, she had her head lowered, so his appearance could not be seen. "Are you okay?" Zhou Yuan asked, extending his hand like a gentleman. However, the woman ignored him and instead frantically climbed up using her hands and feet. When she looked up, Zhou Yuan was suddenly stunned. "It's you? What a coincidence!" This woman was none other than the counselor Su Lan who had made Zhou Yuan so angry in the morning. Su Lan also saw Zhou Yuan at this moment and was also stunned. But in the blink of an eye, she lowered her head guiltily, turned around in panic and wanted to run. But at this moment, two ferocious-looking men rushed out of the private room. The two were stunned when they saw Zhou Yuan and the other two. However, they ignored Zhou Yuan and the other two in the blink of an eye, and turned to look at Su Lan who was trying to run. "Bitch, you still want to run?" The two men cursed and grabbed Su Lan. "Let go. Let me go." Su Lan's face turned pale instantly, and he struggled and shouted in panic. "Let me go. Now that you're here, don't even think about leaving. Go back here. Otherwise, I'll make sure you're in big trouble." The two men yelled and cursed, violently dragging Su Lan into the private room. "Let go. Let go." Su Lan struggled frantically, but as a woman, how could she possibly be a match for two men? Seeing that he couldn't break free, Su Lan blinked and looked at Zhou Yuan. "Help! Zhou Yuan, help me! Please! Save me!" Su Lan screamed in panic and grabbed Zhou Yuan's arm. Seeing this, the two men couldn't help but look at Zhou Yuan and the other two. One of the yellow-haired men frowned coldly and threatened directly, "Boy, I advise you to stop meddling in other people's business and just do what you need to do." As they were talking, the other man with the buzz cut started to curse at Sulan coldly, "You bitch, you still want to save your life? I'm telling you, even if the King of Heaven came today, he can't save you." While he was cursing, Sulan suddenly struggled hard and opened his mouth to bite the guy's hand. Mao Duntu was quick-witted and quick-handed, breaking free from the arm in an instant. "You bitch, you still want to bite me?" While cursing, he raised his hand and hit Sulan in the face. Seeing this scene, Zhou Yuan finally couldn't hold back his sympathy. He raised his hand and grabbed the wrist of the man with the crew cut. "Hey buddy, if you have anything to say, just talk it over. It's not appropriate to hit a woman, right?" Although Zhou Yuan was dissatisfied with Sulan because of his previous leave. But Sulan was still his counselor after all, and she had taken good care of him during the previous 2 years. So although he was angry, he was not so angry as to just watch Sulan get slapped in the face. "Boy, let go right now. I'm warning you to stay out of other people's business." The man with the crew cut's face changed and he stared at Zhou Yuan fiercely. "Do you even know who we are? Get out of here now, or I'll make you pay for it." In the blink of an eye, the yellow-haired man also spoke. His tone and attitude were extremely arrogant. Zhou Yuan raised his eyebrows and sneered when he heard this. "Then I want to see how you can make me suffer the consequences." "Fuck you, you're courting death." The yellow-haired man cursed angrily, his expression suddenly turned cold, and he raised his foot to kick Zhou Yuan. Chapter 80. Who is this guy? Huang Mao is a ruthless person who starts fighting as soon as he says so. However, as soon as he raised his foot, without Zhou Yuan having to do anything, Chen Hong, who had been standing obediently beside him, moved instantly. The figure flashed, and he kicked the yellow-haired man in the stomach. In an instant, a scream was heard. The yellow-haired man flew backwards and slammed into the corridor wall with a bang. In the blink of an eye, he slid to the ground and spat out a mouthful of blood. This sudden change made Mao Kanta stunned. When he reacted and saw Huang Mao vomiting blood, his face changed instantly. You dared to do that." He spoke in a panic, blinked, and pretended to be calm. "You're dead. You three, don't even think about walking out alive today." However, just as Mao Duntu finished his threat, Chen Hong stepped in front of him. Bang! With a slap, the man with the crew cut fell to the ground with his hands covering his face. "You're all dead. Just wait for me." Seeing this scene, the yellow-haired man screamed in panic, staggered to his feet, turned around and rushed back to the private room. After a few breaths, a bald man came out, leading a yellow-haired man and another middle-aged man with a big belly. "Who the hell is this? You even dare to hit my people? Are you tired of living?" As soon as the bald man appeared, he started yelling and cursing. "Boss, it's these 3 bastards. They're the ones who ruined your plan." The yellow-haired man covered his stomach and started to complain. "You 3, you're so impatient with your life, aren't you?" The bald man started cursing. However, just as he opened his mouth, the fat man saw Chen Wentai, his face turned pale, and he was so frightened that he broke out in a sweat. "Mr. Chen!" The fat man shouted in panic, and immediately put on the look of a grandson, with cold sweat on his forehead, nodding and bowing desperately with a smile on his face. I was wondering who it was. It turned out to be Mr. Wang. Chen Wentai obviously knew this guy and smiled indifferently. The fat man shuddered instantly and said in panic, "Mr. Chen, this is a misunderstanding, Mr. Chen." The bald man was a little confused when he saw this, and subconsciously said, "Brother-in-law, what are you doing?" But before he could finish his words, Wang Hong's face suddenly darkened and he slapped the bald man in the face. "Sister, you're so blind. Why don't you kneel down and apologize to Master Chen?" The bald man covered his face in shock for a moment. Seeing him acting stupidly, Wang Hong was so angry that he kicked the bald man. This good-for-nothing bastard brother-in-law, no wonder he is just a small gang leader now, he really has no vision at all. "I asked you to apologize, why the hell are you standing there? Do you know who this is? This is Master Chen." While cursing, Wang Hong quickly winked at the bald man. "Mr. Chen?" The bald man was stunned again, but reacted in the blink of an eye. He turned pale with fear and knelt down without saying a word. "I'm sorry, Mr. Chen. I'm sorry, Mr. Chen. I. The bald man hesitated for a moment, obviously so scared that he didn't know what to say. What a waste. Wang Hong cursed inwardly, then immediately put on an apologetic smile, bending his waist and saying flatteringly, "Mr. Chen, my brother-in-law is ignorant. Please be magnanimous and spare him this time. Chen Wentai glanced at Wang Hong coldly and ignored him. Instead, he turned to look at Zhou Yuan and said respectfully, Mr. Zhou, what do you think about this? This. Wang Hong was suddenly shocked. This is Chen Wentai, the second son of the Chen family. The best second-generation figure in the entire Guangcheng. Someone of this status would actually be so respectful and polite to such a young guy. Who is this guy? Chapter 81. I paid back the money for her. While Wang Hong was shocked, Zhou Yuan did not respond to Chen Wentai, but turned his head to look at Su Lan beside him. Teacher Su, are you okay? I'm not, I'm fine. Su Lan was obviously still in shock, and subconsciously hesitated and shook his head. Seeing this, Zhou Yuan asked, then what's going on? Are they deliberately causing trouble for you? Su Lan hesitated, not knowing how to start. Wang Hong, seeing this, hurriedly interrupted and said. Seeing this, Zhou Yuan didn't ask any more questions. He turned his head to look at the bald man, then looked at Wang Hong. Mr. Zhou, Mr. Chen, this is all a misunderstanding. We really didn't mean to cause trouble for Miss Su. You're not looking for trouble on purpose? Then what happened just now? Without Zhou Yuan saying anything, Chen Wentai stared at Wang Hong coldly with a rather unfriendly tone. That was a moment of urgency. Wang Hong trembled as he spoke. Seeing Chen Wentai's unfriendly expression, he quickly explained, it's mainly because Miss Su's father owed my company a large sum of money. He has been delaying payment for several months and has not been able to pay it back, so I had no choice but to find Miss Su. But Miss Su can't pay back the debt, so... Having said that, Zhou Yuan and Chen Wentai also understood what was going on. The situation just now clearly showed that Su Lan couldn't pay back the money, and Wang Hong and the others wanted to use force and human flesh to pay off the debt. However, Su Lan was definitely unwilling to do so he struggled to escape. In this case, this matter really cannot be blamed entirely on Wang Hong's side. After all, it was you who borrowed the money first. As the saying goes, you should pay back your debts. It is only right. At most, we can only say that Wang Hong and others couldn't collect the money, so they resorted to some despicable means. Zhou Yuan frowned slightly, glanced at Wang Hong, and asked, how much does her father owe you? Wang Hong said carefully, including principal and interest, the total is over 1.4 million. When Chen Wentai heard this, he couldn't help but snort coldly. Wang Hong shuddered for a moment, then quickly changed his tone, saying, of course, the interest isn't counted, but as for the principal, you still owe us 930,000. 930,000. This is no big deal for Zhou Yuan, it's no different from 5 or 10 yuan. But for an ordinary person like Su Lan, it is definitely a huge sum of money. Zhou Yuan was a little surprised and turned to look at Su Lan. Teacher Su, does your father really owe so much money? Su Lan's face looked a little ugly. He lowered his head and hummed in shame. This debt was indeed owed by her father, and as for how he owed it, it was nothing more than a gambling debt. Bad gambling is harmful. Mr. Zhou, Mr. Chen, we were indeed wrong in what happened today. We shouldn't have been violent towards Miss Su. But we really have no other choice. After all, more than 900,000 yuan is not a small amount, and Miss Su's father has been dragging his feet and refusing to pay it back. Wang Hong spoke cautiously. I will definitely pay you back, but I don't have that much money right now. Su Lan said in a low voice. Upon hearing this, Chen Wentai was quick to seize the opportunity and said to Wang Hong, it's only over 900,000 yuan. I'll pay it back on behalf of Miss Su. Please come to my company tomorrow and I'll have the finance department pay you the full amount. Chen Wentai had plenty of money, over 900,000. He spent it to show his goodwill to Zhou Yuan. I appreciate Mr. Chen's kindness, but I won't bother you with this bill. Zhou Yuan shook his head and turned to Wang Hong, saying, give me your card number. I'll pay it off for her. If Chen Wentai really helps pay back the money this time, then I will definitely owe him a favor. Zhou Yuan felt that it was not worthwhile to do someone a favor just for more than 900,000 yuan. Besides, if it was him who owed the debt, it wouldn't matter if Chen Wentai paid it back. But since the real creditor was Su Lan, it was a little inappropriate. Upon hearing this, Chen Wentai couldn't refute and could only nod. Seeing this, Wang Hong quickly reported his card number. Zhou Yuan didn't hesitate and directly transferred 930,000 yuan to him. Thank you, Mr. Zhou, and thank you, Mr. Chen. Here's the IOU, please keep it. After receiving the payment, Wang Hong immediately nodded and bowed, acting like a grandson. He then obediently handed over the IOU with both hands. Okay, stop being an eyesore here and get out of here with your things. Chen Wentai waved his hand impatiently. Yes, I'll leave right now, right now. Wang Hong didn't dare to delay. He nodded repeatedly and ran away quickly with Baldy and others. Chapter 82 is so fucking unexpected. As soon as Wang Hong left, Su Lan couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief and turned to look at Zhou Yuan with gratitude. Thank you, Zhou Yuan. I will definitely return the money to you as soon as possible. Looking at Su Lan, who kept bowing and nodding with great gratitude, Zhou Yuan suddenly remembered that he had asked Su Lan for leave in the morning. In particular, he still remembered that Su Lan had said to him in a rather sarcastic tone, "Do you think being rich is a big deal?" Thinking of this, the unhappiness that Zhou Yuan had suppressed in his heart came to the fore again. In addition, today's incident was caused by Su Lan's side. He glanced at Su Lan indifferently and said, "There's no rush for money. Teacher Su, you can pay it back slowly after your monthly expenses. On the contrary, there is something I think I should tell you, Teacher Su. You should remember what you said this morning, right? I can now clearly answer you that in this world, having money is sometimes truly remarkable." With these words, Su Lan's face changed, feeling a little ashamed and a little angry. Zhou Yuan ignored her and turned around and walked away. Chen Wentai didn't even look at Su Lan and quickly followed. The two of them walked all the way to the Jiangshan Wanli private room at the end of the corridor. Listening to the noisy noise inside, Chen Wentai spoke. "Mr. Zhou, Yan Qingyun is in there. Do you want me to call him out?" "You can call me out, but it's not convenient for me to show up." "So what do you mean?" "I just want to recognize this person." After Zhou Yuan said this, Chen Wentai didn't ask any more questions. After Zhou Yuan went to hide in the empty private room next door, Chen Wentai turned around and entered the Jiangshan Wanli private room. In just a dozen seconds, he came out with a young man who looked to be in his 20s with a somewhat rebellious face. Seeing this guy, Zhou Yuan directly cast a spying spell at him. In the blink of an eye, a bunch of information appeared above the other person's head. Target, Yan Qingyun. Age, 21. Strength, 9. Physical strength, 8. Spirit, 9. Weaknesses: fear of death, biggest weakness, love of cesium, greed for money. Secret. In April 2013, due to an argument, he maliciously injured someone. In July 2015, he bribed thugs like XXX to kidnap and rape 3 female classmates. In March 2017, he was once again tempted by a woman's beauty and kidnapped and killed a female employee of Zhongchuan Real Estate Company. November 2018. In August 2019, he accidentally discovered his motherly Manfang's secret and learned his true identity. On August 19, he decided to join forces with his motherly Manfang and his biological father Li Haiping to wait for an opportunity to murder his adoptive father Yan Zhonghua and seize the family property. Zhou Yuan was a little dizzy after reading so much information. He never imagined that although Yan Qingyun was young, he had done so many bad things. Of course, these things were not Zhou Yuan's biggest surprise. What really surprised him was Yan Qingyun's life experience. Who would have thought that this beloved son whom Yan Zhonghua regarded as the apple of his eye was not actually Yan Zhonghua's biological child? Not only that, Yan Qingyun, his motherly Manfang, and biological father Li Haiping were actually plotting to harm Yan Zhonghua. This is really so fucking unexpected. The son I raised for 21 years was not only not my own child, but he was even thinking about killing me. This Yan Zhonghua is really miserable to the extreme. Zhou Yuan sighed inwardly. But in the blink of an eye, Zhou Yuan realized that this might be a good opportunity. If he could expose the conspiracy between Yan Qingyun, his mother and biological father, it would be equivalent to saving Yan Zhonghua's life. By then, with this kind of favor, I believe Yan Zhonghua will definitely be able to surrender and turn against Mu Hongwei, thus completely destroying his plan. Chapter 83, Treat the symptoms with the right medicine, no worries. Of course, this idea is good, but it must be based on sufficient evidence. If I don't have enough evidence and I go to Yan Zhonghua so rashly and reveal this matter to him, he may not believe me. Even if you are not careful, it is easy to alert the enemy. As for the evidence, this guy Yan Qingyun is actually the best breakthrough point. After all, this guy is one of the parties involved and knows all these things clearly. Moreover, dealing with Yan Qingyun is very simple, and you don't even need any complicated or brain-intensive methods. All they had to do was tie up Yan Qingyun, find a deserted place, and scare him, then tell him they were going to kill him. With Yin Xingyun's courage, he would probably blurt out anything. After all, the information obtained by the spying technique is very clear. Yin Xingyun's biggest weakness is his fear of death. Treat the disease with the right medicine and you won't be afraid of not being able to solve it. As for how to kidnap Yin Xingyun, this is not difficult, and we don't even have to wait for another time. Just prepare it and we can do it tonight. While Zhou Yuan was thinking, Chen Wentai had already sent Yin Xingyun away and turned to the private room. Mr. Zhou, do you have any other instructions? Zhou Yuan thought for a moment and said, do you know Yin Xingyun's cell phone number? Mr. Zhou, please wait a moment. Although Chen Wentai didn't have Yin Xingyun's number, it was not difficult to find out. In just a minute or two, he got Yin Xingyun's number from someone else. Okay, thank you for what you did today. I have something else to do, so I'll leave first. After getting the number, Xiaobai can rely on him to locate Yin Xingyun's position, including monitoring phone calls and so on. After getting this thing, Zhou Yuan no longer wanted to stay. Then I'll take Mr. Zhou. Chen Wentai naturally didn't dare to force Zhou Yuan to stay, so he hurriedly and politely sent Zhou Yuan downstairs. As soon as he went out, Zhou Yuan summoned Xiaobai. Xiaobai, help me locate this number and monitor it. Once they leave the casino, report to me immediately. Okay, master. Xiaobai responded. The reason why Zhou Yuan asked Xiaobai to monitor Yin Xingyun through the internet was to determine Yin Xingyun's whereabouts at any time, because he had already planned to kidnap Yin Xingyun tonight to avoid any more trouble. Of course, in addition to this, some other preparations need to be made. Zhou Yuan turned around and drove back to school, leaving the conspicuous big bull behind. He then used his shapeshifting to transform into a bald man, bought a bundle of rope and an oversized luggage bag, and then went to a car rental agency, paid a bit more, and rented a random car without leaving any identification. After completing these preparations, Zhou Yuan drove back to Yunjing Entertainment City. After waiting for more than an hour, there was movement from Xiaobai's side. Master, please note, the target has left the private room and is coming downstairs. It is expected that he will leave. Zhou Yuan suddenly perked up, opened the car door and got out. In just 2 or 3 minutes, Yin Xingyun and a group of people walked out of the door, each holding a girl in their arms. Zhou Yuan went up to him without saying a word. Yin Xingyun was drunkenly saying goodbye to someone, and before he could react, Zhou Yuan slashed him in the back of the head with a knife. He groaned and passed out. Seeing that he was about to collapse to the ground, Zhou Yuan grabbed his collar, dragged him to the side of the car like a chicken, and kicked him into the car. Close the door, get in the car, and step on the accelerator. Before the group of people could react, Zhou Yuan had already left with Yin Xingyun. Chapter 84 Kidnapping. Half an hour later. The car stopped in a desolate forest a few miles away from Jinyu Haoding. After abandoning the car, Zhou Yuan tied Yin Xingyun into a ball with a rope, and then stuffed him into a large luggage bag. He carried the bag easily all the way through the mountain and returned to the villa halfway up the mountain. He did not disturb Feng Jing and Wan Lu, and directly took Yin Xingyun to the unused warehouse in the wine cellar on the second underground floor. Along the way, Yin Xingyun didn't wake up at all. Zhou Yuan found a chair and tied him up tightly, then pulled a piece of cloth to cover the guy's face, and then used the Xianhuang Qi to wake Yin Xingyun up. Yin Xingyun obviously didn't understand his situation at first. It was only when he found his hands and feet were tied and his eyes were blindfolded that he realized something was wrong. He struggled desperately and screamed in panic. Help! Help! Someone, help! Help! Fortunately, the wine cellar had excellent sound insulation, and it was located on the second underground floor. The parking lot above was not in use for the time being, so Zhou Yuan was not worried about anyone overhearing him. He just let Yin Xingyun shout and scream. Not only did he not stop him, he even kept silent and just sat quietly opposite him and watched. Yin Xingyun shouted in panic for a long time, but got no response at all. His face turned even paler and his body began to tremble. Normal people already lack a sense of security when they can't see. Adding to that the feeling of being tied up, the fear in their hearts increases exponentially. And if there is no response for a long time, the timid people may even have a mental breakdown. Yin Xingyun was obviously in this situation. At this moment, he was no longer shouting loudly, but was wailing softly with tears and snot running down his face due to fear. Seeing his fragile and panicked appearance, Zhou Yuan realized that it was almost time, and then he coughed lightly. In an instant, Yin Xingyun's body tensed up and he stood as stiff as a sculpture, obviously frightened. After a few seconds, he suddenly shuddered and stammered in panic, "You, who are you?" Zhou Yuan deliberately lowered his voice and spoke coldly. I ask, you answer, or I will kill you, understand? You, who are you? Let me go. Let me go. I can give you money if you want it. I can give you as much money as you want. My father is Yin Zhonghua. My father is Yin Zhonghua of Zhongchuan Real Estate. He is very rich. Zhou Yuan overestimated Yin Xingyun's courage. This guy didn't listen to him at all. Instead, he spoke directly, as if he was selling his father and begging for mercy. I think you turned a deaf ear to my words. Zhou Yuan snorted coldly and slapped Yin Xingyun without any hesitation. With a slap, the guy was beaten into obedience. I'll give you one last chance. You must answer whatever I say. If you dare to say anything more, I'll make you bleed. Do you understand? I heard it. I heard it. Yin Xingyun nodded frantically. Apparently, after being slapped, he finally came to understand the current situation. Zhou Yuan nodded in satisfaction, quietly took out his cell phone and turned on the video mode. He first asked Yin Xingyun a few random questions, and after making sure that this guy was really honest, he suddenly changed the subject. Now, let's talk about your true identity. If I'm not mistaken, you're not Yin Zhonghua's biological son. You, how did you know? Yin Xingyun's face changed instantly, and he was completely unprepared, and he screamed in surprise. Zhou Yuan said, not only do I know this, I also know that you, your motherly Manfang, and your biological fatherly Haiping are conspiring to kill Yin Zhonghua, right? Impossible. Impossible. This kind of thing should never be known to outsiders. Yin Xingyun shuddered for a moment and couldn't stop crying out in panic. Do you want to die? I'm asking you if you do or if you don't. Zhou Yuan suddenly scolded coldly. Yes. Yes. I am indeed not Old Man Yen's son. My mother and I are indeed planning to kill Old Man Yen so that we can get that huge fortune. But this plan wasn't mine. It was my mom's. And that Li Haiping. They were the ones who pushed me into it. Yin Xingyun shuddered instantly, feeling the murderous aura coming towards him, and nodded repeatedly in fear. Chapter 85 give you a surprise. More than 20 minutes later. Zhou Yuan got everything he wanted to know from Yin Xingyun, and also recorded the entire process of Yin Xingyun's confession. To be honest, after hearing Yin Xingyun's confession, Zhou Yuan really felt a little sorry for Yin Zhonghua. In terms of net worth, Yin Zhonghua is definitely a top-tier figure. His Zhongchuan Real Estate, in terms of both assets and size, is definitely one of the top-tier companies in not only Guangxing but also the entire Jiangdong province. I dare not say it is first class, but it is definitely quasi-first class. But who would have thought that such a big shot would be cuckolded by someone? Wrong. To be precise, this is no longer just a hat. This is simply a helmet. It's a bulletproof helmet. Not only was the son not his own, but he had raised him for 21 years in vain, and in the end, he was plotted against and his life was in danger. Of course, this is an extremely sad and bad thing for Yin Zhonghua, but for Zhou Yuan, it is definitely a good thing. With the video of Yin Xingyun's confession, he can go and have a good talk with Yin Zhonghua. As for Yin Xingyun, although this guy is useless for the time being, Zhou Yuan has no intention of letting him go, or rather, he has no intention of letting him go for the time being. Zhou Yuan planned to go back and find Yin Zhonghua, expose all the things, and then hand this kid over to Yin Zhonghua for handling. After all, no matter what, this guy is nominally Yin Zhonghua's son. It's settled. Find some time tomorrow and go see Yin Zhonghua. As the saying goes, the sooner the better. Now that he has the video, Zhou Yuan naturally doesn't want to delay. To be honest, if it wasn't too late, he would have wanted to go to Yin Zhonghua to tell the truth right away. Brother. I confessed everything. Can you let me go? While Zhou Yuan was pondering, Yin Xingyun spoke haltingly. I can let you go, but not now. Upon hearing this, Yin Xingyun pleaded repeatedly, Brother, please, I really told you everything. I really told you everything. Please let me go. I can give you money. Really? I can give you as much money as you want. I told you it's not now. If you keep talking nonsense, I'll kill you. Zhou Yuan threatened. Yin Xingyun was so frightened that he trembled and quickly shut his mouth. At this moment, the phone next to him suddenly rang. Turning back, he saw it was Feng Jing calling. Zhou Yuan didn't feel comfortable answering the call in front of Yin Qingyun, so he simply hung up. Then he found some rags and blocked Yin Qingyun's mouth tightly to prevent him from making any noise. He then found Yin Qingyun's cell phone and turned it off to prevent anyone from calling. After doing all this, Zhou Yuan left the room with peace of mind. After leaving the wine cellar, Zhou Yuan took out his cell phone and called Feng Jing as he walked out. "Hey, baby, what do you want from me? Honey, will you come back tonight?" Feng Jing said sweetly on the other end of the phone. "What's wrong? I have something to tell you, and I also want to give you a surprise." "Surprise? What surprise?" "I won't tell you now, but you'll know when you come back." Feng Jing's tone was a little ambiguous. "What's going on?" "I'm downstairs now." "Then you'll know when you go upstairs." Feng Jing said this with a smile and hung up the phone. So mysterious. Zhou Yuan was muttering to himself and quickly took the elevator to the 6th floor. Chapter 86. Satisfied, quite satisfied. Because of the surprise, Zhou Yuan was a little excited. With this mood, he quickly took the elevator to the 6th floor. When he entered the living room, he immediately saw Feng Jing. After just one glance, Zhou Yuan got a little irritated. Feng Jing's outfit today is completely different from the past. She is wearing an extremely seductive super short and super slim cheongsam. The semi-transparent soft gauze fabric is hazy and charming. In addition, her long white legs are wrapped in a pair of pure white over-the-knee socks with cute cat patterns printed on them, which are also very lethal. These two styles are obviously incompatible, but at this moment, when worn by Feng Jing, they are surprisingly harmonious. Not only is it in tune with the film, it also makes people want to commit a crime. After just a few glances, Zhou Yuan felt his mouth dry. Feng Jing blinked and saw Zhou Yuan, but rarely did she run up to him. She was still lying lazily on the sofa and called out to Zhou Yuan with a smile. "Husband, you're back. Is this the surprise you mentioned?" Zhou Yuan strode to the sofa, sat down next to Feng Jing, and reached out to pinch Feng Jing. "Does my husband like it?" Feng Jing said this with a smile, and her legs began to move. I love it so much. How could any man not like such a beautiful scenery?" Zhou Yuan said as he picked up Feng Jing and walked into the room. "Wait, husband, I haven't given you a surprise yet." "Surprise? Aren't you a surprise?" "Of course I'm surprised, but I'm only part of the surprise." Feng Jing smiled evilly and stretched out her hand to draw circles on Zhou Yuan's chest. Zhou Yuan was stunned. "Part? What do you mean?" "It means there's still a surprise." "Another part?" "Yeah, husband, aren't you curious? Why didn't you see Lulu?" After Feng Jing said this, Zhou Yuan realized something was wrong. He had indeed not seen Wang Lu since he came back. "Where is she?" "Of course I'm waiting in the room," Feng Jing said, hugging Zhou Yuan's neck and smiling. "Is this even possible? Aren't you jealous?" Zhou Yuan was really shocked. He never expected that Feng Jing was not jealous of the embarrassing incident in the morning. Instead, it seemed that she took the initiative to help him win Wang Lu. "How about it, husband? Are you satisfied with this surprise?" "Satisfied, extremely satisfied." Zhou Yuan suddenly became agitated. As the saying goes, the spring night in the hibiscus tent is short, and the king no longer attends the morning court. Zhou Yuan ran around 2 rooms last night and was busy until after 2 o'clock in the morning, only then did he fall asleep contentedly. When I woke up again, it was already afternoon. As soon as he opened his eyes, Zhou Yuan saw Wang Lu sleeping soundly in his arms. She looked quite cute when she was sleeping. Zhou Yuan couldn't help but reached out and pinched her nose. This action immediately woke up Wang Lu in his arms. With a lazy hum, Wang Lu opened her eyes instantly, looked up dazedly, and met Zhou Yuan's eyes. She immediately lowered her head with a red face. "What's wrong? You were so crazy last night, and now you're shy?" Seeing Wang Lu like this, Zhou Yuan couldn't help but tease her. It's all your fault." Wang Lu was so embarrassed and angry that she glared at Zhou Yuan. "You are slandering me. I came here late last night, and it was clearly you who pushed me down." "Don't say it. Otherwise I'll bite you to death." Wang Lu was furious. Seeing her aggressive look, Zhou Yuan suddenly had evil intentions. He hugged Wang Lu and whispered something with a wicked smile. "You." Wang Lu glared at Zhou Yuan with a red face, but after hesitating for a moment, she gave in. Chapter 87. Someone is coming to Feng Jing's house. After enjoying some special service, Zhou Yuan got up leisurely. After washing up, I went downstairs and saw Feng Jing busy in the kitchen. Since there was no one else at home, Feng Jing was still wearing the same outfit she wore last night. Zhou Yuan discovered that as his attributes grew, especially his physique became stronger, his demands in that area became a bit excessive. If it's a normal state where you don't think about this kind of thing, then it's not a big deal. But once he indulged himself, even though he had just vented his feelings, when he saw Feng Jing, he became interested again. "My dear wife, why are you cooking for us? Didn't I ask you to find a servant? Why haven't you seen anyone yet?" As Zhou Yuan spoke, he hugged Feng Jing from behind dishonestly. Feng Jing shuddered, turned around and kissed Zhou Yuan, then said, "Originally, the sales office wanted to introduce a maid, but after discussing it with Lulu, we decided not to hire a maid." Zhou Yuan asked curiously, "Why? It's you, my husband." Feng Jing glared at him. "If we hire a servant, it would be too inconvenient sometimes." Zhou Yuan thought about it and realized that this was indeed the case. Just like now, if there were servants around, it would indeed be inconvenient. But it would be too much trouble to clean up such a big house if we don't hire a servant. Feng Jing said, "If you really want to clean it, you can just hire a cleaning company." Zhou Yuan immediately laughed and said, "It was me who was blinded by the light. It turns out that you are the one who was most thoughtful." "Of course, since I am my husband's personal secretary," Feng Jing smiled. "Little secretary, you're so good, what reward do you want?" "I don't want the reward, but I have something I want to discuss with you, my husband." "What's going on?" Zhou Yuan asked casually, his hands becoming restless again. Feng Jing gave Zhou Yuan a coquettish look, then leaned back to make it easier for Zhou Yuan to move his hands. Then she said tremblingly, "I discussed it with Lulu, and we happen to have space at home, so we want to hire a yoga instructor to teach us how to exercise." Zhou Yuan said, "Exercise is a good thing. You can make the decision on your own about this kind of thing. I have something else to ask." "You say?" Feng Jing said, "Honey, I sent some of the pocket money you gave me back home." Zhou Yuan was puzzled. "Didn't you tell me about this before? What's the matter? Is the money not enough? If not, I'll transfer a few million to you later and you can spend it as you wish." Feng Jing couldn't help but turn around and gave him a kiss. After a long while, they separated and finally said, "Hubby, you misunderstood. It's not that there's not enough money. It's my mother who got the money to pay off an old debt, and then some of our relatives found out." Feng Jing trembled slightly with uneasiness as she recounted the whole story. Zhou Yuan listened to the whole story from beginning to end and finally understood what was going on. To put it simply, a poor person suddenly becomes rich, and then a group of relatives start to come to him. To talk about the details, we have to start with the millions of pocket money he gave to Feng Jing before. Zhou Yuan knew that Feng Jing's family was not well off, so after receiving the money, Feng Jing didn't dare spend it carelessly and sent half of it back home. Because the family had a lot of external debts, after Feng Jing's mother got the money, she followed Feng Jing's instructions and paid off all the external debts. But the sudden repayment of the foreign debt that had been delayed for so long naturally attracted the attention of a group of relatives. Feng Jing's mother was not a gossipy person. At first, she just said that Feng Jing had made money. But the problem is that these relatives are not stupid. Feng Jing has been out for many years and didn't make much money before. How could she suddenly make so much money? Feng Jing's uncle, in particular, felt that there might be something wrong with Feng Jing outside. "So you don't have to come and see it." In addition, Feng Jing's family was poor before, so her sister followed in Feng Jing's footsteps and dropped out of school. But now that she is rich, Feng Jing's mother heard that Feng Jing has made a name for herself outside, so she asked her sister to come and live with her, and asked Feng Jing to take care of the arrangements. Either help her find a job so she can enter the workforce and earn money earlier, or arrange for her sister to go back to school in the city. Chapter 88. I have something I want to show Mr. Yin. I thought it was a big deal. Since your uncle wants to come, then let him come. As for our sister, we'll see whether she wants to go to school or work. Zhou Yuan looked indifferent. It's just someone coming to our house, no big deal. Anyway, given his relationship with Feng Jing, he would have to meet Feng Jing's relatives sooner or later. As for Feng Jing's sister Feng Ling going to school, that's even less of a problem. Although transferring academic status and enrolling midterm seem quite troublesome these days, as the saying goes, money talks. As long as you have money, this is not a problem at all. Even if the money is useless, Zhou Yuan still has connections. At worst, he can go back to find Chen Wentai and make the best use of his talent by asking Chen to help. Husband Feng Jing suddenly shouted. What's wrong? Thank you, you are so nice to me. Zhou Yuan immediately laughed and said, You're my woman, but I can only treat you well. Feng Jing suddenly smiled happily, and as she smiled, she suddenly turned around and retreated to the wall. Boss, I want you to check my work again. After more than an hour of nonsense, Zhou Yuan drove away from the villa in his Danube. We have been indulging ourselves for a whole night and half a day, now it's time to get down to business. Xiao Bai, help me use Yan Zhongguo's cell phone number to locate his current location. In the car, Zhou Yuan directly summoned Xiao Bai. Master, please wait. The location is being retrieved. Master, the other party is currently located in Villa A3 of Kumho Peninsula. Jinhu Peninsula is as famous as Jinyue Mansion and is the top villa residential area in Guangcheng. However, the difference is that Jinyue Haoding is a newly built wealthy area in Guangcheng in the past 2 years, while Jinhu Peninsula has been famous for a long time. The security here is no worse than that of Jinyue Haoding. When I arrived at the door, the security didn't dare to let me in easily, but called Yan Zhongguo's villa landline. Yan Zhongguo was very surprised to hear that someone was looking for him, but he didn't think much about it and asked the guard to let him in. A few minutes later, Zhou Yuan rang the doorbell of the villa. Soon a servant opened the door. Apparently having received Yan Zhongguo's notice, he politely brought Zhou Yuan a pair of slippers. Following him into the villa hall, Yan Zhongguo was sitting on the sofa, drinking tea, and reading a newspaper. People of his age are not very keen on fiddling with tablets and mobile phones. Instead, they prefer to drink tea and read newspapers as a pastime. He didn't put down the newspaper until he saw Zhou Yuan. Mr. Yan, my humble name is Zhou Yuan. Mr. Zhou, please take a seat. After inviting Zhou Yuan to sit down, Yan Zhongguo looked him over carefully. I'm sorry, I haven't met Mr. Zhou before. I wonder what's the matter with Mr. Zhou's sudden visit. Zhou Yuan smiled and said, Of course I came here to discuss something important with Mr. Yan. But? Yan Zhongguo raised his eyebrows slightly, but what? Zhou Yuan said, But this kind of place isn't the right place to discuss business, is it? Yan Zhongguo pondered for a moment and stood up. In that case, please follow me, Mr. Zhou. Yan Zhongguo said this and took Zhou Yuan to the study. After instructing the servant to bring a pot of tea and closing the door with him, Yan Zhongguo stared at Zhou Yuan. Mr. Zhou, if you have anything to say, can you tell me now? Of course, but before that, I have something I want to show Mr. Yan. Zhou Yuan took out his cell phone and directly opened the video recorded last night, and then pushed it to Yan Zhongguo. Chapter 89 I have other evidence. Yan Zhongguo had never seen such a strange visitor as Zhou Yuan, but before he had time to ask any questions, his attention was attracted by the video on his mobile phone. With just a quick glance, Yan Zhongguo recognized the tied-up man in the picture. It was his beloved son, Yan Xingyun. Mr. Zhou, what do you mean? He was a prominent figure after all, and his ability to maintain composure was truly formidable. Even when he realized his beloved son had been kidnapped, he remained seated. But this expression is still a bit ugly and fierce. Mr. Yan, don't get excited. I have no ill intentions. Just watch quietly and you will understand. Zhou Yuan looked calm. Yan Zhongguo stared at him for a few seconds, but finally said nothing and looked at his phone again. On the screen, Yan Xingyun was answering a few irrelevant questions, but soon the video turned to the main event. When Yan Zhongguo heard Zhou Yuan asking whether Yan Xingyun was Yan Zhongguo's biological son, his face was obviously confused. However, he only had time to be stunned for a moment, because the next second, Yan Xingyun in the picture had already admitted the problem. At this moment, Zhou Yuan could clearly see Yan Zhongguo's face change, and he also noticed that the other party's right hand subconsciously clenched tightly. As for the following questions, every time Yan Zhongguo heard Yan Xingyun admit one, his expression became uglier. By the time the entire video was finished playing, more than 10 minutes later, Yan Zhongguo's face had become extremely ugly, and he was faintly emitting a terrifying evil aura. As a result, the entire study room suddenly became as depressing as the dark clouds covering the sky before a summer rainstorm. After waiting for a long time, Yan Zhongguo suddenly raised his head and looked at Zhou Yuan. Mr. Zhou, what do you want by showing me this? Zhou Yuan said calmly, It's very simple. Mr. Yan, you are a senior whom I admire, so I don't want to see you being harmed by some vicious people and kept in the dark until your death. Mr. Zhou is so kind? Yan Zhongguo obviously didn't believe it. At his age and with his experience, how could he possibly believe such nonsense? If there is no special purpose, how could he come to my door with such a thing? Zhou Yuan said calmly, I said, I just don't want Mr. Yen to be kept in the dark and end up ruining his reputation. Mr. Zhou is really kind, but... Only what? But with this kind of video, who knows whether it's real or fake? Yan Zhonghua suddenly laughed. Let's not talk about whether this video has been photoshopped. Even if it hasn't, who can guarantee that what my son said is the truth? It's also possible that someone threatened him to recite it deliberately. After all, this kind of thing involved his son whom he had raised for 21 years and his wife who had been with him for more than 20 years. Yan Zhonghua was obviously unwilling to believe it easily. Again, at his age and experience, having spent so many years in the brutal business world, what kind of filthy and sinister tactics has he not seen? Some people are willing to do anything, no matter how shameless or vicious, to achieve a certain goal. Zhou Yuan frowned instantly when he heard this. He had come here with absolute confidence, but he didn't expect that an accident would happen at the very beginning. This is totally different from the script. So, Mr. Yen doesn't believe me anymore? Yan Zhonghua said calmly, believe it? Expecting me to believe you based on just this video is a bit absurd. Okay, since Mr. Yen doesn't believe it, I have other evidence. Zhou Yuan spoke immediately. Don't you just not believe this video? It doesn't matter, I have other ways. I have other trump cards. Chapter 90. A good show. Actually, Zhou Yuan had not unexpected this situation. After all, if you put yourself in his shoes, if he encountered such a big thing, he would not believe it easily. However, precisely because he had considered the possibility of this situation, Zhou Yuan had already prepared his trump card. That's the truth card. With this thing, we just need to find Yan Zhonghui's wife Li Manfang, and when we confront her, I don't believe that she won't be exposed. What other evidence do you have? Yan Zhonghua couldn't help but speak, and his expression became obviously gloomier again. Although he said that he didn't believe Zhou Yuan, only he knew that he was already shaken and doubtful in his heart. And now, after hearing what Zhou Yuan said, the bad premonition lingering in his heart became even stronger. This evidence requires. Zhou Yuan opened his mouth subconsciously, but before he could finish his words, the system suddenly popped up. There is an optional opportunity now. Option 1, since Yan Zhonghua doesn't believe it, let him die. Reward, 30 million yuan, 1 advanced system treasure chest. Option 2, follow the original plan, find Li Manfang, and use the truth card to get her to confess. Reward, 30 million gold and 1 advanced system chest. Option 3, without using any system functions or props, successfully reveal everything and convince Yan Zhonghua. Reward, 50 million in cash and 2 advanced system treasure chests. Damn it, it's actually an advanced system treasure chest. Zhou Yuan was excited when he saw the reward content. But after scanning the options again, Zhou Yuan felt a little confused again. In terms of generous rewards, the third option is naturally the best, but without the help of system functions and props, he is not sure that Yan Zhonghua will believe what he says. What the hell should I do? Is it unfair to accept a second-rate reward? Zhou Yuan frowned and remained silent for a moment. Didn't Mr. Zhou say there was still evidence? Why is he silent? Seeing this, Yan Zhonghua frowned. Evidence. Evidence. That's right. Got it. Zhou Yuan instantly raised his head and looked at Yan Zhonghua. I have evidence, but I hope Mr. Yan can cooperate with me next. Yan Zhonghua frowned slightly. How do you want me to cooperate? Zhou Yuan smiled and said, it's very simple. I need your wife's phone number, and I also need Mr. Yan to accompany me. Then we'll know the truth. The solution Zhou Yuan thought of was to trick Li Manfang. Although this video seems to be ineffective against Yan Zhonghua, it does not mean that it is ineffective against Li Manfang. After all, there is a saying, a guilty conscience. Since you said so, I'll go with you today. Yan Zhonghua was silent for a moment and finally nodded. If this matter is not clarified, it will always be a thorn in his heart. Instead of letting this thorn bother you all the time, it's better to get rid of it in one go. Yan Zhonghua nodded, and Zhou Yuan breathed a sigh of relief. Next, he took Yan Zhonghua out of the villa and went to a tea house near Zhongchuan Real Estate. When they arrived, Zhou Yuan directly booked 2 adjacent private rooms. Mr. Yan, please wait here. If your wife or anyone else calls you later, you'd better not answer. Oh, and it's best if you turn your phone to silent mode to avoid making any unnecessary noises and ruining the show. After giving instructions to Yan Zhonghua, Zhou Yuan turned around and went to another private room. The waiter brought tea, and Zhou Yuan calmly picked up his phone, took a screenshot of a photo of Yin Qingyun being tied up, and then sent it to Li Manfang. In just half a minute, Li Manfang called. As soon as the call was connected, Li Manfang's panicked and anxious voice came from the other end. "Who are you? What did you do to my son? Don't hurt him. I can give you as much money as you want." Chapter 91 Li Manfang and Li Haiping. It is said that the love of parents is the most compassionate thing in the world. Although Li Manfang is not a good person and even betrayed Yin Zhonghua, as a mother, she is obviously really distressed for her precious son Yin Qingyun. Of course, this good thing cannot erase the bad thing about Li Manfang. So Zhou Yuan didn't show any sympathy or pity at all. "Ms. Li, if you don't want anything to happen to your son, then come to the Qingming tea house across from your company within 10 minutes. I'll be waiting for you in the Winxian private room on the second floor. Let me be frank with you. If you had come a minute later, I would have had my men stab your son. Also, don't even think about calling the police, or I'll tell your husband Yin Zhonghua all the scandals you and Li Haiping had with me, regardless of anything." Zhou Yuan put on a cold and cruel tone and deliberately threatened. "You, how did you know that?" On the other end of the phone, Li Manfang's voice changed, and she was obviously frightened by Zhou Yuan's words. "I originally thought it was a kidnapping case, but from the sound of it, it seems that the other party knows some extremely secret scandals of hers. That's troublesome. Don't worry about how I know this, there are still 10 minutes left. If I don't see you in 10 minutes, you'll be on your own." Zhou Yuan didn't want to say anything more, so he just said this and hung up the phone. On the other end of the phone. Listening to the silent tone on the phone, Li Manfang looked pale and dazed. After a few seconds, she woke up with a start, picked up the landline in a panic, and dialed a number. The moment the phone was connected, Li Manfang spoke anxiously. "Haiping, something happened. Come to my office right now." A minute later, the office door knocked several times. In the blink of an eye, a middle-aged man dressed quite politely and wearing gold-rimmed glasses pushed the door open. Li Haiping, Li Manfang's nominal cousin, is actually Li Manfang's lover and Yin Qingyun's biological father. Seeing him, Li Manfang's expression calmed down a little. "What's going on? What happened?" Li Haiping closed the door and spoke immediately. Li Manfang said in panic, "Our son has been kidnapped. And they seem to know everything about us." Upon hearing this, Li Haiping's face froze and he blinked with a look of panic. "How could this happen? What on earth is going on?" "I don't know either. I just received a call and the other party sent me a photo of Yuner being tied up," Li Manfang said as she handed the phone to Li Haiping. Li Haiping glanced at the photo, his expression becoming more serious. "What did the other party say? What are their requests?" "He told me not to call the police, or he'd expose our scandal. He also told me to get to the Qingming tea house across from the company within 10 minutes. Li Manfang looked anxious. "What should we do now? Should we call the police?" "No. We must not call the police. If we do, our secret might be exposed. Once that old immortal Yin finds out about our relationship, he will definitely not let us go. Not to mention that if it really gets to that point, our plan will be ruined." Li Haiping immediately rejected the idea of calling the police. "So what do we do now? What else can we do? Since he wants to meet, it means he wants to negotiate terms with us. If he wants to negotiate terms, then he's only after money. If it's about money, then this matter is easy to solve. At most, we can spend some money to settle it. No matter what, we can't let him hurt our Yuner." Li Haiping looks like he is deeply protective of his child. Chapter 92 Mr. Yan is just a victim. However, although Li Haiping appears to be protective of his child, in fact, he doesn't care about Yin Qingyun's life or death at all. Although Yin Qingyun is indeed his son, this kid has been raised by Yin Zhonghua for 21 years. Even though he has recently recognized him as his father, he has no family affection for Yin Qingyun at all. Not to mention that he has been married for many years and his wife has given birth to a son and a daughter for him. That is his true love. To be frank, the reason why he showed so much concern for Yin Qingyun was nothing more than to confuse and bewitch Li Manfang, and to prepare for seizing Yin Zhonghua's property. Because only by bewitching Li Manfang could he kill Yin Zhonghua with the help of Li Manfang without anyone knowing. After Yin Zhonghua died, such a huge fortune would definitely fall into the hands of Li Manfang and Yin Qingyun. As Yin Qingyun's biological father, he must show more love and care for his child so that he can find an opportunity to defraud the assets of the mother and son. Even if you can't cheat them all, It's good to get some of them. After all, the assets under Yen Zhongguo's name, including the entire Zhongchuan real estate, are worth tens of billions. Even if it is sold at a low price, you can still get more than 2 billion. Even if he can only get half of the 2 billion, or even only 30%, it is still a huge amount of 500 to 600 million. With this money, not only will he not have to worry about the rest of his life, but even his wife and children, whom he truly loves, will not have to worry about the rest of their lives. So for this money, Li Haiping must perform well in front of Li Manfang. At least before getting the money, he must establish a good image of Yen Qingyun's biological father. Now is not the time to be in a daze. Isn't the other party going to meet at Qingming Tea House? I know that place. Let's go. Li Haiping seemed even more anxious than Li Manfang. I'll go downstairs and wait for you in the garage. Wait half a minute before coming downstairs. Don't let anything slip. After giving some instructions, Li Haiping hurriedly left the office. A few minutes later. Qingming Tea House, Wenxiang Bao Room. The door knocked loudly. Before Zhou Yuan could speak, the person outside pushed the door open with a click. Zhou Yuan glanced sideways calmly and saw a middle-aged man and woman coming in. They looked quite similar. They pretended to be calm on their faces, but there was uncontrollable worry between their brows. Needless to say, this must be the couple Li Manfang and Li Haiping. Seeing the two of them, Zhou Yuan put down his teacup and smiled slightly. Mrs. Yen, I have been waiting for you for a long time. Li Manfang glanced Zhou Yuan up and down before she angrily asked, Who the hell are you? What have you done to my son? Don't be impatient, Madam Yen. We can sit down and talk slowly. Come, please take a seat. The more anxious Li Manfang became, the calmer Zhou Yuan became. He was extremely polite and gestured towards the seat opposite him. Li Manfang subconsciously glanced at Li Haiping, who nodded slightly. Li Manfang then stepped over, pulled out a chair and sat down. After the two sat down, Zhou Yuan personally picked up the teapot and leisurely poured a cup of tea for them. Then he looked at Li Haiping with a smile. I think this should be Mr. Li Haiping, right? Li Haiping frowned slightly. Do you know me? Of course I know him. After all, young Master Yen told me a lot of things truthfully before. For example, you, Mr. Li, are young Master Yan's real father. As for Mr. Yen, he's just a fool. Zhou Yuan said with a smile on his face. Chapter 93 The Lion Opens Its Mouth. In one sentence, Li Haiping and Li Manfang's faces changed at the same time. Even though the two had guessed this situation before they came, they were still shocked and panicked when Zhou Yuan exposed it in person. But compared to Li Manfang, a pampered woman with little scheming but no brains, Li Haiping is still deep-minded, calm and steady. He was stunned for just a moment, then in the blink of an eye he regained his composure and spoke in a righteous tone. Sir, you can eat whatever you want, but you can't say anything you want. Xingyun is my sister's son, he's my nephew. Zhou Yuan had long expected that Li Haiping would not easily admit it, so he remained calm and said with a smile, Mr. Li, there's no need to rush to deny this kind of thing. I have something here. Let me show them to you two first. Zhou Yuan took out his cell phone and found the confession video he recorded last night as usual. He clicked on it to play, then pushed the phone in front of the two of them. You two should watch this video first. After you finish watching it, we can discuss the next transaction. It's called a transaction, but it's just a rhetoric. The purpose was to invisibly eliminate the unnecessary vigilance of Li Haiping and Li Manfang, and make the two of them misunderstand as much as possible that he came specifically for money. Li Haiping stared at Zhou Yuan deeply, then turned his attention to his phone. The video played minute by minute, and soon it reached the main scene. Just like Yen Zhongguo's expression when he first saw the video, after hearing Yen Qingyun in the video admit and confess a lot of things that he shouldn't have confessed, their faces turned gloomy and pale, and of course, they both looked equally frightened and ugly. After the live video finished playing, Zhou Yuan smiled and said, How do you think this video was shot? With just one word, Li Haiping and Li Manfang suddenly woke up. However, the two people's reactions were completely different. Li Manfang's face was in a panic, but suddenly a trace of ruthlessness and anxiety flashed across her face. In the blink of an eye, she grabbed the mobile phone and threw it to the ground without hesitation. With a snap, the phone shattered into pieces. But Li Manfang was obviously still not at ease. She jumped around like a shrew and stomped on the fragments with her high heels. Mrs. Yen, I advise you not to waste your time. I dare to show you this thing, so I naturally have plenty of backups. Zhou Yuan was well prepared and spoke with a calm smile. Li Manfang's face changed. She just wanted to destroy the evidence but didn't think about it so much. Okay cousin, be quiet. Li Haiping winked at Li Manfong, then turned to look at Zhou Yuan. I still don't know what to call this gentleman? Li Haiping is obviously good at keeping calm and behaves quite calmly at this time. Zhou Yuan casually said, my surname is Zhou. Li Haiping narrowed his eyes slightly and said, Mr. Zhou, right? If you have any requests, you might as well tell me directly. Mr. Li is so straightforward indeed. Zhou Yuan pretended to be a bit arrogant and proud, then laughed. My request is simple. My brothers and I are short of money recently, so we need some pocket money. How many? Not much, just 100 million. 100 million? Why don't you just go and rob it? Li Manfang's expression changed instantly. Li Haiping's face also turned grim, and his voice became a little colder. Mr. Zhou, you are asking for too much. Is the lion's mouth too big? I don't think so. Zhou Yuan looked unconcerned. I've done my research before. Mr. Yan's net worth should be tens of billions. If you follow your plan and kill Mr. Yan, those billions will fall firmly into your hands. And now I am only asking you for 100 million, which is already quite cheap. Of course, if you two can't afford this price, that's fine. I can just hand this video over to Mr. Yan. Guess whether Mr. Yan will pay the 100 million. Chapter 94 Playing Tricks. When Zhou Yuan mentioned Yan Zhonghua, Li Haiping and Li Manfang both changed their expressions. In the eyes of the two, if this video was really handed over to Yan Zhonghua, their affairs would definitely be exposed. Not only will you be exposed, but your good days will be completely over. If you're not careful, you might even risk your life. After all, the two of them have followed Yan Zhonghua for more than 20 years, so they naturally know what kind of person Yan Zhonghua is. Even though Yan Zhonghua has begun to cultivate his character and become magnanimous and kind-hearted in the past decade or so, he was still a ruthless and merciless person back then. As the saying goes, it is easy to change the country but difficult to change one's nature. Li Manfang and Li Haiping absolutely do not believe that Yan Zhonghua really has any compassion in his heart now. So once Yan Zhonghua finds out about this, they will definitely be in trouble. You two, please consider your choice carefully. But let me be frank, you only have 10 minutes. If you don't give me a satisfactory answer within 10 minutes, don't blame me for going to see Mr. Yan. Seeing that the two were in trouble, Zhou Yuan added fuel to the fire. 100 million is really too much. We can't take it out now. Li Haiping blinked and spoke. Mr. Li, are you kidding me? If you and this guy succeed in killing Mr. Yan, you'll get at least tens of billions. You told me you can't afford 100 million, do you think I'm a fool? Zhou Yuan suddenly changed into a gloomy and angry look. You also said that it would be after the matter was done. Where can we get such a sum of money for you now? Li Manfang couldn't help but speak. This woman is still a little brainless after all. Led by Zhou Yuan's deliberate attitude and words, he immediately admitted in disguise that he was plotting to harm Yan Zhonghua. Li Haiping, on the other hand, vaguely realized that something was wrong, but Zhou Yuan didn't give him a chance to think about it and threatened him again. I don't care about your plans, but I need to pay you every penny. Otherwise, I'll go find Mr. Yan and expose your true colors. Zhou Yuan said this deliberately, and then he stood up suddenly and walked out. This thing immediately scared Li Manfang, and even Li Haiping didn't have time to think about it. He immediately stood up and stopped Zhou Yuan. Don't worry, Mr. Zhou, this matter can still be discussed. Zhou Yuan pretended to be arrogant and said, since you can't afford the money, what's there to discuss? I might as well go to Mr. Yan. I believe he will definitely be willing to spend the money. Zhou Yuan said as he pushed Li Haiping aside and walked out again. At this time, even Li Haiping had no time to think about things. Mr. Zhou, wait a minute. Listen to me. Why, do you have anything else to say? Mr. Zhou, listen to me first. Even if you give this video to Mr. Yan, you may not get any benefits. After all, I've been with Mr. Yan for decades and I know his personality all too well. If he knew about this kind of scandal, the first thing he would do would definitely not be to thank you, but to try to get rid of you. Li Haiping smiled and began to try to scare Zhou Yuan in various ways. If that happens, Mr. Zhou, forget about getting any benefits, you might even lose your life. Are you trying to fool me? Do you really think I'm so easily fooled? No, I absolutely did not mean to bluff Mr. Zhou. Li Haiping quickly shook his head and started to deceive again. Mr. Zhou, think about this. If you were to encounter something like this, would you prefer it to be publicized and known to everyone? Or would it be best if no one in the world knew about it? This. Zhou Yuan fell silent at the right moment. Seeing him like this, Li Haiping immediately breathed a sigh of relief and then smiled. How about this, Mr. Zhou? I'll give you 30 million first. You release the person first, and when we successfully seize the property, I'll give you the remaining 70 million. How do you do that? Li Haiping said this. Of course, he was playing tricks on Zhou Yuan and trying to buy time. After all, he absolutely did not want and dared not let Zhou Yuan show this video to Yan Zhonghua. Chapter 95, just kill him when the time comes. Again, once this video is handed over to Yan Zhonghua, everything will be over. Even if we take a step back and Yan Zhonghua does not fully believe or even does not believe Zhou Yuan's words, if this matter is really exposed, it will alert the enemy and completely arouse Yan Zhonghua's suspicion. If that time really comes, Mr. Li's plan to make money will be completely ruined. So at this moment, no matter what, we must first stabilize Zhou Yuan. 30 million? Do you think you're just sending away beggars? Zhou Yuan glared for a moment and sneered. Besides, do you think I'm a fool? And after you succeed? By the time you succeed, the man surnamed Yen will be dead, so what can I use to threaten you? Damn, this kid is so difficult to deal with. Li Haiping cursed inwardly, then smiled and winked. But if it's 100 million, Mr. Zhou, even if you kill us right now, we can't come up with it. And I won't hide it from you, Mr. Zhou, even if you give this video to Yen, he may not believe it. Then Mr. Zhou will lose more than he gains. At this time, Li Haiping still did not forget to play tricks on Zhou Yuan. Zhou Yuan deliberately acted embarrassed, then frowned and remained silent. After a while, he raised his head and gritted his teeth. 70 million. At least 70 million. Hand over 70 million, and I'll give you the video and the person, and I promise not to show up again. 70 million is not a small amount either, and Li Manfang subconsciously wanted to refuse. But at this time, Li Haiping glared at her and said, 70 million is 70 million. After he finished speaking, he changed the subject and said, but 70 million is still a huge sum of money. We simply can't come up with it right now. It will take at least 10 days. Zhou Yuan immediately shook his head. 10 days is too long, 2 days at most. Li Haiping immediately said, 2 days is definitely not enough, 8 days. 8 days won't do. 5 days at most. Otherwise, we'll break up. Zhou Yuan immediately pretended to be fierce. This idiot, he finally fell for it. Don't even mention 5 days, in 3 days I'll have someone kill you. Li Haiping smiled secretly in his heart, but his face looked serious. Okay, 5 days is 5 days. But Mr. Zhou, please leave your contact information so I can contact you at any time. Of course, the reason why Li Haiping wanted Zhou Yuan's contact information was not to contact Zhou Yuan. The purpose was to use the mobile phone number to locate Zhou Yuan's position, so that someone could be found to kill him. 5 days later, I'll wait for good news from Mr. Li. Zhou Yuan quickly reported the number, said something, and turned away. After he left, Li Manfang finally couldn't bear it anymore and anxiously pushed Li Haiping away. What are you thinking? Do you really want to give him 70 million? Li Haiping sneered and said, don't worry, I won't give you any money. I said 70 million just to keep this guy stable. I'll find some people later to find out where this guy is, and then I'll kill him. Li Manfang said worriedly, but what about our son? Our Yunner is still in his hands. Li Haiping quickly hugged Li Manfang and comforted her. Okay, Manfang, don't worry. I promise to rescue our son safely. Then what are you waiting for? Make arrangements quickly. Li Manfang urged. Okay, I'll arrange it right away. You should go back to the company first, and don't let anything slip. If Yen asks about Yunner, just say he went out to sea with someone and can't be contacted for the time being. Li Haiping gave some instructions and left in a hurry. He left first, and not long after, Li Manfang also left the private room. Chapter 96, Give it to Mr. Zhou. As soon as the two left, the private room became completely quiet. However, just over a minute later, there was a click and the door of the private room was pushed open again. Zhou Yuan walked into the private room with a chuckle on his face, walked quickly to the coffee table, reached down and pulled out a pocket recorder. Turn off the recording, select playback, and fast forward. Soon, the conversation between Li Haiping and Li Manfang came out from the recorder. After listening carefully, Zhou Yuan smiled with satisfaction. He had prepared this thing in advance, and its purpose was, of course, for recording. He had just left early, which was also planned long ago, in order to give Li Haiping and Li Manfang some private space. Let the two of them chat about some confidential topics. Obviously, these two people did not disappoint his expectations. In a moment of carelessness, they directly revealed Yin Qingyun's identity. It's ridiculous that Li Haiping was still thinking of plotting against him, but he was one step behind. With this thing, I don't believe Yin Zhenghua doesn't believe it. Zhou Yuan smiled and walked out of Wenxiang private room, then turned and went to the private room next door. As soon as the door was pushed open, Yin Zhenghua heard the noise and looked over. Zhou Yuan didn't say anything, closed the door with his backhand, then sat down opposite, rewound the recorder to the beginning, pressed play, and placed it on the table. After more than 10 minutes, the recording ended. Zhou Yuan put down the tea in his hand and looked at Yin Zhenghua opposite him. Mr. Yin, now you should believe what I say. Yin Zhenghua's face turned ashen, and there was a murderous look in his eyes. This pair of bitches. At this moment, he finally exploded, grabbed the teacup and smashed it hard on the ground. Almost at the same time, the system rang. Congratulations to the host for completing the optional task, receiving 50 million in cash and 2 advanced system treasure chests. After hearing the prompt, Zhou Yuan ignored the angry Yin Zhenghua and directly summoned the system. In the backpack, 2 high-level treasure chests were quietly placed. Zhou Yuan chose to turn it on without saying anything. Congratulations to the host for opening the advanced system treasure chest. You have obtained the skill, instant body technique and the item, servant contract. Teleportation, a special skill that consumes a certain amount of Shen Huang Qi after use, and can perform instant movement with a maximum range of 5 meters. Servant contract, after using. This time, a high-level treasure chest was obviously lucky. Not only did it open a slave contract, it even opened a skill book. And this skill is obviously a magical skill, it can actually allow people to move instantly. With this thing, apart from anything else, you will basically be invincible when fighting against masters in the future. Finally, all my hard work was not in vain. Zhou Yuan was in a very happy mood. At this moment, Yin Zhenghua on the opposite side spoke. Thank you so much, Mr. Zhou, for this matter. If it weren't for you, I would have died without knowing how I died. With the recording as solid evidence, Yin Zhenghua completely believed everything Zhou Yuan said. I am deeply grateful for saving my life. If you have any requests, please feel free to ask. That's what I've been waiting for. Zhou Yuan raised his eyebrows, and without any pretense, he said directly, since Mr. Yin said so, then I won't hide it. I do have something I would like to ask Mr. Yin for help. Yin Zhenghua said, Mr. Zhou, please tell me what you want. As long as I can do it, I will never refuse. Zhou Yuan smiled and said, this shouldn't be difficult for Mr. Yin. If I'm not mistaken, Mr. Yin should hold a lot of shares in American-funded groups, right? Yin Zhenghua was slightly stunned. Mr. Zhou is interested in these shares? Zhou Yuan subconsciously wanted to shake his head, but before he could do anything, Yin Zhenghua took the initiative to speak. Since Mr. Zhou is interested in these shares, Yin will give them to Mr. Zhou. Chapter 97 Shares in Hand. Zhou Yuan was surprised by Yin Zhenghua's generosity. His original plan was just to persuade Yin Zhenghua to betray Mu Hongwei, and then turn against him at the shareholders' meeting. But who would have thought that Yin Zhenghua would actually give him the shares of the American-funded group directly when he opened his mouth? Although the American-funded group of the Qin family father and daughter cannot compare with Zhongchuan Real Estate in terms of size and assets, it is still a large company with a market value of over 10 billion. However, Yin Zhenghua holds 19% of the shares of the American-funded group. Even if he sells them at a discount, it will still be a huge sum of more than 150 million. To give such a large sum of money just like that, this guy is so rich. Mr. Yin, are you sure you want to give me the shares? Zhou Yuan was a little hesitant to believe it. Yin Zhenghua said sternly, don't worry, Mr. Zhou. Since I said I would send it to you, then of course I will. I will never break my promise. But? Just what? Zhou Yuan raised his eyebrows slightly. This sentence is just that, obviously there is a sequel. Sure enough, in the blink of an eye, Yin Zhenghua spoke again, it's just that I have something else I would like to ask Mr. Zhou for help. Zhou Yuan raised his eyebrows and said, Mr. Yin, if you have anything else to say, please speak up. I hope Mr. Zhou will keep his mouth shut about what happened today. This kind of scandal would have a huge impact on his reputation and face, so Yin Zhenghua naturally didn't want to spread it. As for the shares of the American-funded group, to put it bluntly, it was both his thanks to Zhou Yuan and a hush money for Zhou Yuan. Anyway, he only spent tens of millions to acquire these shares. It's okay to give them away, so he won't feel bad about it. Besides, if it weren't for Zhou Yuan, he would still be kept in the dark by Li Manfang and Li Haiping, and might even die at the hands of this couple in the near future. Compared to the outcome of death, what does spending tens of millions mean? Of course, Yan Zhonghua hadn't thought of using shady tactics to secretly kill Zhou Yuan and put an end to it. This way, he could keep the secret completely. But on second thought, he couldn't do such a thing as repaying kindness with enmity. What's more, he still hasn't figured out Zhou Yuan's background. If he really dares to act rashly and something unexpected happens, it will be more trouble than it's worth. So after thinking about it, Zhou Yuan just happened to have something to ask for, so I might as well do him a favor. Kill two birds with one stone. Don't worry, Mr. Yen. I still want to be your friend, so I will keep this matter to myself forever. Zhou Yuan understood Yan Zhonghua's concerns and nodded with a smile without hesitation. With Mr. Zhou's words, I feel relieved. Yan Zhonghua laughed. Zhou Yuan added, but please forgive me for asking, what are Mr. Yan's plans for dealing with those two and Yan Qingyun? Zhou Yuan actually didn't care about the life or death of Li Manfang and Li Haiping, but the two of them were plotting against him before they left. If Yan Zhonghua does not plan to take any action in the short term, then he should consider taking the initiative. Yan Zhonghua understood Zhou Yuan's thoughts in the blink of an eye, and a gloomy and fierce look flashed across his face. Don't worry, Mr. Zhou. I will take care of them both, and I promise that they will never disturb Mr. Zhou's life. As for my son. As for Yan Qingyun, please keep him in custody for the time being. Although he has raised his son for 21 years, Yan Zhonghua has obviously become cruel to him. Okay then. Whenever Mr. Yan needs someone, just contact me. Zhou Yuan nodded. Since Yan Zhonghua had said so, he would just keep Yan Qingyun locked up for now. He was still in the wine cellar anyway, so no one would find him for a while. Mr. Zhou, please wait a moment. I have a contact here to hand over the shares of the American-funded group. After everything that needed to be discussed and explained was done, Yan Zhonghua took out his cell phone and called his trusted subordinates and personal lawyer, asking them to come as soon as possible. Chapter 98: Lu Yao's Invitation. Within half an hour, Yan Zhonghua's trusted subordinates and personal lawyers rushed over with the contract documents. After both parties happily signed the equity transfer contract, the 19% shares were completely transferred to Zhou Yuan. Next, Zhou Yuan and Yan Zhonghua obviously had no intention of staying long, so they said goodbye neatly and parted ways. After leaving the tea house, Zhou Yuan drove directly back to school. Before he had time to return to the dormitory, Zhou Yuan suddenly received a WeChat call on the way. I picked up the phone and took a look. I felt that the nickname was a little unfamiliar, so I answered the call casually. There was a soft and cute voice on the other end. Senior, I'm Lu Yao. I didn't disturb you, did I? The person on the other side announced his name, and Zhou Yuan finally realized who it was. Lu Yao was the girl with glasses in the security department that day. Zhou Yuan later hooked up with the other party again. It's Yao Yao, do you have something to talk to me about? Senior, are you free today? I want to. On the other end of the phone, Lu Yao's voice was a little hesitant. But in the blink of an eye, I heard someone next to me whispering anxiously, Yao Yao, why don't you just say it? Why are you so shy? Okay, if you don't want to say it, I'll say it for you. Senior Zhou, huh? My Yao Yao and I want to invite you out shopping. Are you free? Going shopping? I'm a bit too lazy to bother. Men generally have no interest in shopping, and Zhou Yuan is no exception. Even though it was Lu Yao who took the initiative to invite him this time, Zhou Yuan subconsciously wanted to refuse. After all, he has no shortage of girls now, so there is no need for him to humble himself for a girl. But the infuriating thing is that this Kung Fu system boss actually showed up again. The host currently has an opportunity to choose. Option 1, directly reject Lu Yao's invitation. Reward, 3 million yuan, 1 system treasure chest. Option 2, accept the other party's invitation, but stand them up. Reward, 3 million gold, 1 system treasure chest. Option 3, the girl has already spoken, how can I refuse her face? The right thing to do is to agree decisively. Reward, 5 million gold, 2 system treasure chests. I really didn't realize you were such a lickspittle. After glancing at the 3 options, Zhou Yuan jokingly complained. Of course, no matter how much you complain, it is already clear which of the 3 options to choose. Senior, please give me some advice. On the other end of the phone, Lu Yao's roommate's cheerful voice rang out again. Shopping? I'm free. As long as you're free, then we'll meet at the east gate of the school in an hour. Senior, you can't stand us up. Don't worry, I will be there on time. Okay then, see you later. After saying this, the person on the other end hung up the phone cleanly and neatly. Zhou Yuan didn't care. He put away his phone, opened the system backpack directly, and chose to unbox. Maybe my luck was exhausted from those 2 advanced system treasure chests this morning, so the rewards I got this time were much worse. One treasure chest gave 10,000 system points, and the other treasure chest gave an even more disappointing random vehicle card. Zhou Yuan thought about it and simply used the random car card. Anyway, his garage was empty, so it would be nice to throw a few cars in there to make it look more presentable. And now that Wang Lu was his woman and didn't have a car, it was a good opportunity to see if he could get a good one. Congratulations to the host for using the random car card to obtain a GTW12 convertible. Although my luck in unboxing was average, this vehicle card is still pretty cool. The GTW12 is worth more than 3 million after all. Chapter 99. This guy is obviously not a good person. Half an hour later, Zhou Yuan finally saw the car carrying the gull. The person who delivered the car this time was still a girl, but compared to Feng Jing, she was a little less attractive. Moreover, this person is obviously an old player. From the very beginning, he hinted at Zhou Yuan intentionally or unintentionally. He is more open than Feng Jing at the beginning. However, Zhou Yuan's mentality and perspective have changed a long time ago, and he directly rejected the girl's kindness. When the girl saw that she couldn't seduce Zhou Yuan, she had no choice but to take a taxi and leave in shame. Zhou Yuan didn't go back to the dormitory afterwards. He simply stayed in the car and fiddled with his phone, waiting for Lu Yao and her roommates to show up at the appointed time. I thought that the more than 3 million saltmarsh gulls were just that simple. Unexpectedly, this car parked at the door would attract so many people. Every now and then, a brave girl would come up and say hello. Handsome guy, is this car yours? Can you take me for a ride? Handsome guy, are you also a student here? Let's have dinner together. Little brother, I want to go to the city, but I can't get a taxi. Can you give me a ride? These girls were quite proactive, but unfortunately none of them caught Zhou Yuan's eye. There were 2 girls who looked pretty good. Zhou Yuan even used a spying technique to investigate and found out that they had 0 experience in certain areas, so he reluctantly added them on WeChat. They chatted idly like this for about 10 minutes before Lu Yao called. Zhou Yuan politely asked the 2 girls to leave, then turned around and answered the phone. Sorry, senior, we're late. Wan and I have already arrived at the East Gate. Where are you? Come to a Juan restaurant. I'll be in the convertible on the side of the road. Okay, senior, we'll be there right away. Just 10 seconds after hanging up the phone, Zhou Yuan heard someone outside calling out senior cheerfully. When he turned around, he saw Lu Yao and Zhang Wan. You know what, Lu Yao was obviously dressed up carefully today. He had taken off his usual black framed glasses, probably replacing them with contact lenses, and his hair was no longer in a ponytail, but had been styled in a shawl. She was wearing a white polo neck college-style dress and a lined short skirt. Although the style was simple, it made her look particularly youthful and lively. A pair of long legs exposed, without wearing stockings, looked slender, white and tender, especially attractive. It even adds a little sexiness to this outfit. She was wearing a pair of sneakers from an unknown brand, which looked a bit out of place if you were to imagine it, but visually speaking, they were surprisingly suitable. With this outfit, compared to his previous image, he is like a completely different person. Of course, Zhang Wan beside her was also dressed well, but her style was different. A slightly loose long-sleeved t-shirt paired with a short plaid skirt. It is also a simple style, but it also looks youthful and beautiful. The moment Zhou Yuan looked at the 2 of them, Zhang Wan also saw Zhou Yuan, and inevitably noticed the Salvinia Samoyeds. Even though girls don't seem to know much about cars, most of them can still roughly recognize some luxury cars. Not to mention Zhang Wan, because of her family background, she recognized the Salisbury wagon at a glance. This year's latest model GTW12 has a landing price of over 3 million, a true luxury car. Come to think of it, her brother has one. In short, those who can afford this kind of car are obviously rich second generations. But the reputation of the rich second generation these days is not very good. Even her brother is the same. The most important thing is that there is never a shortage of girls around these guys. Moreover, when she came out just now, she noticed this car in advance, and saw with her own eyes the two girls waving goodbye to this guy reluctantly. This kind of guy is not a good person at first glance. If Yao Yao falls for this kind of guy, it may not end well. Given Zhang Wan's family background, she wouldn't have any concerns about Zhou Yuan because of the car. On the contrary, she immediately became worried about Lu Yao. Chapter 100 Senior, you are awesome. Hey Yao Yao, this guy couldn't be the senior Zhou you were talking about? He seems a bit playboy. Zhang Wan secretly pulled Lu Yao, who was smiling happily, and whispered something. She decided that in order to prevent a little white rabbit like Lu Yao from being poisoned by a playboy like Zhou Yuan, she would always give Lu Yao preventive shots and eye drops. Wan, don't talk nonsense. Senior is not that kind of person. It's no exaggeration to say that Lu Yao's personality is inexperienced and she's also a bit naive and blind. She had a very good first impression of Zhou Yuan, so when she heard Zhang Wan say something bad about Zhou Yuan, she immediately refuted it. You've only had a few interactions with him, and you're so sure he's not that kind of person? Didn't you see those two girls just now? They were so reluctant to say goodbye to him. Zhang Wan said depressedly. Maybe he's just asking for directions. What's so strange about that? Lu Yao didn't think much of it. Let's go over there quickly and don't make the senior wait anxiously. This girl, she's finished. Zhang Wan was speechless for a while, but she couldn't say much, lest Lu Yao become rebellious after persuading her again and again, which would be counterproductive. Lu Yao didn't care what she was thinking and trotted over to Olu. Senior, I'm sorry to have kept you waiting. It's okay, I just got here not long ago. Zhou Yuan replied with a smile, glancing at Zhang Wan next to him. Who is this? Zhang Wan, Lu Yao's roommate and best friend. Without waiting for Lu Yao to introduce herself, Zhang Wan spoke first. She had some opinions about Zhou Yuan, so her tone was a little cold. Then she's also a junior schoolmate. Hello, my name is Zhou Yuan. Zhou Yuan didn't care. He just gave his name and asked the two to get in the car. Originally, Zhang Wan was planning to pull Lu Yao to the back seat, but Lu Yao went straight to the passenger seat. This made Zhang Wan secretly sneer for a while, thinking that Lu Yao was leading herself into the tiger's mouth. Where do you two ladies want to go today? Let's go to Tianhan Plaza and take a stroll there. Since they were going shopping together anyway, Zhou Yuan had no objection and started the car directly and headed for Tianhan Plaza. Lu Yao didn't say much on the way, but Zhang Wan, eager to inquire about Zhou Yuan's situation, had been talking non-stop since she got in the car. Hey, senior, your car must be expensive. If I'm not mistaken, this looks like a sedge gull. It's okay. It's not expensive, just over 3 million. When she heard the number of more than 3 million, Lu Yao was surprised. However, Zhang Wan had a calm expression on her face. She turned around and asked, speaking of which, senior, what does your family do? My family is just like normal, but I opened my own investment company. Senior, you are so amazing. You even started your own company. Lu Yao suddenly spoke with a look of admiration on her face. Even Zhang Wan was surprised. She glanced at Zhou Yuan in astonishment and said, I didn't expect that you, senior, are actually a first-generation rich. When it comes to rich second generations, Zhang Wan doesn't have a good impression of them because of her family background and her brother's circle. But if it's the first generation of rich people, that's another matter. Making money by your own ability is a real skill. Zhou Yuan laughed and said, it's not that serious, just a small fight. Senior, you are too modest. You started your own business and can still afford such an expensive car. It's already impressive. Lu Yao couldn't help but say this, her expression showing even more admiration. Once a man has the ability and talent, it is very easy for women to admire him. Even when it comes to finding a partner, expecting to be pursued is pointless. As long as you have the ability, you will naturally attract girls. For example, Lu Yao at this moment was obviously attracted by Zhou Yuan's ability. However, Zhang Wan noticed that Lu Yao's expression was not right, and she had an idea and said something with ulterior motives. Hey, senior, you're so amazing, you should have a girlfriend, right? Even if you don't have a girlfriend, there should be a lot of girls chasing after you, right? Chapter 101 This girl is hopeless. When this question was asked, Lu Yao next to him subconsciously looked at Zhou Yuan nervously. How could Zhou Yuan answer such a question truthfully? He smiled calmly and evaded the main point, what's wrong? Are you planning to introduce me to a girlfriend? However, Zhang Wan was not willing to give up easily and kept asking, Senior, you haven't answered my question yet. do you have a girlfriend? Zhou Yuan couldn't help but look up and glance at her in the rearview mirror, then lied directly, I haven't had time to talk about girlfriends yet. If you have a suitable candidate, would you mind introducing her to me? Of course Zhou Yuan would not admit to having a girlfriend in front of Lu Yao. After all, who made him interested in Lu Yao? What would happen if he admitted that he had a girlfriend? Besides, to be honest, Feng Jing and Wang Lu are not his girlfriends, but rather his women. Senior, you're not lying, are you? With your conditions, how can you not have a girlfriend? If this were said to another girl, she might be fooled. But Zhang Wan, who had seen how her brother attracted so many women since she was a child, didn't believe it at all. There's nothing I can do. I'm just a little ugly, so no one likes me. Zhou Yuan laughed and joked to himself. Ugly, he is definitely not ugly. But to be honest, he is not handsome in the strict sense. Of course, if we talk about temperament and charm, that's another matter. Actually, you're not ugly, I think you're very handsome. At this moment, Lu Yao suddenly said something with a red face. It's over. This girl is hopeless. Upon hearing this, Zhang Wan in the back seat rolled her eyes. Although she also thinks Zhou Yuan is not ugly, he even gives people a good and charming impression. But the problem is that with Lu Yao's personality, she dared to say that. It was obvious that she was in love with him and had a strong affection for him. We're just getting started, Yao Yao has fallen so pitifully? Zhang Wan was very depressed. In fact, Zhang Wan had no idea that the reason why Lu Yao fell so easily was mainly because of Zhou Yuan's temperament and charm. With Zhou Yuan's current temperament of 20 points and charm of 27 points, he may not be very attractive to ordinary girls. At most, he can easily make the other party have a good impression putting aside their wealth and financial resources, and think that this man looks pretty good. But for a simple girl like Lu Yao who has no emotional experience, it is quite fatal. This kind of thing is actually just like eating and drinking. When you experience more, it's like you've eaten enough delicacies from land and sea, so when you encounter them again, you won't be as attracted to them. But if you have never seen or tasted it, then when you come across delicacies from land and sea, it will be completely different. You can't help but want to try it, or even drool. It is a normal reaction. Besides, even Zhang Wan herself, who had been exposed to the world since childhood because of her family background, felt that although Zhou Yuan was not good looking, he looked quite charming. Not to mention a newbie like Lu Yao, she was already attracted to him. Throughout the rest of the journey, Zhang Wan continued to ask Zhou Yuan various questions indirectly, trying to find out as much as possible about Zhou Yuan's situation. Zhou Yuan didn't hide anything. Except for some things he couldn't say or didn't want to say, he told everything else truthfully. But to be honest, Zhang Wan didn't find out anything. What she cared about most was whether Zhou Yuan had a girlfriend, but she didn't trust Zhou Yuan's previous answer, so she had to let it go. Chapter 102 You'd better take care of yourself. The three of them chatted casually and soon arrived at Tianhan Square. This area is not only the CBD of Guangcheng, but also one of its most prosperous business districts. For example, the nearby Tianjin Shopping Center is arguably the largest shopping center in Guangcheng and a landmark building. After driving the car into the underground garage of Tianjin Shopping Center, Zhou Yuan took the two of them upstairs in the elevator. When women go shopping, they usually don't have anything special or specific to buy, they just go shopping. Lu Yao and Zhang Wan were no exception. They said they were out to buy some seasonal clothes, but once they entered the mall, they immediately started wandering around. Although Zhou Yuan was a bit bored, since he was already out, he had no choice but to risk his life to accompany the girl. After wandering in and out of various stores for an hour, it was time for lunch. The three of them didn't bother to go out anymore and just went upstairs to check in at a random internet-famous store. While the food was being served, Lu Yao went to the bathroom. After watching her walk away, Zhang Wan opposite her suddenly spoke. Hello? When he heard the word hello, Zhou Yuan couldn't help but look up, a little surprised. Mr. Zhou, tell me the truth, do you have any thoughts about my Yao Yao? Since Lu Yao wasn't around, Zhang Wan got straight to the point. She even stopped calling him senior and just called him Zhou. Zhou Yuan didn't mind, and didn't hide his inner thoughts. He smiled and said, I do have an idea. Why not? He had also noticed along the way that Zhang Wan seemed a little wary of him. Zhang Wan frowned and said, whether it works or not is another matter, but tell me the truth, do you have a girlfriend? Zhou Yuan fiddled with his milk tea straw and said with a smile, didn't I tell you, I don't have a girlfriend? Zhang Wan said, I advise you to tell the truth. I'm telling you, your words can only fool Yao Yao, but you can't fool me. Zhou Yuan said with a smile, since I can't trick you, why are you asking? Zhang Wan blared and said, I'm warning you, since you have a girlfriend, don't mess with my Yao Yao anymore. Otherwise. Zhang Wan didn't say the second half of the sentence explicitly, but judging by the way she glared at him, it was obvious that she was threatening him. Unfortunately, Zhou Yuan didn't care at all. Instead, he deliberately asked, what else? Are you going to beat me up or report me? You. Zhang Wan was choked and speechless. Thinking about it carefully, it seemed that she really could not threaten Zhou Yuan. Find someone to beat up Zhou Yuan? Or beat Zhou Yuan up herself? That was easy, but the problem was that she couldn't do it. After all, Zhou Yuan hadn't done anything really harmful. Or else exposed Zhou Yuan to Lu Yao? But the problem is that judging from the crazy boy look Lu Yao is showing now, it's probably useless to say anything. Otherwise, is there evidence that Zhou Yuan already has a girlfriend? Thinking of this, Zhang Wan's eyes lit up. You know what, this is actually a good idea. If we really find evidence that Zhou Yuan has a girlfriend, then we can give it to Lu Yao, and Lu Yao will probably change her mind about Zhou Yuan. And although this method is a little difficult for others, it is no problem at all for her. With her family background, she could just make a phone call home and immediately find someone to dig out Zhou Yuan's background. If you don't want to disturb your family, you can go back and ask your brother for help. With his connections, it will definitely be easy for him. The more Zhang Wan thought about it, the more she felt this method was feasible. She glanced at Zhou Yuan and said, anyway, I've said what I need to say. You, Mr. Zhou, better take care of yourself. Otherwise, if you get into trouble later, don't blame me. Chapter 103. This girl is pretty good. Zhou Yuan didn't take Zhang Wan's threat seriously. But listening to Zhang Wan's tone and looking at her expression, Zhou Yuan couldn't help but feel curious. You know, most girls don't have the courage and momentum to threaten others like this. And to be honest, he felt that Zhang Wan was a little different from the beginning. There is an indescribable aura and temperament about him. Could it be that this girl is not an ordinary person? This idea suddenly popped up in Zhou Yuan's mind. After thinking about it, he directly used the spying technique on Zhang Wan. In the blink of an eye, a bunch of information appeared above Zhang Wan's head. Zhou Yuan took a closer look and curled his lips. Have to. This is really what you think. I had always felt that Zhang Wan was extraordinary, but I didn't expect that she was really not an ordinary person. She was born in the Zheng family, a famous martial arts family in Tiandong province. Her father is still the head of the Zheng family. She has an older brother who dotes on her. She is definitely a rich princess. This identity is a bit surprising. Zhou Yuan glanced at Zhang Wan in surprise. Zhang Wan felt a little uncomfortable and glared at me. Why are you looking at me? Look at what's wrong with you. Is it illegal? Zhou Yuan curled his lips and replied bluntly. Although Zhang Wan's identity was quite unusual, Zhou Yuan didn't take it seriously. He wouldn't treat Zhang Wan with servility or flattery just because of her background. Besides, with his current strength, he doesn't have to be afraid of the Zheng family. After all, judging from the secrets of Zhang Wan, the strongest person in the Zheng family now is Zhang Wan's grandfather, a master who is already in his 60s. The other party should be in seclusion now, working hard to reach the Grand Master level. As for the rest of the Zhang family, the strongest one is Zhang Wan's father Zhang Zhaozheng, but he is only a warrior in the late stage of Huajin. Zhou Yuan believed that with his own strength, combined with the instantaneous body movement technique, he would definitely be able to fight even against a grandmaster. Moreover, if he really wanted to escape, the opponent would definitely not be able to stop him. With such confidence, he might as well be afraid of the Zheng family. On the contrary, the Zheng family is wealthy and powerful, so if they really want to fight to the death, they should be afraid of him. Of course, fighting to the death is a long way to go, and we won't even get to that point yet. In a word, even if Zhang Wan's identity was not ordinary, Zhou Yuan didn't take it to heart. Zhang Wan was a little depressed by Zhou Yuan's words. Look, you are breaking the law. Just as she was about to diss him, her cell phone rang. Zhang Wan glared at Zhou Yuan before answering the phone. She didn't know what the other party said, but after a moment, Zhang Wan's face suddenly became ugly, with a hint of worry and anxiety. After hanging up the phone, she immediately stood up with her bag. I have something to do at home, so I'm leaving first. If you see Yao Yao later, tell her for me. Zhang Wan turned around and left after she finished speaking, but after taking 2 steps, she turned back and glared at Zhou Yuan. I'm warning you, you'd better not mess with Yao Yao, otherwise I'll definitely make you pay. After saying this, Zhang Wan left in a hurry. Watching Zhang Wan disappear, Zhou Yuan shook his head speechlessly and amusedly. This girl actually cares a lot about Lu Yao, her roommate and best friend. If he hadn't used the spying technique to find out that Zhang Wan had any lesbian secrets, he would have suspected that Zhang Wan was a TXL. But then again, Lu Yao is really lucky to have such a caring best friend. After all, although Zhang Wan disliked him, it was undeniable that his character was quite good, much better than those arrogant and domineering daughters of wealth. Chapter 104 How could your parents raise a thing like you? Zhou Yuan was just guessing when Lu Yao came back from the bathroom not long after. As soon as she sat down, she asked curiously, "Senior, where is Wan Wan?" Zhou Yuan came back to his senses and explained, "She just received a call. It seems like something happened, so she left first. Then I'll call her and ask." Lu Yao said, "Oh," obviously caring about Zhang Wan, and quickly took out her cell phone to make a call. No one knew what Zhang Wan said on the other end of the phone, which made Lu Yao secretly glance at Zhou Yuan several times, and finally she had to run away. Judging from the looks of it, he definitely didn't say anything good. But Zhou Yuan didn't care. Although he was interested in Lu Yao, he didn't have to seduce Lu Yao or anything like that. If Lu Yao really listened to Zhang Wan and distanced herself from him, then he wouldn't care and would just treat her as an ordinary friend. But it was obvious that Zhou Yuan's worries were unnecessary. When Lu Yao came back after hanging up the phone, her expression didn't change at all. The look in her eyes when she looked at him was still filled with the same silly admiration as before. "Okay, stop looking. I'm here and there, and I can't run away." Seeing Lu Yao's appearance, Zhou Yuan couldn't help but smile and teased. Lu Yao blushed and lowered her head, stammering "Oh." Zhou Yuan stopped teasing her and started chatting with her about some random topics. Perhaps because they had been in contact for a long time, Lu Yao had become more relaxed. Although she would blush occasionally when looking at Zhou Yuan, she was much bolder and more cheerful when chatting with him. She even took the initiative to tell Zhou Yuan about her likes and fears. When a woman talks about this with others, it definitely means she has a good impression of the guy. Zhou Yuan didn't expect that Lu Yao's biggest hobby was cosplay. However, because of her introverted personality and poor social skills, Lu Yao had never participated in activities in that circle. She just enjoyed it privately. As for what Lu Yao was afraid of, it was within Zhou Yuan's expectations. Like most girls, she is just a bunch of snakes, insects, rats and ants. But according to Lu Yao, her biggest fear was spiders. She was so frightened that even when she was mentally prepared, or even when the word spider was mentioned in a normal conversation, she couldn't help but shiver. The two chatted casually, finished their meal quickly, and returned to the second floor again. "I just got off the elevator and turned the corner when suddenly 3 little kids jumped out from the corner in front of me. The 3 children were chasing and playing with drinks in their hands, not even looking at the road. In a blink of an eye, one of them bumped into Lu Yao. Not only did the drink in his hand spill all over Lu Yao, but the naughty kid was also shocked by the recoil. He staggered back a few steps, tilted his body, and hit his head on the pillar next to him, then fell to the ground. Without waiting for Lu Yao and Zhou Yuan to react, this guy just burst into tears at the top of his lungs. Zhou Yuan and Lu Yao were stunned. Lu Yao didn't even care about her clothes and was about to go over to comfort him when a woman hurried out from the corner. She saw the little fat boy sitting on the ground, and immediately ran over with heartache and helped the little fat boy up. "Bin Bin. What's wrong with you, Bin Bin? Don't cry, don't cry. Tell mom what's going on." It was her. "She bumped into me. She spilled my Coke. And she made me hit my head." These days, the naughty kids are really amazing. They are only 11 or 12 years old, but they already know how to complain first. When the fat woman heard this, she immediately refused to accept it and glared at Lu Yao fiercely. "What's wrong with you? You're walking with your eyes closed. Didn't you see the child? You just bumped into him." Lu Yao was stunned for a moment, then she reacted and said anxiously, "No, Auntie, you misunderstood. It wasn't me who hit anyone. It was your son who suddenly rushed out and bumped into me." As soon as Lu Yao finished speaking, the little fat boy started yelling in grievance. "She's talking nonsense. She's talking nonsense. She was the one who hit me. Yeah. I saw it too. She was the one who hit my brother. It was her. She was the one who bumped into him." The little fat boy immediately started to cry out with a look of grievance on his face. The two naughty kids next to him were obviously as naughty as him and started to slander Lu Yao directly. When the woman heard her son say this, her face suddenly darkened and she stared at Lu Yao with disgust. How could you be so shameless, little girl? You were the one who hit my son, yet you're actually trying to turn the tables. What kind of people did your parents teach you? How could they raise someone like you? Chapter 105, Neither of You Can Leave. The curse was so harsh that Lu Yao was stunned for a moment and said anxiously, why are you cursing at me? It was obviously your son who suddenly rushed out and bumped into me. Oh, you mean my son lied? The fat woman looked dissatisfied, blinked and started shouting loudly. Come on, everyone, come and judge for justice. This woman hit my son. Not only did she not apologize, but she also slandered my son for hitting her. Everyone come and see, how can there be such a shameless person in this world? After this shout, many people gathered around. This girl looks so young, how could she be so evil? Humph, this girl, you can't judge a person by his appearance. She looks quiet on the surface, but I didn't expect she's such a scumbag at heart. Young people nowadays are so uneducated. They even frame a child for their mistakes. I feel so sorry for her parents. Those who come to watch the fun never think that there is anything too big to worry about. A group of people whispered to each other, pointed fingers, and started to criticize. Lu Yao had never encountered such a situation before. She was so anxious that she didn't know what to say, and even her eyes turned red. Seeing this, Zhou Yuan held her hand and comforted her. Okay, Yao, if you meet a shrew like this, just ignore her. Originally, it wasn't Lu Yao's fault. Zhou Yuan didn't want to bother with the fat woman and just wanted to leave with Lu Yao. But when the fat woman saw this, she suddenly became anxious, rushed up and blocked the way of the two men. I'm telling you, until this matter is resolved today, neither of you can leave. You maliciously injured my son, and you must compensate us. Otherwise, I'm calling the police. Zhou Yuan didn't want to bother with this kind of trivial matter, but the fat woman kept pestering him, and he couldn't help but feel a little annoyed. It was clearly your child who hit my friend. I'm lucky enough that I didn't ask you for compensation, but you're still not giving up? You want to call the police, right? Then call the police. The mall also has surveillance cameras. When the police come, they can check the footage and see who's right and who's wrong. Turn on the surveillance. Do you think I'm afraid of you? The fat woman immediately shouted unyieldingly. The commotion here actually attracted the attention of the mall staff, and soon the floor manager rushed over. After asking about the situation and seeing that he couldn't persuade the man, the manager decisively called the monitoring room. What's up, manager? Did this bitch hit my son? After the manager hung up the phone, the fat woman immediately spoke. The manager gave her a disgusted look and said, "Excuse me, ma'am." The monitoring room checked the surveillance footage, but it shows that it was your son who rushed out and bumped into this girl. How is this possible? Impossible. My son said it was this little bitch who hit him. No way. You two must have been in collusion. The fat woman was startled at first, and then started to act unreasonably and throw a tantrum. Ma'am, if you don't believe me, I'll have someone send the surveillance video over now. Spread it. Spread it. I want to see the video with my own eyes. The fat woman suddenly yelled. The manager didn't waste any time and made another call. Not long after, he picked up the phone and clicked on a video sent from the monitoring room. The video clearly showed that it was the three little fat guys who rushed out first and bumped into Lu Yao. Seeing this, the people around immediately changed their attitude and stared at the fat woman with disgust. It was clearly his own son who hit someone, yet he actually distorted the truth and slandered the girl. What a piece of shit. How dare you call her uneducated just now? It turns out this woman is the most uneducated. Not only is she uneducated, but her son is also uneducated. This kind of person is truly shameless. Not only does he turn the tables on himself, he also slanders others. Chapter 106, Evil Will Be Punished by Evil. The group of onlookers around immediately turned their attention to her, and started talking one after another, making the fat woman's face turn blue and red, looking extremely ugly. Ma'am, you've watched the surveillance video. What else do you have to say now? The manager also didn't like fat women and his face was full of disgust when he spoke to them. You are bullying me. The fat woman hesitated for a while, and suddenly exploded and started to act tough. This video must be fake. It must have been fabricated by you. You are slandering us. This is deliberate slander. She was throwing a tantrum when suddenly, she heard a curse in Chinese. Where did this naughty kid come from? Are you looking for death? After this curse, there was a slap in the face, and the next second, there was a loud cry of wow. Everyone turned their heads curiously, and after a few breaths, they saw a man dragging the fat boy and standing not far away, yelling. Looking again, I saw that the guy's suit and white shirt were wet, and a cup of milk tea was spilled on the ground not far away. Who the hell is this little bastard? Where's the head of the family? Get out here. The fat woman immediately saw her son and no longer cared about Zhou Yuan and Lu Yao. She ran over in a panic. What are you doing? What are you doing? Why do you hit my son? As she yelled, she reached out to scratch the man's face. Oh my God. The man dodged a step and kicked the fat woman in the stomach in the blink of an eye. The fat woman fell to the ground with her butt. The man didn't attack her again, but started cursing angrily. This little bastard is your son, right? You gave birth to a son and you don't know how to teach him? Not only did he run out and bump into me, he spilled milk tea all over me, but he didn't even know how to apologize and still cursed at me. I didn't. You hit me. Fuck you. You're already lying at such a young age, right? Your parents won't teach you, so I'm going to teach you today. The man cursed angrily, turned around, raised his right hand, and slapped the fat guy. Say it to me again, who hit who? You hit me, you hit me. Bang. Upon hearing this, the man slapped her twice. You're still not being honest, are you? Who hit who? I was wrong. I bumped into her. I bumped into that sister just now too. I'm sorry, uncle. I'm sorry. I won't do it again. Please don't hit me. This is what my grandparents taught me. They often do this, they say that doing this will make others lose money. After receiving 2 slaps, the fat boy became completely obedient, crying loudly and confessing everything. As expected, if the top beam is crooked, the bottom beam will be crooked too. I've finally opened my eyes to this. They're such a bunch of scum. This kind of naughty kid will become a disaster sooner or later. Beat him. Beat him to death. If this guy isn't properly educated, he'll definitely be a threat to society in the future. The group of onlookers obviously had no sympathy for the naughty child and started talking about it. As the saying goes, every evildoer will be punished by his own evil. After seeing this scene, Zhou Yuan's anger completely subsided. He ignored the show and turned to look at Lu Yao. How are you? Are you okay? Lu Yao shook her head and said, I'm fine. I just didn't expect that children nowadays are so scary. If parents don't properly discipline these naughty kids, society will teach them a lesson sooner or later. Zhou Yuan casually replied and took Lu Yao's hand. Let's go, don't worry about them. Your clothes are dirty, I'll take you to buy new ones. Chapter 107 To vent the hate in my heart. Zhou Yuan and Lu Yao didn't watch the excitement that followed. I guess that fat woman and her son are not going to have a good time. The two walked out of the crowd and headed straight for a women's clothing store not far away. Tianjin Shopping Center has a wide selection of top luxury stores like Xiangnair, Pilata, and Fench. Zhou Yuan took Lu Yao for a stroll and turned into a Xiangnair store. However, after entering and taking a look at the price tag, Lu Yao secretly pulled Zhou Yuan. The things here are too expensive. Let's go somewhere else. Although Lu Yao's family was not poor, this piece of clothing, which cost hundreds or even thousands of dollars, still made her back out. Seeing her like this, Zhou Yuan couldn't help but smile and said, it doesn't matter if it's expensive, as long as you like it, just consider it a gift from me. Let's not do that, senior. Let's just go to another store. Lu Yao was obviously reluctant to let Zhou Yuan spend money. Seeing Lu Yao's insistence, Zhou Yuan didn't say much and took her out. Before I even left the house, a woman came in with a bag and a cup of milk tea. She is quite tall and has a hot body, with long wavy hair. She is wearing a tight red dress with a hip-hugging short skirt and nude stockings, which makes her look quite sexy. However, her outfit is still a little inferior to Lu Yao's. Although her figure is not bad, unfortunately her temperament is a bit inferior, and she seems a bit worldly. When their eyes met, the woman was slightly stunned, then she laughed. Hey, isn't this Lu Yao? Long time no see. Although she was smiling, there was something strange about that smile. Lu Yao was also stunned, and then replied with some surprise and discomfort, Zhang Pingping, what a coincidence. What a coincidence, what a coincidence. I didn't expect to run into you in a place like this. Zhang Pingping smiled proudly and glanced at Zhou Yuan. This kid looks pretty good. But her appearance is very ordinary, and her clothes are not good either, obviously stall goods. Judging from his appearance, he must be a stinky loser. But since he can go shopping with Lu Yao and hold hands, he must be the boyfriend of that bitch Lu Yao. This is perfect. I finally got the chance. Zhang Pingping first secretly commented on Zhou Yuan, then she became interested and said with a smile, what's the matter? Have you got a new boyfriend? Upon hearing this, Lu Yao frowned and said anxiously, Zhang Pingping, stop talking nonsense. Lu Yao's appearance surprised Zhou Yuan. Of course, he was not surprised that Lu Yao had a boyfriend. After all, he had used the spying technique to check on Lu Yao's situation and knew that Lu Yao was still a serious little girl. He was surprised that this was the first time Lu Yao showed such anxious and dissatisfied emotions. There seems to be a story behind this. Oh, it seems I said the wrong thing. I'm sorry, I didn't mean it. Zhang Pingping said with a smile. She apologized, but her face was clearly defiant. Actually, she and Lu Yao have a grudge against each other. As for this grudge, it's nothing more than some trivial emotional matter. In fact, the two are not only from the same hometown, but have also been classmates since the first year of high school. Even in their first year of high school, the relationship between the two sides was actually quite good. But the problem was that a transfer student came to the class, and Zhang Pingping fell in love with him at first sight. But the boy just ignored her and fell in love with Lu Yao instead, and even pestered her relentlessly. This ridiculous incident made Zhang Pingping dissatisfied with Lu Yao, and she began to compete with her in various ways, hoping to surpass Lu Yao and win the boy's favor. Unfortunately, no matter in study or popularity, she just couldn't compare to Lu Yao. Over time, the feeling of unwillingness to accept gradually turned into hatred and resentment. But when she wanted to take revenge on Lu Yao, something happened at home and she had to drop out of school. She was forced to come to Guangqing to work. I thought I'd never get a chance to vent all the pent-up resentment in my heart. But who could have imagined that I'd run into Lu Yao here today? This is God's blessing. Now that we have encountered this opportunity, we must not miss it. Chapter 108 The evil plan succeeded. Zhang Pingping immediately felt the urge for revenge, her mind racing as she pondered how to torment Lu Yao. Although Lu Yao couldn't tell what Zhang Pingping was thinking, because of what happened back then, she naturally knew that Zhang Pingping must want to cause trouble for her. She herself was not a combative person and was even a little timid, so she instinctively wanted to avoid Zhang Pingping. So she ignored Zhang Pingping's hypocritical apology, but secretly tugged at Zhou Yuan and whispered, Senior, let's go and go to another store. Zhang Pingping heard this little murmur. She looked up at Xiang Nair's store, then looked at Zhou Yuan, and immediately realized what was going on. Most likely, Lu Yao and Zhou Yuan had wandered into the store, realized they couldn't afford anything, and were about to leave. Then, by chance, they ran into me. Etc. This is an opportunity to take revenge on that bitch Lu Yao. Zhang Pingping suddenly thought of something and her eyes lit up. In the blink of an eye, she blocked Lu Yao's way with a smile. Hey, Lu Yao, we finally get to meet up with our old classmates, why are you in such a hurry to leave? As Zhang Pingping spoke, she stepped forward in a pretentious manner, acting like a close friend or sister, and put her arm around Lu Yao. I was just joking. After all these years, you wouldn't be so petty as to still hold a grudge against me, would you? These words seemed to be meant to resolve the past grudge. However, in reality, Zhang Pingping had already figured out how to trick Lu Yao, and her current posture was actually just a trap. Lu Yao naturally didn't believe that Zhang Pingping really wanted to put aside their past grudges, but since Zhang Pingping was already smiling like that, she didn't want to make things too awkward in public. After all, as the old saying goes, don't hit someone who smiles at you. Of course, the more important thing is that she now has a male god like Zhou Yuan standing next to her. She didn't want Zhou Yuan to think that she was too petty and vindictive, and didn't want to leave a bad impression on Zhou Yuan. So even though she clearly didn't want to get entangled with Zhang Pingping any further, Lu Yao still resisted the urge to ignore her. She shook her head and forced a smile, saying, No, I don't hold a grudge against you. I knew you were such a softie. Next, let me design you. Zhang Pingping sneered in her heart. After all, they have been classmates for 3 years, and they were even better friends for a while. She knows Lu Yao's personality and even her preferences and weaknesses very well. However, Zheng Pingping still acted like a good sister on the surface and said with a smile, "I'm glad you don't hold a grudge against me. I think you're here to buy clothes, right? Coincidentally, I'm here to buy clothes too. Let's discuss something." As she spoke, she didn't give Lu Yao a chance to react, and directly pulled Lu Yao back into the store. Because she had to pretend in front of Zhou Yuan, Lu Yao couldn't refuse and could only let Zheng Pingping hold her arm as they walked in. As the two of them walked around, Zheng Pingping soon saw a suit priced at over 100,000 yuan. She was interested and quickly called the clerk. "Beautiful lady, please come here for a moment." Upon hearing the noise, a nearby shop assistant hurried over, bowed politely, and said with a smile, "Hello, ladies and sir, how can I help you?" "I like your suit. Could you please take it down so I can try it on?" "Of course, what's your size?" Zheng Pingping told the clerk her size and he quickly went to get the clothes. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Zheng Pingping calmly opened the lid of the milk tea. After the clerk came back with the clothes, she stuffed the milk tea to Lu Yao and went into the fitting room with the clothes. A minute or two later, Zheng Pingping changed her clothes and came out again. "My lady, this outfit really shows your elegance." The clerk guarding the door gave a polite compliment. Zheng Pingping smiled and said thank you, then casually looked at herself in the mirror, then turned around and waved to Lu Yao. Lu Yao didn't think much about it and walked over with the milk tea. "Yao Yao, what do you think of my outfit?" Zheng Pingping said, deliberately moving closer to Lu Yao. "Very good, it suits you very well." Lu Yao replied casually while holding the milk tea. "I think it's pretty good, too." Zheng Pingping smiled, but suddenly her expression changed. "Spider. There's a spider. Ah." At the mention of a spider, Lu Yao instantly turned pale and screamed, even jumping up and down in fear. She jumped up and down and swung the milk teacup in her hand forward, and half of the milk tea splashed all over Zheng Pingping. At this moment, a hint of pleasure of success flashed in Zheng Pingping's eyes. Chapter 109 Compensation. The look of success was fleeting, and in the blink of an eye, Zheng Pingping pretended to be surprised and cried out. Lu Yao reacted immediately, her face turned pale, and she hurriedly took out a tissue from her bag. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to." She wiped it hurriedly and couldn't help but apologize. Zheng Pingping ignored Lu Yao at this time, but turned to look at the clerk, pretending to be embarrassed. "Excuse me, beautiful lady, look at this dress." The clerk next to him reacted immediately and his face looked a little ugly. This set of clothes cost hundreds of thousands of yuan. Now that something like this has gone wrong, someone must be held responsible. As a shop assistant, she certainly couldn't bear such a responsibility. So, obviously, the only ones left were the two girls in front of her. "I'm sorry, ladies. You made the clothes dirty, so you must be responsible for compensation." Zheng Pingping was waiting for these words, and upon hearing them, she immediately looked at Lu Yao. "Yao Yao, why are you so careless? Tell me, what should we do now?" Zheng Pingping's meaning was very clear. She wanted Lu Yao to take the blame and pay compensation. This is also her real purpose. Although she didn't know much about Lu Yao's current situation, Lu Yao should still be a student. If she really asked Lu Yao to pay compensation of hundreds of thousands, it would definitely be an astronomical figure. Even if the compensation is split in half, the amount of 70,000 or 80,000 should not be something Lu Yao can afford. As for Lu Yao's boyfriend, she had paid special attention to him before. Judging from his clothes, he should be an ordinary person and definitely could not come up with such a large sum of money. In this case, Lu Yao will have to bear the bulk of the compensation herself. Even if Lu Yao's boyfriend was a bit of a scumbag, he would probably dump her and run away alone to avoid being involved in this debt. If this scene really happened, Zheng Pingping planned to secretly record it and send it to classmates later to make Lu Yao proud. In this way, the resentment that has been pent up in my heart for many years can be vented. As for whether this kind of thing will end up shooting oneself in the foot, Zheng Pingping is not worried at all. The reason is simple. In fact, the manager of this store is her new boyfriend. As long as Lu Yao is forced to pay the money first, even if she has to bear part of it herself, the worst that can happen is that she can tell her boyfriend. Anyway, she will definitely not have to spend a penny herself. I have to say that Zheng Pingping really has a good plan. Lu Yao didn't expect there were so many twists and turns here. When Zheng Pingping questioned her like this, she immediately panicked. The clerk next to him reacted and said with an unpleasant look on his face, "Excuse me, ladies. You have soiled our clothes. I have to trouble you to buy them." Lu Yao subconsciously asked, well, then, how much are these clothes? This is a classic autumn outfit designed by the designers at our headquarters. It's hand-cut and made, and it's priced at 138,000 yuan. The clerk quickly quoted the price. Lu Yao's face turned pale when she heard this. So expensive? I don't have that much money. As she spoke, she subconsciously glanced at Zheng Pingping. Pingping, you. Zheng Pingping had already prepared her words and said, even if I admit my bad luck, the most I can offer is 40,000. I don't have more. And this matter can't be blamed on me. In fact, her original plan was not to pay a penny, but after thinking about it carefully, it would be unacceptable if she really didn't pay. It's better to pay a small portion. Anyway, you can ask your boyfriend to pay it back later, and Lu Yao still has to bear the big part. Besides, in this way, no one can find fault with her no matter who judges the matter. Chapter 110. You don't need to buy it. When the clerk heard Zheng Pingping say she wanted 40,000, he was obviously relieved and then turned to look at Lu Yao. Ma'am, the primary responsibility for what happened today still lies with you. Do you want to transfer the remaining money or pay by credit card? I don't have that much money. Can you please be flexible? Lu Yao was so anxious that she almost cried. Even if Zheng Pingping paid 40,000 yuan, she still couldn't afford the remaining 100,000 yuan. I'm sorry, ma'am. This is your fault and there's nothing we can do. The salesgirl was definitely indifferent. But it's just a piece of clothing, dry cleaning it shouldn't affect sales, right? Can't I just reimburse you for the dry cleaning costs? Lu Yao was not stupid at last and spoke immediately. I'm sorry, you can buy the clothes and have them dry cleaned yourself, but our store doesn't accept this method of disposal. The clerk's face turned cold and he said heartlessly. If it were an ordinary clothing store, this might be the way to deal with dirty clothes. But for a top luxury store like this, don't count on this method. But I really can't afford so much money. Lu Yao murmured with red eyes and subconsciously looked at Zhou Yuan. Zhou Yuan hadn't said a word since the beginning. It wasn't that he didn't want to help Lu Yao, but he was just watching the show. Because he had sensed something was wrong from the beginning, he had been watching and watching to see what Zheng Pingping was going to do. But now that things had turned out like this, he probably understood Zheng Pingping's plan, which was nothing more than to trick Lu Yao. I have to say that this woman is very scheming and her tactics are quite clever. But no matter how good you are at it, it's useless. When you meet a rich man like me, this method is a joke. It's just 100,000, it's just a drizzle. Zhou Yuan muttered to himself and was about to speak. But at this moment, I heard footsteps behind me. Before I turned around, I saw several store girls suddenly shouted respectfully, "Hello, manager." In the blink of an eye, a middle-aged man with a balding head and a big belly walked into the store. He hummed casually and looked towards Lu Yao and Zheng Pingping. Seeing the fat man, Zheng Pingping immediately came up to him with a smile on her face and called out sweetly, "Husband. Baby, you're here." The fat man smiled squintingly and hugged Zheng Pingping, who threw herself into his arms, and even grabbed Zheng Pingping's perky buttocks without any hesitation. I hate it, you are so mean, everyone is looking at you. Although Zheng Pingping said this, she didn't dodge at all. She even leaned back actively, allowing the fat man to grab her. Let them watch, you're my woman, what are you afraid of? The fat man looked nonchalant and slapped her again as he spoke. Then he glanced at the stains on Zheng Pingping's clothes and asked, "What's wrong with you?" Zheng Pingping quickly recounted what had happened, then raised her hand and pointed at Lu Yao, who was still standing not far away, feeling helpless. The fat man had noticed Lu Yao a long time ago, and even his eyes were shining with greed. When he heard Zheng Pingping's account of what happened, his eyebrows raised and a hint of cunning flashed across his face. Since this beautiful lady is your classmate, I have to give her some face. How about this, she doesn't have to buy the clothes. The fat man waved his hand generously. Of course, he is not really generous. The main reason is that most of the things displayed in the store are not authentic. Except for those relatively affordable and low-priced clothing and bags which are genuine products, everything else that costs more than 40,000 or 50,000 yuan is actually all super imitation goods that the boss behind him got from special channels. For example, this dirty suit that costs hundreds of thousands of dollars and is claimed to be purely handmade actually cost less than $10,000 to purchase. As a manager, he certainly has the final say on this amount of money. Chapter 111. I'm going to eat your girlfriend today. Lu Yao was stunned when she heard it, then realized what was happening and quickly expressed her gratitude. But Zheng Pingping was instantly unhappy. She had finally managed to trick Lu Yao, so how could she let Lu Yao off so easily? Hearing this, she secretly rubbed her chest against the fat man's arm and whispered, "Husband, it's not a good idea for you to do this. This dress costs hundreds of thousands of dollars." The fat man glanced at Zheng Pingping, ignored her, and looked at Lu Yao with a smile. "Although you don't have to buy the clothes, it was you who got them dirty after all. How about this? I happen to be free tonight, so you can treat me to a meal and let this matter go." The fat man spoke immediately, and directly revealed his true intention. After all, he had been very interested in Lu Yao since the first time he saw her. In terms of looks and figure, she is not inferior to Zhang Pingping next to her. The most important thing is her temperament, which is soft and fragile, but also has a pure energy that Zhang Pingping definitely does not have. Moreover, judging from his 20 years of experience in the entertainment industry, this girl named Lu Yao is obviously still a sealed girl. If I could get this and sleep with it, it would be absolutely awesome. As for how to make the bed, as long as I can get Lu Yao out for dinner tonight, I can find a way to get her drunk, or even do something shady. Put some drugs in the wine, and I don't believe I can't get such a high-scoring girl. The fat man had a good idea. It's a pity that Lu Yao didn't fall for it at all. Although she is simple, simplicity does not mean stupidity. Just by taking a quick glance at the fat man, Lu Yao could see the lust in his eyes. This look made her feel a sense of danger immediately. Without thinking, she shook her head and refused. "Let's not have dinner. If it really doesn't work out, I'll just pay you for the dry cleaning fee." When the fat man heard this, the smile on his face suddenly faded a little, and his expression became even more unhappy. "Hey, sister, I'm just being kind and trying to make peace with you. I don't need you to pay me back now, I'm just asking you to treat me to a meal. You can't refuse this little bit of face, right? I have something to do tonight, so let's forget it." Lu Yao shook her head again. "So, you don't want to give me face, right?" The fat man narrowed his eyes. "No, I just..." Lu Yao was suddenly embarrassed and hesitated, not knowing how to explain. "Okay, Yao, you don't have to explain so much to him." At this time, Zhou Yuan was too lazy to watch the show anymore and walked over. The fat man immediately looked at Zhou Yuan and frowned. "Boy, I'm talking to a girl, what do you want?" Zhou Yuan hugged Lu Yao directly and looked at the fat man with a smile. "She is my girlfriend, what do you think has anything to do with me?" Upon hearing this, the fat man's face changed slightly, and he couldn't help but look at Zhou Yuan carefully. "Look at this, he looks like a decent human being. But with this outfit, you can tell he's just a loser. Showing up at this time, is this an attempt to assert sovereignty? What a shame. What good would it do to claim sovereignty again? A poor guy. I'm going to eat your girlfriend today. I just arrived before you, so I'll open it for her first." The fat man sneered in his heart, ignored Zhou Yuan, turned around and stared at Lu Yao again. "Hey girl, I mean this out of kindness. If you just accompany me for a meal, today's matter will be written off. Otherwise, you have to compensate me for the price of this dress. Don't blame me for not reminding you, this dress costs hundreds of thousands of dollars, are you sure you can afford it? Hundreds of thousands, this is a huge sum of money." The fat man didn't believe that Lu Yao could come up with so much money. Chapter 112, No Loss Anyway. After the fat man said this, Lu Yao's face couldn't help but look ugly again. She finally understood that this fat man was obviously targeting her and had some bad intentions towards her. Lu Yao couldn't help but feel a little panicked and subconsciously hugged Zhou Yuan's arm. The fat man felt a little jealous when he saw this and said angrily, "Sister, my time is limited. I'm giving you one last chance. If you don't want to have dinner with me, then compensate me right now." "Okay, put away your little thoughts, it's just a piece of clothing, I'll buy it." Zhou Yuan was too lazy to waste time talking to the fat man and just started talking. The fat man was stunned, and even Zhang Pingping, who was in his arms, was stunned for a moment. Blinking back to his senses, the fat man sneered and said sarcastically, "Just you? Can you afford it?" Lu Yao was also startled. She blinked and secretly pulled Zhou Yuan, saying anxiously, "Senior, that's over 100,000. You?" Although she had seen that Zhou Yuan was rich before, clothes worth hundreds of thousands of yuan were not a small amount of money, and Lu Yao instinctively didn't want Zhou Yuan to spend money. Zhou Yuan smiled and rubbed Lu Yao's head, comforting her, "Don't worry, I can still afford the hundreds of thousands." The fat man frowned when he saw Zhou Yuan like this. Damn! Could this little jerk really afford the money? No. Such a good girl, I'm going to get her today no matter what. Even if I really can't get it. I can't let this matter go so easily. The fat man was obviously unwilling to give up easily. He narrowed his eyes and thought quickly in secret. In just 2 or 3 breaths, the fat man's eyes lit up and he waved to call the clerk over. Since you want to compensate, that's easy to do. Xiaoli, go check and see if there are other clothes that were soiled just now. After the fat man finished speaking, he secretly grabbed Zhang Pingping and whispered, you go too, and look for him carefully. The clerk named Xiaoli and Zhang Pingping hurriedly walked towards the fitting room where the milk tea was spilled. After a while, the two of them made a discovery. Manager, there are several more sets of clothes here that are also stained. Then bring them all here, so this young man and beautiful lady can have a good look, lest they deny it. The fat man sneered and greeted, and soon the clerk and Zhang Pingping came back with a few more sets of clothes. Lu Yao glanced around in panic, and sure enough, these sets of clothes also had milk tea stains of varying degrees, probably accidentally splashed on them when the water spilled just now. The fat man glanced at the clothes and immediately looked at Zhou Yuan and Lu Yao with a smile. You two have seen that these are all stained by milk tea. Also, didn't this guy say he wanted compensation? Xiaoli, calculate the price for this guy. The clerk looked at the price tag and said, the set just now was 138,000. Here are 32,000, 65,000, 48,000, and there is another set that is also handmade and worth 220,000. This lady has soiled 5 outfits in total, totaling 503,000. Upon hearing the price, Lu Yao's face turned pale. Well, you want to pay me back, bro? How about this? I'll kindly give you a small change, so it'll be 500,000. Seeing this, the fat man laughed with great satisfaction. After all, in the current situation, whether Zhou Yuan pays compensation or not, it is good for him. If Zhou Yuan wants to pay compensation, he will have to pay 500,000. Of these sets of clothes, only the one worth 32,000 yuan is the real thing, the others are all super high-quality imitations obtained through secret channels. Calculating the cost, it's actually only around 50,000 or 60,000 yuan. In this way, he made more than 400,000 yuan for free. With a profit of more than 400,000, even if he can't beat Lu Yao, he will accept it. But what if Zhou Yuan can't afford to pay? Then he could force Lu Yao into submission. Then he could just use some dirty tricks to get Lu Yao into bed and have a good time. As for these clothes, after playing with Lu Yao, I can ask Lu Yao to pay for the dry cleaning, and it will still not delay selling them out. In this way, Lu Yao was played for nothing. It was not a loss at all. Chapter 113, Scared to Death. The fat man had a good plan. This way, he wouldn't lose money either way. Of course, compared to paying money, he actually wants to get Lu Yao into his hands. After all, clothes have to be sold sooner or later. But for Lu Yao, if she fails today, she will no longer have this shop. Thinking of this, the fat man immediately looked at Lu Yao triumphantly. Hey girl, 500,000 is not a small amount of money. Are you sure you really want to pay it back? How about I be kind and give you another chance? I still say the same thing, as long as you are willing to accompany me to dinner tonight, I promise that you won't have to pay a cent of the 500,000 yuan, and you will only have to pay for the cleaning fee. 500,000 is definitely a huge sum of money for Lu Yao. At this moment, Lu Yao was really a little frightened. However, as soon as she opened her mouth, Zhou Yuan suddenly rubbed her hair. Okay, it's just 500,000, I'll pay for it. Kid. I'm warning you. I'm not kidding you. 500,000, are you sure you can afford it? Seeing that Lu Yao was about to give in, but was interrupted by Zhou Yuan, the fat man couldn't help but feel a little annoyed. It's only 500,000, no big deal. Zhou Yuan glanced at him and said with a smile, don't even mention 500,000. Even if it's your store, I'll buy it if I say so. You keep bragging. The fat man was even more unhappy when he heard this, and he sneered, don't you see what you are like? If you can afford this store, I will take your surname. Zhou Yuan had originally disliked fat men, so he sneered when he heard this, if I really buy this store, do you dare to take my last name? Forget about taking your last name. If you can afford it, I'll even call you Dad. The fat man snorted coldly. Although the store is not his, he is just a manager. But this doesn't mean he doesn't know the value of this store. If you calculate the entire store, which is so large and located in a place like Tianjin Shopping Center where every inch of land is valuable, it must cost at least 2 million. 2 million, not 200 yuan. Okay, that's what you said, then call the real owner. I'm buying this store today. It is said that life is short, so it doesn't matter when you have no money. Now that he has money, Zhou Yuan is definitely going to get sick of this kind of humiliation. However, the fat man remained indifferent. Instead, he sneered, "You say you want to fight me? Who do you think you are?" The fat man obviously didn't believe that Zhou Yuan could afford such a store, so he naturally wouldn't rashly call his boss. Otherwise, the boss would have made a wasted trip and he would definitely be the one in trouble. But just as the fat man finished speaking, he suddenly heard the clerk next to him shout in panic, "Boss!" When I turned around, I saw a young man in a suit and tie walking in. When the fat man saw him, he shuddered and quickly let go of Zheng Pingping and walked quickly towards the other party. "Mr. Deng, how come you have time to come here today?" The guy ran up to the other person in a few steps, and immediately nodded and bowed, smiling apologetically. "I'm free today, so I came over to take a look. How's business been this past month?" The fat man quickly replied, "Thanks to you, business is pretty good." He had just finished speaking when the young man in front of him shuddered and his face turned even paler. "Mr. Deng? What are you doing?" The fat man asked subconsciously, but just as he opened his mouth, the young man suddenly pushed him away and walked into the store in a panic. The fat man was wondering what was going on, but he saw his boss walk a few steps to Zhou Yuan, suddenly put on an even more exaggerated and flattering smile than he just had, and then nodded and bowed to Zhou Yuan even more exaggeratedly than before. Chapter 114. If you want to die, don't implicate me. Seeing this scene, the fat man almost went crazy. What the hell is going on? My boss. How could my boss be so servile to this guy? Who is this guy? In an instant, the fat man's mind was in a mess. "Hello, Mr. Zhou. I didn't expect to see you here. I apologize for not being able to apologize to you last time." Here, the young man just bowed 90 degrees. His attitude was so respectful that it startled Lu Yao and several shop assistants. Only Zhou Yuan was slightly surprised, and then he didn't show any special expression. The reason for his surprise was that he knew this young man. This guy was none other than Deng Xian, the one who showed up at the Ko-7 bar that night with Feng Jing and Wan Lu, carrying a bottle of Golden Spade Ace to show off. But the other party's attitude then and now is completely different. But after thinking about it for a while, Zhou Yuan could understand what was going on. After all, even Ma Bin knelt down to apologize that night, and Chen Wentai bowed and scraped when he saw him. So it was perfectly reasonable for a third-rate playboy like Deng Xian, who could only serve as Ma Bin's follower and wasn't even worthy of being Chen Wentai's, to act like this upon seeing him. However, Zhou Yuan was not used to such a person standing in front of him in this posture. He glanced at Deng Xian indifferently, waved his hand and said, "Okay, no need to be so polite, stand up straight and talk." Yes, thank you Mr. Zhou." Deng Xian responded respectfully, then stood up carefully and said with a smile on his face, "I didn't expect Mr. Zhou to come today. I hope you will forgive me for not welcoming you." Zhou Yuan raised his eyebrows slightly and said with a smile, "From what I hear, the shop is yours?" Deng Xian didn't understand what was going on and even shivered with fear. Then he came to his senses and hurriedly smiled and nodded. "So, that guy is your subordinate?" Zhou Yuan raised his hand and pointed at the fat man. Deng Xian was a smart guy. When he heard Zhou Yuan's question, he immediately realized that something was wrong. He immediately turned around to look at the fat man, and said with a frown, "Meng Kong. What the hell are you standing there for? Hurry up and get over here." Meng Kong suddenly shuddered, his face turned pale, and a layer of white sweat broke out on his fat face. He ran over in a panic, shrinking his head and back. "Boss, I. What do you mean by you? Tell me the truth, have you offended Mr. Zhou?" Deng Xian glared at Meng Kong directly, his face full of murderous intent. If the guy surnamed Meng really offended Zhou Yuan, then he must teach this bastard a lesson today. I didn't mean to do that. I really didn't mean to. I didn't know this was Mr. Zhou. I'm sorry. Mr. Zhou, please be so magnanimous and let me go." Meng Kang's legs went weak instantly, he shuddered, and fell to his knees with a thud. "Fuck you, you bastard. You even dare to mess with Mr. Zhou. I think you're tired of living." Seeing this guy kneeling down, how could Deng Xian not understand what was going on? He was immediately furious and kicked him. "This bastard, do you know who this person is?" "This gentleman." Even the damn Chin Shao has to bow his head and be polite to him when he sees him. You, a homeless and powerless manager, dare to mess with others? Even if you want to die, don't drag me down with you. Deng Xin became angrier and angrier as he thought about it. He kicked Meng Kong several times with all his might, causing him to roll on the ground and wailing for mercy. Chapter 115. If I meet these two again, I will treat them like my ancestors. Although Meng Kong kept wailing and begging for mercy, Deng Xin had no intention of stopping. Zhang Pingping and a group of shop assistants nearby were so frightened that they were speechless and didn't dare to stop it at all. Zhou Yuan, however, watched for a while, and seeing Meng Kong crying miserably, he waved his hand and said, "That's enough, the lesson has been taught, that's enough." Yes, I'll listen to Mr. Zhou. Deng Xin stopped immediately upon hearing this, smiled apologetically, and turned to look at Meng Kong on the ground. What the hell are you standing there for? Why don't you thank Mr. Zhou properly? If it weren't for Mr. Zhou's generosity, I would have crippled you today. Deng Xin said this, still not satisfied, and kicked Meng Kong again. Meng Kong shuddered with fear, endured the pain and hurriedly got up from the ground, then quickly bowed to Zhou Yuan and apologized. I deserved to die before. I was blind, I was mean, and I looked down on others. Thank you, Mr. Zhou, thank you for being so magnanimous and not making a fuss with me. As this guy said this, afraid that Deng Xin would be dissatisfied, he reached out and slapped himself in the face. Zhou Yuan glanced at him and waved his hand in annoyance. Deng Xin understood immediately after reading Meng Kong's expression. He kicked Meng Kong and cursed, "Mr. Zhou doesn't want to bother with you, a bastard. Why don't you get out of here right now and stop getting in the way?" Yes, I'll leave right now, Meng Kong responded with a trembling voice, not daring to raise his head, and left the store in shame. As soon as he left, Zhou Yuan looked at Deng Xin again and said, "By the way, my girlfriend just soiled a few clothes in your store. You figure out the price and I'll compensate you." Deng Xin was slightly startled and subconsciously looked at the clerk next to her, noticing the several sets of clothes she was holding in her hands. After taking a quick look, Deng Xin immediately smiled and said, No, it's just a few pieces of clothing. How dare I let Mr. Zhou spend money? I can have someone deal with these clothes later. On the contrary, it was my staff who were not very hospitable today and disturbed Mr. Zhou in this lady's shopping mood. I should be the one to compensate them. Are you kidding? Given what he knew about Zhou Yuan's identity, how could he dare to ask Zhou Yuan for compensation? Not to mention that these clothes were actually super imitation A-grade ones that he got, so he didn't dare let Zhou Yuan pay for them. Otherwise, if Zhou Yuan finds out that these are fakes, he will be in big trouble. But I just heard that fat guy say that these clothes are not cheap, and they cost 500,000 yuan. Do I really not have to pay for it? Zhou Yuan had plenty of money, so he naturally wouldn't bother arguing with Deng Xin about such matters. So when he said he would compensate, he naturally meant he was willing to do so. No need. I can just do whatever I want with these clothes. I don't dare ask you to spend money. Deng Xin kept shaking his head and then called out to the clerk beside him. Hey, go get that medium-sized handbag over there that's coming out this spring. The clerk hurriedly brought the bag over. Deng Xin took it and handed it over respectfully. To be honest, I'm sorry for my poor management today, which has affected your shopping pleasure. Consider this bag my apology. I hope Mr. Zhou will accept it. Zhou Yuan took a quick look and saw that the bag had a price tag on it. It was really not cheap, priced at over 90,000 yuan. Of course, Zhou Yuan didn't take the price tag seriously. He turned his head to look at Lu Yao and said, "What do you think of this bag? If you like it, take it." Women have no resistance to bags, and Lu Yao is no exception. After taking a few glances, she was obviously tempted. However, Lu Yao was very sensible. After noticing the price, she immediately shook her head. This bag costs over 90,000. It's too expensive, let's just forget it. No, please accept this package. If you don't, I'll feel really bad. Deng Xin was not willing to give up and directly stuffed the bag onto Lu Yao. He was determined to give this package away, otherwise he would feel uneasy and afraid that Zhou Yuan would take revenge on him later. Lu Yao subconsciously wanted to refuse, but Zhou Yuan patted her on the shoulder and said, "Since young Master Deng gave it to you, just accept it with peace of mind." Well, okay then, thank you, Mr. Deng. No, please don't be polite to me. And I should be the one thanking you and Mr. Zhou. Thank you both for your generosity. Deng Xian hurriedly shook his head and smiled apologetically, being extremely polite. Okay, you don't have to be like this. What happened today has nothing to do with you. I won't blame you. Besides, we have something else to do, so we'll leave first. Zhou Yuan saw through Deng Xian's little thoughts, said something casually, and left with Lu Yao. After watching the two leave, Deng Xian breathed a sigh of relief. He turned around and came to his senses, staring at the group of shop assistants with a stern look on his face. From now on, each of you should keep your eyes open. When paired with Mr. Zhou or that lady just now, remember to worship them as my ancestors. Do you understand? The shop assistants didn't dare to be vague and nodded hurriedly. Seeing this scene, Zhang Pingping, who was still standing stupidly in the store, looked pale. I originally thought that I was with a rich man and could surpass Lu Yao. I didn't expect to find out in the end that he was the one who hooked up with the real rich man. Chapter 116. This girl is weird. Let me explain this in two ways. After leaving the shop, Lu Yao finally couldn't resist her curiosity and spoke. Senior, why did that guy look so scared of you just now? She was really curious. Deng Xian's attitude just now was just like a mouse seeing a cat. This matter is a bit complicated. In a nutshell, he can't afford to offend me. Zhou Yuan was too lazy to explain to Lu Yao about the previous mess, so he just replied casually. Lu Yao also saw that Zhou Yuan didn't want to talk more, so she naturally didn't ask any more questions. However, when she looked at Zhou Yuan, there was a bit more admiration in her eyes. Zhou Yuan didn't care and said, after what happened just now, I didn't buy any clothes. I'll take you to another store to have a look. As he spoke, he led Lu Yao to the nearby Palata luxury store. Senior, let's not go to this kind of place. The things there are too expensive, and I'm not used to wearing them. Lu Yao looked up at the store and immediately grabbed Zhou Yuan. Zhou Yuan couldn't persuade her, so he had to let her go to a mid-range boutique women's clothing store. Although the clothes in this kind of store are not as gorgeous and expensive as those in luxury stores, they have a wide variety of styles and are affordable. After taking Lu Yao for a stroll, Lu Yao quickly picked out some seasonal autumn clothes. While she was changing clothes, Zhou Yuan looked around and scanned twice. His eyes were quickly attracted by a cheongsam on the model. This is a modified cheongsam, with a more slimming and sexy design. The neckline is a simple drawstring collar design, and the sleeves are made of semi-transparent lace material, sewn to the neckline. The front is a tube-top design, revealing a piece of skin. The hem of the cheongsam is long enough to reach past the knees, but the side slits are quite high. It has an inverted triangle shape, with two strings on the thighs that can be tied or untied, making it extremely sexy. The overall look of this outfit is more close to being ambiguous than being normal. I wonder what Feng Jing and Wan Lu would look like wearing this outfit. Zhou Yuan was very excited when he saw them. He also happened to know Feng Jing and Wan Lu's sizes, so he simply called the shop assistant over before Lu Yao came out. Besides this red cheongsam, do you have black or white ones? Yes, sir. Then please get me 2 sets of black and 2 sets of white. The sizes need to be. Zhou Yuan told the clerk the sizes of Feng Jing and Wang Lu. The clerk quickly ran to the warehouse, took out 2 black and 2 white cheongsams, packed them neatly in a bag, and handed them to Zhou Yuan. While this was being done, Lu Yao also came out with changed clothes. Zhou Yuan didn't delay and paid the bill at once. After leaving the clothing store, Zhou Yuan took Lu Yao for a stroll and bought her a set of Dao fragrance and cosmetics. After coming out of Tianjin Shopping Center, it was still early, so he simply took Lu Yao to the amusement park to play. After a busy afternoon, Zhou Yuan had something to eat in the evening and sent Lu Yao back to school. After chatting for a while downstairs in the dormitory, Zhou Yuan made an appointment with Lu Yao to go out for dinner and a movie the day after tomorrow evening. The two said goodbye, and Lu Yao reluctantly returned to the dormitory. When she entered the room, she found that none of her roommates were there. Lu Yao breathed a sigh of relief and quickly put a pile of clothes on the bed, preparing to pack them up and put them in the closet. She was busy with her things when she suddenly saw the 4 cheongsams. Lu Yao subconsciously unfolded it and took a look, her face immediately flushed. She was sure that she had never picked out clothes like this before. If he didn't choose them himself, then it was obvious that these cheongsams were chosen by Zhou Yuan. Senior, you don't want to see yourself wearing this kind of clothes, do you? But this kind of clothes is too embarrassing. Lu Yao couldn't help but think wildly and her face flushed. After being in a daze for a long time, she somehow picked up her phone and sent a WeChat message to Zhou Yuan. Senior, those clothes you bought for me. After a few seconds, Zhou Yuan replied. Those clothes were bought for you to wear. What's wrong? Do they not fit you? No. No. Then, should I wear them next time? Lu Yao pursed her lips tightly and said something as if possessed by a ghost. Wear it, right? I bought it for you, didn't I? Besides, if you don't wear new clothes, why would you wear old clothes? On this side, Zhou Yuan replied with a puzzled look on his face. I bought all the clothes, why not wear them? Are I just putting them aside for fun? This girl can't be so frugal, right? Well, but the day after tomorrow, can I put on an extra coat? Sure. It's so cold going out at night, you should definitely wear more clothes. Then I understand, I will wear it when the time comes. Lu Yao sent the last voice message, her face red as blood. Chapter 117. Who is this person? The other side. Zhou Yuan put down his phone, looking confused. So what's going on with this girl Lu Yao? Why do you speak strangely and act a little silly after you came back? Do I even have to ask myself whether I should wear an extra coat next time I go out on a date? Can't you just handle this kind of thing yourself? Besides, it's autumn now and it's very cold at night. Isn't it normal to wear an extra coat? Zhou Yuan murmured in his heart. He thought about it and wanted to ask Lu Yao again to see if there was anything wrong. At this moment, the cell phone suddenly rang. When I looked up, it was Chen Wentai's number. This guy, why would he contact me suddenly? Could something have happened? Zhou Yuan frowned and answered the phone. Hello, Mr. Zhou. Sorry to bother you. What's wrong, Mr. Chen? What's the matter? I wonder if Mr. Zhou is free tonight. I'd like to invite you out for a get-together. Is that convenient for you? On the other end of the phone, Chen Wentai was very polite. Zhou Yuan thought about it and realized he had nothing to do that evening, so he simply agreed, alright, I happen to be free too. Chen Wentai said hurriedly, that's great. Should I send someone to pick you up now? Zhou Yuan replied, no need to pick up the phone. Just tell me the address and I'll go there myself. Okay, I'll send you the address right away. After hanging up the phone, Chen Wentai sent the address in the blink of an eye. Zhou Yuan was familiar with the place. It was the Yunjing Entertainment City where he went to see Yin Qingyun last time. More than 20 minutes later, Zhou Yuan drove to Yunjing. After getting off the car, this time I didn't see Chen Wentai. Instead, it was Qin Hong next to him, standing at the door waiting in an orderly manner. When he saw Zhou Yuan, he immediately greeted him respectfully. I'm sorry, Mr. Zhou, my young master encountered a small problem and was unable to greet him in person. Please forgive me. As Chen Hong spoke, he bowed gracefully to show his apology. In the eyes of Chen Hong and Chen Wentai, a master like Zhou Yuan should not be neglected. Now that the main master couldn't come to greet him, Chen Hong naturally had to apologize. Otherwise, I'm afraid of angering Zhou Yuan, which would be a big trouble. After all, for warriors like them, class distinctions are quite strict. Its strictness is no less than that of the distinction between seniors and juniors in the entertainment industry in New Ligua. However, Zhou Yuan did not consider himself a member of the martial arts world, so naturally he did not follow so many rules. Besides, he and Chen Wentai had interacted with each other several times and already considered Chen Wentai a friend. Okay, your young master and I are friends, so you don't have to be so polite. Although he said so, Chen Hong didn't dare to be negligent. He still led Zhou Yuan into the store respectfully. Seeing this, the girls welcoming guests at the door immediately bowed politely. Even the lobby manager bowed respectfully when he met the two of them. After watching the two people enter the store, a girl looked at the manager with a puzzled expression. Sisterly, who was that guy just now? Why was Brother Chen so polite to him? That's right, Sisterly, isn't it said that Brother Chen is a favorite of Mr. Chen? Even many big bosses have to bow their heads and smile when they see him. Why is it that guy makes Brother Chen treat him with such respect? What do you girls know? That Mr. Zhou just now was Mr. Chen's honored guest. Even Mr. Chen would be respectful when he saw him. I'm warning you, every one of you, keep your eyes open. Don't mess with that guy just now, or even the gods won't be able to save you, understand? Sisterly glared at several people with a serious face. A group of reception girls responded quickly. As soon as Sisterly left, the group of people couldn't help but whisper to each other. Do you think what Sisterly said is true or false? I think it must be true. Sisterly never jokes about things like this. So, that guy just now. You're going to die. Why are you yelling that guy? If Sisterly hears you, you're doomed. Don't dwell on this, you two. Aren't you curious about who that person was just now? He seems younger than Mr. Chen. Maybe it's the young master of some family? That's impossible. In this small part of Guanxing, who else could have a more powerful family background than Mr. Chen? As for me, it doesn't matter who he is. If you can find a way to get close to him, that's the right thing to do. Yes, yes. Even Sisterly said that Mr. Chen is always respectful when he sees him. If I can get close to him, then. As the girls talked, they began to look fantasizing and yearning. She looked just like a female pervert. Chapter 118. I have something to ask for. Zhou Yuan had no idea that there was a group of reception girls outside who were lusting after his body. Following Chen Hong all the way up to the third floor, we arrived at a large private room. After sitting for a while, Chen Wentai finally arrived. I'm sorry, Mr. Zhou, I'm late. Please forgive me. Chen Wentai was as respectful and polite as ever. But now, when Zhou Yuan heard Chen Wentai calling him Mr. Zhou, he felt a little uncomfortable. Zhou Yuan waved his hand and said with a smile, "All right, Mr. Chen, we are friends now, so stop calling me Mr. Zhou and just call me by my name from now on." Zhou Yuan said this to express his good intentions. After all, he owed Chen Wentai a small favor for what happened with Yin Qingyun last time. Calling you by your name isn't very respectful. How about I call you Mr. Zhou? Although Zhou Yuan said so, Chen Wentai obviously didn't dare to call him by his name. After all, Zhou Yuan was a martial arts master. According to the rules of the martial arts world, he was a person of the same generation as his grandfather. Calling him by his name would be extremely disrespectful. Zhou Yuan didn't care much about this. As long as no one called him Mr. Zhou, it was fine. Young Master Zhou is just young Master Zhou. Zhou Yuan waved his hand and said, "By the way, why did you invite me here today? Are you in trouble?" Mr. Zhou. Oh no, Mr. Zhou is really amazing. He guessed it right the first time. Chen Wentai couldn't help but flatter him. Zhou Yuan said indifferently, "Tell me what happened." If I can help, I will definitely help. To be honest, Master Zhou, it's like this, I've recently. Chen Wentai did not dare to hide it and told the whole story in detail. After listening to what was said, Zhou Yuan finally understood what was going on. To put it simply, in one sentence, it's nothing more than a trivial fight between playboys. To be more specific, it is related to land, property, and face. Although Chen Wentai is the top playboy in Guanxing, to be honest, he also has enemies. And this time, it was his rival, Cui Haixiang, who came to cause trouble. Cui Haixiang, according to Chen Wentai's introduction, is the eldest son of the Cui family, which is as famous as their Chen family. He is also a playboy with a similar status and family background. However, the other party was not from Guanxing, but the number one figure in the neighboring city of Luoshui. However, this guy recently ignored the territory and industries in Luoshui city and chose to cross over to Guanxing to get involved. As a result, there has been a lot of friction between the two sides, both openly and covertly. But this is not the end. Just yesterday, Cui Haixiang openly issued a challenge to Chen Wentai. The loser not only had to cede 30% of his property to the other party, but also had to publicly march onto the other party's territory, host a banquet, and publicly admit defeat. As for how to do a. Since both parties are from martial arts families, they naturally cannot disgrace the tradition, so the winner will naturally be determined by martial arts. If not for this, Chen Wentai would never have asked Zhou Yuan for help. Because he had asked someone to inquire secretly, and heard that Cui Haixiang had recently made friends with a master in the late stage of Huajin. Otherwise, this bastard named Cui had been hiding quietly in Luoshui before, and it was impossible for him to suddenly take the initiative to provoke friction in fighting. To put it bluntly, this guy obviously wants to take advantage of the fact that he has made friends with a master. But then again, doesn't Chen Wentai have the same idea? However, before Chen Wentai had the time to discuss this matter with Zhou Yuan, Cui Haixiang got there first. But it's okay this way. Although it's a step late, as long as we win the real competition, we will definitely not suffer any loss. Chapter 119. This damn option. It was precisely because of this that Chen Wentai approached Zhou Yuan. After all, the other party has found a master in the late stage of Huajin. If you want to defeat him safely, you can only ask a master of the grandmaster level. However, where is it easy to find a master level expert? Even in Chen Wentai's family, only the old man Chen who is in charge has the strength of a master. However, another uncle can be considered a half-step master. But these two are elders. The younger generations here are betting and fighting with each other. If the elders are dragged out to join in, it would be tantamount to trampling on the face of their own family. So after much thought, Chen Wentai decided that he had no choice but to look for Zhou Yuan. As long as Zhou Yuan is willing to help, this time it will definitely be a sure win. At that time, not only will I be able to obtain 30% of the other party's property, but most importantly, I will be able to save face and make Chui embarrassed. Mr. Zhou, I hope you can help me this time. After explaining the whole story, Chen Wentai couldn't help but get to the point, and even directly called himself a younger brother. Don't worry, as long as you're willing to help, I'll definitely benefit from you. Of the 30% of the property I win, I'll give you half. Speaking of which, Chen Wentai and Chui Haixiang have been rivals for several years, and they are quite familiar with each other's industries. For example, Chui Haixiang owns an entertainment company, a film and television company, a cosmetics company, a real estate company, as well as several bars and clubs. If converted into cash, 30% of the industry would be worth at least 700 to 800 million. If you divide it in half, that would be 3 or 400 million. Although this amount is a bit heartbreaking, Chen Wentai doesn't care as long as he can win. Zhou Yuan frowned slightly and felt a little hesitant. Since Chen Wentai has already spoken, it wouldn't be a big deal if he gave him some help. But this kind of thing, after all, it's a fight with others for no reason, and he kind of doesn't want to get involved. The most important thing is, if I get involved this time, who knows if I will get involved in more trouble in the future. You know, if it's Chen Wentai or that Chui Haixiang, these playboys will never let it go once they lose face. They will definitely try their best to get back at him. If he really helped Chen Wentai to slap Chui Haixiang in the face, that Chui guy would definitely not let him go. He was not afraid of Chui Haixiang's revenge, but simply did not want to cause so much trouble. Thinking of this, Zhou Yuan immediately felt like refusing. Instead of causing a lot of annoying trouble for such a small industry, it is better to directly reject Chen Wentai. However, before Zhou Yuan could speak, the system popped up. Congratulations, host, you now have an opportunity to choose. Option 1, to avoid unnecessary trouble, reject Chen Wentai's request. Reward, 30 million cash and 1 advanced system treasure chest. Option 2, entrust Xusha with the task and take advantage of him first. Reward, 30 million gold coins, 1 advanced system treasure chest. Option 3, agree to Chen Wentai's request. Reward, 30 million yuan, 3 advanced system treasure chests. MMPS. This is forcing me to agree to Chen Wentai. After looking at the 3 options, Zhou Yuan suddenly felt depressed. If this were an ordinary system treasure chest, he would have to choose the inferior options 1 and 2. But the problem is that this time the option is an advanced system treasure chest. The things that come out of here are all amazing. And unlike the previous 2 times, option 3 this time directly has 2 more advanced system treasure chests than the previous 2. Chapter 120, another incredible unboxing. Spicy chicken. For 2 advanced system treasure chests. I admit it. Zhou Yuan secretly made up his mind. As for low-level treasure chests, he is not so rare now. But the high-level treasure chest is different. Okay, now that you've asked, I'll take it. Zhou Yuan nodded directly. Thank you, Mr. Zhou. Thank you, Mr. Zhou. Chen Wentai was immediately delighted and thanked him repeatedly. Zhou Yuan glanced at him and said, "Don't get excited yet. Tell me when it's scheduled so I can be prepared." Chen Wentai quickly suppressed his smile and said seriously, "The time is half a month from now, that is, at the end of this month. The location is on Yangjiao Peak on the eastern mountain of Baiyang Mountain." Zhou Yuan heard this and said, "After half a month, that should be fine." That's good, that's good. Chen Wentai was just afraid that Zhou Yuan would change his mind, but now he was happy again after hearing what he said. I'm really grateful to Master Zhou for helping me this time. Don't worry, after the matter is completed, half of the benefits will definitely be yours. In addition, I have prepared a little gift for you tonight. Please wait a moment, I will personally arrange it for you. Chen Wentai seemed quite excited, and stood up and left the private room. Zhou Yuan ignored him and took advantage of his free time to open the system backpack. 3 advanced system treasure chests have arrived. I just don't know what will come out this time. I got this box against my will. God, please don't cheat me. Zhou Yuan muttered silently and chose to turn it on. Congratulations to the host for opening the advanced system treasure chest and obtaining 500,000 system points. Congratulations to the host for opening the advanced system treasure chest and obtaining a time reversal card. Congratulations to the host for opening the advanced system treasure chest and obtaining ownership of the Inhai building in the center of Tianhan Plaza. Time reversal card. After use, you can forcibly reverse time and use supreme power to go back to 24 hours ago. 500,000 points is not bad. After all, it is equivalent to 1 body transformation card, 5/8 slave contract, and half an evil repelling pill. As for the time reversal card, needless to say, its effect is simply incredible. The ownership of the Inhai building in Tianhan Plaza. This was a bit beyond Zhou Yuan's expectations. I originally thought that the high-level system treasure chests would only contain high-level items, but I didn't expect that it could actually give out this kind of rewards. Of course, this reward is definitely not bad. After all, Tianhan Plaza is the CBD area of Guangxing, and Inhai Building is the top comprehensive commercial center in Tianhan Plaza. Inhai Building has a total of 88 floors. The third underground floor is a parking lot, floors 1 to 5 are shopping malls, floors 6 to 8 are restaurants, floor 9 is a reception hall, and floors 10 to 69 are offices. The 71st to 73rd floors are the observation hall and entertainment hall, and the 75th floor and above are all hotel floors, including the rooftop viewing restaurant. Zhou Yuan didn't know how much this building was worth, but tens of billions was definitely not an exaggeration. My luck is so fucking bad. He became a billionaire in the blink of an eye? Zhou Yuan felt his lips trembling. Hundreds of billions, what kind of concept is he making? If a disaster costs 100 million yuan a day, it can cause disaster for several months. Zhou Yuan was thinking when his cell phone rang. I took a quick look and saw it was an unfamiliar number. Hello? Hello, is this Mr. Zhou Yuan Zhou? It's me. Hello, Mr. Zhou. I'm Han Qingqing, the property manager of Inhai Building. You can call me Xiao Han or Qingqing. The Inhai Building has now officially been transferred to your name. I'll deliver the contract and other documents to you whenever it's convenient for you. A soft and sweet female voice was heard on the other end of the phone. Chapter 121. So this is the surprise. Zhou Yuan shuddered at the sound, then came to his senses and replied, "No need to send me there, wait until tomorrow, I'll go there myself." It was late at night and he was too lazy to bother. Okay then. I'll be waiting for you tomorrow, Mr. Zhou. The person on the other end responded politely, and Zhou Yuan didn't say anything else. He just said goodbye and hung up the phone. After sitting here for a few minutes, the door of the private room was pushed open. I'm sorry, Mr. Zhou, I kept you waiting. Chen Wentai came in first and apologized. But this time, he came back not only alone, but also with a few other girls following him. Each of them is quite beautiful, each with its own merits. Even the worst one would probably get a score of 8.5. Judging from her appearance alone, she would have no problem debuting as an idol. Not to mention that these girls are dressed quite flamboyantly. Although their clothes are different, they are all slim-fitting styles that can show off their figures. Moreover, they are all wearing short skirts, revealing their snow-white thighs, which is quite tempting. Judging from the posture, it goes without saying that he is definitely here to keep you company. Mr. Chen, these aren't the surprises you mentioned, are they? Zhou Yuan glanced at the girls and looked at Chen Wentai with a smile. This is indeed a small token of my appreciation, but I'm not sure if it will please Mr. Zhou. As Chen Wentai spoke, he moved a little closer and whispered, "Don't worry, Mr. Zhou, these girls are all carefully selected, high quality and clean goods, Mr. Zhou can enjoy them at will. Especially the girl in the white dress, she is a genuine original. As for men, their common hobbies are nothing more than money and power. Well, this thing is too dangerous, so forget it." Therefore, in order to please Zhou Yuan, the only things Chen Wentai could think of were money and money. As for this money, we have just agreed to give half of the profits to Zhou Yuan. Therefore, the only thing left to do is to spend time on cesium. He had carefully selected these girls. While most of them weren't virgins, they were all clean. There were students, white-collar workers, and even some from other professional backgrounds. Of course, since he was able to find these people, they were naturally not good people in his eyes. After all, most of these girls want to take the opportunity to get to know people from the upper class and change their destiny. Even the worst ones are here for money for some reason. There is nothing shameful about these ideas, it's just a matter of each taking what they need. Zhou Yuan didn't want to argue about this matter. Since Chen Wentai had arranged it, he would just let it go. What are you guys still doing? Come over and entertain Mr. Zhou. Chen Wentai saw that Zhou Yuan was meaningless, so he quickly called a few girls. These girls obviously went to the scene frequently. Upon hearing what was said, they hurriedly set off and came to the sofa one by one with a fragrant breeze. The girl in the white dress was a little hesitant, but Chen Wentai personally greeted her and arranged her to sit next to Zhou Yuan. Looking at her from such a close distance, this girl is indeed a little different. With light makeup, she looks quite pure. She wears a simple white gauze dress, which has a fairy-like and delicate air, making people want to protect her. Zhou Yuan was looking around when someone hugged his right arm. When he turned around, he saw a girl who looked completely different from the girl in the white dress. She has long wavy hair, a charming and seductive look, and is wearing a tight dress similar to an evening gown. It may seem tightly wrapped, but the front is transparent, revealing a V-shaped area that accentuates the cleavage. Furthermore, the hem of the skirt is slit so high that even the side of the peach is visible when sitting close to the edge, making it extremely sexy. Chapter 122, Stealing a Man? Dream on. As soon as the two sat down, the charming woman on the left took the initiative to greet Zhou Yuan. Although his words and actions are seductive, he is also quite tactful. It is obvious that he is a person who is good at dealing with people. The girl on the right, on the other hand, was obviously not used to this kind of situation. She behaved in a panic and even fearful manner. She even shrank her body and head, and was obviously unable to relax. But since she couldn't let go, and Zhou Yuan didn't care much. Anyway, the girl on the left was very enthusiastic and proactive, and the other girls were also quite enthusiastic, which made people feel very comfortable. I have to say, sometimes money and power are really good things. If it were any other time, or if you were an ordinary person, and you met these girls around you, 99% of the time you would be forced to lick their ass. But now, this girl who was licked by others all the time is trying to please him. They were so afraid of a dull atmosphere, afraid of upsetting him, that they kept finding all sorts of topics to chat about and toast him. Some even took the opportunity of talking and toasting to create some physical contact. Zhou Yuan, on the other hand, accepted everyone who came. But he didn't do anything excessive, and he didn't even take the initiative to take advantage of anyone. After all, he had no shortage of women. If he wanted a woman to accompany him, he could just show off his wealth and there would be plenty of girls rushing to throw themselves at him. But the interesting thing is, the less proactive he is, the more proactive some girls become. Especially the girl on the left, she was probably pretending to be drunk more than being really drunk. Under the influence of alcohol, her delicate body seemed to want to be rubbed into his. Mr. Zhou, may I ask what you do? Taking advantage of the opportunity to talk, the girl deliberately leaned her head closer and blew hot and fragrant air into Zhou Yuan's ears. It was even 99% intentional, and she even rubbed Zhou Yuan's earlobe with her lips. This kind of teasing method and scheming is unparalleled. Zhou Yuan felt a slight tingling sensation as if an electric shock had passed through his body as he was teased by her. He then smiled and said, "I'm just a student. Mr. Zhou is really funny. I have never seen a student as charming and elegant as you." The girl obviously didn't believe it, and even took the opportunity to bump into Zhou Yuan with her body, smiling coquettishly. Of course it doesn't hurt, but the bounce is real. At this moment, Chen Wentai secretly glared at the girl in the white dress without saying a word, and even signaled with his eyes. After all, this girl was the gift he carefully prepared for Zhou Yuan, but she just sat there with her head hunched over like an idiot from beginning to end. How can this be possible without any initiative? The girl in the white dress couldn't help but shudder, but she obviously didn't dare to disobey Chen Wentai's wishes. She pursed her lips for a while, and finally spoke in a low voice. Mr. Zhou, are you also a college student? Well, it seems like this girl is a simple person. With just one question, she reveals her whole secrets. Zhou Yuan couldn't help but look back at her, which immediately made the girl in the white dress a little flustered. She was afraid that her question was too abrupt and would upset Zhou Yuan, so she explained in a low, flustered voice, I was just asking casually. I'm also a student. You know what, seeing her looking a little flustered and shy, Zhou Yuan actually became interested. Are you a student too? Which university? I'm from Guanqing Academy of Fine Arts. Guanqing Academy of Fine Arts is not far from Zhou Yuan School. It is said that art academies produce beautiful women, and most of them are beauties with temperament. No wonder this girl looks a little unique. Zhou Yuan became more interested and asked, "What's your name?" My name is Du Lin. The girl in white hesitated for a moment and gave her name. Zhou Yuan wanted to ask more, but the girl on his left felt a little jealous and deliberately held Zhou Yuan's arm and gently pulled it closer to his chest. Mr. Zhou, why don't you ask her name? As she spoke, she secretly glared at Du Lin, with a hint of coldness and dissatisfaction in her eyes. This little bitch pretends to be quite innocent. She wants to steal my man, dream on. Chapter 123. The more proactive, the less I look down on you. Zhou Yuan couldn't help but look back at the girl on his left, but without thinking too much, he just smiled and said, "What's your name?" The girl glanced at Du Lin with pride, then took the opportunity to rub against Zhou Yuan again, whispering, "Young Master Zhou, just call me Yenji." Rouge? That's not your real name, is it? I can't tell Mr. Zhou my real name now, but... But what? But if Mr. Zhou doesn't mind, I'll tell you later when we find a quiet place. Yenji cast a charming glance at Zhou Yuan and even licked her lips suggestively. The meaning is very clear, it is clearly an invitation. Zhou Yuan looked at Yenji and became a little angry. However, anger was an instinctive reaction after being seduced, and it didn't mean that he had to have anything to do with this woman. On the contrary, compared to Yenji, he is now more interested in Du Lin. After all, compared to Yenji, who is obviously a peripheral woman, a girl like Du Lin, who Chen Wentai clearly said is still her original girl, is more attractive. Moreover, after such a while, he also realized that Du Lin was obviously not willing to stay in this kind of environment, but she came here anyway. There must be some story behind this. Zhou Yuan is quite interested in this kind of thing. After all, people are curious. He took the initiative to chat with Du Lin, but before he could ask for details, Chen Wentai looked at the time and felt it was about time, so he spoke. "Mr. Zhou, it's getting late. I've already booked a room upstairs. Would you like to take a look?" Zhou Yuan immediately understood what Chen Wentai meant. This was not an urging, but a hint that if he was willing, he could take the girls upstairs to have some fun. Zhou Yuan didn't refuse. He hummed, patted Du Lin and said, "Come on, follow me upstairs." As for the rouge next to it. Although Chen Wentai had said before that these people were all carefully selected and clean, he actually looked down on women like Yenji.